Before you stand a member of the Devon Company board, the creator of the Rainbow Rocket team, a legendary figure in reverse attribute battles, and a world championship champion. The illustrious trainer, Lu Yi. Who could have imagined that this man, now at the pinnacle of success, initially aspired merely to achieve 100,000 subscribers as a gaming content creator? Believe it or not, I genuinely just wanted to earn some money. Witness how he transformed from a modest streamer into a legend within the Pokémon realm. Chapter 001. Sir, times have changed. Ding, ding, ding. Lu Yi opened his bleary eyes, gazing at the ceiling, and let out a long yawn. Another mundane day has arrived. It was the weekend, and the Pikachu alarm clock on his bedside displayed noon. Yet Lu Yi only rose from his slumber at that hour. Entering the bathroom, he took advantage of the time while the water was running to order takeout. Dada delivery, Big Mouth Seagull Fresh. The creativity in naming businesses is truly remarkable these days. Several newly opened establishments bore names inspired by Pokémon, which filled Lu Yi with a sense of nostalgia. Look at what it means to be the world's #1 IP. Strategically leaning back, without much thought, Lu Yi casually ordered a 29.9 yuan scallion duck set meal with complimentary pancake and set his phone aside to freshen up. Whoosh, he splashed water on his face. The mirror reflected a tall, handsome youth, a paragon of ancient Greek beauty. His disheveled hair and pronounced dark circles only enhanced the depth of his gaze. It was a striking reminder that even those blessed with good looks can carry the weight of weariness, creating a relatable charm. After completing his routine, Lu Yi settled comfortably into his gaming chair in his rented cubicle. He powered on his computer, inputting the password Sakurajima Mai, which instantly illuminated Pikachu's dynamic screensaver. Pika Pika. Lu Yi adeptly navigated to Bilibili, searching for today's engaging videos. As a freshman at Magic City University and a part-time gaming content creator on Bilibili, Lu Yi primarily focused on editing and narrating Pokémon battles. With his unique style and expertise, he attracted nearly 100,000 followers. However, Lu Yi himself was an elite player in the gaming community, having once achieved a remarkable 7th place in the world rankings. Unfortunately, he often found himself plagued by misfortune, including the infamous 3 consecutive misses with Hydro Pump. This was why his audience frequently teased him as being entertaining to watch. While streaming and creating videos, Lu Yi rented a place outside the school and only ventured to campus for classes. He murmured while browsing the homepage. Today, there are so many Pokémon-related recommendations. Has the popularity of Pokémon surged again? Among the 10 recommended videos on the homepage, astonishingly, 8 were related to Pokémon. Bell Gears. Look what we discovered. A wild Caterpie suggestion to change to Water Splash 1 Brother's fruit tree is ripened. Let's go pick something seems off about today's homepage. Lu Yi murmured. What on earth is a green caterpillar? And how can its protein content be 6 times that of beef? And what about tree fruits? Surely they can't mean orange or pomelo. He scratched his head, bewildered, and turned to the gaming section, his eyes widening in astonishment. To his surprise, the battle video he posted last night had shot straight to the top of the gaming leaderboard. Lu Yi swallowed hard and clicked on the video titled Teacher, Lu Teaches You Battle 03, Substitute Poison. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, 120,000 views. Goodness, I am utterly astonished. The cover notification. I've learned something. I should go challenge the gym leader. Please, just be a decent person. After a moment of bewilderment, Lu Yi chuckled while scrolling through the comments, yet a sliver of doubt crept into his mind. Substitute poison is a rather fundamental strategy. How did it suddenly gain such popularity? Could it be that a notable figure in the gaming community has taken notice of me? But I haven't engaged in any recent transactions. Rubbing his chin, Lu Yi scrolled down to the comment section. One comment from a level 6 verified account, named Battle Person, meticulously explained the substitute poison strategy. Battle Person, substitute refers to mastering the moves Toxic, Substitute, and Protect, which serve as the core of this tactical framework. In battles, trainers must possess exceptional adaptability to execute this strategy proficiently. The content creator has provided detailed explanations regarding this approach. Grass-type and Poison-type trainers have a natural advantage and should diligently study this guide. Thank you, content creator, for delivering such a high-quality tutorial. After reading the lengthy comment, a large question mark loomed in Lu Yi's mind. What is the battle section? When did Bilibili introduce a battle category? Below, the responses read, Great ball capture. Wow, it's actually a real person. Chiong, mommy loves you. Scratching his head, Lu Yi liked Battle Person's comment and casually clicked on the profile. In an instant, a cold sweat trickled down Liu Ye's forehead. Notable content creator in the battle section, champion of the Ninth Quartz Conference, world championship winner. Liu Yi stuttered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Qihong. This must be a joke. Isn't Qihong the battle person from the special episodes? How could he be a Billy content creator? Clicking on Qihong's gallery revealed a young man in his 20s, radiating a sunny smile. Wearing a red cap, a black tank top, and a red vest, he had a fluffy Pikachu perched on his shoulder. If this is a cosplay, it bears an uncanny resemblance to Liu Ye's expectations of Qihong, magnified tenfold. And the real-life Pikachu was utterly adorable, identical to the one from Detective Pikachu. Liu Yi was utterly dumbfounded. When faced with a situation, remain calm, stay composed. The sequence of events began this morning when I discovered my video had unexpectedly gone viral, and a notable figure appeared in the comments. The figure is the world champion, the protagonist of the Pokémon universe, Qihong. Analyzing it this way makes everything clear as mud. Have I truly traversed dimensions, or is this world simply peculiar? Could it be that the world lines have converged, and even the Crimson figure has become a content creator? Liu Yi had received professional training, allowing him to accept even the most absurd occurrences. Yet this, just as Liu Ye's mind was grappling with the bewildering reality, his phone rang suddenly. Hello, your delivery has arrived. Please come to the window to collect it. All right, Liu Yi responded, moving towards the window, only to realize he was on the 6th floor. Are you planning to deliver my meal via a Pidgey from the 6th floor? At that moment, a shadow flitted by, and a resplendent bird with vibrant plumage and a graceful crest alighted at the window, its long beak clutching a takeout bag, cheerfully waving its wings at Liu Yi. Liu Yi stood there, dumbfounded. The delivery person shouted from below, "Don't forget to leave a good review, dear." Liu Yi had completely forgotten how he had received the delivery from the beak of the Pidgey. All he could recall was the sight outside his window, where flocks of Pidgey soared through the sky and a bound sweet wobbled through the flower beds of the community below. A Rapidash galloped majestically across the overpass, while his landlord strolled past, holding a vibrant orange and black-striped Rockruff, smiling and waving at Liu Yi. The world of Pokémon has merged with reality. Liu Yi remained in a daze, gazing upward, feeling a swell of emotion in his eyes. 18 years, exactly 18 years. At last, he had awaited this day. Chapter 002. It is impossible for me to become a Pokémon trainer. Once his emotions had settled, Liu Yi took to the internet to gather information. He needed to ascertain the nature of this transformed world. With the convergence of world lines, Liu Ye's reality had fused with that of the Pokémon realm. Yet, it seemed as though he was the only one who recognized this phenomenon. Even the history textbooks had undergone alterations. The emergence of Pokémon could be roughly divided into 4 eras: ancient, medieval, modern, and contemporary. In the ancient age, the number of Mew gradually dwindled, giving rise to the most primitive Pokémon. During the medieval period, a meteorite fell in the Fengyuan region, awakening ancient Pokémon, ultimately quelled by Rayquaza. In modern times, Dr. Nishiyama from Yuhong University invented Pokémon in 1925, marking the inception of contemporary Pokémon studies. This is part of the mandatory historical curriculum? Liu Yi mused, his expression a mix of incredulity. Even the history of Pokémon was rife with countless notable events. For instance, the establishment of the Balfam Shrine in 1700 and the inaugural Pokémon League competition held in 1896. If Liu Yi were to memorize them all, it would indeed be a daunting task. It seems that even in the Pokémon world, being an academic prodigy is no simple feat. Liu Yi reflected, opening an online textbook titled High School Politics Compulsory Volume 3. With the advent of Pokémon, a centralized organization represented by leagues gradually formed. In this parallel world, Liu Yi was situated in the magical city of the East Huang League. Other regions included the Kalos League, Unova League, and so forth, precisely as he remembered. It appears that the world of Pokémon has indeed merged with reality. Liu Yi pondered for a considerable time, releasing a long sigh. Could it be that I, too, have the opportunity to become a trainer? Becoming a Pokémon trainer had always been Liu Ye's dream. However, after gathering information online, he found himself wavering. The mortality rate is astonishingly high. In this world, embarking on the path of a trainer is far from a simple endeavor. Mastery of multiple languages is merely a fundamental requirement. Mandarin, Japanese, French, and English are all essential languages for trainers. Financial resources, education, connections, and opportunities are indispensable. The exceedingly high mortality rate has relegated the profession of trainer to the status of a high-risk occupation, with Pokémon battles even being regarded as extreme sports. Compared to other professions, the high risks and stringent thresholds have rendered the number of trainers exceedingly scarce. Nonetheless, the prevalence of Pokeballs remains quite high. The general populace can capture Pokémon, and the number of those who adore and possess Pokémon is certainly not insignificant. Luyi paused for a moment, as if suddenly coming to a realization. Why aspire to be a trainer, when being a content creator sounds far more appealing? With the advent of Pokémon, the special effect costs in the film and gaming industries have significantly diminished, yet the quality of films leaves much to be desired. For instance, a movie starring Hachiku, the gym leader of the United Snowflake Gym, produced by Pokémon Hollywood, titled The Commercial Film of Hachiku, features a click plot and formulaic heroism, yet surprisingly made it onto Dubon's top 250. Luyi could hardly conceive a reason for his own obscurity. In the gaming realm, due to the existence of parallel worlds, many previously popular titles have failed to materialize. The most popular game is Pokémon Battle, developed by Fenji Wandawin Company, which Luyi streams daily. Pokémon Battle draws inspiration from real Pokémon battles, utilizing virtual imaging technology for real-time gameplay, appealing to a remarkably broad audience. Some trainer academies have even adopted this game as part of their curriculum to cultivate student strategic awareness. Numerous renowned trainers, including the Battle Master Red, are ardent users of this game. Due to the stringent entry barriers of Pokémon battles, many strategies that Luyi is familiar with have not been widely disseminated. This is also why, relying solely on the substitute toxic strategy, Luyi has managed to garner millions of views. It seems that producing a couple of videos in my spare time could easily propel me to the ranks of the top creators. Given Luyi's understanding of Pokémon battles, creating a few high-quality videos that reach 1 million views would indeed be an effortless task. However, before that, he must first comprehend the operational mechanisms of Bilibili in this parallel world. While munching on roasted duck with scallions, he continued to browse Bilibili. Unlike in his previous life, prominent creators on platforms such as Bilibili, YouTube, Twitch, and Nico Nico are largely the same. For instance, the popular YouTuber from the Galar region, the water-type gym leader known as Black Pearl Alina, is also a sensation on Bilibili. With her long, graceful legs and sun-kissed skin, Lalina appears in a video riding a Milotic, leaping majestically from the surface of the water, sending shimmering droplets flying. This aesthetically pleasing scene entranced Luyi. Could it be that it truly is Lalina? One can only imagine, with even the crimson hue making an appearance. The gym leader must be similar. This photo shoot video, ranking first in the fashion section of Bilibili, was published by none other than Lurina herself. The comment section was teeming with talent. Lurina has done a photo shoot for LV My Youth has returned. Oh dear, Lurina, my little angel, how I adore you. Is that what you call admiration? What you feel is nothing but lust for her physique. You are so despicable. Guided by the principle that experience reveals true understanding, Luyi ventured into the dance section. Expecting to witness the traditional artistry of the dance realm, Luyi was disappointed to find a man instead. The popular influencer from Instagram, the dark-skinned Dragonite gym leader, Chabana. With a well-proportioned figure and a hint of swagger, Chabana sported an orange headscarf, flashing a bright smile that showcased his pearly white teeth. Although he may not possess the same handsomeness as Luyi, Chabana's dance skills and his role as a Dragonite gym leader have garnered him immense popularity on social media. In the film category, the cover prominently featured the Hollywood actress Culinary, promoting her new movie. It seems that being a content creator holds significant promise, Luyi mused. He'll continue to stream tonight, observe for a while, and then formulate my plans. He had already devised a rough outline for his future. Becoming a trainer was out of the question. It was a dream that would remain unfulfilled in this lifetime. Only through writing novels and creating videos could he sustain his livelihood. Though he had no intention of becoming a trainer, the thought of keeping a few Pokémon as pets certainly intrigued Luyi. What kind of Pokémon should I raise? Since I won't be a battler, cuteness must take precedence. Eevee, Pikachu? Imagine me enjoying both Eevee and Pikachu at the same time. Wouldn't that be delightful? A standard Pokeball costs around 500 yuan. After checking his balance, and considering the incentives from his videos that amassed millions of views, Luyi estimated he had approximately 20,000 yuan remaining. Luyi planned to visit a specialized Pokemon store in the bustling metropolis the following day to purchase some Pokeballs. That evening, he streamed as usual. Thanks to the video's growing popularity, as soon as Luyi began his broadcast, His viewership soared beyond 200,000. Chapter 003. Dinner is served. My brothers. As Lu Ye's live stream commenced, the barrage of comments flooded the screen. Dinner is served, my brothers. Are you there? Why isn't the host turning on the camera? This video is a disgrace. As Lu Ye launched Pokémon Battle, he read through the comments. Why isn't the host turning on the camera? I need to reach 100,000 views before revealing my face. In an instant, a cascade of question marks appeared. Is this host really that unique? While the voice is quite pleasant, could it be that he is merely a tank-driving beta? As a decade-long fan, Teacher Lu is undoubtedly a visual streamer. Surely, there can't be anyone who follows Teacher Lu solely for his looks, right? Surely not. There are recordings of Teacher Lu on the forum. Although he was on screen for less than 5 seconds, he is undeniably of godlike caliber. Overrated. I am rather unremarkable. Barely qualifying as an emperor in looks. Lu Ye maintained his composure, unfazed. Thank you, Teacher Lu. When will your new movie be released? Thanks for the plane sent by Teacher Lu and Mother Strength, but today we won't discuss Mother Strength. Today, we shall continue with a tutorial on Pokémon battles. The comments echoed in unison. We request the host to demonstrate a tutorial on how to defend against poison. My starter Pokémon is Bulbasaur. I seek a detailed guide. Lu Ye glanced at the comments. Thank you for the plane sent by Bulbasaur regarding how to defend against poison. Those who can afford the starter trio should have no trouble evolving into Venusaur. Let us delve into the strategic positioning of Venusaur. Lu Ye opened the team editor and dragged Venusaur into the roster. Venusaur's tactics are manifold. For instance, within a Sunny Day team framework, it can utilize chlorophyll to enhance speed and output. Alternatively, based on defending against poison, it can learn Solar Beam and Leech Seed, serving as a stalwart presence on the battlefield. Enough talk, allow me to demonstrate. Transitioning to the gameplay, Lu Ye matched up with an international friend from the Johto League, a youthful billiards enthusiast. Konnichiwa. Lu Ye greeted amicably in Japanese while locking in Venusaur. The opponent's first Pokémon was a fiery beast named Explosive Taro. In Kanto, at Pallet Town, a girl with an orange ponytail gently patted her flushed cheeks, inhaling deeply. It's fine, we're just watching a movie together. He shouldn't overthink it. Summoning her courage, SH can Deca nervously pressed the doorbell. Moments later, a male voice emerged from the intercom. It's you, Akihiro said with a smile. The door is open, just come up to the second floor. As she entered Akihiro's home, SH can Deca felt her cheeks burning, yet curiosity lingered in her heart. At this moment, he should be training, right? With a hint of hesitation, she gently pushed open the door, and a figure leapt from the second floor, swiftly diving into the embrace of Shizuka. Pikachu. It's been a while, Shizuka smiled, tenderly stroking Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu joyfully leaped down, nimbly scaling the wall and bounding up the staircase. Raising her head, Shizuka's face flushed suddenly. At the entrance of the corridor, a young man with short black hair and a resolute gaze caught Pikachu, resting it on his shoulder as he remarked, Xiao Huang. Today I encountered a rather intriguing trainer. Inside a crimson room, the space was immaculate, adorned with trophies on the cabinet, yet furnished simply with only a bed and a computer. Make yourself comfortable. Upon uttering these words, Chi Hong awkwardly realized that the sole chair was occupied by him. I can just sit on the bed, Shizuka said softly, her face flushed. That works too. Chi Hong scratched his head, suddenly his eyes gleaming. By the way, Xiao Huang, come look at this. Shizuka leaned in, gathering her hair behind her ear. Her curiosity piqued. Isn't this the game you often play? Pokémon Battle, Chi Hong replied. It resembles real battles closely, requiring real-time commands via a microphone. When I'm exhausted from training, I relax with this. Even during your downtime, your mind is consumed with battles. Shizuka's cheeks colored slightly. Yet, Chi Hong remained oblivious, excitedly exclaiming, You must see this live stream. This person has an exceptional understanding of tactics concerning Venusaur. Unless they are also a formidable trainer in reality, such awareness is unattainable. Oh, how I wish to battle him and exchange insights on nurturing Venusaur. Pika. Haha. Pikachu, you want to battle him too, right? Shizuka curiously gazed at the live stream. A classic 6v6 battle, a Master Ball level showdown. Teacher Lu versus the whirlwind-like billiards youth. As this was an international live broadcast, the platform provided real-time subtitle translation, allowing both participants to comprehend Teacher Lu's commentary. How dare he send out Charizard? And it exploded too. Let us see if my toxic works. Despite the disadvantageous type matchup, Venusaur managed to outlast Charizard through poison. Subsequently, Venusaur triumphed over both Dunsparce and Sunflora. Throughout the match, Teacher Lu from the red side deployed only Venusaur, achieving a remarkable feat of defeating 3 opponents. A flurry of question marks filled the screen. I'm stunned. A type disadvantage defeating Charizard. And in perfect condition? Teacher Lu has lost his appetite. My youth is over. Stop. This isn't even a Pokémon battle. Shizuka murmured. Gee, it can't be, it must be a gene. Crimson coughed as he recalled how much he enjoyed playing this game. In the virtual imagery, Bulbasaur's parasitic seeds entwined into vines, penetrating the body of Togekiss and incessantly siphoning its energy. Togekiss emitted a mournful cry, flapping its wings. Yet the gust of air it unleashed was thwarted by a shimmering barrier. During the live broadcast, Lu Yi's commentary resonated. Hold your ground. Do not falter. The opponent is about to explode. The toxic effects could be replaced with parasitic seeds, which yielded even better results. A purple hue, indicative of poisoning, enveloped Togekiss. Yet it continued to be tormented by the relentless vines. Even if an attack barely landed, the wound on Bulbasaur was no larger than a pinky finger. Yet Lu Yi commanded Bulbasaur to use photosynthesis. The screen was flooded with comments. Please, show some humanity. Is this what substitute poisoning looks like? I'm in love. 1 against 4. Bulbasaur has triumphed over 4. With a resounding thud, Togekiss plummeted from the sky in the live feed. In contrast, Bulbasaur appeared invigorated, eager to unleash another photosynthesis. Tokiwa, unable to contain her admiration, softly exclaimed, the timing was impeccable. Indeed, Crimson nodded, acknowledging that even a gene was no match for him. Outsiders revel in the spectacle, while insiders discern the subtleties. As a real-time tactical simulation, Pokémon Battle reflects the strategic prowess of trainers. Unlike ordinary spectators, Crimson and Tokiwa, both formidable trainers, perceived a deeper layer within the substitute poison strategy, which fundamentally hinged on precise timing, critically testing the trainer's command abilities. It was evident that this streamer, Lu Yi, was a seasoned trainer. Even a gene stood no chance against him. Now you understand why I didn't T-train today. Crimson chuckled. Observing the battles of trainers is an essential aspect of training. Tokiwa contemplated rebuking him, insisting it was merely a game. Yet, even if it was a game, it bore the essence of a high-stakes Pokémon battle. With curiosity ignited, Tokiwa and Crimson were fully engrossed in the live broadcast. Chapter 004. No internal saboteurs. Just a touch of luck in the live feed. As the opponent's final Pokémon, the Masquerain, fell, Lu Yi officially claimed victory. Throughout the match, he had summoned only Bulbasaur. Yet, through the substitute poison strategy, he had managed to exhaust all 6 of his opponent's Pokémon. 1 against 6. This was meant to be the ultimate glory for a trainer, yet in Lu Yi's livestream, it provoked a sense of irritation. How could such a dirty tactic exist? It wasn't the tactic that was dirty, it was Lu Yi's heart that was tainted. In the virtual imagery, Lu Yi returned Bulbasaur to its Pokeball, feeling a twinge of apprehension within. This Pokémon battle was not a turn-based game, but one demanding real-time commands through a microphone. Had it not been for Lu Yi's presence on the 5th level, combined with the fact that his opponent was somewhat inexperienced, he would have nearly faced a catastrophic failure. What a close call, but fortunately my skills proved superior, Lu Yi murmured to the viewers in the live stream. This remark seemed rather sardonic. To traverse 1 against 6 while nearly at full capacity with a Venusaur, would you truly label that as a close call? Must one harm the heart alongside the body? Having just concluded a battle with the gym leader, if you possess any conscience, you ought to visit me at the hospital. The risks of this strategy are exceedingly high. It is not the Pokémon that is in peril, but rather the safety of the trainer. This tactic is infuriating to behold. Teacher Lu, extend your head my way. Allow me to assist you. Lu Yi remained unperturbed. Thanks to Teacher Lu for being a trainer. A gift of an airplane was sent, but Teacher Lu is not a trainer. It is merely a hobby of his. At this moment, the audience wished they could inundate Lu Yi's live stream with their disdain. Your hobby is to study underhanded tactics? With mere interest. Can one truly manage to conquer 6 opponents with a single Venusaur? Teacher Lu, you still insist you are not a trainer. Grateful for the generous contributions from the combatants. The enthusiasm surged. Just moments ago, Lu Yi, barely hanging on, suddenly animated as the rocket effects filled the stream, his tone elevating an entire octave. Thank you, esteemed patron. Huh, is this a counterfeit account? In an instant, the fans filled the room with lamentations. The patron is confused. Chi Bao, do not bestow gifts upon Teacher Lu. You might be led astray. Goodness, it is indeed the world champion. The world champion has sent rockets to Teacher Lu. At his computer, Lu Yi gazed at the familiar name, pausing for 0.005 seconds before swiftly granting Chi Hong administrative rights and sending a private message. Has Teacher Lu had his meal today? Chi Hong, this is my account. Let us communicate more often from now on. This private message was thoughtfully translated into Japanese. prompting Lu Yi to commend his own cleverness. Following Chi Hong's appearance in Lu Ye's livestream, the hype surrounding the world champion propelled the viewer count beyond 500,000. The back-end gift data skyrocketed, and the barrage of comments flooded the screen. Teacher Lu, you've hit it big. Could you possibly ask Chi Hong for an autograph? Chi Bao, Mama loves you. As it is an international platform, the audience in the live stream comprised not only Chinese viewers, but also users from regions such as the United States, Hoenn, and Kalos. In no time, various languages flourished, creating a lively atmosphere in the stream. Is the host offline? Why is there no commentary? Please, Teacher Lu, perform another round against the Poison Gym. Will you hold fast? I've learned it. At this moment, Chi Hong was unaware that his unintentional actions would stir such a significant uproar. He glanced back at Shi Jiandiao, who smiled wryly and remarked, "You are already a world champion, and a true public figure at that." Chi Hong scratched his head, exclaiming, "The battle was simply exhilarating. I couldn't help but think about how a kin would react if he saw you gifting his opponent." Tokuwadai Lingxiang stifled a laugh. Chi Hong, feeling slightly embarrassed, suddenly noticed a private message pop up, specifically from Lu. "Did you have a good meal today?" As he read the message, Chi Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could he be wishing to spar with me in Pokémon battles? Tokuwadai Lingxiang chuckled knowingly. "I suspect he merely wants you to gift more. I remember you have studied Chinese, haven't you?" "Indeed." Chi Hong nodded, recalling that he had dedicated some time to learning it previously. The fighter, "There will be opportunities to communicate," smile. After replying to Lui, Chi Hong slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I almost forgot. I need to head to the Tokuwadai gym to practice with Qinglu. I can still make it if I leave now. Come along." Tokuwadai Lingxiang paused, gazing after Chi Hong's hurried figure. Her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she sighed in regret, thinking to herself that she still hadn't managed to mention the movie. As for Chi Hong, there were only 3 things Lui could discern. First, this fellow seemed to have purchased a property online, making his presence felt everywhere. Second, he was now Lui's benefactor, and it was essential to cling tightly to this golden opportunity. Third, what on earth did that ellipsis mean? And that smiling emoji, was he mocking me? If one wishes to speak, they should do so plainly without ellipses. The guessing game is exhausting. Lui let out a long sigh, feeling fatigued, and remarked, "Today's livestream concludes here. See you next time." Before he finished speaking, Lui executed a swift exit from the stream, leaving the audience in a state of confusion. Over 1 million viewers, and you ended the stream just like that? Why is your exit so practiced? Though his rapid departure appeared chaotic, his stylish composure was undeniably impressive. "Lui, your mother loves you." Unbeknownst to Lui, after Chi Hong sent a rocket, the subscriber count in the live stream was rising at an astonishing rate. The promise of showing his face at 100,000 subscribers was now approaching 5. Lu's appearance on screen was imminent. "Let us go, brothers. Keep it up. And we'll see Lu on camera next week." Surely no one genuinely thought Lu was an attractive streamer? It didn't matter how handsome he was. The main draw was listening to Lu's engaging monologues. While the subscriber count continued to soar, Lui had already closed the livestream software. After signing off, Lui began to study the game Pokémon Battle intently. He had nearly faced disaster today. This game was voice-controlled and real-time, with no restrictions on moves. He would be nearly invincible. System binding in progress. Binding successful. Host. Lui, who is speaking? In a moment of realization, I mistakenly believed it was someone else. Had I known sooner, I would have recognized it was my golden finger. Chapter 005. Suggested revision, overabundance of elements. Previously mentioned, Lu Yi is a professional trained individual who, regardless of how humorous a situation may be, will not succumb to laughter. Yet, this golden finger managed to coax an unrestrained smile from the corners of Lu Ye's mouth. I maintain that a traveler must inherently possess a golden finger. Let me discern what this system truly offers. Before Lu Ye's eyes materialized faint inscriptions, bearing a resemblance to the attributes bar found in virtual online games. The system's emotionless mechanical voice responded, "Current points, 1720. Lu Yi, exasperated, pressed his forehead. What do those points have to do with video view counts? Expanding influence through the internet is one of the essential qualities of a legendary trainer, the system continued. Wait, I never intended to become a trainer. After a prolonged silence, the system gradually revealed a line of text. This system is also known as the Legendary Trainer Development System. Once bound, it cannot be unbound. Please take note. Are you brave enough to employ some real-world tactics? Lu Yi quirked a smile, only to let out a long sigh in resignation. Regardless, becoming a streamer also allows for the accumulation of points, leading to a similar end. From this day forth, this system shall be known as the Super Streamer Development System. Who is in favor, and who is against? Ding. Would you like to spend 1,000 points to rename the system to Super Streamer Development System? Is that so? A mere 2,000 points, and you want to charge me 1,000 just for a name change? Pathetic operation. Lu Yi boldly declared, no, it's just a flawed system. It can't compel me to become a trainer, can it? After a brief silence, the system proactively presented Lu Yi with a lottery screen. Current function, 10 consecutive draws. Store's first 10 consecutive draw guarantees, limited time offer. Are you a strategist from a pig factory or a goose factory? Do you require a first recharge of 6 yuan to access a Battle Pass gift pack? Lu Yi fumed, yet he could not restrain himself from clicking into the 10 consecutive draw interface. The lottery interface is rather extravagant. The host can customize the format of the 10 consecutive draws, including options such as unboxing, drawing symbols, and briefcases. Are you certain this won't lead to copyright disputes? Lu Yi smirked. Is this not the unboxing interface? Moreover, it has elements from Rainbow Six and On My OG, and you've even pilfered from Hearthstone and Arknights? Parallel universe. Please do not take it personally. Lu Yi helplessly remarked. The format is set to Hearthstone card packs. Settings complete. The drop rates have been disclosed. Please check them at your convenience. Drop rate disclosure. 60 common white, 30 rare blue, 9 epic purple, 1 legendary orange. For a moment, Lu Yi was at a loss for words and rubbed his forehead. Even the drop rates are publicized. You are quite in tune with current affairs. Never mind. Let us try a 10 consecutive draw. Would you like to spend 1,000 to perform a 10 consecutive draw? Yes, absolutely. Bang. 2 ancient-style card packs appeared out of thin air. Lu Yi seized one card pack and began to spin it clockwise incessantly. Shimmering shards flew about as the card pack was opened by a mysterious force, and 5 cards soared into the air. Rare. Out of 5 cards, there was only one rare find. Moo Moo Fresh Milk. Moo Moo Fresh Milk. 100 nutritious milk, consumable by both humans and elves. This is also Kintaro's favorite drink. The remaining 3 common items were the orange fruit, which restores a small amount of stamina, and 2 peach fruits that heal poisoning. Indeed, it is a blue sky and white clouds. What a typical stroke of bad luck. Unfazed, Lu Yi shrugged and opened the second card pack. After 3 utterly ordinary common cards, the system suddenly exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. Epic. Why are you shouting so loudly? Lu Yi scrutinized the card. Suddenly taken aback. Japanese 3. You can proficiently use Japanese and accurately employ different tones, honorifics, and accents. Captain, don't shoot. I'm one of your own. In an instant, Lu Yi felt something new blossom in his mind, instantly applying what he learned. Given the user instructions, Lu Yi had a general understanding of the skills provided by the system. Level 1 represents what an ordinary person can achieve through effort. Level 2 signifies a commendable proficiency. Level 3 denotes industry-leading standards. Level 4 indicates cross-field expertise, and Level 5 represents the limits of human capability. With Japanese 3, it wouldn't be difficult for Lu Yi to mimic a piece in the style of Natsume Seiki. Of course, imitation is exhausting. Lu Yi planned to seize the opportunity to copy a novel from the greats. Only one card remained. Lu Yi steadied his emotions and revealed the last card. The system bellowed once more, but to Lu Yi's ears, it sounded like celestial music. Wow, golden legend, Lu Yi. I had thought that a legend was emerging amidst the cacophony of clamorous voices. The so-called golden rarity is nothing more than a canister of alkaloids, otherwise known as a dubious blue beverage that enhances speed. Speed enhancer, enhanced version capable of increasing a Pokémon's speed to a certain degree. With the enhanced version yielding more pronounced effects, human consumption is not advised, although it is explicitly stated that humans should not partake. The description seems to urge Lu Yi to consume it entirely. After much contemplation, Lu Yi ultimately decided to stow away the suspicious blue drink in a cupboard. He would first capture a Pokémon and then allow it to sample the beverage. The System's products should be trustworthy, while not a conventional trainer. Running a bit faster could hardly be detrimental. Speaking of which, he still had yet to procure a Pokéball. Tomorrow, he would visit the Pokémon shop. With the remaining 720 points, Lu Yi planned to save until he reached 1,000 points before attempting a tenfold draw. Just before slumber, Lu Yi downed the entire canister of Moo Moo milk, savoring the sweetness. Consumed delicious Moo Moo milk, points 40, subsequent consumption, host Constitution 1. Chapter 006, Great Dragon of Heaven. Earth Lord Xidagarba. Early on Sunday morning, Lu Yi encountered the landlord, who was up early to collect rent in the corridor. Little Lu, did you hear any strange noises last night? Huh, I went to bed quite early. What specifically happened? I'm not entirely sure. Many residents in the community have reported odd occurrences, and the corridor lights refuse to turn on. Our elevator only goes to the basement. Yet several tenants claim to have seen a button for the second basement. Don't worry, Lu Jia. It's probably just a burnout bulb. I'll check it out shortly. Lu Yi reassured her with a smile. Lu Jia let out a sigh of relief, her voice softening. I made fish head soup today. I'll have the suction cup puppet deliver it to you. Lu Yi nodded, but halfway to the corridor, a peculiar thought struck him. Could it be that the fish head soup is made from a king carp? The old building with 6 stories only had a freight elevator, and electrical shorts were quite common. Upon reaching the first floor, Lu Yi inspected the electrical panel and replaced the light bulb. Oddly enough, the bulb appeared to be functioning perfectly. Scratching his head in confusion, he inadvertently stepped into the elevator. The dim freight elevator was humid, and the rental advertisements were covered in mold. Beneath the button for 1, there was a faded button marked 2. Lu Yi rubbed his eyes. Yet only the button for 1 remained visible. Is this place haunted? Lu Yi swallowed hard. System, how should one typically address this situation? Recommended skills. Holy Light 1 requires 2,000 points. Punishment 1 requires 3,000 points. Great Dragon of Heaven 1 requires 5,000 points. You even have Punishment and Great Dragon of Heaven. Never mind. This isn't the time for complaints. Can you please provide me with a skill I can actually purchase? Recommended skill. Spirit Vision 1 requires 500 points. Would you like to spend 500 points to unlock the skill Spirit Vision 1? Hurry, hurry. As Lu Yi cautiously surveyed his surroundings, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Nothing appeared to be amiss. The cargo elevator was desolate, with a chilling breeze sweeping through, carrying a musty scent. A dim incandescent bulb flickered ominously. An elderly security guard outside stifled a yawn. Hey kid, you've been inside for quite a while. You're not, relieving yourself in there, are you? Lu Yi emerged from the elevator, his expression peculiar. Sir, are there any urban legends around here? Indeed, my granddaughter shared one with me. There's a tale of a woman known as the slit-mouthed woman, who is actually a spirit called the big-mouthed child. And then there's the cat-faced old lady. Guess what she is? A Zoroark. Please stop. Lu Yi interjected, his expression growing more curious. Your granddaughter seems quite knowledgeable. Of course, she's an elite trainer. The old man replied proudly. I recognize you. You're the tenant on the 6th floor. You've hardly stepped out in weeks. At your age, you should be making a name for yourself as a trainer, not cooped up as a small-time streamer. Thank you for your advice. Lu Yi hastily retreated. As he walked towards the Pokémon shop, he reflected on the earlier encounter. It likely was not a supernatural incident, merely a ghost-type Pokémon, which seemed quite reasonable. Lu Yi was a staunch materialist. It was indeed a challenge for physical fighters to tackle ghost types. He figured the shopkeeper could summon a few elite trainers to handle the situation without issue. Sighing to himself, Lu Yi opened a delivery app to search for nearby establishments. For lunch, there was a kaiseki restaurant offering slowpoke tail sashimi for 888 yuan per serving. How absurd, he muttered. I should purchase some Pokeballs first. There were several breeding houses nearby he planned to visit. In the system shop, the price for a red and white ball was 200, which seemed rather steep. Comparatively, the 500 yuan price tag in reality appeared much more reasonable. Upon reaching the Pokémon store, Lu Yi spent 500 yuan to buy 5 Pokeballs, leaving him with a balance of 17,000 yuan. However, within the breeding house, Lu Yi was disappointed to find none of the initial Pokémon he desired. Eevee and Rockruff are quite popular, the clerk lamented. Even with a pre-order, you'd need to wait 6 months. No worries, I was just inquiring, he replied. Similar to the precious pets of his past life, Eevee was priced at 3, while Rockruff was nearly 5. Lu Yi found himself somewhat financially constrained. Pokémon eggs like Caterpie or Weedle, however, were quite affordable, available for 200 to 300, with their quality left to chance. Bird-type Pokémon eggs, such as Pidgey and Swellow, were also for sale, priced around 2,000. However, Lu Yi contemplated that rather than purchasing such a commonplace spirit, it would be far more cost-effective to venture into the wilderness and capture one himself. He was advised by the shopkeeper to exercise caution, as there had been numerous reports of accidents and injuries in recent years. The plan to acquire an EV had thus been thwarted, leaving Lu Yi with no choice but to return home in resignation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a somber twilight enveloped the surroundings, while a flock of Spearows soared across the sky, emitting hoarse cries. With a curious gleam, Lu Yi toyed with the palm-sized Pokeball in his hand, and with a satisfying click, he expanded it, reveling in his amusement. He entered the elevator with practiced ease, but suddenly, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Something was amiss. The world before him blurred, as if someone had inverted the very hues of reality. If one were to describe it, it resembled a marvelous play of colors. The row of elevator buttons was smeared with eerie green handprints, resembling blood. The overhead incandescent bulb trembled violently, producing a screeching sound. its filament flickering furiously before finally extinguishing. In the ensuing silence, a putrid odor filled the air, and a damp, cold wind licked at Lu Ye's neck like a sinister tongue. A shiver coursed through his body. The elevator doors, which had automatically closed, slowly opened after descending to the second basement level. Spiritual Vision 1. Critical success. A vivid, fluorescent green appeared before Lu Ye's eyes, as clear as an eagle's sight. In that moment, Lu Ye found an unexpected tranquility, raising his head with an expressionless demeanor. Before him was a pair of large, bulging eyes, a grin stretching from ear to ear, and a long, crimson tongue. The ghostly entity drew closer, scrutinizing Lu Ye with its wide gaze. The two locking eyes for a full minute. Suddenly, a bright light burst forth. Lu Ye lowered his head, trembling hands sending a message to the livestream audience. Image, what should I do if I encounter a ghost late at night? I'm waiting online, it's quite urgent. Chapter 007. Kingolf has joined the chat group. Teacher Lu, today is your day. Ah, this is adorable, I want one. Hey, the person upstairs, please be human. The previously silent members of the group erupted into a lively atmosphere. Battler, how about trying to throw a Pokeball? Teacher Lu, are you sure it won't become enraged if I throw the ball? Battler, the user known as Crimson once again went silent. Lu Ye set down his phone, emboldened by a surge of courage, and shot a fierce glare at the ghostly figure. What are you staring at? At that moment, his phone buzzed again, a somewhat familiar voice suggesting, Shokabutsu Daisuke, judging by its gaze, it seems quite fond of you. Lu Ye pondered for a while, but could not recall who this person was. Teacher Lu, is this what you call fondness? It's clearly coveting my body. In the video, a ghostly figure composed entirely of black mist, known as Guis, gazes with wide eyes, joyfully licking the sharply defined features of a handsome young man. Teacher Lu wipes the drool off his face and calls out to Guis, stop licking and smile. Guis is momentarily taken aback, but then happily flits in front of the camera, its bulging eyes completely blocking the view. In Chongping City, at the Chongping Dojo, Chihong cannot help but smile. Hey, training is starting. A striking young man with straight brown hair and a pendant around his neck sits atop the massive shoulders of a super armor Tyrantrum, crossing his arms. What are you looking at? Still grinning like an idiot. Recently discovered is a battle streamer. Chihong, holding his phone, chuckles. It seems he intends to breed a new Jengar. Qinglu, having jumped down from the super armor Tyrantrum's shoulder, glances at the video on the phone with hands in pockets and nods lightly. This Guis has quite good potential. Chihong looks up in surprise at Qinglu. Professor Oak once mentioned that Qinglu's ability to nurture Pokémon could maximize their potential and capabilities. If he thinks so, then this Guis is undoubtedly worth cultivating. Isn't that a gaming streamer? Qinglu shrugs, why not just go watch the Masters tournament live? Although it's a game, his tactical awareness surpasses that of many master trainers. Chihong replies with a laugh. Moreover, hasn't the virtual imaging technology from the Fladari Institute already been integrated into the game? It won't be long before we can duel online. Ha! Qinglu's gaze sharpens, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, even in a game. I will not lose to you. Isn't that enough? Chihong blushes slightly. Let us not talk about this anymore. Let's train. At that moment, the phone vibrates. Chihong glances down at the chat interface and smiles. He indeed caught Guis. Qinglu, crossing his arms, suddenly says, add me to that group. What? Just to pass the time? You don't even watch live streams. It's too noisy. If I ask you to add me, just do it. Alright. Why are you being so fierce all of a sudden? Want a battle? Can we attack the trainer directly, right? Go for it, Pikachu. Super Armor Tyrantrum, shake. A new message appears. Your friend Qinglu has joined the chat group. Encountering ghosts late at night generally offers 3 choices. Pretend not to see them and walk out of the elevator with a calm demeanor. Engage them in lighthearted conversation while indicating that today as trainers are quite predictable, or simply muster the courage to let loose. Thus, Lu Ye boldly chooses to confront the audacious specter. How dare you wreak havoc here? Great dragon of heaven and earth, I summon my Pokeball. Creatures like Guis, often featured in horror films, are fundamentally Pokémon, thus maintaining a semblance of scientific credibility. Thus, it adhered to the fundamental laws of the spirit, transforming into a beam of red light that flew into the Pokeball, ceasing its movement after a mere 3 shakes. Lu Ye found it rather tedious as he picked up the Pokeball from the ground, releasing a long sigh. Raising a ghastly, while perhaps acceptable, left him with an odd expression. At the very least, Jengar was somewhat endearing, wasn't it? To be candid, Jengar from the anime was undeniably charming. Yet upon its emergence into reality, as the Pokeball opened, a cloud of black mist slowly revealed a pair of large, white eyes, accompanied by a wide maw that stretched to the root of its tongue, showcasing sharp teeth. Ghastly floated joyfully behind Lu Yi, enveloping him with a sinister laughter akin to the sound of clanging weights. Lu Yi glanced upwards, encountering the gaping maw and its menacing teeth, while Ghastly squinted its eyes into slits, extending its crimson tongue. Ghastly, slurp. Lu Yi wiped the drool from his face. Quite adorable indeed. Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone. It's decided to be you. Achievement description: capture any initial spirit, reward 500 points, remaining points 720. If one were to overlook the details, Ghastly, composed entirely of gas, merely appeared as a cluster of black mist, its large, white eyes within Lu Yi's scope of acceptance. Although his plan to raise an EV had fallen through, Lu Yi now had the opportunity to venture out at night to frighten young women, crossed out. However, he had also opened a path towards becoming a terrifying game streamer. Ghastly continued to swirl joyfully in midair as the elevator's lights flickered back to life. As the elevator ascended slowly, Lu Yi retrieved Ghastly into the Pokeball, lost in contemplation. If it could evolve into Gengar, its combat capabilities would indeed be formidable. Yet, what need did he have for combat prowess? At worst, he could have Ghastly serve as a mascot for his streaming sessions. You have a new message. Administrator Battlemaster has invited Kingolf to join this group. Huh? Kingolf? Bewildered by the notification on his phone, Lu Yi gazed at Kingolf's profile with a look of confusion. Could this esteemed individual truly be the Kanto champion renowned as the Nurturer? No way, it really is him. In a special episode, after succeeding as the leader of the Tokiwa Gym, Kingolf assembled a team with an average level of 70 in less than a year. Lu Yi mused that grinding against wild monsters was hardly comparable. The prowess of this gaming master was indeed terrifying. After Lu Yi posted that video, the group chat instantly shifted to discussions about the training methods for Ghastly. Was Teacher Lu planning to cultivate a Gengar proficient in poison type? No. I believe Gengar would be better suited specializing in the ghost domain. Why do you insist on saying no? Group member Kingolf has posted a new document on the training methods for Ghastly. Wow. This master is truly a big deal. Even Kingolf is a fan of Teacher Lu. I'm utterly astonished. This is what professionalism looks like. After publishing this document, Kingolf once again vanished into obscurity, concealing both merit and fame. Lu Yi gazed at the document within the group with a complex expression. It was certain that the cultivation manual penned by the cultivator Kingolf possessed unparalleled professionalism and accuracy. After a fierce internal struggle, Lu Yi let out a deep sigh. I never intended to become a trainer. Subsequently, Lu Yi opened the section titled Cultivation Methods for Ghosts. Chapter 008, Damage Ratio of Meats. Just a quick glance was Lu Yi's initial thought. However, upon opening the document, he was instantly captivated by the vast array of specialized terminology and cultivation knowledge, becoming deeply engrossed. It was akin to a novice Terran warrior, freshly emerged from a beginner village, suddenly receiving a foolproof strategy from a seasoned expert. From the dietary habits and behaviors of ghosts to the training of their moves, every detail was meticulously documented, more thorough than an academic paper. At the bottom of the paper, the sources of the references were kindly noted. Okiyuki, an inquiry into the inclusion of ghost types in companion beast studies. Kikuko, the origins of fear from Guis to Jengars. In the acknowledgements, Kingolf mentioned a connection between the Kanto ghost type champion Kikuko and his grandfather, Okiyuki. Utilizing Dr. Okiyuki's scientific research methods and synthesizing them with Kikuko's experiential theories, Kingolf arrived at this cultivation method. It seemed Kingolf intended to publish this paper under Okiyuki's name to ease the conflict between the two, but ultimately, it remained unresolved, benefiting Lu Yi inadvertently. What a dutiful grandson. Lu Yi felt a touch of emotion. Even if auctioned, this cultivation method would fetch a considerable sum. The cultivation manual produced by the cultivator Kingolf was at least of purple epic quality. While it may not compare to Sakiki's Essence of the Earth, it was nonetheless a rare treasure for ghost-type trainers. What a pity. Lu Yi sighed. This material held little value for him. Some methodologies were indeed similar to his speculations, so he decided to let Guis have fun with it. Lu Yi harbored little enthusiasm for training Pokémon. Yet, since it was there, he might as well allow Guis to ponder over it. With a flicker of red light, a cloud of black mist, Guis blinked its large eyes, curiously surveying its new abode. Stay here and don't move. Lu Yi dodged Gui's extending tongue. I'm about to start a live stream. Gah? Is it boring? Here, take this little book and read it. Guis looked at Lu Yi with a gaze that suggested he was an idiot. Your little book doesn't contain a single illustration. Just dense lines of text filled with academic jargon? Oh, you can read? Lu Yi presented the freshly printed cultivation methods for Guis before Gui's eyes. Let me test you. How many peculiar usages of strange abilities are mentioned in this paper? The strange light is one of the techniques that Ghast can master in the early stages. Kingold believes that Ghast, born from optical pollution, possesses a natural affinity for the strange light. Consequently, there is significant room for training Ghast's strange light. Lu Yi, however, is rather disinterested in training. He cannot allow Ghast to disrupt the live stream, yet it cannot remain confined in its Pokeball indefinitely. Imparting some knowledge is certainly worthwhile. Ghast, perplexed by Lu Ye's inquiry, turned pale and floated listlessly in the air. After a moment, it gathered its wits and focused intently on the paper before it. I must thoroughly comprehend this paper today. Lu Yi nodded in satisfaction. By the way, there are berries in the cabinet. Feel free to dive in if you're hungry. After instructing Ghast, Lu Yi approached his computer and opened the livestream platform. Wow, the subscriber count has already reached 6. Lu Yi stroked his chin, pondering that in a few weeks, he should be able to accomplish his task. I am truly not a pretty face streamer. Task description: achieve a modest goal of 10 subscribers. Task reward: 1,000 points, a random skill, and a move machine for substitute. Lu Yi had inquired about the so-called substitute. Is it reliable? The system replied that it is not a question of reliability, but rather that it is a rather unsavory technique that can interact with other moves. Lu Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to awaken something like a Killer Queen or a Platinum Star, only to discover it was merely a substitute. As the livestream room opened, the ravenous viewers streamed in. Dinner is served. For newcomers watching for the first time, is this the live stream of a combat enthusiast? Teacher Lu, please provide a tutorial on countering poison. Lu Yi glanced at the barrage of comments. Today, I shall present something different. Opening the team editor, Lu Yi dragged a cute Shroomish into his lineup, instantly provoking a flurry of question marks. What use does Shroomish have? Its base stats are low. Its resistances are weak. It's impractical. It's even inferior to Venusaur. Please switch to another Pokémon. Unfazed, Lu Yi clicked on the matchmaking interface. Oh no. Teacher Lu is about to lose. In the virtual image, Lu Yi matched with a player from the Sinnoh region, who was officially certified. Sinnoh region Grass-type gym leader. Kaizhong. Wow, the Grass-type gym leader from Sinnoh. This is a genuine expert in grass types. Is Teacher Lu really going to use Shroomish? To everyone's surprise, the opponent also led with Shroomish. It was evident that Kaizhong used their personal image for their profile card. In the lush grassy arena, a girl with short orange hair, clad in a blue shawl and brown shorts, revealing her midriff, summoned her Pokémon. With a flash of red light, 2 Shroomish, one large and one small, appeared on the field. Clearly, the mushroom cultivated by Kaizhong surpasses that of Lai in excellence. Alas, disaster looms. It is utterly ludicrous to think that anyone would believe Teacher Lu could triumph over the gym leader, especially since he is not even a Dream Master, and yet dares to engage in battle. In the virtual arena, Kaizhong's mushroom launched an initial assault, charging with remarkable speed and striking Lai's mushroom in the abdomen with a fist at sonic velocity, sending it sprawling over 3 meters. It feels as if rice is being sown directly into my mouth. They say to avoid using mushrooms. Wouldn't it be wiser to utilize a Venusaur instead? As the situation grew dire, Lai calmly articulated, the opposing mushroom is likely a master of dream techniques. My mushroom, however, possesses the ability of poison heal. The sonic punch struck true, yet Lai's mushroom did not succumb. Though it trembled, it let out a piercing cry as its injuries visibly began to heal. What on earth? Does this mushroom carry leftovers? How is it recovering so swiftly? It must be a toxic orb. Teacher Lu's mushroom is equipped with a toxic orb. The poison heal ability allows the Pokémon to gradually regain health while in a poisoned state, and the toxic orb inflicts poison status. Together, these elements create an almost miraculous recovery speed. The 2 mushrooms continued their fierce exchange. One's vitality dwindled while the other regained health at a staggering rate. A flurry of question marks erupted in the chat. Is this a game we can't afford to play? After nearly 100 rounds, realizing victory was unattainable, the beleaguered Kaizhong voluntarily surrendered. Amidst a cascade of question marks, the stream's popularity surged to 60. Teacher Lu is indeed extraordinary, truly a paragon of both intellect and valor. Could this be the legendary poison mastery? In the virtual imagery, Lai withdrew his mushroom, a faint smile gracing his lips. The poison that guards against poison is not the lethal kind, but rather the healing poison. An avalanche of gifts flooded the screen, subscriptions skyrocketed, and the system's metrics continued to rise. Can you believe this? Even the gym leader has surrendered? Teacher Lu is phenomenal. Chapter 009. It is decided to be Yu. Kaizhong gazed in bewilderment at the fallen mushroom. As an expert in grass-type Pokémon, he was well acquainted with the habits and combat styles of the mushroom. Yet, his opponent's audacious strategy caught him completely off guard. To trigger the poison heal ability with the toxic orb? Saizhong mused. What a bold notion. In reality, there have been those who proposed a poison heal strategy for mushrooms. But it typically remains a passive tactic. The toxicity of the toxic orb imposes a significant burden on the Pokémon, and even with poison heal, it cannot fully mitigate the effects. Thus, grass-type trainers generally opt for mushrooms with the technician ability, enhancing their close combat capabilities while maintaining sustainability in battle. However, at this moment, Teacher Lu's tactics seem to have opened a gateway to a new realm for Kai Zhong. What if the sustaining effects of the parasitic seed were to counterbalance the toxicity of the venomous gem? Kai Zhong began to fervently construct this strategy in his mind. By utilizing a decoy to mitigate the toxicity, the healing properties could entirely absorb the venom of the lethal gem. The combination of parasitic seeds, toxins, the venomous gem, and decoys presents an audacious method of cultivation. A fervent expression emerged on Kai Zhong's face, realizing that this strategy could indeed be applied in reality. In a flurry of excitement, Kai Zhong hurriedly accessed Teacher Lu's homepage, eager to delve deeper. The highest ranking being 7th in the world. Kai Zhong's eyes widened in astonishment. He swiftly glanced at the newly joined fan group, noticing a change in his expression. Mr. Scarlet was actually present, and championing Lu. Both of them are also fans of Teacher Lu. Overwhelmed, Kai Zhong murmured, such a renowned master of the grass type. Miss Li Jiao must surely know him, right? I wonder if I could seek his guidance at this year's Attribute Expert competition. Opening a Pokeball, a flash of red light appeared. Kai Zhong gazed at his other Shroomish with the healing trait and began to carefully recall the battle scene from earlier. It turned out he hadn't intentionally provoked, but rather embodied the essence of the healing strategy. Kai Zhong's gaze regained its determination as he clenched the Pokeball. I must continue to strive. After the glorious broadcast, the subscription count in Lu Ye's livestream soared to 7. In just a single night, Lu Ye amassed nearly 2,000 yuan in donations. Although the precise income requires further accounting, it was enough for Lu Ye to treat himself. He retrieved a can of ice-cold soda from the small refrigerator, popping it open with a satisfying sound as he languidly leaned back in his gaming chair. System. Check remaining points. Points. 970. Due to the excellent performance of the program, Lu Ye gained nearly 200 points. And it wouldn't be long before he could indulge in another 10 consecutive draws. Upon entering the partition, Gaisai remained intently floating over the cultivation manual, diligently studying. Like a stern teacher, Gaisai's expression was serious as he scrutinized the documents. A small claw formed from the black mist cradling an orange fruit. With a crunch, it appeared he had discovered some brilliant insight, as Gaisai nodded in satisfaction, promptly biting into the orange fruit, juices bursting forth. Lu Ye couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression. Goodness, he's dining on academic papers. Hearing the commotion, the black mist abruptly converged. Gaisai turned in surprise, immediately grinning widely and extending his tongue towards Lu Ye. With a crunch, Lu Ye attempted to stroke Gaisai's head, only to find his hand passing through the black mist, his fingertips experiencing a chilling and numbing sensation. Suddenly, an emotionless announcement from the system echoed in Lu Ye's ear. Gaisai, a rare gaseous life form, can incapacitate even an Indian elephant within 10 minutes when shrouded in gas. Lu Ye's expression shifted slightly. Damn it, why didn't you mention that? Fortunately, Gaisai relished Lu Ye's touch and consciously controlled the toxin, transforming it into a mist that swirled around Lu Ye's palm. Lu Ye sighed in relief and smiled. What would you like for a midnight snack? Gaisai widened its large, bell-like eyes, blinking in surprise. Gaisai replied, Here, take your phone. Lu Ye handed the phone to Gaisai and retrieved the moisture-soaked document. Glancing at Gaisai's cultivation manual, Lu Ye exclaimed, Well, would you look at that? You've even taken notes. Gaisai proudly held the phone in its mouth and raised its head triumphantly. Earlier, Lu Ye had half-jokingly asked Gaisai to highlight the usage of the peculiar light. In less than 2 hours, the manual was filled with damp, sticky underlines and annotations made by Gaisai itself. You truly are a genius. Lu Ye chuckled as he returned the cultivation manual to its place. Stop grinning like an idiot and order takeout. Mastering the peculiar light is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Given Lu Ye's modest expectations of Gaisai, his primary goal was to save on electricity expenses. Gaisai carefully placed the phone on the table, its eyes gleaming as it fixated on the array of delectable dishes displayed on the screen, swallowing back a drool with a soft sound. Yet, it couldn't help but wear an infatuated grin, extending its long tongue to lick the menu item featuring scallion duck. Gaisai remarked, Scallion duck? We had that last time. Let's try something different. Lu Ye stroked his chin thoughtfully, suggesting, How about barbecue? The reviews for their lamb skewers seemed quite favorable. Gaisai's eyes sparkled in agreement. Extra spicy, cumin, and ice-cold beer. Perfect. Half an hour later, Luyi set a table by the window. The evening breeze was gentle, and the aroma of grilled skewers wafted enticingly, igniting one's appetite. Gaisai, accompanied by creamy milk, blushed from the spice, yet fervently devoured the glistening skewers. Slow down, there's no one competing with you. Even as a spiritual entity, Gaisai appeared more refined in its black mist after finishing the skewers. Speaking of which, the flavor of the grilled skewers was delightful, perhaps even surpassing that of the goat meat. After sipping a refreshing cold beer, Luyi inquired, "How did you end up here?" "I read online that Gaisai's habitat is not in towns." Gaisai paused its movements, tilting its head in silence for a moment, then buried itself in the pile of lamb skewers. Not willing to share, Luyi gently poked at the surrounding black mist, smiling. "That's all right. We shall be family from now on." As the evening breeze caressed the air, Gaisai suddenly lifted his head, his eyes morphing into waves of emotion. Overwhelmed to the point of teary-eyed joy. "Please don't wipe your nose on my clothes." "No, don't." He narrowly escaped being engulfed by Gaisai, an experience akin to the suffocating wildness of an African elephant. Retrieving a suspicious blue beverage labeled Speed Enhancer, Advanced Edition, from the cupboard, he prepared it as breakfast for Gaisai the next day. Luyi placed Gaisai atop the ceiling, transforming it into a makeshift resting spot. One must admit, awakening to the sight of a grinning ghost every morning imbued Luyi with a profound sense of security. "Turn off the lights, Gaisai." "Kokok." Following Luyi's command, Gaisai extinguished the power in the room. Yet, unbeknownst to Luyi, as he drifted into slumber, a gentle glow enveloped Gaisai, illuminating the surroundings like fireflies. A manifestation of the peculiar light that Luyi had requested Gaisai to master in the morning. Chapter 10. The visit from Dr. Yamanashi with the weekend's two-day holiday concluded. Luyi returned to university. However, following the shifts in the world line, the Magical City University had undergone a remarkable transformation. As he strolled through the campus, he encountered numerous boys and girls carrying Pokeballs, some allowing their Pokémon to accompany them freely. Most of these were petite creatures, such as Pidgey, Houndour, and Espurr, while others zipped past on the back of a speedy bear Pokémon. Racing Pokémon is prohibited on campus. Calm down, that's part of the battle department. They are training today. Perusing the official website, Luyi discovered that a new trainer academy had indeed emerged in the South Campus, with Pokémon battles and breeding being prioritized as key specialties. Nonetheless, these developments bore little relevance to Luyi's major in finance. Although a few elective courses in Pokémon studies had been added to his schedule, the core content of his major remained largely unchanged. Fortunately, he still had time to review. Otherwise, his scholarship for the semester would be in jeopardy, he muttered. Indeed, Luyi, while being a gaming streamer, was also an academic star, consistently ranking among the top 3 in his department, with a chance to compete for a national scholarship in the latter half of the year. Despite being a freshman, his high looks and commendable grades earned him significant popularity across all grades. The first elective course of the morning was History of Sinnoh Pokémon. Upon entering the lecture hall, Luyi found it overflowing with students. "Luyi, over here." His roommate, Liang Dayo, who was pursuing dual degrees in law and computer science, waved him over. Although he sported a buzz cut, his receding hairline betrayed him, prompting a deep sense of admiration. What a formidable individual. Taking the seat his roommate had saved, Luyi whispered, "Why are there so many people today? The professor isn't even taking attendance." Liang Dayo chuckled. "Haven't you checked the group chat? Today's class is taught by a foreign instructor, a Pokémon doctor no less." Luyi paused for a moment, intrigued. "From which region is this Pokémon doctor?" "In the Sinnoh region, Dr. Yamashita." The auditorium was filled to capacity when suddenly, a thunderous applause erupted, and a few journalists with equipment made their way in from the back. An elderly gentleman with a distinguished mustache, exuding an air of authority, strode into the classroom carrying a briefcase. With his gray hair slicked back and dressed in a gray coat, complemented by a blue velvet waistcoat and a tie, Dr. Yamashita cleared his throat and greeted everyone in English. "I am Yamashita from the Sinnoh region, and I will be your instructor for today's lesson." A wave of astonishment swept through the classroom. Liang Dayo, lowering his voice, could hardly conceal his excitement. Dr. Yamashita is a renowned expert in evolutionary studies, hailed as the foremost scholar of Sinnoh. Luyi, with a complex expression, remarked, "I know him." "Of course you do," retorted Liang. "Isn't he the Pokémon professor who provides new trainers with their starter Pokémon?" Despite their initial excitement, the students quickly composed themselves and began to listen attentively. Although the lecture was conducted entirely in English, the authoritative figure captivated his audience with an engaging narrative. The history of Sinnoh Pokémon, rooted in the mythological era, represents a microcosm of the global Pokémon history. According to legend, following the cataclysmic event known as the Big Bang, a singularity gave birth to the oldest deity, Arceus. Subsequently, on the third day, Arceus created deities to govern time, space, and antimatter, endowing living beings with emotions, will, and knowledge. Just as the audience became engrossed in the tale, Dr. Yamashita abruptly rapped the blackboard, stating solemnly, "Perhaps many of you will never again encounter this history of Pokémon. Yet, history is humanity's treasure, and it constitutes a valuable asset for you as well." The focus of Magic City University's key disciplines is in the humanities, which likely explains the institution's invitation to Dr. Yamashita to deliver this lecture. As Liu Yi pondered this, Liang Daio elbowed him in a state of panic. "Doctor," Yamashita spoke in a deep voice, "does anyone here know the names of the Pokémon mentioned in these mythological epics?" The atmosphere in the classroom grew tense, as few would have memorized such obscure names. In a parallel world, it would be akin to recalling the names of several heroes from the Iliad. Even the most ardent players might not be confident in their accuracy. Noticing the silence, Dr. Yamashita stroked his mustache and added, "It's perfectly all right if you cannot name them. Let us discuss your perspectives on the history of Pokémon." Scanning the room, Dr. Yamashita nodded toward a handsome young man in the front row. "You there? Would you care to share your thoughts?" At the mention of handsome, all eyes in the classroom turned to Liu Yi. Liang Daio, reveling in the moment, elbowed Liu Yi playfully, stifling laughter, as if tears were about to spill from the corners of his eyes. If it weren't for his receding hairline, Liang would undoubtedly be considered a handsome young man as well. "Teacher, may I answer the previous question?" "Of course." Dr. Yamane nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the three deities that bestow emotions, will, and knowledge upon living beings: Imrito, Yaknam, and Yushi. Liu Yue responded leisurely. According to legend, these deities reside in the sacred lakes of Shin Ao, Lake Xinchi, Lake Jiji, and Lake Lishur. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Liang Daio glanced back to see a girl in the rear, staring at Liu Yue in a trance. Dr. Yamane appeared momentarily taken aback, as Liu Yue had meticulously translated several specialized terms into Japanese for clarity. "Indeed, your explanation was exceedingly precise," Dr. Yamane remarked with a nod, leading the applause. The sound of clapping filled the room, accompanied by the click of cameras from the back, while Liu Yue wore an odd expression. "Is that it? Is knowing the names of divine beasts truly something remarkable? I also know about the ultimate necrozma. It would astonish you." Truly, Liu Yue is impressive, ranking among the top 3 scholars in the grade. When did he learn Japanese? His pronunciation is delightful. "Young lady, have you developed a crush?" "Ugh." Daio listened to the teasing from the back, maintaining a stoic expression as he retrieved a book on programming languages from his bag. Continuous learning is the only path to becoming stronger. After class, the students respectfully passed by Dr. Yamane, who nodded solemnly. A group of teachers gathered around him, and just as Liu Yue was about to leave, he was suddenly called back. "Liu Yue, my apologies, may I inquire about your plans for the afternoon?" "Doctor." Yamane had specifically singled out Liu Yue. Liu Yue was momentarily taken aback, and under the envious gazes of those around him, Liang Daio nudged him forward. "Good afternoon, Professor. I have no other classes scheduled for this afternoon." Dr. Yamane's brow relaxed. "I would like to invite you to serve as a translator for several specialized courses this afternoon." A wave of envious whispers erupted around him. The esteemed Doctor of Spirits is renowned across various academic fields. To accompany them is a dream for countless individuals. At this moment, it was Dr. Yamane who extended the invitation to Liu Yue. Clearly, this was Dr. Yamane's way of favoring Liu Yue and providing him with a practical opportunity. Chapter 011. Is it really so simple that you cannot do it? I would like to invite you to serve as a translator for the specialized courses this afternoon, Dr. Yamane stated. Liu Yue cast a glance at the Japanese translator beside Dr. Yamane, his counselor. Wasn't there already a translator? The counselor, Zheng Sheng, mouthed urgently. "What are you waiting for?" "Agree. Any guidance from a Doctor of Spirits is immensely valuable." The counselor sincerely hoped Liu Yue could seize more opportunities to showcase his talents. Indeed, Dr. Yamane cleared his throat, stating that it was not a lack of proficiency in Japanese on Teacher Zheng's part, but rather that certain technical terms warranted careful discussion. Liu Yue had left a profound impression on Dr. Yamane during the previous class. This also piqued his curiosity to learn more about the young man. With that, Liu Yi nodded and accompanied Dr. Yamashita to the next class. "Could you help me secure a few more credits?" Liu Yi whispered to the counselor beside him. "You rascal. Seizing the opportunity to gain a direct recommendation to the University of Tokyo is quite possible. Lu Yi smirked. The University of Tokyo is just average. If I wanted to pursue a master's, I would have switched to economics long ago. The counselor twitched his mouth, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. In the subsequent afternoon, rumors regarding Lu Yi began to circulate throughout the entire grade. That translator accompanying Dr. Yamashita is quite handsome. Are you foolish? That's the financial prodigy. Lu Yi, you didn't know? Dr. Yamashita made a slip of the tongue this afternoon, and it was Lu Yi who corrected him during the translation. I heard Dr. Yamashita invited Lu Yi to be his graduate student, and he actually declined? Wow, is Lu Yi really that significant? He even turned down a chance for graduate school. And it's with the Elite Academy, a prestigious program. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become a Pokémon trainer? As the rumors spread, it became evident that Dr. Yamashita's invitation was not without substance. Even after concluding his visit that day, he remained astonished by the knowledge and refinement of the students from the Magic University. Among them, the most impressive was the poised and erudite young man. Lu Yi, Dr. Yamashita murmured to himself, recalling Lu Yi's reasons for declining the invitation. The usually stern expression on his face softened into a smile. Not interested in becoming a Pokémon trainer? Then coming to my research institute as a researcher would suffice. Dr. Yamashita sighed, noting that aside from Zhulan, he had not encountered another young scholar with such a profound understanding of history. The champion of the Sinnoh region, Zhulan, was also a learned historian who had once served as an assistant in Dr. Yamashita's research institute. Reflecting on Lu Yi's confident demeanor when discussing the legends of Sinnoh, Dr. Yamashita mused, if the two of them were to converse, they might find numerous common topics. Once he had composed himself, Dr. Yamashita penned a heartfelt letter and handed it to the translator beside him. Mr. Zheng, could you please deliver this letter of introduction to Lu Yi? Dr. Yamashita nodded. If Lu Yi is uninterested in the University of Tokyo, I can recommend him for further studies at Yuhong University. The counselor gazed at the recommendation letter in astonishment, a sense of incredulity swelling within him. Yuhong University has always been regarded as a sacred institution by trainers worldwide, especially the Pokémon Academy and the Business School, which have nurtured illustrious figures such as Professor Okido and Zivich, the president of Devon Corporation. In the global university rankings, Yuhong University stands shoulder to shoulder with the elite Ivy League schools and often surpasses them in Pokémon studies. The counselor felt a surge of excitement on Lu Yi's behalf. I will ensure it reaches him. Please also convey this, Dr. Yamashita added with a smile. If he wishes to pursue academia, my research institute will always welcome him. In the span of a mere afternoon, Lu Yi left an indelible impression on Dr. Yamane. It was Lu Yi's profound knowledge and insights on Pokémon evolution that left the esteemed doctor in awe. Meanwhile, rumors surrounding the academic prodigy Lu Yi continued to circulate wildly within the confines of Magic City University. In the dormitory, Liang Dayo excitedly nudged Lu Yi. Brother Lu, what on earth did that old man ask you? About the evolution of Milotic, Lu Yi replied nonchalantly, and also regarding the phenomenon of the red Gyarados. Wow, you can tackle such difficult questions. Liang exclaimed. How could you not know such simple ones? Lu Yi pondered, wondering if these queries weren't common knowledge. In this world, they could still be regarded as significant research topics? At that moment, the counselor knocked on the dormitory door, calling Lu Yi out. Here is the letter of introduction from Dr. Yamane. The counselor swallowed hard. Take a good look. This isn't an ordinary institution like East University. This is Yuhong University, a sacred place in the hearts of trainers worldwide. Upon hearing the term trainer, Lu Yi, who had just picked up the letter, set it down again. It's not that I don't want to attend Yuhong University. I simply love Magic City University. Spare me, the counselor exclaimed, exasperated. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become a trainer. I am serious. Lu Yi's face was earnest, and tears welled up in his eyes. I have a deep affection for Magic City University. The counselor, nearly at his wit's end, forcefully thrust the letter into Lu Yi's hands, gritting his teeth. I can't deal with you anymore. Do as you wish. Gazing at the neatly pinned letter, Lu Yi sighed and tucked it into his pocket. Upon returning to the dormitory, Liang Dayo, who was at the bedside reviewing criminal law, absent-mindedly remarked, By the way, third brother, why did you refuse Dr. Yamane's offer for further studies? Lu Yi glanced at the criminal law book. I fear for my life. Aside from being a trainer, becoming a researcher was the second profession Lu Yi vehemently resisted. Don't you see? The renowned industry leader, Dr. Okido, nearly suffocated to death from a MOOC. The foremost expert in communications, Dr. Jinghui, switched bodies with a child, living out a tale akin to your name, and Dr. Oda from the Fengyuan region is perpetually pursued and bitten by a snivy. This is no animation. If a person gets struck by 10,000 volts, they will certainly perish. The bloody examples are right before our eyes. Thus, trainers are off limits. And researchers are even more so. In the dormitory, Tian Yue, who aspired to be a trainer and was clad in stylish attire, was flipping through a physical Pokédex. Brother Liu, there's the Pokémon Cup trainer competition organized by Pokémon Company in the Pudong district. Are you going to participate? Am I heading there just to be a pawn for the Pokémon Academy? Liang Dayo scoffed. Besides, third brother doesn't he even have a Pokémon? How can he compete? I have a beginner Pokémon. Lu Yi interjected. What is it? When did you catch it? Lu Yi took out a Pokeball, and as the red light flickered, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped by 5 degrees. Tian Yue was engrossed in searching for registration methods when he was startled by a ghostly face emerging from his phone, causing him to drop it in fright. Goodness! You nearly scared me to death. Liang Dayo rolled on the bed, laughing uncontrollably. You fool, are you really afraid of just a Ghastly? At that moment, Ghastly slowly turned its head, its mouth stretching to reveal a long, crimson tongue, flashing a friendly smile at Dayo. Dayo's face turned pale. Wow, Luzi, your Ghastly is impressive. Tian Yue observed Ghastly with excitement. It seems much stronger than the one from the battle department next door. Hee. Ghastly grinned widely, squinting its eyes and nodding at Tian Yue. Little brother, you're quite perceptive. Lu Yi recalled Ghastly. All right, enough of this banter. I need to get back to my rented room for a live stream. What? Luzi, you're not planning to compete. I've told you countless times. I have no intention of becoming a trainer. The votes during the new book period are crucial. Please, please, please support me with recommendations. Chapter 012, Ghastly. I train myself. The annual Pokémon Cup, held during the summer, is specifically designed for novice trainers, with most participants being senior high school students or first-year college students from Pokémon academies. As an officially recognized event by the association, achieving an excellent rank can assist in obtaining a beginner trainer certificate. However, Lu Yi had no desire to become a trainer and, naturally, no intention of participating. On a scorching summer day, within the confines of his rented room, the fan word, Lu Yi sat before his computer, editing the next video for release. Ghastly, facing the fan, opened its mouth wide, allowing the mist to swirl around, with its voice echoing in harmony with the fan's whirring. Oh well, regarding the Ghastly Cultivation Manual. Ghastly's progress had reached the section on how to command Ghastly in actual combat. With a lively temperament, Ghastly often displayed unexpected performances during battles. It diligently studied the book, nodding repeatedly. Hee, that makes a bit of sense. Thus, rather than adhering to rigid training, it was more effective to nurture Ghastly's autonomous combat awareness. How to nurture it? Each Ghastly possesses a unique personality, and their battling styles vary. Discovering the most suitable domain is the key. Got it. Floating in midair, Ghastly grinned proudly, wearing an expression of complete understanding. Within 2 days, Ghastly not only learned the move Strange Light, but also mastered Nightshade with ease. The source of this knowledge was Kingolf's Ghastly Cultivation Manual, which had been thoroughly worn out by Ghastly's incessant licking, with even the text becoming blurred. This truly demonstrates a deep comprehension of the material. Glancing sideways at Lu Yi, Ghastly noticed him still wholly engrossed in the computer. It couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. He opened the book and laid it across his face. Gooeys drifted in and out of the shadows, languidly. The Moo Moo milk in the refrigerator had been entirely consumed, and the dubious blue beverage was now depleted as well. The drink, labeled as a speed enhancer, visibly augmented Gooeys' swiftness in the inky haze. Given Gooeys' innate ability to meld with shadows, this also enhanced his stealth. As he blew bubbles, Gooeys' attention was caught by a line in the cultivation manual, invigorating him momentarily. What to do when a sprite is feeling down? What should I do? 1. Utilize items and sprite food to enhance the sprite's intimacy. But all the food at home has been consumed. 2. Engage in camping and picnic activities with your sprite. He doesn't even acknowledge me. 3. Inspire your sprite with a victorious battle. That's it. Gooeys pondered for a while, shaking his head. Suddenly, he recalled seeing a competition announcement on his phone yesterday. Floating over to Louis, Gooeys licked the side of Louis's face and blinked his eyes. Gooeys, oh. Louis immediately understood. Are you hungry? You can use my phone to order takeout. Successfully obtaining the phone, Gooeys inadvertently chuckled. What's with that laugh? It's quite eerie. Gooeys grinned mischievously, clutching the phone and sliding his tongue across the screen. Is it a photo collection of Lalina? No, not this. Is it a fashion show of Zyjor? Not this either. What on earth does this fellow usually watch? Gooeys' expression turned peculiar before his eyes sparkled with excitement. Pokémon Cup new trainer competition, inviting all aspiring trainers to participate. Filling out the registration required Louis' identification. After rummaging through drawers for a while, Louis finally found the ID. With his sharp teeth, he painstakingly filled out the registration form, and after a long half-hour, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Mr. Louis, your registration has been approved. Your participant number is 3534. The preliminary round will commence next Wednesday. Please be mindful of the time. Nodding in satisfaction, Louis seemed to rally his spirits, his eyes glowing with an inner fire. I must secure victory in this competition for my master. Finally finishing editing the video, Louis stretched. Turning around, he noticed Louis diligently studying the cultivation manual. This sparked a subtle shift in Louis' mindset. I train myself. There's no need for Louis' interference. Louis has meticulously arranged his diet, tactics, and training. This left Louis with a strange expression, leading him to feel an unsettling sense of inadequacy. System. Can you check what moves Louis has mastered now? Is it worth spending 500 points to unlock one privilege, sprite illustration? Indeed. Louis raised an eyebrow. Could there possibly be 8 privileges? Remaining points, 570. Target retrieval in progress. Target confirmed. Gun Ghost. Type. Ghost Poison. Ability. Levitate. Moves. Odd Light. Lick. Black Glare. Will-O-Wisp. Curse. Dark Shadow. Upon reviewing the list of moves, Louis' initial reaction was one of astonishment. In reality, there are no limitations on the number of moves. Hence the quantity can somewhat reflect the sprite's power. Certainly, many of these 6 moves may have been learned through the nurturing manual provided by Qinglu. Yet, this was sufficient to leave Louis astounded. Was it truly this formidable? And I merely captured it with a single ball. Louis scanned the list of moves once more, his amazement intensifying. It was simply outrageous. Out of the 6 moves, 5 inflicted abnormal statuses. This moveset would make any sprite feel inadequate. Odd Light could induce confusion, Lick could cause paralysis, and Will-O-Wisp could inflict burns. Black Glare prevented escape, while Curse systematically drained the opponent's vitality. If one were to include Toxic and Hypnosis, it would be an absolute annihilation. In reality, abnormal statuses can stack. This explains why Louis' substitute sprite was so infuriating. At this moment, he seemed to have stumbled upon a novel pathway to amplify this troublesome strategy. Confusion, paralysis, burns, and poison could all be inflicted simultaneously. Gun Ghost, the master of dirty tactics. Despite having identified a nurturing direction, Louis felt disinclined to engage in the cultivation process. When one is a trainer, it hardly seems worthwhile. Is live streaming for profit not enticing? The number of subscribers in the live room had already reached 8. With a little more effort, he could achieve his modest goal of appearing on screen. At this crucial juncture, the system issued a new task. Task: I am not a million view sensation. Task description: publish a video with 1 million views. Task reward: 1,000 points. Random skill 31. Random purple item 1. Louis had already experienced the benefits of system items. Merely the enhanced speed booster significantly elevated Gun Ghost's speed. Should he obtain a high-value item worth several hundred thousand, he could sell it and soar to new heights. The video he had just edited was precisely what he intended to publish next. Teacher Lou teaches you Battle 04, Shrinking Team. If there were any strategy more infuriating than the substitute poison tactic, it would undoubtedly be the Shrinking Team represented by the Pink Demon. With the evolutionary stone in hand, Chansey boasts exceptional special defense while continuously enhancing its evasion rate through shrinking. Unable to strike, and incapable of exhausting it. How could there be a sprite as splendid as Chansey? Louis' lips curled into a meaningful smile as he moved the mouse and clicked the upload button. Video uploading. Your new video has been published. Click to view Teacher Lou teaches you Battle 04, the Shrinking Squad. After publishing the video, Louis hurried off to attend his afternoon professional class. Meanwhile, the gaming area began to tremble once more, stirred by the presence of that man. Grandpa, the main update you were interested in has arrived. What kind of dirty tricks are we in for this time? I'm afraid. The video material was straightforward. Teacher Lou's traditional skills, 1 against 6. In the rocky arena, a cute Happiny stood, facing a prickly Electrode. The opponent was a jovial old man in a floral shirt, chuckling heartily. Electrode, unleash your electric attack. Sparks of electricity surged forth, creating a dazzling electric field that spread around. Happiny remained blissfully oblivious, shivering slightly after being struck, then patted its belly in a friendly gesture. The old man was momentarily stunned. Is this Electrode performing acupressure? It's making me laugh. Despite Happiny's lackluster speed, its special defense and health were astonishingly high. Happiny shrink. Happiny's tiny arms drew together, its body glowing white as it shrank visibly, circle after circle. Meanwhile, Electrode was accumulating energy, and with a scream, Brilliant currents surged into the clouds. The electric move, thunder, was unleashed. Dark storm clouds gathered, and a thick bolt of lightning crashed down, but it struck nothing. Missed the target? How could Happiny shrink so small already? After 3 successive reductions, Happiny had completely vanished from sight, effortlessly evading the lightning strike. In contrast, Electrode seemed to be grasped by invisible hands and was thrown skyward with a strange force. Is it being lifted high? It's Happiny's earth throw, Luyi explained calmly. Shrinking can evade the vast majority of skills, and with Happiny's durability and endurance, going 1 against 6 is hardly a challenge. Is this even human language? Luyi continued. Unless the opponent uses Earthquake to teach a lesson, the shrinking squad can counter the majority of strategies. Isn't that a bit too dirty? Bullying the elderly? I suggest a permanent ban. Given Happiny's rarity in reality, Luyi also recommended its lower-tier substitute in the video, Grimer. Grimer is not only easy to capture, but also has low breeding costs, excellent resistances, and decent output capabilities. Aside from its unpleasant odor and unattractive appearance, Grimer is practically all advantages. However, Luyi would never capture Grimer. Aesthetic preferences are just that practical. Understood. I will head straight to the sewers to catch a Grimer. Thank you. Teacher Lu, I'll choose Grimer as my starting Pokémon. My team, the Rockets, has dispatched a foul-smelling sludge. How might I cultivate it, Teacher Lu? Within a mere half hour, the video has amassed over 20,000 views. YouTube has also promptly shared Teacher Lu's video, amplifying its influence. Even the poison-type king of the Chengdu region, Aju, has retweeted it with the caption, "Well done." Aju, an expert in utilizing shrinking tactics, has armor on both sides of his shoulders adorned with the diminutive sludge, excelling in both offense and defense. Perhaps this is also due to Aju's habitual mask-wearing. Receiving the endorsement from one of the 4 kings instantly elevates Teacher Lu's authority. The video's popularity continues to soar, and fans are beginning to speculate about Teacher Lu's true identity. Is he a grass-type gym leader? A master of poison types? Regardless of the conjecture, they all converge on a singular conclusion. Teacher Lu is no ordinary game streamer. The ability to adeptly employ these 2 advanced strategies from reality suggests that he must also be a master-level trainer. Ranked 7th in the world, could Teacher Lu truly be a master? Boldly speaking, perhaps he is one of the 4 kings? Teacher Lu, the god of deceptive tactics. Among Teacher Lu's many admirers, Liangping from the Kanto region is merely a lowly member of Team Rocket. The term lowly refers to those who undertake all the dirty work without benefits, often scapegoated in the event of trouble. However, Liangping, having lost his parents at a young age, was taken in by Team Rocket. With merely a straw mat to sleep on and enough food to eat, he finds himself content. The competition within Team Rocket is ruthless. Under the law of the jungle, if one does not consume others, one risks being consumed. Yet, Liangping is a kind-hearted soul. He blushes when meeting others' gazes, speaks in a soft voice, and does not take offense even when mocked or insulted. Only at night, when the moonlight pours down, does he stealthily slip into the warehouse to converse with the battered little sprites. On one occasion, he secretly freed a mistreated Houndoom. Aside from his arm being bitten, he suffered 4 broken ribs at the hands of the Venom Instructor. Later, the Venom Instructor informed him that the Houndoom had fatally bitten an innocent citizen, who was subsequently shot dead by Junsa. Liangping felt a sense of confusion. Life in Team Rocket is shrouded in darkness, illuminated by only the faintest glimmer of hope. Desiring not to be belittled, he recognizes that the only path is to ascend. The reticent Liangping was once regarded as mute, devoid of the pleasure of insult, leading others to gradually overlook him. It took Liangping 2 years to rise from a lowly member to a preparatory rank. Another 2 years to ascend from preparatory to a soldier. When receiving Pokémon from the distribution group, all the quality Pokémon had already been chosen by others. It was only when the last Pokéball remained that the Venom Instructor cast a glance at Liangping. Strive to survive, he urged. Within that last Pokéball was a sludge-ridden creature, exuding a repugnant odor. With a stoic expression, Liangping tightly grasped the Pokéball, instinctively steering clear of the crowd. Upon returning to the underground chamber, he burst into tears. Stinky Mud stared blankly at Liangping, trying to wipe away his tears with its hands. However, feeling embarrassed due to its own filth, it sheepishly scratched its head. Stinky Mud was certainly not a Pokémon suited for beginners. Yet having it as his first companion was enough to fill Liangping's heart with contentment. After completing his chores, connecting to Team Rocket's internal network became Liangping's sole pastime. He relished the fiery battle videos of seasoned trainers and cherished the verdant breeding guides of nurturers. Most of all, he was captivated by the cunning yet enigmatic Teacher Lu. That day, exhausted, Liang Ping used a 3G connection to download videos for 3 hours. Teacher Lu teaches you Battle 04, Miniaturization Team. Watching the comical scene of a Chansey taking on 6 opponents, Liang Ping couldn't help but laugh. Look, Stinky Mud. Teacher Lu's tactics are still so sneaky. Stinky Mud leaned in, careful not to soil Liang Ping, sharing in his joy. In the dimly lit basement, the only illumination came from the soft glow of the screen, reflecting 2 faces utterly engrossed. As the video progressed, Liang Ping's breaths grew increasingly rapid. Here's a recommendation for a substitute for Chansey. Teacher Lu casually remarked, Stinky Mud is easier to capture and has a low training cost. It can be perfectly suited for both defensive roles and miniaturization teams. Liang Ping swallowed hard, feeling a tremor in his hands. A brand new door slowly creaked open before him. Replaying Teacher Lu's video repeatedly, a surge of excitement coursed through Liang Ping's entire being. He gradually rose to his feet, his voice quivering with anticipation. Let us go, Stinky Mud. We're going to train. While Team Rocket symbolized the dark side, it equally embodied the warmth between trainers and their Pokémon. Life was already quite challenging. It was the presence of Pokémon that prevented the world from feeling overwhelmingly lonely. This narrative, though seemingly invincible, radiated joy. Chapter 014. The Craft of Energy Cubes. 3 days later, while attending the elective course Pokémon Battle Studies, Lu Yi received a notification from the system. Ding. Task. I'm not just a million-view sensation. Task description. Publish a video that reaches 1 million views. Task reward. 1,000 points. Random skill 31. Random purple item 1. It seems the miniaturization team video has surpassed 1 million views, Lu Yi murmured. At this rate, breaking 10,000 subscribers on the live stream should be imminent. Lu Yi's live stream subscriber count had been stuck at 9 for quite some time. However, with the success of this video, he believed that the day Teacher Lu would appear on screen was drawing near. On the playground, many pairs were engaged in rudimentary Pokémon battles, pecking at one another in a friendly rivalry. Although Lu Yi was a finance major, there were still plenty of Pokémon courses available. The elective course Spirit Battle Studies offers 4 credits. It bears a resemblance to physical education classes, merely allowing participants to engage in Tai Chi as a formality. However, Gaisai seems particularly passionate about combat, having already subdued Daio's Daitao Beast on the ground several times. The playground echoes with Daio's anguished cries. Daitao Beast. Wake up, Daitao Beast. Lu Yue, exasperated, remarks, it's just hypnosis. It's not as if it's a coma. Why are you shouting so loudly? Ah, is that so? Daio scratches his head in bewilderment. Beside them, Tian Yue exclaims in awe. Impressive, Brother Lu. You've already trained it to this level right after capturing it. Lu Yue replies with a peculiar expression. Do you really believe I haven't trained it at all? Are you trying to fool us? You're almost stronger than those in the battle department. In truth, Lu Yue has been preoccupied with live streaming and hasn't had the opportunity to train Gaisai. The creature has independently mastered the new move hypnosis, further enhancing its already dubious tactics. Lu Yue muses to himself, I feel like such a useless person. Whether I'm here or not, it makes no difference. Retrieving Gaisai. Lu Yue steps aside to examine the system. Remaining points, 1570, ding. The branch of Pokémon breeding, Energy Cube Crafting 3, has been unlocked. Energy Cube Crafting 3. You can now create high-quality energy cubes, possessing an intimate understanding of the various types and characteristics of berries. The success rate of crafting energy cubes is increased by 60. Teacher Lu's special energy cubes are both economical and filling. Random purple item, Fire Gem, infused with abundant fire-type energy. It enhances a Pokémon's sensitivity to flames and increases the power of fire-type moves. I want to tell you that this is a one-time use item. Gazing at the rewards from the million-view task, Lu Yue's expression is complex. The random skill is acceptable, as the price of energy cubes has always remained high. However, he feels tempted to sell the fire gem for monetary gain. The system did not state that these items cannot be sold. Yet, Lu Yue, with his ambiguous identity as a seller, might encounter unexpected complications. After a prolonged contemplation, he sighs. Never mind, Gaisai has also mastered Will-O-Wisp. I'll let it play with this on its own. Gaisai can absorb energy from materials, and this energy-rich gem would serve as the perfect supplement for it. With the aid of this fire gem, perhaps Gaisai can refine its mastery of Will-O-Wisp even further. Why do I feel that I have taken another step towards becoming a trainer? He shakes his head. No, I must not get carried away. Moreover, a trainer is truly beyond my reach. It has been a week since the world line shifted, and Lu Yue has gained a deeper understanding of the trainer profession. If there is anything that poses a high risk, it is undoubtedly the necessity of spending money. Can you sustain a quasi-god Pokémon without investing several million? Can you afford to raise a champion-level spirit without spending tens of millions? To a certain extent. The degree of spending is undoubtedly proportional to the strength of the Pokémon. Even with a system, Lu Yi lacked the confidence to adequately support a team of top-tier Pokémon. He had previously inquired in the chat group about the monthly expenses for Red's team. Teacher Lu, Boss Chi-Hong, how much does your team cost per month? Warrior, Snorlax is quite expensive, around 200 a month. Qing LV, 200 is indeed not expensive. Chong Panding Xiang, my monthly allowance is only 2,000. Qing LV, you have Rattata and Butterfree, so it's naturally cheaper to maintain. Chong Panding Xiang, 3. Teacher Lu, 200 for an entire team? Warrior, no, that is for one Snorlax, which costs 200 a month. Lu Yi immediately exited the chat group. Can you believe this? Being in the same group as these wealthy individuals puts immense pressure on me. Setting down his phone, Chi-Hong curiously asked Qing LV why Lu Yi had suddenly asked that. Qing LV, he is probably trying to calculate how much it costs to raise a Jengar. Chi-Hong, how much did Granny Joe's Jengar cost? Qing LV, only 50 million, not much. Chi-Hong, indeed. After class, Lu Yi returned to his rented accommodation. In addition to feeding his Jengar a Firestone, he intended to study the new skill he had acquired. Energy Cube Crafting 3. You can create high-quality energy cubes. You are well-versed in the types and characteristics of berries. The success rate of crafting energy cubes is increased by 60. Energy cubes provide essential nutrition for Pokémon, and some trainers selectively choose energy cubes. For instance, a dragon fruit cube enhances a Pokémon's special attack, while a sandscale fruit cube boosts its speed. Energy cubes significantly improve the nutritional efficiency of berries, thus making them relatively expensive. It is widely known that energy cubes are graded as low, medium, high, and perfect qualities. High-quality energy cubes would surely command a market price of over 10,000, right? Lu Yi murmured, perhaps I should buy some berries, craft energy cubes, and sell them? Before he could finish his thought, Lu Yi slapped himself. Must I not have a bit of ambition? Lu Yi chided himself. That meager profit is less than what one could earn standing on the street for a night. Ugh, am I the kind of person who relies on looks to make a living? Ultimately, in order to improve Jengar's diet, Lu Yi decided to purchase a machine. A household berry mixer was available online, priced at 11,000. After confirming the order, Lu Yi found himself left with only around 5,000. Hiss. Lu Yi gasped in pain. That night, a delivery worker from a local logistics company carried the berry mixer up to the 6th floor, startling the landlord. The delivery person said, "Sir, please sign here." Lu Yi smirked, gesturing towards the cumbersome device that reached his waist. Are you certain this contraption is a household version? It appears more like a low-end model. The delivery man chuckled awkwardly. I can understand. The more integrated the machine, the pricier it becomes. This is an undeniable truth. A household fruit machine costing 10,000 yuan can only afford such an antiquated relic. The deafening roar led the landlord to mistakenly believe that Lu Yi was engaged in renovations. Half an hour later, Lu Yi gazed at the crystalline cube, swallowing hard. Energy Cube Craft Level 3 Determination 68. Production successful. Orange Fruit Cube. High quality, the most fundamental energy cube, capable of restoring a certain amount of stamina for sprites. Encounter a rainbow. Savor the rainbow. The flavor of the orange fruit was quite complex, a gamble of sour, sweet, bitter, and astringent, yet its restorative effects were remarkable. Gooey's, with its scarlet tongue, deftly coiled the energy cube into its mouth, immediately squinting with delight. Hiss. Gooey's expression, reminiscent of first love, piqued Lu Yi's curiosity. Could it truly be that delicious? Upon biting into an energy cube, a burst of sweet and sour flavor blossomed on his palate. Before him appeared golden wheat fields, where a girl, donning a straw hat and flowing hair, shyly turned to reveal Gooey's ghastly visage. Goodness! Hiss hiss. Gooey's joyfully flitted around Lu Yi. All right. Stop clinging to me. I shall prepare another for you. Chapter 15. Teacher Lu, your house is on fire. 2 days later, at night, in the rental, Lu Yi wore a grave expression as he nodded towards Gooey's, who mirrored his seriousness, fixated on the energy cube before them. Dark red and enchanting. Shimmering with a translucent amber hue, it resembled the color of blood. This was Lu Yi's second 10 consecutive draws yielding a purple item. An energy cube crafted from dragonfire fruit. Remaining points, 270. Dragonfire fruit stimulates the nerves with spiciness, enhancing a sprite's special attack abilities to a certain degree. I heard in a parallel world, this is called dragon fruit. Is it sweet? As a rare fruit capable of enhancing sprite attributes. Dragonfire fruit was quite scarce in the market. Liu Ye's second 10 consecutive draws also yielded the following items. 10 consecutive draws list. Moo Moo Milk X3, Orange Fruit X3, Basic Fishing Rod Set X1, Dragonfire Fruit X2, Diving Ball X1. Liu Ye had no immediate plans to capture a water-type sprite, so the Diving Ball and Basic Fishing Rod set were temporarily set aside. His main haul consisted of these two vibrant Dragonfire fruits. Once Liu Ye exerted full effort to craft the Dragonfire fruits into energy cubes, the neighbors nearly reported a murder to the police, mistaking the cacophony for a violent incident. The first attempt at production failed, and only 5 energy cubes were successfully created from the second batch of Dragonfire fruits. However, the quality of these 5 Dragonfire fruit cubes was exceptional, showcasing Liu Ye's proficiency at Energy Cube Craft Level 3. Give it a taste, Liu Ye asserted. If it proves effective, I shall venture out to sell on the streets. Gui's nodded, extending its trembling tongue, seemingly frozen in time, lingering on the Dragonfire fruit cube for 5 seconds. Go ahead and eat. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Gui's face, plopping onto its rigid tongue. Taking a deep breath, Gui swiftly rolled the Dragonfire fruit cube onto its tongue and began to chew with a sense of sacrificial urgency. How does it feel? Liu Ye inquired eagerly. The pitch-black visage of Gui's reddened visibly. With great effort, Gui's opened its mouth wide, the whites of its eyes filled with blood vessels. Huff! As Gui's gasped for air, a plume of dark purple flames erupted from its mouth. Liu Ye instinctively sidestepped. The jet-black flames detonated against the wall, continuing to burn as if adhering to the surface, charring the entire wall black. In the ensuing silence, Gui's widened its innocent eyes, attempting to feign ignorance. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Liu Ye's forehead. The power of this ghost fire was nearly equivalent to that of a jet of flames. Typically, ghost fire is a ghostly blue phosphorus flame of relatively low potency. However, after consuming the Dragonfire fruit cube, this ghost fire nearly breached the wall. Liu Ye could not discern whether Gui's was exceptionally gifted or if the effects of the Dragonfire fruit cube were simply too formidable. Sweat-drenched and startled, Liu Ye reaffirmed his resolve to avoid becoming a trainer. Once he calmed himself, he placed his hands on his hips, gazing at the charred wall with a complex expression. Beside him floated a dejected Gui's. This can't be blamed on you, Liu Ye sighed. It seemed further experimentation with the recipe was necessary. Is that so? You say the taste is actually quite good? Liu Ye rubbed his chin, lost in thought. The quality of the Dragonfire fruit cube was undoubtedly impeccable. What had just occurred was likely not a side effect, but rather an effect that was too potent. However, such remarkable efficacy could not be monetized. What if it resulted in a series of fires? Where would he seek justification for that? Liu Ye scratched his head, sighing fine. The remaining 4 Dragonfire fruit cubes are yours. Gui's chuckled, carefully placing the remaining 4 crystalline red cubes into a glass jar, safeguarding them in a cabinet. Liu Ye couldn't help but laugh. I'm not trying to take them from you. Why hide them so deeply? Gui shot a glance at Liu Ye. Hiss, catch. That's hard to say. The disdainful look pierced Liu Ye deeply. Gritting his teeth, Liu Ye retorted, just you wait. In the palm of Liu Ye's hand appeared a fire gemstone radiating a red glow. Although it could not match the fullness of a flame stone, it was undoubtedly a rare delicacy for Gui's. Gui's immediately grinned wide, extending its scarlet tongue, eagerly gazing at the fire gemstone. Unable to restrain itself, Gui's swallowed hard, looking at Liu Ye with a pitiful expression. From the perspective of Jengar, how adorable am I? Why won't you just submit? From Liu Ye's viewpoint, a sinister Jengar stared intently, its eyes bloodshot and drooling uncontrollably. Unable to suppress a shiver, Liu Ye reluctantly tossed the fire gem to Jengar, admonishing, save some. It's worth tens of thousands. To be fair, even the Pokémon of elite trainers do not enjoy a better diet than Liu Ye's Jengar. It has only been half a month since the shift in the timeline, and Jengar had already consumed Moo Moo milk, speed enhancers, and Dragonfire fruit cubes. Now, with the addition of the fire gem, it was receiving treatment akin to that of a demigod. Jengar, clutching the fire gem, gazed vacantly at Liu Ye's retreating figure, its eyes gradually transforming into wavering lines. Tears welled up in its eyes. Having wandered the city for so long, Jengar once again felt the warmth of home. Hey, don't suddenly leap at me. The black mist is toxic. Liu Ye was not fond of confining Jengar within a Pokeball. Firstly, Pikachu, belonging to his esteemed mentor, had left a profound impression on him. Secondly, the Pokeball, to a certain extent, restricted the freedom of Pokémon, appearing rather cold. Of course, in comparison to the fiercely competitive natural environment, many Pokémon preferred the security of their Pokeballs. Thus, generally speaking, Liu Ye did not interfere with Jengar's choices. The next day, as Lui hurried off to class. Jengar lay by the door, bidding him farewell. Aren't you coming with me? Lui inquired in surprise. Chirp, chirp. All right, stay safe at home. Lui's expression turned peculiar. Just don't set anything on fire again. Last time, you burned the wall, and my finances dwindled from 500 to merely 4,000. If I don't earn some money soon, we might be facing hunger. A hint of embarrassment crossed Jengar's face, and under Lui's skeptical gaze, it nodded fervently. Once Lui departed, Jengar breathed a sigh of relief and retrieved the fire gem from the cabinet. Placing it on the ground, Jengar flipped to the page on ghost fire in the cultivation manual and nodded slowly. The preliminary round of the competition it had signed up for was likely tomorrow. My master has his own matters to attend to. I cannot occupy his time. I must train diligently. Jengar absorbed the energy from the fire gem, powerful flames coursing into the dark mist, turning it a deep crimson. Around Jengar, 3 clusters of chilling black flames began to bloom. Corrosion, attachment, burn. These were the fundamental properties of ghost fire mentioned in the cultivation manual. Different trainers would construct their techniques differently, such as incorporating toxic into ghost fire or enhancing its splash. At this moment, the raging flames enveloped Jengar, compelling the 3 clusters of black flames to erupt at an extraordinarily high temperature. The dense black mist thickened, and Jengar gulped down a dragon fire fruit cube. The surrounding temperature surged dramatically, and with a resounding bang, the fire gem shattered into fragments. In that moment, 3 clusters of ghostly flames converged, rising in a tumult of chaos and repulsion, igniting the sky with their brilliance. The ghostly fire erupted. That evening, Lui returned to his rented apartment, his backpack slung over his shoulder, as the wails of police sirens filled the street. Firefighters were maneuvering a ladder, directing a water turtle to combat the blaze. A crowd of onlookers had gathered, and Lui, filled with curiosity, inquired of an elderly security guard, "Sir, which house is on fire?" The old man cast a complex glance at Lui and replied, "The 6th floor, your home, Lui, under the control of the ghostly spirit." The fire was not severe, and the neighbors had promptly reported it. After receiving a reprimand, Lui was fined and held liable for 1,000 yuan in damages. With a ghostly spirit in tow, he dejectedly returned home, where charred marks still marred the walls. "I'm fortunate that Sister Lu didn't kick me out," Lui murmured. A glance at the ghostly spirit revealed it curled up in a ball, trembling with dejection. Lui sighed and reassured, "This time, it's my fault for leaving you home alone." "All right," he continued, gently patting the despondent ghostly spirit, "don't cry. Let us tidy up, and I'll treat you to a late-night snack, shall we?" Teacher Lu, my house caught fire. Video. Ajin. The power of the jetting flames is astonishing. Ching LV. Given its persistence, it should indeed be ghostly fire. Group member Ajin has been muted by the administrator for 2 hours. Private chat with Chi Hong. Ajin, I just joined the group. Why was I muted? Chi Hong, pay attention. Ajin, why hasn't Ching LV been muted? Chi Hong, gazing at the dimming avatar, Ajin, donned in goggles and brimming with fervor, slammed his cue stick on the table with a resounding thud, gritting his teeth. Even in a game, I must triumph over Teacher Lu. Chapter 016, Alluring Ghostly Spirit. Online battle on Wednesday at Magic City University. The enchanting English teacher was delivering a lecture at the podium. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, while the room's tepid air conditioning induced a sense of drowsiness. Liang Dayo nudged Lu Yi with his elbow and whispered, "Old 3, you look rather pale. After almost losing your house last night, did you manage to sleep well? Does one of your neighbors have a fire-type spirit?" Lu Yi rested his chin in his hand, wearing a countenance of silent distress. He couldn't very well admit that it was the ghostly type, a gungsi, that almost set his house ablaze, could he? Although the ignition point of phosphorescent fire is merely 40, the ghostly fire also carries explosive damage. It was certainly more ferocious than some fire-type spirit sparks. Lu Yi, Liang Dayo. Pay attention, the English teacher gently urged. Mastering English is foundational for becoming a trainer. Liang Dayo confidently replied, "Rest assured, teacher. I will keep a close watch on Lu Yi." The English teacher tilted her head sweetly. Lu Yi gazed at the programming book on Liang Dayo's desk, smiling silently. "What a grand presence you have, Brother Dayo, taking English class with a programming book," he remarked. "By the way, why didn't I see you away today?" "He went to participate in a competition," Liang Dayo replied softly, "the Pokémon Cup preliminary round." "Did he really enter the contest?" Lu Yi exclaimed. "I heard there are over 3,000 participants this year, and several from the Jiaodong University's battle department are competing as well. Indeed, the competition is quite fierce. However, there is a reward of 50,000 yuan. With such a generous prize, there are bound to be reckless participants." Lu Yi lamented, anticipating the burden of debt. How wonderful. I wonder who will emerge as the champion this time. Outside the Mercedes-Benz Sports Center in Pudong District, the area was already crowded with competitors for the preliminary round. Most were seniors from the Sprite Academy and freshmen, all eager to secure a position to qualify for the Junior Trainer Certificate Assessment. As an officially recognized event by the association, several prestigious universities such as Magic University, Zhejiang University, and Jiaodong University had their battle department freshmen participating. Tian Yue, donning a full set of branded training attire with a custom ball pouch at his waist, took a deep breath, reassuring himself. Stay calm, stay calm. Tian Yue had always dreamed of becoming a trainer. Although he narrowly missed the cut for the battle department at Magic University, he firmly believed that he could still become a promising trainer through his own efforts. Surveying his surroundings, he saw the sharp-eyed BB bird, the robust Wanli, and the beautifully patterned hunting butterfly. The students from the battle department gathered in groups, chatting and laughing, making Tian Yue feel out of place. Once more, he inhaled deeply. Participants for registration, please proceed to the designated area. 25-27, Yu Hong, please report to arena number 7. 35-34, Lu Yi, please report to arena number 7. When he realized it was not yet his turn, Tian Yue initially felt relieved. However, upon hearing that familiar name, his eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't Lu Zige not competing? Hurrying to the entrance of arena number 7, Tian Yue intended to cheer for Lu Yi and exchange a few playful jests. To his surprise, he witnessed a scene that left a lasting impression. A sinister-looking Ghastly, wearing a participant's badge, flashed a chilling grin at the staff. The young lady responsible for verification stared in astonishment and bent down to inquire. Little fellow, where is your trainer? Did you get separated? Cuckoo. Ghastly attempted to feign innocence, but the uniformed lady thought to herself that if a Pokémon competed alone, it would essentially mean forfeiting. Hiss. Ghastly widened its bloodshot eyes, trying to wriggle out of the situation. The startled young lady in uniform shuddered and forced a pale smile. Why hasn't he, the participant for arena number 7, entered yet? A man in a suit hurriedly approached, prompting the uniformed lady to perk up instantly. The supervisor expressed his regret towards Gengsi. Without a trainer, you cannot compete alone. Gengsi's face turned pale. After listening to the events unfold, the supervisor pondered for a moment. With his keen sense for opportunity, he discerned a new business prospect. If this Gengsi could indeed triumph over its opponents without a trainer, it would undoubtedly serve as an exceptional promotional strategy for the competition, a risk-free venture. The supervisor swung open the entrance door with a smile, saying, "Welcome to the competition, little one." Gengsi's eyes sparkled with excitement as it floated into the arena. Adorned with the participant's badge, "Are you notifying the media?" The supervisor mused. "This will be an outstanding publicity opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the battle at Arena 7. The commentator announced. From the blue team, we have contestant Yu Hong, a freshman from the Jiangnan University Battle Department. With his battling Pokémon being none other than the evolved form of the starter fire mouse, the Fire Rock Mouse, capable of reaching temperatures up to 150 degrees. On the red side, we have contestant Lu Yi from the Finance Department of Magic City University, competing with Gengsi. But contestant Lu Yi has not arrived? In the audience, Tian Yue looked bewildered at the eager Gengsi. What is Lu Yi planning? He actually let Gengsi compete alone. Even if it was a forfeit, there was no need for Gengsi to come all the way here. Yu Hong also wore a confused expression. To be granted a free pass in the first match, this fortune arrived too abruptly. Seeing the supervisor raise no objections, the referee blew the whistle. The match begins. Yu Hong commanded, "Fire Rock Mouse, use." The term Fire Rock Mouse required 0.3 seconds, while the action needed 0.2 seconds. It is known that Gengsi has a speed base value of 80, similar to that of Dragonite. With the conditions set, Dragonite could circle the Earth in approximately 16 hours. The question arises, how long would it take Gengsi to complete a lap around a standard battlefield of 1,010 meters? Before Yu Hong could finish his sentence, Gengsi grinned malevolently and closed in on the Fire Rock Mouse, its ominous black mist engulfing the creature entirely. The flames erupting from the Fire Rock Mouse diminished in an instant, collapsing to the ground and emitting a pained cry. The sudden turn of events elicited gasps from the audience. What just happened? Is it over? That was far too quick. The commentator exclaimed in disbelief. Without a command, Gengsi actually made the first move successfully. At that moment, the Fire Rock Mouse curled into a wheel shape, its flames surging as it attempted to break through the black mist with a fiery wheel. Yu Hong sighed in relief. Spark. Yet, Yu Hong's command failed to take effect. With a loud thud, the Fire Rock Mouse crashed against the arena's edge, dazed and seeing stars. Gaisai retracted the glaring, peculiar light emanating from itself, chuckling softly as it slowly approached the disoriented Huayan Shu. Get up, Huayan Shu. Yu Hong bellowed. You spark. Gaisai. Just because you say get up doesn't mean it will actually rise. Regardless of the bond we share, one must adhere to the fundamental principles of battle. Suddenly, amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huayan Shu let out a piercing scream, flames erupting from its back in a sudden blaze. Gaisai, with the blaze ability activated. Witnessing the opponent about to unleash its full potential, Gaisai hastily took a bite of Huayan Shu. One lick sent it into paralysis, and 2 more licks swiftly followed. In the eerily quiet venue, the sound of Gaisai's slurping could be distinctly heard. Gaisai, the victor is, not Ghost, but the champion, Lu Yi. The referee's voice wavered with uncertainty. A glance at the supervisor revealed him animatedly conversing with reporters, his expression brimming with excitement. Who exactly is this Lu Yi? Wasn't he from the finance department? How could he have triumphed over someone from the battle department? Winning while the trainer was completely disconnected? Is it not enough to defeat someone? Must one also shatter their spirit? Tian Yu cast a puzzled glance at the bewildered Yu Hong, and then at the grinning Gaisai. A wave of subtle confusion washing over him. Is this truly the Gaisai raised by my brother, Lu Zi? It has secretly trained to such an extent. Brother Lu, you claim you do not wish to be a trainer. Chapter 017. This betrayal in the midst of class. Lu Yi found himself utterly bewildered as he surveyed an array of system notifications. Received admiration from passers-by. 1, 1, 1. Brilliant tactical command. 10. Interrupted Huayan Shu's blaze ability. 20. Achieved first victory. Evaluation. Extraordinary. 100. Remaining. 575. What have I done? The system inexplicably increased by 300, leaving Lu Yi feeling somewhat embarrassed. Am I lagging? He murmured. Just then, his phone vibrated. Tian Yu expressed his excitement through a flurry of question marks. Chat interface. Tian Yu. Incredible, Brother Lu. Tian Yu. You didn't even inform me about entering the competition? And you actually defeated someone from the battle department. Lu Yi. Wasn't I just sitting quietly in class? Tian Yu. No way are you pretending. Tian Yu. Wait, this can't be part of your scheme, right? Nearly all participants that day were aware that a formidable contender had arrived at venue number 7, utilizing Pokémon to decisively conquer the battle department. This clearly illustrated the rigorous training this contender had instilled in Gaisai regarding combat awareness. While other newcomers were still entangled in the intricacies of move power, this contender had already embarked on the path of autonomous Pokémon battles. It is said that even most elite trainers find it challenging to achieve such a feat. Rumor has it that after the battle concluded, Gaisai displayed a demeanor of indifference, as if to say, is that all? With its trainer notably absent. This intensified the reporter's conviction that this enigmatic trainer was indeed the dark horse of the competition. At this realization, Tian Yue shuddered, as if suddenly grasping something profound. Tian Yue exclaimed, could it be that your refusal to accept interviews is part of your plan? Lu Yi responded with confusion. What? Tian Yue continued, I am impressed. Brother Lu, in the pursuit of wealth and glory, do not forget your roots. Putting down his phone, Lu Yi wore a perplexed expression. What is going on here? I would rather not be a trainer. Why would I participate in a trainer competition? Just then, his phone vibrated with an unfamiliar message. 3534, Mr. Lu Yi. You have a new competition notification. Congratulations, you have entered the Pokémon New Trainer Cup group stage. Please proceed to Venue 4 for the competition this Saturday. Wishing you a successful match. Lu Yi was utterly dumbfounded. Competing without my consent? I haven't even participated in the preliminary selection. How did I end up in the group stage? Suddenly, the image of that sneaky Jing host from the morning flashed through his mind, along with its uncontrollable smirk. Could it be that this creature secretly enrolled in the competition? Without a trainer's guidance, it actually managed to win? Lu Yi felt an inexplicable pain in his chest. This is a serious betrayal. In the recycling bin, Lu Yi discovered the registration message that Jing host had deleted. This rascal not only signed up without his knowledge, but seemed to have orchestrated a surprise for him by deleting the message. Lu Yi deliberately maintained a stern face as he awaited the tardy Jing host at home. Gum. I'm back. A mischievous face peeked through the door gap as Jing host swiftly darted inside. Tada. Here I am in all my glory. Lu Yi feigned indifference, coldly questioning. Why are you so late? Jing host chuckled, shaking the participation certificate on its head, and proudly lifted its chin. Did you compete in the preliminary selection today? Gum. And you defeated your opponent? Gum. I heard it was a complete rout. Jing host. A familiar sense of exhaustion washed over Lu Yi once more. He sighed, trembling as he sank back into the sofa. I truly did not intend to become a trainer. Yet why is my Jing host so eager and proactive? Not only can it train its own moves, but it also enrolled itself in the competition. For others, this would undoubtedly be a splendid opportunity to embark on the path of a trainer. But for me, this feels like a blatant betrayal. I can hardly make ends meet. And now I am expected to compete as a trainer. Gazing at the triumphant and elated Jing host, Lu Yi hesitated to dampen its enthusiasm. Ultimately, he mustered a reluctant smile and said, "You did very well. Keep up the effort next time. Go." Jing host beamed with delight. Lu Yi sat on the sofa, his palms crossed on his forehead, lost in contemplation. The Pokémon Cup holds considerable influence throughout the entire province of Zhejiang. However, the preliminary selection rounds are of varying quality, and it is possible that Gaisai succeeded merely by chance. Once we enter the group stage, the competitors will be formidable talents from various Pokémon academies. Instead of expending energy on this, it would be wiser to contemplate the matter of the live stream. Although it feels somewhat disloyal to Gaisai, should it lose a match, its enthusiasm for the competition might wane. Ultimately, Lu Yi resolved to forego participation in the group stage altogether. "You must do your best in the group matches," Lu Yi stated seriously. "Moreover, I will not be making an appearance before the finals," Lu Yi asserted confidently. "The opponents in the group stage are not a match for you. This is not merely a test of your combat awareness, but also a trial for you." Gaisai was taken aback, then opened its mouth wide, its eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. "This is my master's trust in me," it thought, "since he believes in me. If I train diligently, I will certainly advance to the finals." Reflecting on the 3 remaining Dragonfire fruit cubes in the cupboard, Gaisai's expression turned resolute, a rare seriousness washing over it. This battle-ready demeanor caused Lu Yi to feel a twinge of concern. Could it truly advance to the finals? Unlikely, as Gaisai had trained for less than a month. Even with the Dragonfire fruit cubes, speed enhancers, and the fire gem, it could not possibly compete with those battling students who had trained for at least a year. Perhaps the next round of competition was set for Saturday, 3 days hence. To prevent another incident of burning through the walls, Lu Yi consented to Gaisai training its moves outside. That night, moonlight streamed through the sheer curtains. Lu Yi opened his eyes, only to find Gaisai, who had been on the ceiling, now absent. Approaching the windowsill, Lu Yi surveyed the surroundings. Gazing towards the construction site adjacent to the community, Spirit Vision 1 Assessment 79 Success. At the site, flickers of ghostly fire danced, casting shadows against the deep purple sky, gradually merging with the night. As the night breeze wafted through, Lu Yi leaned on the windowsill, silently observing Gaisai. After approximately 2 hours, the flames gradually dimmed. A rustling sound emerged from the doorway, prompting Lu Yi to return to bed and feign sleep. Gaisai stealthily slipped into the room, giving Lu Yi's cheek a playful lick before returning to the ceiling to slumber. A faint smile graced Lu Yi's lips as he let out a gentle sigh. Chapter 018. Gaisai substitute. The rumors surrounding the Gaisai at Arena 7 and that man continue to circulate within the trainer community. Some speculate that a certain powerful figure has just captured Gaisai and has come to this novice event for training. Others believe Gaisai is being overrated, merely having faced weak opponents in the first round. Still, there are those who think this is merely a marketing ploy by the organizers. Regardless of the opinions, the intriguing Gaisai has sustained heightened attention for the Pokémon Cup, much to the delight of the overseeing officials who made the final decisions. In preparation for the group matches, Guiz trains diligently every day. The system's Pokédex reveals that Guiz has yet to learn any new moves. However, thus far, Guiz has thoroughly absorbed all the knowledge contained in the Green Cultivation Manual. Further knowledge will only be accessible once Guiz evolves into Guiz Tong. With the growing influence of the video's defensive poison and shrink team, Lu Yi's livestream subscriptions have officially surpassed 100,000. Task: I am truly not a beauty streamer. Task description: achieve a modest goal of 10 subscribers. Task reward: 1,000 points, 1 random skill. 1 move machine for substitute. Culinary skill 1. Enhance your cooking abilities. This bonus also applies to knife skills, fire control, etc. Your cuisine will evoke the flavors of your hometown. Previously, Lu Yi relied on takeout, and this skill could occasionally improve his meals. Apart from this, he received a small gray disc, the move machine for substitute. This disc meticulously records the usage methods, training techniques, and practical applications of substitute for various Pokémon. Generally, with the assistance of a move machine, simple moves can be mastered within 3 days. Move machines are reusable, and their contents can certainly be replicated. However, compared to the officially licensed versions, the pirated versions available in the market tend to be flawed and incomplete. One cannot afford to neglect education, nor can one allow Pokémon to suffer. Therefore, trainers are more inclined to invest in the legitimate move machines. Typically, individuals utilize move machines alongside their Pokémon, exploring the most scientific training methods. Yet, Luya's approach was to directly hand the disc to Guiz, instructing, "If you don't understand, come back and ask me." Guiz was momentarily taken aback, obediently grasping the disc and inserting it into his notebook, using his tongue to maneuver the mouse. He opened the file named 092 Guiz, fully focused, and began to earnestly learn the techniques. In the video, a Guiz, under its trainer's command, employed black mist to execute substitute. The mist separated into two spheres, one large and one small, gradually forming two grinning Guiz. After withstanding one attack, the slightly paler Guiz dissipated. Guiz nodded thoughtfully. No wonder the master advised me to watch the video and learn on my own. It's so simple, there's no need to ask him. Guiz even began to engage in divergent thinking, clutching a pencil and doodling on a blank sheet of paper. I could use substitute to continuously employ Will-O-Wisp, or to divert the enemy's attention before launching a sneak attack. Before long, Guiz had filled an entire page of draft paper. After exhausting his thoughts, Guiz appeared pale and weak, still holding the pencil. It turns out that mastering the substitute move is quite challenging. Should I really go and ask the master? Is there perhaps a more effective method that has yet to cross my mind? Taking a deep breath, Gaisai used his long tongue to roll 2 orange fruit cubes into his mouth, then drained a can of Moo Moo milk beside him. Gaisai chew. In an instant, his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, reigniting his fighting spirit. Energized, he resolved to continue his studies. That evening, Luya's live broadcast caused quite a stir. Firstly, this was Lu's inaugural stream following the release of the Shrinking Team video. Secondly, it marked Lu's first appearance on camera, and his popularity surged to over 1 million. In front of the camera, the handsome youth with sharp features and deep-set eyes rested his chin on one hand, quietly observing the game interface. This captivating visage, transcending gender, was undoubtedly heart-stirring. However, when Lu spoke, the serene atmosphere of the moment came crashing down. "Do you still dare to roar loudly?" Lu bellowed. The blazing roar of the tiger, "We too shall roar." I couldn't believe it. I was utterly blown away. Today's Lu showcased what it meant to have the most unfortunate luck imaginable. Although his commands and preemptive reading were impeccable, his moves were often thwarted. The opponents struck with precision, executing a series of 3-hit combinations that left the audience exhilarated. I truly cannot consume any more. Did he really have to serve a full banquet right from the start? This wave was a direct assault on the stomach. Over the course of the night, Luya's ranking plummeted rather than ascended. The live stream was filled with laughter and joy, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Despite the challenging gameplay, the gifts and audience engagement during this broadcast reached unprecedented heights. With a deep sigh, Luyi lamented, "Please, no more donations, truly." He expressed gratitude to his admirers for sending rockets, requesting the moderators to silence the rocket notifications. How many times must I reiterate? I am a technical streamer. Despite the humiliation of logging off, the show's impact was explosive, and by the end of the night, Luyi had garnered nearly 5,000 yuan in tips and increased his score by over 300 points. Remaining points, 1780 theoretically. The prize pool for the 10 consecutive draws included not only sprite items, but also plush toys like the Lego Starfighter and Kirby. Yet, every time Luyi performed a 10 draw, the spoils inevitably benefited Gaisai, and this time was no exception. 10 draw results: Dragon Fire Fruit 1, Spirit Soda 2, Apple Wild Fruit 4, Moo Moo Milk 3. Only one purple quality Dragon Fire Fruit emerged from the 10 draws. However, in the system shop, a single Dragon Fire Fruit costs 500, yielding a small profit. Among the remaining items, Spirit Soda is a carbonated beverage, reminiscent in taste to a popular soft drink. Meanwhile, Apple Wild Fruit is in high demand among trainers. It can alleviate the fatigue of sprites after using their moves, thus extending their training duration, making it widely utilized in the trainer community. Once transformed into energy cubes, it should help alleviate Gaisai's fatigue, Luyi pondered. Exiting the compartment, Gaisai still clenched a pencil in his mouth, fully engrossed in taking notes. Upon encountering Luyi, the pallid spirit, Ghost, slowly raised its head, revealing a feeble smile. "Goodness, you truly are overexerting yourself," exclaimed Luyi. Ghost's eyes widened, bloodshot and weary. With Ghost's cry, a chilling mist detached from its shadowy form, gradually coalescing into another sinisterly grinning ghost. This doppelganger melded into the shadows, yet did not dissipate, standing sentinel like a guardian around Ghost. Noticing Luyi's astonished gaze, Ghost smiled ominously. Simultaneously, the figure concealed in the shadows radiated an enchanting and peculiar luminescence. Lu Yi swallowed hard. A substitute attack? Chapter 019. A disaster strikes at home in merely one night. Ghost had mastered the technique of summoning a doppelganger with remarkable finesse. This left Lu Yi with an odd expression. Though the technique was indeed straightforward, other spirits typically required at least 3 days to grasp it. How was it that Ghost accomplished this feat in just a single night? A throbbing headache crept upon Lu Yi as he rubbed his temples. Stay calm. While Ghost has indeed formed a doppelganger, it might merely be a substandard version, not necessarily practical. However, the system's technique list clearly displayed the doppelganger technique, leaving Lu Yi somewhat bewildered. Could it be that it truly learned it? Ghost maintained a feeble visage, yet its lips curled into a proud smirk. Lu Yi gently patted Ghost's head, sighing, "You've worked hard." Due to Ghost's rigorous training, it had expended considerable energy, prompting Lu Yi to craft an energy cube using Appleberry. Appleberry Cube restores the fatigue of spirits after using techniques and enhances their training duration to a certain extent. In the game, Appleberry replenished the spirit's points, which represented the number of times a technique could be used. In reality, however, there was no such concept as points. Rather, it referred to the maximum threshold of a spirit's technique usage. Techniques like Stone Edge and Earthquake, which consumed substantial energy, could hardly be practiced more than a few times a day without an ample supply of appleberries. By crafting them into energy cubes, the nutritional efficiency of appleberries was enhanced to some degree. Open wide. Ghost gaped its mouth, swallowing the tangy appleberry cube with delight, immediately shivering with joy. Ghost. Lu Yi smiled gently. All right, finish up and get to bed early. No sooner had he spoken than Ghost resumed its training. A murky mist once again burst forth from Ghost's shadowy form. In the air, 2 ghosts materialized, emitting eerie cackles. Ghost skillfully summoned and retracted its doppelganger, reveling in the delight of the training. You can enjoy training techniques this much. Ghost held a steadfast conviction within. Since its master had declared that the opponents in the group matches posed no threat, it was resolute in its determination. In the following 2 days, Gaisai began to delve into the intricacies of coordinating with his substitute. At times, he flitted around the room like a deflated balloon, while at others, he stood still like a wooden post. Exasperated, Lu Yi could not resist offering a few pointers to Gaisai. You cannot train in this manner, Lu Yi said earnestly. If both the main body and the substitute employ the same move, it bears no significance. For instance, even if both use the strange light simultaneously, it merely confuses the opponent. However, if the main body utilizes ghost fire while the substitute employs strange light, it can inflict dual status ailments. Lu Yi chuckled. Once you master Shadow Clone, you might even achieve quadruple, or nay, quintuple status effects. Sleep, paralysis, burns, poisoning, confusion. Just imagining these ailments stacking together excites me. Lu Yi felt a pang of sympathy for the opponent. If he added the Toxic Guard strategy, Gaisai could possess astonishing combat power even before evolution. Gaisai's eyes sparkled with newfound enlightenment, as if he had opened the door to a new world. Gripping a pencil, he spread a sheet of white paper across the floor and eagerly began jotting down notes. Observing the enthusiastic Gaisai, Lu Yi wore a peculiar expression. I merely mentioned it in passing. He couldn't possibly comprehend the intricacies of Toxic Guard. At present, Gaisai had only grasped a rudimentary version of the Toxic Guard, substituting the lethal poison with ghost fire. Yet, the crucial aspect of mastering the technique remained elusive. The official version of the Guard technique machine was priced at no less than 10. This alone attested to the exorbitant costs associated with the trainer profession. With merely one left, Lu Yi found himself rather financially constrained. In the system shop, acquiring the Guard technique machine required 1 point. Although it was somewhat more economical than in reality, it was still beyond Lu Yi's current means. He couldn't help but sigh. The path of a trainer is indeed arduous. I might as well focus on being the host of my gaming zone. The series Teacher Lu Teaches You Battle had already surpassed 2 million views, rapidly approaching 3 million. As for episodes 1 and 2, due to poor editing and insufficiently cunning strategies, they were deleted by Lu Yi, who was plagued by perfectionism. Over the course of a month, Lu Yi's follower count successfully exceeded 70 and continued to grow at an astonishing rate. Each view provided Lu Yi with a meager point. In sum, 10 views roughly equated to 100. While this was not as swift as battling, the associated risks were considerably lower than in Pokémon battles. Lu Yi initially contemplated a tenfold draw, but hesitated upon reflecting on Gaisai's diligent training. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until he accumulated 1 point to exchange for a guard technique. Time swiftly passed, and on Saturday morning, the first round of the group stage officially commenced. As the rumored protagonist, Lu Yi's GUIs made an immediate impression upon its debut. capturing the attention of the masses. What astonished the audience even further was the absence of Gui's trainer during the group matches. We can see that player Lu Yi has yet to make an appearance. The commentator remarked in disbelief. This battle would see him pitted against a fellow newcomer from the combat department, Wang Hao from Jiangnan University. Gui's hovered in midair, playfully sticking out its tongue and making faces at the nearby Mankey, a display of utmost provocation. The irritable Mankey could hardly tolerate such insolence, roaring furiously and brandishing its arms. Wang Hao, taken aback, found himself facing a Pokémon without a trainer. Amidst whispers from the onlookers, Wang Hao's expression turned peculiar. Is Lu Yi truly that dismissive of his opponents? Perhaps he possesses immense confidence in Gui's abilities. Suddenly, the speed was astonishing. As the match commenced, a swirling black mist approached Mankey like a specter. The mist coalesced into a grinning Gui's, surrounded by 3 clusters of eerie ghostly flames, charging towards Mankey with a howl. Wang Hao, flustered, shouted, "Mankey, pursue!" With great determination, Mankey crossed its arms to withstand the ghostly flames, its sharp claws poised to strike. The Dark-type pursuit poses a dire threat to Gui's. The commentator bellowed. Before the words could settle, a thick black fog emanated from Gui's. Mankey's claws swiped through the mist, only to pass directly through it, leaving Mankey wide-eyed in shock. At that moment, 2 identical Gui's floated in midair, cackling wickedly. Is this a technique to dodge damage using a substitute? Who is this formidable trainer? The enchanting glow shimmered on the substitute, forcing Mankey to close its eyes. Meanwhile, Gui's teleported behind Mankey, unleashing a torrent of ghostly flames with a thunderous crash. Gawking awe from bystanders. 1-1-1. Gui's, evade quickly. 10. Victory in battle. Evaluation, is that it? 50. At this very moment, Lu Yi, editing a video at home, rubbed his temples in frustration. How can trouble come knocking when one is merely at home? Despite having advanced to the group stage, he was incredulous that they had actually achieved victory. Chapter 20. The favor of the poison-type King Lu Yi had specifically checked the event schedule online. The group matches were expected to last 3 rounds, spanning nearly a month, coinciding perfectly with his final exam week. Lu Yi pondered that if Gui's were to lose this match, he could focus on reviewing for his exams. Little did he expect that, despite being in the group stage, victory was still within reach. This year's combat department newcomers were lacking in strength. However, with Gui's successfully advancing, Lu Yi began to contemplate taking the stage to command in the next round. Firstly, his presence at the scene ensures that Gui's will not sustain any grievous injuries. Secondly, the opponent is indeed formidable, and yielding gracefully would suffice. Lu Yi holds little interest in the championship. His primary aim is to prevent Gui's from harboring any regrets. Having decided to participate, Lu Yi intends to gauge the strength of his adversary. He reaches out to the enthusiastic Tian Yue, and they arrange to meet at the Starbucks adjacent to the campus. In the sweltering summer, vibrant young women and lively wild spirits abound in the city. The harmonious coexistence of humans and spirits vividly mirrors the life depicted in Detective Pikachu. Just look at that pristine Pokeball dangling from his thigh. Welcome. Inside Starbucks, a refreshing breeze greets him. A medium latte, please. I apologize, sir, but this is a large, and that one is an extra large. I would like the one in between. As Tian Yue steps into Starbucks, he spots Lu Zijie, who wears a look of utter despair. Lu Zijie, can you believe it? Gui's actually won. Lu Yi grimaces. I know. That hyperactive monkey had previously placed in county competitions. Yet, facing Gui's as substitute, all of that was in vain. Tian Yue exclaims, incredible, Lu Zijie. I didn't expect you to hold back such a card. Lu Yi silently sips his coffee. Surely, one cannot attribute this to Gui's overnight training results? Certainly not. That would be too demoralizing. Clearing his throat, Lu Yi inquires about the competition schedule. Are you planning to compete next? Tian Yue's eyes widen. Lu Yi nods. I aim to secure a commendable rank. His utmost aspiration is to reach the top 16, allowing him to catch up with the review week before finals. Tian Yue rubs his hands together. This is the first round of the group stage. 2 more victories will lead to advancement. If luck is on our side, and there are buys, we might directly enter the top 16. When is your match? Tian Yue retorts, I just lost this morning. Huh. Lu Yi chuckles. What is so amusing? The coffee is too hot. He replies, stifling a cough. Are there any fierce competitors among those advancing? Indeed, Tian Yue nods. The top seed, Feng Shu, is a freshman from Jiangsu Zhejiang University, having made the school team in his first year. Impressive, to make the team as a freshman. There's also Lu Yu from Shanghai Jiaotong University. Even the electric-type gym leader praises his triad magneton. Wow, that sounds quite formidable. And then there's Shun Tingji from our school, a fairy-type prodigy hailing from a renowned family. A veritable goddess of the Pokémon Academy. Marvelous. Lu Yi exclaims in admiration. Lu Zige, Tian You's expression grows complex. With opponents this strong, why do I sense you lack any sense of urgency? Do I? Lu Yi turns his head. Can't you see I'm trembling? You are unmistakably stifling a laugh, aren't you? Lu Yi gently cleared his throat. Engaging in combat against formidable opponents not only hones the skills of GUIs, but even in defeat, there would be no regrets. This would also allow Lu Yi to dedicate himself earnestly to his studies and career, achieving a splendid dual benefit. Such a fairy-type lineage sounds extraordinarily impressive. Moreover, there are trainers esteemed by gym leaders, prodigies who made it to the school team in their freshman year. With these distinguished figures present, victory seems unlikely, does it not? Although ghostly flames counter the tripartite magnet, and poison types have an advantage over fairy types, the disparity in strength is palpable. Even if defeated by these eminent individuals, it would be entirely justifiable. GUIs. Lu Yi released GUIs from its Pokeball. Let us strive for the next round and aim to leave no regrets. Let us do it. In the Johto region, Silver Mountain. A thick mist enveloped the mountains. Beyond its natural hot springs and rare flora, Silver Mountain also nurtured formidable wild Pokemon, rendering it a prime training ground. Amidst the dense fog, an immensely powerful Charizard emerged. Upon its back sat a young man clad in a red vest, his black hair tucked beneath a low-brimmed cap, revealing a steely gaze. Beside the lake at Silver Summit, Chi-Hong patted the Charizard. The formidable creature took to the skies, vanishing into the swirling mist. Did you summon me here for a reason? The leaves rustled softly. A middle-aged man dressed in ninja attire, his face concealed by a mask, hung upside down from the treetops. Your observation skills remain as sharp as ever. Chi-Hong sighed. After all, I have been ambushed here at Silver Mountain numerous times. This middle-aged man was none other than a Jew, one of the elite four of the Johto region. Specializing in poison types, a Jew gracefully descended, stating directly, I require your assistance in repaying a favor. Chi-Hong, taken aback, asked, even you find yourself in debt? A Jew remained silent for a moment before slowly replying, recently, I have achieved a new breakthrough in the realm of poison types. What? Look at your feet. Chi-Hong lowered his gaze, and a shiver ran down his spine. Surrounding his ankles were countless diminutive, luminescent Grimer, shrunk to the size of ants. This swarm, resembling toxic sludge, coalesced into a mass, saturating the area with murky filth. It was hard to fathom just how many shrunken Grimer were present. Venusaur. In an instant, Chi-Hong opened his Pokeball and leaped onto Venusaur's back, commanding, Vine Whip. Swift as lightning, two tendrils shot forth, ensnaring a Jew's neck with a resounding crack. From the moment the Pokeball was opened to the point of restraining a Jew, no more than 3 seconds elapsed. A Jew raised his hands in surrender. I bear no ill intent. I merely wished to see if the champion could discern this new tactic. A Jew slightly smirked, acknowledging the success of his endeavor. The crimson figure spoke coldly. Is this what you refer to as your new strategy? Indeed, I nodded. I believe that if we were to lay a trap with hundreds of those foul-smelling creatures in advance, even the four kings would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Crimson cast a glance around, surveying the retreating horde of the repugnant entities, feeling an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Is this the inspiration you derived from that trainer named Lu Yi? A murmured, what a dirty tactic, employing a strategy that shrinks everyone. Nevertheless, I did draw inspiration from him. I know you are acquainted with him. My daughter watches his live streams daily and claims that you are also one of his fans. I suddenly began to ramble. At her age, she remains unmarried, cooped up at home every day. Although she is quite adorable and possesses a strong character, alleviating a good deal of my burdens, she cannot stay at home for eternity. Ultimately, daughters must marry. As I spoke, growing a bit agitated, she wiped away the moisture gathering at the corners of her eyes. Crimson cleared his throat awkwardly, signaling A to return to the matter at hand. In any case, I coughed lightly. I would like to ask for your assistance with a certain task. Is this how you request favors from someone? I removed her mask and smiled brightly. Or perhaps I should introduce my daughter to you. That must be your true intention. Crimson sighed. What exactly do you want me to do? I know he recently captured a Jangars. While it may seem boastful, the insights on toxic techniques are the culmination of my life's work. I tossed a scroll toward Crimson, which was deftly caught by a Venusaur's vines. I hope you can help me deliver this to him. I bowed seriously to Crimson, expressing her profound gratitude. Chapter 021. Insights on Toxic Techniques. Lu Yi was currently in a state of panic. Quite an intense panic, in fact. At 8 in the morning, as he prepared to attend classes on campus, he unexpectedly received a greeting from the world champion. Crimson, good morning. Lu Yi. Crimson, please be direct. Crimson, what is your address? I have something to send you. Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback. Sending something to me? It can't possibly be a video. Can it? I haven't streamed in 3 days. With the end of the semester approaching, the pressure of coursework had drastically increased, forcing Lu Yi to temporarily set aside his streaming endeavors. Furthermore, he needed to closely monitor Jengars to prevent any mishaps during its training sessions. What kind of situation is this? Everyone else is eager for their Pokémon to train diligently. Who has a Pokémon compelling them to train? As Lu Yi sighed, Crimson sent another message. Crimson, image. The image depicted a sealed scroll, adorned with exquisite patterns, exuding an indescribable aura. Crimson, this is entrusted to me by Mr. For you. Eh? Lu Yi paused for a moment, a masked ninja suddenly materializing in his mind's eye. As the former poison-type gym leader of the Kanto region, Aju achieved the esteemed position of one of the Elite Four in the Johto region after 3 years of rigorous training, relying on his enigmatic and formidable poison-type Pokémon. He is certainly not one to be trifled with. Lu, Crimson boss, you can keep it. There's truly no need to return the favor. Crimson, no. This is Aju's long-cherished insight into toxic techniques, and he specifically requested that it be returned to you. Lu was momentarily taken aback. Insights into toxic techniques? The toxic mastery of the poison-type champion. If Gaisai were to train with this, a single misstep could spell disaster for me. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lu's forehead, and in a state of panic, he replied with trembling hands. Lu, when did I ever owe him a favor? Crimson, your strategy of using a minimized team, inspired him. Later, Crimson also watched Lu's gameplay video. In the eyes of this world champion, if truly applied in battle, the minimized strategy exhibited certain vulnerabilities. However, Aju ingeniously compensated for the shortcomings with a numerical advantage. Even Crimson had to concede that, in wilderness battles, setting up hundreds or thousands of minimized Pokémon in ambush could pose a significant threat, even to the Elite Four. Crimson murmured, hopefully, Team Rocket 1T adopt this strategy. Although the leader, Sakaki, remains elusive, remnants of various villainous organizations still linger around the globe. Maintaining regional stability and apprehending these factions is indeed part of the responsibilities held by champions and the Elite Four. Meanwhile, Lu was in utter disbelief. I inspired an Elite Four member? I'm not even a formal trainer, yet I've managed to influence a trainer of such caliber? How astonishing! Lu murmured to himself. Crimson, in any case, the logistics company will send this scroll to your residence. Crimson, I trust this will serve as an opportunity for you to enhance your strategies with the poison-type Pokémon. Smiles. While uncertain of Lu's true abilities, Crimson believed that a trainer capable of inspiring Aju, the Elite Four member, could not be an ordinary individual. He was confident that this insight into toxic techniques would elevate Lu's prowess to new heights. Indeed, fighting against strong opponents is what truly makes the experience exhilarating. Crimson clenched his fists, and in his dark pupils, one could almost perceive the flicker of a battle spirit igniting. If Lu were to discover that he was regarded by Crimson as a worthy adversary, he would likely flee in the night. Yet at this moment, he set down his phone, appearing somewhat bewildered. Is safeguarding the poison type just a matter of having a single guardian? He had previously mocked Gaisai's strategy as a poor imitation. Yet, within a span of 2 weeks, Gaisai not only mastered the techniques of substitution, but had now also obtained the poison-type champion Aju's insights into toxicity. This was no longer a poor imitation. It had soared to new heights. Yet, this realization deepened Lu's sense of impending peril. Is it not a perilous venture to have Guis train in the art of venom? The insights from the poison master, Aju, undoubtedly represent a premier technique machine, valued at no less than $1 million. However, should Lu contemplate reselling this invaluable knowledge, he would likely find himself the target of Aju's covert retribution that very night. Ultimately, the only recourse left for Lu is to allow Guis to absorb this singular piece of wisdom. With a peculiar expression, Lu murmured, why is everyone bestowing these technique machines upon me? If they no longer desire them, they could offer them to those in need. Despite his complaints, Lu nonetheless shared his contact information with Chi-Hong, recognizing that a technique worth millions should not be forsaken. Lu's address astonished Chi-Hong. Magic City, you say? Indeed. Given teacher Lu's prowess, it would not be surprising for him to be the master of such a place. Later that evening, a Dragonite, having traversed oceans, landed at Lu's doorstep, eliciting gasps of awe from the gathered crowd. Goodness, a Dragonite. Now that's a sight to behold. Amidst the spectators, Lu approached. Retrieving a scroll from the Dragonite's plump little paw, discreetly slipping it 2 energy cubes in return. The Dragonite glanced at the photograph, then at Lu Yi, joyfully consuming the energy cubes. Were it not for the timely arrival of the police, the Dragonite, clinging to Lu Yi, might have inadvertently shattered his sternum. I truly cannot fathom how Master Ji withstood such an embrace from the Dragonite. Lu Yi, rubbing his reddened chest and wincing in pain, thought. Being a trainer is exceedingly hazardous. After repeatedly confirming safety with Chi Hong, Lu Yi retreated to his room, unfurling the exquisitely patterned scroll upon his desk. Unlike the video-recorded technique machines, this paper-based insight demanded a greater level of comprehension from both trainer and Pokémon. If the compatibility faltered, even a Pokémon capable of learning the technique would struggle to master it. Yet, Lu Yi harbored no doubts regarding Guise's aptitude. His concerns lay instead with his own safety. Gazing at the list of items required for training in Venom, Scyther's Stinger, Beedrill's Venom, and the Dragon King's Gland, Lu Yi felt cold sweat bead upon his brow. Each of these items contained lethal toxins. The mere thought of having such items within his home sent shivers down his spine. The more he read, the paler his complexion grew. 200,000 for black sludge. 2 million for a venomous orb. Was he training techniques, or merely burning through cash? Lu Yi exclaimed in dismay, casting a glance at Guise. He saw its eyes gleaming with excitement, akin to a child discovering a new toy, its crimson tongue eager to explore. You absolutely must not lick that, Lu Yi warned. His expression fraught with complexity. If it is indeed poisonous, well, you are of the poison type, so perhaps it would be fine. Nevertheless, allowing Guise to train in the art of venom unrestrainedly was, without a doubt, an act verging on self-destruction. This is no mere game. In reality, trainers specializing in poison types often face life-threatening dangers. The last time I practiced with Ghost Fire, I nearly set my house ablaze. Now, the thought of training with toxic Pokémon is almost unfathomable. Lu Yi gazed at the invaluable, yet ominously labeled toxic insights resting on the table, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. I truly desire this item. Chapter 022. Do not force my hand. The second round of the group competition is scheduled for Wednesday evening. Before that, Lu Yi is confronted with the final examinations for several courses at Magic City University. These include practical assessments in Pokémon breeding, Pokémon battle studies, and history of Sinnoh Pokémon. Lu Yi, having successfully persuaded Professor Shanji, unsurprisingly secured the top grade in history of Sinnoh Pokémon. The remaining 2 courses are set to take place on Monday and Tuesday, conveniently avoiding any conflict with Wednesday's competition. Nonetheless, Lu Yi longs for a legitimate reason to forfeit the match. On Monday, first-year students from the finance department faced the final practical assessment in Pokémon breeding. The gray-haired professor surveyed the examination hall, where 4 fruit mixers were set up, each group consisting of 4 participants. The task at hand was to create energy cubes. The candidates clustered around the rumbling machines, their expressions tense, eyes fixed on the apparatus, fearful of the slightest mistake. Given the collaborative nature of crafting energy cubes, any error could lead to failure. In the suffocating silence of the classroom, Lu Yi stifled a yawn, attracting several curious glances. The professor glanced at Lu Yi, stating calmly, "Be mindful of the time." Lu Yi's group consisted of just 3 members. Liang Dayo wiped the sweat from his forehead, grumbling, "Old too. Didn't you say you had experience with this?" Tian Yue chuckled wryly. "How was I to know you would make so many mistakes?" The final quality of the energy cubes depended on the number of errors made by the creators. Crafting energy cubes alone is undoubtedly far more challenging than working in a team. Tian Yue initially believed that his own experience would assist Dayo, but he never anticipated that Dayo would not only refrain from contributing, but would also hinder their progress. "All right, you 2 can stop fussing. Let me take over." Lu Yi jested. "Just stick to being a slacker." Upon hearing Lu Yi's declaration, Tian Yue rejoiced and immediately stepped aside. However, Liang Dayo resolutely maintained his grip on the machine, declaring with conviction, "No, we are a team." Lu Yi forced a sheepish smile. 10 minutes later, the professor lowered his glasses, scrutinizing the products crafted by Lu Yi's group, emitting a soft exclamation. The crystal-clear orange energy cube was astonishingly close to achieving a superior quality. The professor cast a glance at Lu Yi and his companions, asking, "Did you truly make this yourselves?" "Of course." Liang Dayo patted his chest and declared, "It all hinges on the relentless efforts of the 3 of us." The professor nodded, jotting down notes. 90 points. You 3 have passed. Tian Yue widened his eyes in disbelief. 90 points. Even the students from the Elf Academy didn't achieve such high scores. As they exited the classroom, Tian Yue, still in a daze, stammered, "Did we really score 90 points? Lu Yi, with an odd expression, replied, We could have gotten 100. Exactly, Liang Dio interjected. If you had participated, we might have achieved a perfect score. It seems I possess quite the talent for crafting energy cubes, Liang Dio mused, rubbing his chin. Perhaps I should also take up a nurturing specialization? Lu Yi merely smiled in response. The system indicated that Lu Ye's Energy Cube Crafting 3 had advanced to level 4. Energy Cube Crafting 4. You have a low probability of creating energy cubes of perfect quality. The success rate for crafting energy cubes has increased by 70. Your crafting skills are now on par with a master coordinator. Accumulating proficiency allows skills to upgrade. A discovery Lu Yi had made recently. Level 4 signifies master craftsmanship, and Lu Ye's energy cubes could fetch a high price. However, selling energy cubes necessitates a professional license. Lu Yi couldn't realistically spend a year or two completing courses in nutrition or medicine. Ultimately, these energy cubes could benefit his own elves. The exam results were announced the same day, and Lu Ye's group rightfully claimed first place. The sudden joy left Dio feeling somewhat dizzy. Tian Yue grasped Lu Ye's hand, excitedly exclaiming, "Brother Lu, I want to continue being a slacker next time." "Me too," Liang Dio asserted with righteous fervor. That evening, upon returning to his rented room, Lu Yi found Gaisai staring intently at a certain scroll, sending a shiver down Lu Yi's spine. Goodness, you must handle that with utmost care. Fortunately, Gaisai had yet to fully decipher the green nurturing manual. By the time it licked the manual clean, it would likely be time to tackle the toxic insights. Lu Yi felt a chill of apprehension. He attempted to create an energy cube using 5 apple wild fruits, but failed to achieve perfect quality. It seems that low probability is indeed quite low, Lu Yi muttered. Meanwhile, Gaisai opened its gaping maw, consuming an entire basin of energy cubes. Choking, Lu Yi exclaimed. "You devoured all of that? Prepare for a sudden demise tonight." The apple wild fruit is known to induce excitement. Late into the night, the construction site next door echoed with wailing and howling, reportedly continuing until dawn. The following morning, Tuesday, Lu Yi hurried to the campus to participate in the final exam for Elf Combat Studies. The examination took place at the competitive center of the prestigious Magic City University, a venue equipped with state-of-the-art facilities and comprehensive safety measures. However, despite its sprawling area of nearly 20,000 square meters, most of the arenas remain inaccessible to students, reserved solely for intercollegiate competitions. While some rudimentary facilities are available for use, prior reservations are mandatory. Upon arriving at the examination venue, Lu Yi was met with a dense crowd of classmates gathered outside the arena. The new physical education teacher, wearing a cap, blew his whistle and regretfully announced, "Students, shall we postpone the exam until tomorrow?" A chorus of complaints erupted from the crowd. "But I have other classes tomorrow, teacher. Isn't it already reserved? How can it change at the last minute?" Noticing the potential for a cancellation, Lu Yi suppressed a smile and nudged Liang Dio. "What's going on, Dio?" Dio scratched his head. "It seems the combat department needs additional training and has temporarily taken over the venue. There's nothing we can do. After all, they specialize in this." With a shrug, he added, "I'm off to the dormitory to play some games." Just as Lu Yi contemplated returning, a stir arose from the front of the crowd. A confident female student from the finance department stepped forward, asserting, "We made the reservation first." Another student retorted, "The combat department has priority, as stated in the rules. That applies during the competition period. This isn't the University League." Teacher Gao interjected, trying to calm everyone down. "Students, let us discuss this calmly." "Discuss what? Do you boys just stand by and watch us get bullied?" The situation was spiraling out of control when a girl with a single ponytail emerged from the venue. "I am also a girl. Allow me to mediate." Tian Yue nudged Lu Yi and whispered, "That's the famed Shun Tingji from the Fairy Clan." Although it wasn't the league season, team members were still granted priority access to the facilities. Shun Tingji frowned, declaring, "I am a first-year member of the team." This statement momentarily hushed the crowd. The combat department's team consisted of first-year students? They must be extraordinarily skilled. Is being on the team such a big deal? Liang Dio shouted. "That only lets you use it, not your entire class." "Exactly. Enough with the distractions. We made the reservation first." Shin Tingji replied. "Being on the team isn't something to boast about. If any of you can defeat me, then I shall indeed be a team member." Dio was momentarily speechless, retreating in defeat. Silence enveloped the crowd. Teacher Gao hastily reassured, "Students, we can come back later. There's still time." At that moment, a beam of crimson light burst forth from a Pokeball. The ghostly creature, Jingars, with blood-red eyes, gasped for breath, its eyes filled with bloodshot veins. The effects of last night's apple berry potion lingered on, even until now. All eyes in the arena swiftly turned toward Lu Yi, who smiled quietly, tightening his grip on the Pokeball. Guys, you little rascal. Don't provoke me into action. Chapter 023. Teacher Lu's Preliminary Reading. All eyes in the venue converged on Lu Yi. Indeed, Brother Lu is participating in the competition, but his opponent is from the school team. Let us not make it difficult for the class representative. As the words were spoken, several girls discreetly observed Lu Yi, feeling anxious yet touched by his presence. In critical moments, the handsome Lu is indeed reliable. Shen Tingji gazed at the fiercely glaring guys, a slight frown adorning her brow. Her keen intuition warned her that this guy's strength should not be underestimated. However, the trainer before her, despite his striking good looks, was merely a student from the finance department. When it came to command, he could not possibly compare to those from the combat department. Hey, Brother Lu, are you serious? Tian Yue whispered, what if you lose? You might not get another chance. Lu Yi, who had been hesitating, suddenly brightened at Tian Yue's words. Then I can focus on revising for the final exams. He patted Tian Yue's shoulder and smiled. I'll take it on. Stepping forward slowly, Lu Yi calmly stated. Our MO University has no tradition of letting the girls take the lead. The class representative Lu felt the burning gazes behind him, like needles in his back. The boys from the combat department, standing behind Shen Tingji, wore expressions of gritted teeth. This guy is not only handsome, but is also showing off in front of them. How can this be tolerated? A freshman from the finance department daring to challenge a member of MO University's school team. He must not know the meaning of danger. Sister Shun, teach this boy a lesson. Yes, beat him until he no longer wishes to be a trainer. Lu Yi's eyes sparkled with gratitude towards the shouting boy. Quiet down. Shun Tingji turned to the physical education teacher. Teacher, could you please serve as the referee? Teacher Gao sighed. I understand. As long as you can resolve it. I'm still on probation. The finance students rallied around Lu Yi, marching with determination toward the battleground. Guys widened its crimson eyes, floating beside Lu Yi with a menacing grin. To Shun Tingji, that sinister smile sent chills down her spine. Yet only Lu Yi understood that this was merely a consequence of Guy's late-night endeavors. Yes, dark circles can indeed make one appear more ferocious. Tian Yue, looking uneasy, murmured, Brother Lu, do you have confidence? Actually, I'm not very skilled at commanding. This is my first time in actual combat command. Lu Yi replied with a bright smile. I'll give it a try. On the standard 10 by 10 arena, Shun Tingji and her Brule King were already on high alert. Brule King, resembling a bulldog, stood on 2 feet, exuding a fierce appearance with its light purple fur, powerful jaw, and sharp canine teeth. Upon glimpsing the enchanting sprite belonging to Shun Tingji, Lu Yi felt a pang of regret. He had anticipated encountering the adorably charming Ralts. Yet the reality was that this fairy lineage could only muster the prowess of a Gardevoir. With a sharp whistle, Teacher Gao signaled the commencement of the match. Shen Tingji raised her arm decisively, directing her Gardevoir to leap into action. Bite. However, even as Gardevoir soared through the air, a mischievous Jengar had already appeared at its side, grinning wickedly. A flicker of astonishment crossed Shen Tingji's mind. What manner of speed is this? Lu Yi sighed inwardly. The entire world knew Gardevoir would execute a biting attack. Why then was it still regarded as a decisive move? Jengar, use substitute. The dark mist surrounding Jengar twisted and coalesced, giving rise to 2 grinning duplicates. Amidst the astonished gazes of the spectators, the 2 Jengars danced around Gardevoir with remarkable agility. Why did Shin seem to be at a disadvantage? What a jest! This was merely a ruse to lower the enemy's guard. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Shun Tingji's forehead. Jengar's speed was truly astonishing. It was imperative to curtail its velocity. Gardevoir, use Confuse Ray. Jengar, close your eyes. As the commands echoed, Shun Tingji cast a startled glance at Lu Yi, only to find him wearing a look of knowing indifference. As if he found it all too predictable. It's far too easy to guess, Lu Yi murmured. An unprecedented sense of pressure enveloped Shun Tingji's heart. Had she been preempted? The term preempted refers to a trainer's ability to anticipate their opponent's commands during battle. It is an exceedingly perilous strategy. A single miscalculation could lead to a complete collapse of one's position. Yet, if successful, it could deliver a critical blow to the opponent's morale. Impossible. It must be mere coincidence. Shin Tingji bit her lip. He merely happened to guess my command. In the arena, Gardevoir's frightened expression was clearly visible, utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, as Jengar closed its eyes, an otherworldly light radiated from its body. The brilliance flickered, and Gardevoir shook its head, managing to avoid confusion. This brought a sigh of relief to Shun Tingji, her gaze regaining its determination. Gardevoir bite. Gardevoir opened its wide mouth, but Jengar effortlessly evaded the attack. Shen Tingji looked towards Lu Yi in confusion. He merely pointed to the ground and shook his head in resignation. Due to Jengar's dark gaze, Gardevoir's legs trembled, rendering it incapable of moving an inch. Despite Gardevoir's fierce appearance, its temperament was surprisingly timid, Lu Yi lamented. Had you taken the time to study the Pokémon encyclopedia, you would not have allowed it to lock eyes with Jengar. Shen Tingji opened her mouth to speak, but found her throat constricted. Don't dawdle, Lu Yi urged. This is a matter of verbal provocation, a tactic. Lu Yiren was utterly astonished. He had presumed that the members of the Magic University team would invariably see through such rudimentary tactics as trash talk. Yet, before he could even unleash his retort, the young girl had already begun to retreat into herself. How could I perform under these circumstances? Shen Tingji bit her lip, her voice quivering slightly. Brilu use guise. Shadow fire. A sinister grin adorned guise as it danced through the air, 3 clusters of chilling flames swirling around before converging to form a devastating fireball. Amidst the cold gusts, Brilu was violently thrown aside with a resounding bang, its fur marred by singed marks. A mournful howl escaped Brilu. But Gaize's relentless assault showed no signs of abating. This was not a turn-based game. If Shen Tingji could not devise a strategy to turn the tide, Gaize's onslaught would persist indefinitely. Nevertheless, confronted with Gaize's astonishing speed, Brilu found no opportunity for a counterattack. Lu Yi, observing Shen Tingji's rigid commands, felt a surge of anxiety. What has happened to the Magic University team? Is this truly the extent of their prowess? The opponents I face in games are far superior to you. With a final explosive sound, Brilu fell to the ground, lamenting in agony. In the ensuing silence, everyone stared at Lu Yi, their minds swirling with a single, colossal question mark. Lu Yi has defeated a member of the school team? Reflecting on Lu Ye's words before the match, Tian Yue stood in a daze. Is this what you call a lack of command? You claim to be inexperienced, yet you effortlessly crushed a team member purely through strategy. Brother Lu, have some dignity. Chapter revision in progress. Chapter content is currently being amended and is not visible at this time. Chapter 025. Please refrain from making wild assertions. As the second round of the Pokémon Cup group stage approached, all major media outlets were abuzz with excitement. Journalists had received word that the trainer of Gaize was about to make an appearance. Outside the player tunnel, a throng of reporters burdened with equipment gathered. Even the semifinals in previous years had not drawn such a crowd. Under the auspices of the organizers' marketing and hype, Gaize had emerged as one of the most anticipated dark horses of the competition. Look, is that the young man? Yes, indeed, that's the Gaize. A tall, handsome youth clad in a white shirt, adorned with a Pokeball at his waist, had a Gaize floating subtly above his head. Reporters hurriedly approached Lu Yi. Cameras at the ready. Do you feel confident about this match? Why did you not participate in the earlier matches? What is your expected ranking? Lu Yi smiled politely at the cameras, stating, I strive to ensure that I leave no regrets. However, his true thoughts were, it's so hot. I long to return to the cool embrace of air conditioning. Gaize, observing Lu Yi drenched in sweat, chuckled softly to itself. Silly human, I am a ghost type. I fear not the heat. The groupings have been announced, and Lu Yi is set to face a senior student from Hangzhou Second High School. This cohort of aspiring trainers can apply for early admission to the Pokémon Academy through competitions and interviews. However, it is evident that the disparity in command skills between the senior and Lu Yi is significant. During the battle, Lu Yi executed his strategies with an almost bullying precision, leaving his opponent completely outmaneuvered. Why did it seem as though Guiz knew every move of Badadai? The gap in strength was stark. Badadai simply could not match Guiz's speed. No, it was Lu Ye's timely commands that made all the difference. With its wings enveloped in ghostly flames, Badadai plummeted from the sky with a mournful cry. Simultaneously, the referee's flag declared the victor. Goodness, where did this dark horse come from? It is said he hails from Magic City University, yet he isn't even a specialist in battles. Results have also emerged from the adjacent arena. There, Shen Tingji from Magic City University decisively crushed an opponent from Magic City Jiaodong University. Shen Tingji's Blue Emperor once again showcased the prowess of the fairy lineage. In internal contests, I tread lightly. In external battles, I strike with force. How did I win again? Lu Yi pondered, perplexed. Just as he was leaving the competitor's tunnel, a figure suddenly blocked his path. The newcomer was tall and slender, sporting shorts with a Pokeball tucked in. Brimming with excitement. Lu teacher? The person exclaimed, I'm Fengshu, your fan. I'm a 10-star member in your live stream. Lu Yi paused for a moment, unable to recall this individual. However, if he was indeed a 10-star member, he must be an old fan. Lu Yi smiled and replied, yes, take your time. No need to rush. My livestream is titled How to Guard Against Poison with Bulbasaur. Fengshu scratched his head and grinned. Thanks to your guidance, my Bulbasaur has evolved. Impressive. Starting with a starter Pokémon. Lu Yi remarked with surprise. Are you participating in this competition as well? Indeed, I've already advanced to the top 6. Lu Yi pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling that Tian Yue had indeed mentioned this individual. A freshman from the battle department of Jiangsu University. Fengshu comes from a lineage of seasoned grass-type trainers and has already passed the selection for the university team in his first year. In terms of background, Fengshu is not inferior to Shuntingji and may even possess superior skills. Well then, best of luck in the upcoming matches. Strive for victory. Lu Yi encouraged as he patted Fengshu on the shoulder. No. Fengshu fervently shook his head. Since you are competing, I can only aspire to second place at most. My Guis may not necessarily defeat Bulbasaur. Lu Yi found it amusing. Do not jest. If you unleash other Pokémon, the crowd will surely rally against you. Fengshu had witnessed Lu Ye's tactical prowess. Even the grass-type gym leader from Sinnoh was no match for him. If Teacher Lu were not a formidable trainer, how could he possess such exquisite command awareness? The only conclusion is that he has recently captured a Ghastly and fortuitously encountered the commencement of the Pokémon Cup. Indifferent to this novice competition, Teacher Lu reluctantly participated solely to facilitate Ghastly's training. In the initial 2 matches, he refrained from appearing, allowing Ghastly to battle independently. This serves as the most compelling evidence. Merely to compete alongside you in the same tournament fills me with contentment. Fengshu deeply bowed. In a certain sense, Fengshu's conjecture is not without merit. The prowess of a trainer equates to their command level plus the strength of their Pokémon. It is improbable that Teacher Lu, who stands on equal footing with master trainers, has only captured a single Ghastly. Such a notion is utterly implausible. Moreover, the fact that Teacher Lu is remarkably youthful adds to Fengshu's admiration, which flows like the relentless Yellow River. For anyone to participate in the Pokémon Cup, even with a recently captured Ghastly, would surely result in overwhelming victories. Please, do not let me encounter Teacher Lu. Lu Yi smacked his lips. You have a point. However, the problem is that I truly possess no other Pokémon. I only have a Ghastly, Lu Yi pondered. You only brought a Ghastly? Fengshu's eye sparkled. Well, one could say that. Lu Yi wearily waved his hand. See you in the live stream tonight. Rest assured, Teacher Lu, I will definitely shower you with gifts upon my return. Back home, the chat group was fervently discussing a new video on YouTube. As the prominent figures communicated solely in Japanese, which felt out of place for him, Lu Yi created a separate small group for this batch of individuals. The current members include the World Championship winner, Akihiko, the Kanto champion and leader of the Tokiwa Gym, Aoi, the Sinnoh grass-type gym leader, Kinos, and the holder of Tokiwa's power, Tokiwa, Azalea. Following his previous defeat to Lu Yi, the optimistic elder, the electric-type gym leader of the Hoenn region, Tetsu, had persistently sought to engage Lu Yi in gaming, alongside the unemployed Akin. Akin's title is Hatcher, which Lu Yi deemed an exceptionally formidable skill for a protagonist in a special episode. The Pokémon hatched are guaranteed to start at level 5, a coveted ability sought after by many egg-hatching enthusiasts. Akin, wow. The top video on YouTube is absolutely exhilarating. Tokiwa Azalea. I watched it too. It was so cool. Aoi. Wusong made numerous errors. Otherwise, he had a chance of winning. Tetsu, haha. Watching it makes this old man want to stretch his limbs. Akihiko. Due to his slow typing speed, Akihiko could only manage to send a string of ellipses before retreating into silence. Teacher Lu, what video? Akin, you'll find out if you watch it yourself. Log in early tonight, and I'll come to defeat you. Teacher Lu. The article begins with a character expressing admiration for Miss Cynthia, whose prowess in battle is indeed captivating. As Lee scratches his head in confusion, he opens a video on YouTube, showcasing the latest battle that has taken the top spot in popularity rankings, Sinnoh League Champion Challenge, Cynthia vs. Wudong. Chapter 26, Champion Cynthia in the Sinnoh region. On the enchanting Lily of the Valley Island, the venue for the Sinnoh League's Lily of the Valley Conference boasts world-class battling facilities. Trainers from around the globe converge here, vying for the coveted title of champion. Those who ascend to the championship are granted the opportunity to challenge the Elite Four, and ultimately, the champion of the league itself. At the pinnacle of the Sinnoh League stands the illustrious blonde beauty from Hikari Town, Cynthia. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Master Division Battles of the Sinnoh League. The announcer's exuberant voice echoes through the arena. Today's match features Wudong, the psychic-type master of the Sinnoh League, as he launches a challenge for the champion's title. Will a new champion emerge, or will the throne be defended? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. With each step, a man of refined demeanor dressed in a burgundy suit and brown leather shoes, strides into the arena, holding a hardcover book. The applause and cheers crescendo around him. Wudong snaps the book shut, adjusts his blue-tinted glasses, and offers a warm smile to the camera. Wudong has entered the arena. The commentator announces. This marks his third attempt this year at claiming the champion's title. Such unnecessary information, Wudong mumbles, pushing up his glasses. Just then, his gaze falls upon the graceful figure emerging from the contestants' tunnel. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor resonates. Each step measured and perfectly timed with the audience's fervent cheers. Champion of Sinnoh, Miss Cynthia. As her footsteps cease, the collective breath of the crowd seems to hold for a moment. Her radiant golden hair cascades like sunlight, overshadowing everything in its vicinity, especially when contrasted against her profound, pale gray eyes. Clad in a black trench coat and sharp stiletto heels, Cynthia elegantly gathers her waist-length hair, a gentle smile gracing her exquisite features. Thank you for waiting. Cynthia nods. It is an honor to accept your challenge. Wudong places a hand over his heart, hopeful that this time he can triumph over her Garchomp. You may certainly try, Cynthia replies with a slight smile. The announcer bellows. Both contestants are ready. The match is about to commence. Wudong's first Pokémon makes its entrance. A formidable bronzer with remarkable resistance. Meanwhile, Cynthia counters with her unstoppable Garchomp. Two formidable Pokémon appeared on the battlefield, causing the atmosphere to shift dramatically as the spectators gasped in awe. The blood-red eyes of the fearsome Garchomp, adorned with sharp scales and menacing spines, emitted a chilling roar. Its spindly tail swaying ominously. Simultaneously, the bronze bell floated above, its somber chime resonating through the arena with a solemn grandeur. The battle was poised to erupt. Garchomp unleashed its devastating flamethrower. The bronze bell stood resolute in its path. With a gaping maw, Garchomp released a torrent of flames, the searing heat distorting the very air. Culminating in a thunderous explosion, the bronze bell descended with a thud, its protective wall of light obliterated by the inferno. Yet a perilous blue glow emanated from its ancient engravings. Wusong waved his hand and declared, "Illusionary space." A peculiar light shimmered across the arena, conjuring a cage-like dimension that ensnared both the bronze bell and Garchomp. The commentator bellowed, "Within the illusionary space, Garchomp's speed advantage will be rendered null." Cynthia's lips curled into a slight smile. Garchomp, Dragon Rush. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Garchomp surged forward like a supersonic jet, its tail trailing a white stream. And with its indomitable blades, it tore through the illusionary space. Lily observed the clash between the two elite trainers with a peculiar expression. Is this a joke? A Dragon Rush can shatter the illusionary space? This isn't what I expected from a trainer. Perhaps I should just abandon this and return to farming. Jengar, equally perplexed. Watch the video. Why does this resemble nothing I know about Pokémon battles? Lily glanced at Jengar and inquired, "What are your thoughts? Have you become mute?" Jengar jolted, its eyes widening with exhilaration. So this is the thrill of Pokémon battles. This video opened a new realm of combat for Jengar, igniting a fervor within it. Lily had assumed Jengar was merely frightened and comfortingly patted its head. "Fear not. With me around, you'll have no trouble confronting ordinary masters in the future." Inspired by the prowess of these legendary trainers showcased in the video, Louis felt a surge of ambition. Yet, he remained realistic. While his strategic skills were commendable, nurturing Pokémon presented a formidable challenge. Resources, connections, and even with the system's backing, ascending to the rank of champion was no simple feat. Aspiring to reach such heights within a year, like Chi-Hong, was nothing short of a daydream. Gazing at the exhilarated ghost, Louis smiled and poked at the dark mist surrounding it. "Well, even if I don't become a trainer, it's worth it to earn money for you." Not aspiring to be a trainer does not conflict with nurturing Ghost. After all, Ghost has an immense passion for battle, and Lu Yi intends to fulfill its wishes. By the time we lose, Ghost will likely come to terms with reality. "You little rascal, do you truly believe we can become world champions?" Lu Yi chuckled in jest. "All right, it's time to go live. Let me first exchange for the Move machine." As he opened the live streaming software, a flood of loyal fans surged into the stream. "Teacher Lu, you're back. It's been almost a week. Aren't you going to cash in? Teacher Lu has started streaming. My youth has returned. I can't help it. Finals are approaching, and my schedule is tight." Lu Yi replied nonchalantly. "I need to secure that scholarship." "No way. Does someone actually think Teacher Lu is a model student? I've been a fan for 10 years. Teacher Lu is a top student at Magic City University." "Seriously? The streamer has such high qualifications?" "Thanks to the wonderful Bulbasaur for the rocket. As long as you send a rocket, we're friends. But today, we're doing something different." Lu Yi opened the team editor and dragged Gung Gue into the lineup. "Today, I will present a tutorial on the Destruction Song team. What kind of dirty trick is this? Enough talk, just get to the good stuff. I'm starving. The game interface rotated as Lu Yi matched with an international friend from the Sinnoh League, Cabbage Ice Cream. The character was a cartoonish figure, a cute little blonde girl with a 3-head height. Wow, the opponent is absolutely adorable, Lu Yi exclaimed, after confirming that he was not up against any top trainers. Lu Yi began to command with seriousness. Chapter 027, the champion who slacks off in the Sinnoh region, in the town of True Sand. Adjacent to a resort hotel by the True Sands beach, shrouded in greenery and caressed by the sea breeze, a soft-bodied mollusk, the sea bunny, was licking the pool water with its tongue beside the open-air swimming pool on the top floor. The dignified and elegant ice EV lay quietly under the sunshade, squinting its eyes in a small yawn. A golden-haired beauty reclined on a beach chair, draped in a white towel, her damp golden hair cascading loosely. Scooping a spoonful of ice cream, Cynthia held the spoon in her mouth, focusing intently on the game console before her. This is so difficult. Can I spend money? It's such a hassle. Cynthia sighed, setting it down, standing up with her fair, long legs. She pushed open the glass door and stepped into the refreshing indoor air. Beneath the air conditioning, a sinister flower rock monster attempted to disguise itself as a potted plant. 3 days had passed since her challenge with Wusong, and now was a rare vacation time for Cynthia. During her tenure, Cynthia's daily routine primarily consisted of idling. Occasionally, she would venture to buy daishi to study inscriptions, take leisurely trips to Shueimai City's library, and even shop with the ever-available Karuna. However, she still had to accept the challenges posed by the Elite Four, which constituted one of her few responsibilities. In the Sinnoh region, following the collapse of the schemes contrived by the galactic leader Cyrus, he vanished into the distortion world without a trace. Consequently, compared to the restlessness of Team Rocket in Kanto and the persistent issues with Team Plasma in Unova, the Sinnoh champion appeared to have a remarkably easy time. It is said that the champion of Hoenn has it even easier, spending time mining throughout the world and ultimately passing the title to another. In comparison to Steven, Cynthia felt justified in her leisurely pursuits. This holiday spanned 3 days, and Cynthia resolved to seize this rare opportunity to complete the games she wished to play. After all, once the holiday concluded, she would be preoccupied with the Type Expert Tournament and the Master S Championships, making it difficult to find time for gaming afterward. Cynthia sat cross-legged on the floor, her long, porcelain-like legs elegantly poised. The LCD screen before her was connected to her console, displaying a menu brimming with games, yet she was nearly finished collecting trophies. After offering a controller to her Garchomp, which politely declined, Cynthia smiled subtly and began searching for a single-player game. It had been a while since she played Pokémon Battles. Perhaps she should give it a try. Her eyes brightened as she connected to the voice control device, opening the interface for Pokémon Battle. To avoid complications, Cynthia refrained from using her certified account in Pokémon Battle. She was wary of being recognized by the Bug-type Elite Four member Aaron or the Fire-type Elite Four member Flint, as competing against them would be rather dull given their skill levels. As the matchmaking interface loaded, Cynthia felt a flicker of curiosity. A player from the East Huang region? How rare. A single match to determine the victor? Cynthia gazed in astonishment at the rules, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. It seemed she would indeed have to rely on Garchomp. In the virtual arena, Cynthia unleashed a Pokeball, summoning the sharp-clawed Garchomp, who roared as it entered the fray. As Garchomp munched on an energy cube, it glanced disdainfully at the display screen before burying its head back into its bowl. Meanwhile, a flickering red light heralded the appearance of a grinning Jengar, floating ominously in the arena while emitting a sinister cackle. Who was this ghost-type trainer, so self-assured? Just as the thought crossed her mind, Cynthia's gaze sharpened, and she commanded, "Bite it." This Garchomp, honed for maximum speed, surged forward like a cannonball aimed directly at Jengar. Its tapered tail sliced through the air, producing a sonic boom. With a wide-open jaw, Garchomp lunged fiercely at Jengar. However, a resilient barrier materialized before Jengar, absorbing the impact and pushing Garchomp back several meters. Simultaneously, a mournful melody flowed from Jengar's lips, visibly unsettling Garchomp for a moment. Cynthia furrowed her brow. The Song of Ruin in reality was a haunting wave of sound designed to sap the willpower of its foes. After a time, it would leave an adversary utterly bereft of the desire to fight. This was not a physical assault. Thus, it was seldom employed by trainers in actual battles. However, if a Pokémon lost its fighting spirit, it would be deemed a loss in formal competitions. Cynthia pondered deeply. Could this trainer from the East Huang region be a master of psychological warfare? Above Garchomp, the remaining duration of the song was clearly displayed. If the battle did not conclude within 5 minutes, the system would automatically declare Cynthia the loser based on the song's effects. After a moment of contemplation, Cynthia declared, Garchomp. Dragon Dive. Once more, Garchomp surged forward, resembling a blazing meteor streaking across the arena. Cynthia's other Pokémon were captivated by the spectacle, obediently watching her engage in the game. At that moment, Gengar's protective barrier flared to life once more. A subtle smile graced Cynthia's lips as her gaze turned steely. Now dig. Gengar's shield was evidently anticipated by Cynthia. Harnessing the speed of Dragon Dive, Garchomp plunged into the ground, swiftly burrowing behind Gengar. With a sudden eruption from the earth, Garchomp burst forth, swinging its claws and tearing through Gengar's form. The dig attack inflicted double damage upon Gengar. On the other side, Luyi was boastfully narrating the events. What a pathetic Pokémon Garchomp is. Can it even hit Gengar? My Gengar has the levitate ability. What? Is my levitate ability a sham? How can it be struck by a ground-type dig? Ha. The heavens have forsaken you. Teacher Lu. The opposing strategist is remarkably assertive, exuding a master-level combat aura. Are you stunned, Teacher Lu? There comes a day when you, too, will be read first. However, it matters not. Lu Yi smiled faintly, for we bear the aura of the momentum cloak. Chapter 028. The Annihilation Song Strategy. From the force exhibited by the Sharpedo, it is evident that the opponent has chosen the Life Orb. Due to the absence of Gengar's Evolution Stone in the game, Lu Yi opted for the Momentum Cloak. The effect of the Momentum Cloak in the game is such that when receiving a fatal blow, one is left with a solitary point of health. Translated into reality, it signifies clinging to the last vestige of vitality. The pale-faced Gengar, with a guttural sound, expelled a headband from its maw, trembling as it affixed it upon its forehead. With its eyes igniting with the flames of battle, Gengar was rejuvenated. Each time, I cannot help but comment on this cutscene. Lu Yi sighed, astonished that such a maneuver existed. In real battles, trainers invariably devise methods to obscure their Pokémon's held items from their opponents. For instance, concealing the life orb in a hidden location or disguising the disguise as a wooden cloak. With a Pokémon like Gengar, endowed with a four-dimensional stomach, Lu Yi surmised that entering the fray with 4 or 5 citrus berries would pose no challenge. Of course, this tactic is rather unscrupulous, and Lu Yi felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, one must wonder, do referees truly inspect the items held by Pokémon? Perhaps it is worth testing next time? In the virtual imagery, the countdown above Sharpedo's head dwindled to less than a minute, as the opponent launched a flurry of relentless assaults. Gengar maneuvered deftly, defending valiantly, managing to stall until the final 10 seconds. 10, 9. Sharpedo Dragon Claw. Gengar, Shadow Clone. The verdant Dragon Claw rent the fabric of space, while Gengar, utilizing its Shadow Clone, nimbly evaded, playfully sticking out its tongue. 5, 4. Cynthia furrowed her brow, attempting to recall Sharpedo from midair. However, at that moment, a pitch-black shadow crept from beneath Gengar's feet toward Sharpedo. Out of the shadow sprang countless arms, ensnaring Sharpedo, preventing Cynthia from recalling it. As the countdown reached 0, the demoralized Sharpedo yawned and lazily plummeted from the sky. Simultaneously, the system announced Lu Yi's victory. My goodness, the dark look and the Annihilation Song? Does that mean the opponent cannot even switch out? Such a tactic exists. Teacher Lu, can this strategy be employed in reality? Lu Yi contemplated for a moment. Theoretically, it is feasible. The Annihilation Song is a psychological assault, and once the opponent loses their will to fight, it is deemed a victory in formal battles. Unlike ordinary confrontations, this is akin to pouting or enchanting, a rather cunning strategy. Yet, once successfully executed, all that remains is to maintain the defense. The barrage of comments flooded in, and the viewer count in the live stream surged past the 1 million mark. Witnessing the birth of Teacher Lu's new tactics, the popularity surged beyond 200. I understand now. I must confront the dojo master. Teacher Lu is remarkable. Is this not his third tactic? For an ordinary elite trainer, mastering 2 distinct strategies is already an impressive feat. After all, tactical styles are notoriously difficult to alter. Many tend to rely on a singular team with unwavering resolve. Yet, Teacher Lu has astonishingly unveiled 3 strategies within merely 2 months, generously sharing them with others. This is beyond mere selflessness. Teacher Lu is indeed a master of cunning tactics. The effects of gifts flooded the screen as Lu Yi cast a glance at the system. The popularity of the live stream has surpassed 200 for the first time. 1,000 points. Remarkable command, 200 points. Remaining, 5780. In just one night, the popularity surged over 2,000, which truly exceeded Lu Yi's expectations. Upon reflection, This is likely the first time the Destruction Song team has appeared in such a manner before the public. Although there are trainers in reality who utilize the Destruction Song team, their promotional impact pales in comparison to Lu Ye's livestream. The current 2,000 is merely a preliminary income. Once the video is edited and released, and the influence continues to amplify, redeeming the move machine will merely be a matter of time. Casting a glance at Gui's, Lu Ye noticed it staring vacantly at the screen. Captivated by the flamboyant Gung Gui, even drooling slightly, Lu Ye chuckled and poked Gui's. Rest assured, one day, you two shall be as formidable. Clearing his throat, Lu Ye returned to the camera. Alright, we shall conclude today's stream here. For those who have not subscribed, please do so, and we'll meet again tomorrow, with deft movements. He ended the stream, leaving behind a flurry of question marks in the comments alongside a multitude of loyal fans. Everyone stood in applause, tears in their eyes. Farewell, Teacher Lu. Cynthia gazed in astonishment at the screen depicting her defeat. Removing her headband, she reclined on her pristine white bedding, tossing the controller aside, allowing her golden locks to cascade freely. If this were a real battle, her Garchomp would have turned that Gung Gui into a mere hive. Yet even in reality, the Destruction Song tactic possesses its merits. The Ghost-type gym leader from the Johto region, Shui, is a devoted supporter of the Destruction Song team. Meanwhile, the Ice-type Elite Four member, Kina, not only excels in her icy domain, but also features Lapras and White Sea Lion, which are central to the Destruction Song strategy. It must be said that as a game, Pokémon battle cannot entirely replicate the dynamics of real-world combat. Nevertheless, despite the loss in the game, Cynthia still felt a twinge of disappointment. Sighing, she reached for her phone, intending to complain to Karuna, when suddenly, a call from Dr. Yamanashi interrupted her. Recently, a batch of inscriptions has been unearthed in Baidai City. If you have time, you might consider visiting the Baidai City Museum. Have you concluded your visit to the Dongwon region? Indeed, it has been quite fruitful. Dr. Yamanashi expressed his admiration for the scholars in the Dongwon region, who have made significant contributions across various fields, fostering a rich academic atmosphere. To be frank, I extended an invitation to a student to serve as my assistant, but it was declined. Shirona was somewhat taken aback. Did you not cease recruiting assistants? As a distinguished authority on Pokémon studies in Sinnoh, many aspire to study under Dr. Yamanashi. Despite his public declaration of no longer accepting assistance, he was surprised to have his invitation turned down. Dr. Yamanashi sighed. He possesses considerable knowledge of Sinnoh mythology, and I had hoped he could offer you some assistance. However, he seems disinterested in pursuing a career as a researcher, showing little enthusiasm even for becoming a trainer. Shirona remarked, everyone has their own aspirations. Years ago, she embarked on her journey to conquer the Sinnoh League, defying her grandmother's opposition, driven solely by her passion for Pokémon and her fervor for battle. Each individual has the right to pursue their dreams, a sentiment Shirona deeply understands. Perhaps so, Dr. Yamanashi nodded, suddenly realizing. Do you intend to take an extended 3-month vacation? Shirona vaguely replied. Doctor, my phone's battery is dead. I must hang up now. After ending the call, Shirona opened the game interface, reflecting carefully on the battle she had just experienced. Shirona pondered for a moment before clicking the Add Friend button. Chapter 29. Is this too cheap? Player by Kai Bingqiu has requested to add you as a friend. Accept or decline. Without hesitation, Lu Yi clicked decline. Huh, do you think you can add me as a friend and insult me? Not a chance. Back in the day, Lu Yi was still an inexperienced youth, his favorite deck in Hearthstone being the Dirty Priest. After defeating opponents with it, they often sent him friend requests, initially intending to engage in friendly banter for the sake of exchanging card skills. He was taken aback when his opponent turned out to be from Zwan, who, after hurling insults, promptly blacklisted him. The content was essentially, play your Dirty Priest. Pirate Warrior is the best in the world. Since then, Lu Yi has approached friend requests with extreme caution. After all, his style of play was undeniably dirty. It was only natural for opponents to feel aggrieved after losing. Ajin, for instance, was so infuriated by Lu Yi's Venusaur sweeping through 6 of his Pokémon that he went 3 days without eating. Such incidents were all too familiar to Lu Yi. Youngster, you're still too naive. Lu Yi couldn't help but commend his own cleverness. After declining the friend request, 3 seconds elapsed before the opponent sent another message. By Kai Bingqiu. You dare to send me a question mark? Lu Yi immediately felt a surge of joy and promptly responded. Teacher Lu, my friend slot is quite precious. By Kai Ice Cream. How much? Teacher Lu, it's worth at least 1,000 yuan. By Kai Ice Cream. What is your account number? Lu Yi was taken aback. Was this person genuinely intending to transfer money to him? It was not uncommon to hear players vent their frustrations on their opponents after a loss. and it was a common occurrence to criticize teammates. However, witnessing someone willing to transfer money to the opposing team after a defeat was an entirely novel experience. Would he really join them if he couldn't win? Gazing at this unfamiliar prospect, a new path to wealth seemed to illuminate before Lu Yi. Teacher Lu, no rush. Let us do some calculations. Teacher Lu, by entering my friend's slot, not only will I provide tactical guidance, but I can also serve as your free practice partner. 1,000 yuan is quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Buy Kai ice cream. That's very cost-effective. Teacher Lu, considering my world ranking of 7th and my busy schedule, would an additional 500 yuan be acceptable? Buy Kai ice cream. Teacher Lu, you are aware of the living costs in Dongwon. Taking into account utilities and labor fees, let us settle on a friendly price of 3,000. The other party fell silent for a moment. Buy Kai ice cream. Wouldn't that be a bit low? Sharona, reflecting on her own situation, estimated that a league match typically lasted about 2 hours, with an appearance fee of 2 million. The opponent was exceptionally skilled at using the Miega team. If what he claimed about being a free practice partner were true, it would indeed be quite a bargain. After all, seasoned trainers charged tens of thousands for an hour of practice. Given Teacher Lu's commanding level, 3,000 yuan was not only reasonable, but somewhat belittling of his worth. Teacher Lu a bit low? The water Lu Yi had just sipped promptly came back up. Swallowing hard, he nervously typed a response. Teacher Lu, what amount do you think is appropriate? Buy Kai ice cream. For a friend slot, I'll give you 10,000 for now. When you have time, practice games with me, and we'll settle the fees separately. Buy Kai ice cream. I have to log off now. Send me your account number. See you later. The happiness arrived so abruptly that Lu Yi felt momentarily dazed. Had he stumbled upon a wealthy benefactor? Not only did she refrain from cursing after a loss, but she also offered him 10,000 yuan. Accepting Buy Kai ice cream's friend request, Lu Yi trembled as he clicked into her personal profile, yet hesitated to draw conclusions. Based on the characteristics of the Pokémon, there was a high likelihood that she was Sharona. But was the champion of Sinnoh truly so idle, not only playing games, but also adopting the persona of a young girl? The legally permissible lowly, Gardevoir, also had blonde hair and shared a close relationship with Sharona, making her a plausible candidate as well. There remained the possibility that the opponent was an old man. Deliberately using a character model, Lu Yi shivered, dismissing the terrifying thought that had crossed her mind. Let us just pretend she's Sharona, Lu Yi murmured to herself. This way, I can have something to hold on to while playing. Buzz, your account ending in has received a transfer of 10,000 yuan. Balance, 235,000 yuan. Oh, take off. Nurturing Pokémon requires substantial wealth. This can be considered as the initial accumulation of capital for the future. In a few days, it will be time for the live broadcast and station revenue distribution, which should amount to over 30,000 yuan. For a freshman without any background, this is quite a considerable fortune. However, once calculated against the expenses of a trainer, a few tens of thousands hardly make a dent. Hence, I truly do not wish to become a trainer. Lu Yi sighed, calling out to the studying Gengsi, my child, today I shall treat you to a grand feast. Gengsi, filled with excitement, suddenly sensed something amiss halfway through its flight. Why do I feel like I'm being taken advantage of? Regardless, as long as there's food. It's all good. To reward themselves, Lu Yi and Gengsi visited a 5-star restaurant on the Bund. For Gengsi, she ordered a vegetable salad, while she opted for a sirloin steak herself. Staring at me, one tea help, Lu Yi remarked, popping a piece of steak into her mouth and mumbling. This is the restaurant's signature dish, specially designed for Pokémon. Gengsi's eyes turned into wavy lines, crunching the leaves pitifully, drawing the attention of nearby patrons. Lu Yi smiled apologetically to the guests at the adjacent table, causing a young girl to blush and whisper something to her friend. Isn't he the trainer from the Pokémon Cup? It should be. I saw it reported on television. Lu Yi had always been low-key, but exceptional individuals shine wherever they go. As Lu Yi pondered this, Gengsi suddenly leaped onto her table and gulped down the steak whole. Are you sure you won't choke? Surveying the restaurant's decor, which was themed, she noted the abundance of Pokémon elements. The website described this establishment as a branch of a restaurant run by the top chef of Kalos, who also happens to be the water-type champion, Jimmy. The main restaurant is located in Miele City in Kalos and has a 3-star rating, while this branch in the magical city has attained a 1-star standard. Crystal chandeliers and amber-hued ceiling lights adorn the space, with a wooden bar counter and a stage for live bands featuring a piano. Lu Yi glanced around just as she heard the sound of high heels clicking on the floor. Shen Tingji, dressed in a blue sleeveless dress, approached gracefully, greeting, hello. Lu Yi. It seemed she was accompanied by her parents, a well-dressed couple in the distance. casting affectionate glances at Lu Yi. "Hello," Lu Yi replied, somewhat surprised by the coincidence. "I wanted to apologize once more for what happened before." Hesitated for a moment, and just then, a piercing sound from the microphone captured the attention of everyone in the restaurant. The waiter, standing on the stage, smiled and announced, "Next, we present the signature event of Zyme Restaurant, the Battle Restaurant segment. Chapter 030, emphasizing the messy since the inception of the Pokémon games. The concept of a battle restaurant has been a staple. Trainers can challenge the restaurant to earn rewards and dine for free." Lu Yi found this arrangement quite astute. "After all, the customer is king. I come here joyfully to dine, and you expect me to engage in battles?" However, in this parallel world, the enthusiasm for Pokémon battles is fervent, with various performance contests emerging. Even within a restaurant, one can witness the thrill of Pokémon battles. In other words, Pokémon battles can indeed be quite appetizing. Out of respect for the performers, Shun Tingji returned to her table first. Lu Yi also watched the battle performance on stage with keen interest. Since it was a performance, it undoubtedly incorporated elements of grandeur. The ethereal voice of the West Lion Sea Otter harmonized beautifully with the colorful water curtain of the diving weasel, earning rounds of applause. Next came the challenge segment for the free dining qualification, where numerous enthusiasts eagerly took to the stage to battle. Propping his chin on his hand, Lu Yi glanced at the Jengar, who was lazily licking a chocolate souffle. "Do you want to give it a try?" Hiss. The Jengar, with chocolate smeared around its mouth, reluctantly shook its head. "You could save quite a bit of money." Lu Yi sighed slightly. "Never mind. Your happiness is what truly matters." At that moment, amidst the applause, Shin Tingji gracefully ascended the stage in her high heels. It was still the familiar Blastoise, yet it exuded a fiercer aura than when they first met. Shin Tingji proved her prowess as a member of the esteemed Magic University team, triumphing over 3 opponents in succession. Amidst a chorus of cheers, she elegantly bowed to the audience. "Let us go, Jengar. It's time to return and rest." Lu Yi stretched lazily. The now noticeably plumper Jengar lay languidly on the table, unwilling to move. After countless master-level battles, Lu Yi found little interest in these lower-tier contests. Merely sitting in the audience, he could foresee the commands each side would issue next, with outcomes typically aligning with his expectations. Of course, due to Lu Yi being on the 5th level, he felt a twinge of anxiety if his opponent was at the 1st level. In the system, beside Lu Ye's Cooking 1, there was a transparent progress bar displaying his proficiency. Cooking 1, 67,100. Due to indulging in star culinary delights, his proficiency had marginally increased. Evaluating exquisite dishes is indeed a necessary journey to becoming a master chef, even if he didn't pursue being a trainer. Opening a cozy roadside restaurant in the future would be splendid. When it came time to settle the bill, the waiter smiled and said, "Sir, someone has already taken care of your bill." Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. "Is there such good fortune?" It was the young lady who had participated in the duel earlier. She had used her earned privilege to waive his bill, since Lu Yi did not intend to participate in the school team selection. The lower-ranked Shun Tingji could retain her place on the team as well. This was also Shun Tingji's way of expressing her gratitude to Lu Yi. Astute as he was, Lu Yi quickly grasped the underlying reason and nodded at Shun Tingji, accepting it with a sense of moral rectitude. What a delightful surprise. Over 1,000 yuan saved. The night breeze swayed gently as the two of them, accompanied by a mischievous Gengsi, strolled through the brightly lit streets of the bustling metropolis. The top 16 matches of the Pokémon Cup would take place this Saturday. In anticipation, Lu Yi resolved to work diligently on editing the video titled Teacher Lu Teaches You to Battle 05, the Mute Song team. After all, a video with millions of views would surely yield a substantial creative incentive. Lu Yi could also leverage the influence of the video to earn enough points to exchange for Gengsi's guarding technique. Thus, the early strategy of utilizing Gengsi for toxic defense would be well established. The more underhanded tactics could be explored later, once Gengsi had evolved. At that moment, Gengsi was floating unsteadily in midair, wearing an expression of discomfort. "I told you not to eat so much. Just don't let me throw up on you," Gengsi retorted. Upon returning home, Gengsi languidly settled on the ceiling to sleep. After Lu Yi finished his shower, he opened his computer and began editing the video of the Mute team. The footage was already available, featuring the Master Group battle against the formidable Mega Garchomp. One could only imagine the revelry that would ensue in the gaming zone when the video was released. However, a single piece of footage was insufficient. Lu Yi pondered for a moment before reopening the game interface. The avatar of Cabbage Ice Cream remained grayed out, although he did not know which expert it was. They had evidently left a profound impression on Lu Yi. She had mentioned that if accompanying games required additional payment, perhaps he could earn another sum. Lu Yi stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, suddenly jolted into awareness. No, we must uphold our professional integrity. Having already received payment, one cannot demand more. In his friends list, only Ajin was still online, as the protagonist of the special episode Gold and Silver. Ajin possessed remarkable skills in indiscriminate battles in the wild. However, his tactical prowess in formal combat left much to be desired. While Pokémon Battle placed great emphasis on command techniques. Ranked 7th in the world, Lu Yi was undoubtedly a superior opponent for Ajin. Unable to win, Ajin insisted on pestering Lu Yi to play games. This was a classic case of being inexperienced yet overly eager. A slight smile crept onto Lu Ye's lips. Isn't this the perfect subject for material? He opened his friends list and sent Ajin a private message. Teacher Lu? Log on. Ajin. Wait, I'm coming. Half an hour later. Ajin. This round doesn't count. An hour later. Akin. I refuse to be superstitious today. 2 hours later. Akin. I'm done, goodbye emoji. Teacher Lu. You've worked hard. Even actors can't produce such a performance. Akin. I was clearly directing with utmost seriousness. Is it my fault that your tactics are so underhanded? Frustrated and gnashing his teeth. Akin couldn't help but vent in the chat group. Akin. The annihilation tactic is rather unscrupulous, isn't it? Akin. It's impossible to rotate. Even the zone defense has failed. Qinglu. 7's Canner excels at this tactic. Akin. Qinglu. Qi Hong should be aware. He has faced Canner before. After a 10-minute silence, Qi Hong sent a message. Qi Hong. The annihilation tactic is quite rare. It belongs to Canner's alternative tactical system. Qi Hong. Have you encountered the annihilation team as training? Akin. No. It's a new video that Teacher Lu plans to release. Qinglu. Even the formidable Qinglu couldn't help but be taken aback. To defend against poison. To minimize the team and the annihilation team. Has Teacher Lu already unveiled a third tactical approach? These tactics are challenging to command, but the rewards are commensurate with the risks. More critically, all these tactics undoubtedly emphasize one word: unscrupulous. What caliber of trainer is Teacher Lu to master so many advanced tactics? Qi Hong was not particularly surprised. After all, Lu Yi was considered a potential rival. Truly, Teacher Lu is remarkable, Qi Hong remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, Lu Yi edited the footage into a video and stretched with a yawn. As he clicked the upload button, a playful smile graced his lips. Video uploading. Your new video has been released. Click to view. Teacher Lu teaches you to battle 05, Annihilation Team. Chapter 031, The Ice-Type King Canner. 7 Island is situated in the southeastern part of Kanto, and it is the hometown of Canner, one of Kanto's 4 kings. Within the frozen cavern of Icefall Island, a Lapras was calling out loudly. A beam of icy blue light shot across the thundering waterfall, turning all touched waterfalls into solid ice. With a crash, large ice columns fell, and the frozen waterfall resumed its flow, continuously splashing chilling echoes. Wearing high heels, glossy black stockings, and a black skirt that reached her hips. With a pair of plain glasses perched on her nose, the slender red-haired woman patted Lapras's hard shell and smiled. Well done, Lapras. Lapras affectionately nudged the woman's fair cheek. In the dim cavern, a faint icy glow flickered, and the woman's communicator lit up. This is Canner. A cheerful voice resonated from the communicator. Sister Canner. Go check out the video I just shared on YouTube. Exclaimed Xiaoxia, her arms crossed and one hand holding her phone, smiling as she asked. Is it another drama you've been following recently? No, it's a tutorial on the Destruction Song strategy. Kona paused in surprise. Destruction Song strategy? I was thinking the same thing. I initially thought it was just a gimmick, but it turns out to be quite substantial. Kona smiled wryly. What substantial content could there possibly be? I wouldn't dare employ that strategy in the Master Division. It's not centered around Lapras. It's focused on Gengar. Kona was momentarily taken aback. Gengar's Destruction Song strategy? With such a frail little body, can it truly hold out until the opponent completely loses their will to fight? Curiosity piqued, Kona withdrew Lapras into its Pokeball and returned to her residence on Frozen Island, the 4th island. Inside her room, the decor unexpectedly exuded youthful charm. The pink wallpaper and the plush carpet were adorned with dolls and cushions, while the walls were decorated with posters of movie stars. Though she presented a cold exterior, Kona shared many common interests with Xiaoxia at their age, including the same anime and idol dramas. Opening her computer, Kona clicked on the link Xiaoxia had just sent. Teacher Lu teaches you about Battles 05, Destruction Team. Trainers from the East Huang region? Kona felt a twinge of surprise. In her memory, Huang didn't seem to have any trainers renowned for the Destruction Song strategy. Even the Ghost-type gym leader from Fengdu City was known only for the Destiny Bond strategy. However, when she beheld the 2 battling Pokémon, her attention was immediately captivated. Gengar and Garchomp were both quite common in the Master Division. The commanders displayed remarkable skill, truly embodying the essence of the Master Division. Kona even recognized a familiar figure in that Garchomp. Her pupils constricted. Cynthia? As the battle unfolded, her suspicion grew stronger. Kona had fought against Cynthia several times in the Master Division. The champion's commanding style and tactics had left a profound impression on her, completely devoid of any feminine gentleness. This bold and aggressive approach was something Kona had only witnessed in Cynthia's Garchomp. Yet, what astonished Kona even more lay ahead. In the video, it was Gengar who consistently dictated the tempo against Garchomp. Kona couldn't help but gaze at the trainer from the East Huang region. Who on earth could hold their own against Cynthia like this? After a moment of contemplation, Kona adjusted her glasses and murmured, "So that's how it is." By sacrificing offense, one can use Destruction Song in the first round, forcing the opponent to launch an aggressive attack. By employing defensive techniques to maneuver, if the opposing commander makes even the slightest error, the Destruction Song can play a decisive role. This also implies that the decisive factor lies not within the arena, but rather beyond its confines. Were it not for the champion Cynthia as the opponent, it is likely that the competitor would have succumbed to psychological imbalance and made critical errors in command. Kona's lips curled into a subtle smile. What an intriguing trainer indeed. Although Cynthia did not falter, the constraints of the game mechanics prevented her from showcasing her true prowess. In the video, Cynthia attempted to recall her Garchomp, yet was firmly ensnared by Gengar's ominous gaze. It was only at this juncture that the strategy known as Shadow Dance was deemed complete. Despite the absence of practical demonstration, which left Kona somewhat disappointed, one could glean valuable insights from this confrontation. While applicable in real battles, the conditions proved excessively stringent. Stretching languidly, Kona reclined upon his desk, murmuring that perhaps some esteemed individual had devised this strategy out of sheer idle curiosity. Speaking of which, this tactic does seem rather underhanded. The reception of this video on YouTube has been exceedingly positive, yet many are unable to implement the strategy due to limitations with their Pokémon. Consequently, they resort to seeking the opinions of other ghost-type experts. Kona gave the video a thumbs up, curiously perusing the comments section. This marks the third tactical tutorial by Master Lu. Why is it always about the game? When will Master Lu engage in an actual battle? Real combat would involve the trainer's privacy, rendering many materials unsuitable for public viewing. Eagle-eyed Matsuba, we beseech you for a detailed explanation. Matsuba, the ghost-type gym leader from the Johto region's Ikrutik City, is likewise a fervent supporter of the Shadow Dance strategy. Kona had crossed paths with him once, but the Shadow Dance technique is not his forte. What Kona takes the most pride in is his unparalleled expertise in the Ice-type domain. Eagle-eyed Matsuba, an excellent tutorial. To enhance comprehension for a broader audience, I specifically selected a combination of gameplay and commentary. I have optimized this strategy in doubles. One can utilize the combination of Gengar and Ms. Gothitelle. Interested parties are welcome to attend this year's Attribute Specialist Tournament live. Underhanded tactics. Is the mindset of ghost-type trainers truly so devious? Goodness, isn't Master Lu an expert in grass and poison types? How has he transitioned to ghost types? Absolute domination of all attributes. I am in awe. Kona chuckled softly, yet he felt a tinge of curiosity towards this Master Lu, although there were hints of cunning. The fact that this trainer could stand toe-to-toe with Cynthia exceeded Kona's expectations. Clicking into Master Lu's personal profile, he found a clear explanation of how fans from various regions could join the community. Without hesitation, Kona used his main account to join the chat group, instantly causing a stir of silence within the room. A counterfeit account? Surely no one genuinely believes that the Elite Four are fans of Master Lu, right? The Ice-type champion from Kanto? How implausible. Kona dazedly adjusted his glasses. Is there an issue? The administrator of the battle invites you to join the Master Trainer chat group. Agree or decline, Xiong? Kona smiled. How could any lively gathering be complete without him? You have a new message. User Ice-type King Kona has joined the chat group. Chapter 032. A skillfulness that is heart-wrenching. Kona and Xiong once shared a significant history. Due to conflicting ideologies, the four elite trainers of Kanto united against Xiong, leaving him encased in ice atop Silver Mountain, perilously ensnared. However, during the subsequent New Island incident, Kona extended considerable assistance to Xiong, leading to an amicable resolution of their past grievances. To Kona's astonishment, every member of this group, including Xiong, was a renowned trainer in their own right. A Jean. Wow, it's really Aunt Kona. The first message in the chat struck like a thunderclap, leaving Kona momentarily speechless. Aunt. A woman's age is always no more than 28, right? Shokan Dinko. A Jean? That's not quite appropriate. A Jean, huh? But when I was little, She was already an Elite Four member. Member A Jean has been muted by the administrator for 1 hour. Qinglu, coincidentally. We were just discussing your destruction song strategy. Kona rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on as she scanned the member list. Both administrators, Qihong and Qinglu, were of champion caliber. The group members were at least masters, with a few gym leaders mixed in. These individuals were all fervent fans of the esteemed Mr. Liu. Regret began to creep in about joining this group. Sensing the impending awkwardness, Kona sighed resignedly. Kona, my destruction song strategy pales in comparison to Mr. Liu's. Qinglu, indeed. It does. Kona's eyelid twitched. Wasn't that merely a polite remark? Is being a champion truly that impressive? After all, they still lack a partner. The atmosphere became increasingly uncomfortable. It wasn't until half an hour later that the group leader logged on, bewildered, and sent a message. Mr. Liu, have new members arrived? Liu Yi gazed at the chat interface in confusion. I just finished my class, and another Elite Four member has joined the group? Am I the only one here who isn't a trainer? Yet, with the precedent set by world champion Qihong, Liu Yi had grown somewhat numb to this reality. Even if Sakaki were to be added to the chat group in the future, Liu Yi would not experience any emotional upheaval. Perhaps, after all, a more lively atmosphere is always welcome. Qihong, Kona, and the other Kanto leaders would continue to communicate and exchange ideas. It was merely a change of circle. Seeing the group devoid of conversation, Liu Yi opened his computer and began reviewing the results of his video titled Mr. Liu Teaches You Combat 05, Destruction Team. In just a day, the video had soared to the front page. In addition to surpassing 1 million views on the platform, the video has similarly caused a sensation across various platforms, such as YouTube. The backend management clearly indicates a surge in followers, amounting to 240. You may not comprehend the significance of gaining 20 followers from a single video. Typically, such individuals are described with just one term: astounding. Remarkably, within just 3 videos, Liu has captivated the audience with his profound and relatable content, catapulting himself from a modest streamer with over 100,000 followers to a staggering 80,000. He stands on the precipice of achieving 1 million followers. In the private messages of the backend, numerous brands have already reached out to Liu, eager to collaborate on promotional videos, including several renowned companies in the industry. However, Liu is resolute in prioritizing the quality of his videos. One brand even offered a handsome sum of 100,000 yuan, yet Liu decisively declined the offer. After all, Liu aspires to be a leading figure in the field. The 10,000 offered now may equate to 1 million in the future, and it is simply too paltry for these capitalists. As the influence of his videos continues to grow, Liu has officially achieved his minor goal. Video clicks exceed 100.1,000. Video shares surpass 10.1,000. Remaining points, 11,720. Should I spend 10,000 points to exchange for the defensive move? Should I? Yes. The system's items are stored in a small space, yet non-system items cannot be stored there. The defensive move can be reused, and the price of 10,000 is quite reasonable. Retrieving a white disc from the system's backpack, Liu toyed with it for a moment before calling over Ghost, who was engrossed in licking a textbook. Do you know why I've summoned you? Liu inquired. Ghost tilted his head, perplexed, gazing at the disc in Liu's hand, when suddenly, realization dawned. I understand. With a look of mentorship, Liu smiled and nodded. Ghost took the disc and inserted it into the computer, deftly maneuvering the mouse with his tongue, displaying a skill that was almost heart-wrenching to witness. However, Liu, with rare free time, sat before the computer, collaborating with Ghost on training for the defensive move. The training method was rather straightforward. Ghost concentrated black mist to form a fog shield in front of him, persistently withstanding incoming attacks. The strength and range of the fog shield were limited by Ghost's own capabilities. Theoretically, the defensive move could provide a 360-degree shield against attacks, yet Ghost's abilities were constrained. And after several attempts, he could only manage to create a narrow fog shield. This left the little creature feeling disheartened as he slumped over the keyboard, nearly sinking into the computer's ventilation system. Take your time, no rush, Liu encouraged, pulling out an orange fruit cube and playfully waving it above Ghost's head like a cat toy. The lethargic Ghost, with a languid glance at Liu Yi, finally relented and opened its mouth wide. Awu. After a brief 3 seconds of chewing, a smile gradually illuminated Ghost's face. Ghost, having soothed Ghost, Liu Yi turned back and called out in the group. Teacher Liu, how do we train for defense? Jean, you can't manage such a simple move? It's just this, then that, and then the other thing. Qing LV, to thoroughly delve into defense is indeed quite challenging. Qihong, a new tactic? Teacher Liu, no, it's just the most fundamental defense. Hong pondered for a moment and suddenly understood. As the saying goes, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Mastering the basics of gratitude in training can indeed yield power that surpasses destructive beams. Hong held a deep admiration for Lu Ye's unceasing thirst for knowledge. Hong, I have some personal insights. Would you like them? Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Such a delightful opportunity. Teacher Lu, you are too kind. Just send them to me privately. Observing this dubious exchange, Kana, cradling a Lapras doll, was slightly lost in thought. Was Teacher Lu planning to study some underhanded tactics again? To think he would acquire training insights from Hong. Wouldn't that elevate his understanding of defense to new heights? Meanwhile, Lu Yi placed the printed defense insights before Ghost. As if encountering a new textbook, Ghost's large eyes sparkled with an eagerness for knowledge. Slurping. While watching the drool flow from Ghost, Lu Yi mused, training Pokémon isn't so difficult after all. Chapter 033. You weren't like this in the morning. On Saturday, the weather was splendid, perfect for showing off. Lu Yi cracked an egg with one hand in the kitchen, and as the frying pan began to sizzle, he suddenly remembered that today was the day of the Pokémon Cup's round of 16. His rare day off was thus squandered. Lu Yi sighed, serving the fried egg and French toast on the dining table, and called towards the bedroom. Time to eat. The faint progress bar before him displayed, Cooking 1 proficiency. Cooking 1, 82100. Just as Lu Yi was scrutinizing it, he was startled by a ghostly face that suddenly popped up before him. With bloodshot eyes surrounded by dark circles, Ghost appeared utterly famished, its complexion pale and breath faint. Floating to the dining table, Ghost plopped down with a soft thud, slowly inching towards the bread. Lu Yi pushed the plate in front of Ghost, his expression peculiar. Did you stay up all night? Ghost, with a mouthful of toast, nodded vaguely. Were you reading or watching videos all night? Ghost extended its tongue to lick the crumbs from the corner of its mouth, then drifted into the room, emerging with a damp stack of printed paper. Though the printed paper was tattered, one could still faintly discern the words etched upon it. This fellow must have devoted the entire night to his studies. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion, suddenly lost in thought. If they were to lose this match, would there be no need to rise early next weekend? He urged himself to eat slowly, cheerfully placing his fried egg onto Gaisai's plate. Victory or defeat mattered little. What truly counted was the well-being of his companion. Gaisai, momentarily taken aback, gazed down at the fried egg on his plate, remaining silent for a considerable time. Suddenly, tears began to cascade down his cheeks. It's all right. Losing doesn't matter. Focus on your battle. Gaisai nodded, chewing on his bread while sipping his milk, steadily replenishing his strength. His eyes shone with remarkable determination. This match must be won. While the Pokémon Cup was a preliminary competition, it still attracted numerous skilled trainers from various Pokémon academies. A moment's carelessness could lead to Gaisai sustaining serious injuries. The laid-back Lu Yi maintained his original goal, to strive earnestly and leave no regrets behind. Under the blazing sun, Lu Yi nearly turned back upon stepping outside, nearly overwhelmed by a wave of heat. Upon reaching the milk tea shop at the intersection, his two roommates, Tian Yue and Liang Dayo, were already prepared and eager. Lu Yi teased, "What brings you two here today?" Liang Dayo, looking particularly spruced up, declared sternly, "Supporting you is merely a side endeavor. The main purpose is to check out the girls." Tian Yue's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "You two are quite candid," Lu Yi laughed. "Let us go, the sooner we finish. The sooner we can wrap up." At 10 in the morning, the Pokémon Cup's round of 16 officially commenced. Lu Yi had advanced in the previous round without a match, resulting in less exposure compared to others. Nevertheless, when he took the stage, he still captivated countless onlookers. Lu Yi is on the field. That finance department genius? He is even more handsome in person than in photos. Oh, that Gaisai is so adorable. Amidst the clamor, Liang Dayo's voice rang out. "Go, brother Lu." Lu Yi smiled and waved back at Dayo. That warm smile instantly flushed the cheeks of several young girls, who raised their cheer sticks in front of them. "Go, Lu Yi." In an instant, Lu Yi had garnered a few more fans. Both competitors were now in position. The commentator announced loudly, "We can see that Lu Yi has chosen his remarkably swift Gaisai once again, while Hiyu from Shanghai Jiaotong University has opted for a robust Nidoking." The Nidoking, with its deep purple skin and sharp horn, moved cautiously on the field. Before it stood a Gaisai, its fierce gaze and imposing demeanor commanding attention. The Nidoking eyed Gaisai warily, hesitant to make a move, while its trainer, Hiyu, held his breath, fixated on Lu Yi's every action. "Aren't you going to make the first move?" Lu Yi was somewhat astonished. The match had already commenced. Hiyu also appeared bewildered. "Are you asking me to take the first move?" "No, I am merely drawing your attention," Lu Yi replied earnestly, shaking his head. Hiyu looked up in confusion. only to see a ghostly figure flickering, with Gaisai already close at hand. Nidalee Nual, evade and use energy concentration. He urged anxiously. A pale ghostly flame abruptly missed its target as Nidalee Nual narrowly avoided it. Yet Gaisai did not descend, following Nidalee Nual while the chilling flames surged once more. Boom. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the area as the charred Nidalee Nual forced its way through the flames. Lu Yi squinted, instinctively paying attention to Hiyu's commands. The consecutive kicks proved ineffective against Gaisai, and the potency of the toxic stingers was insufficient. Therefore, his next move should be, Nidalee Nual, use Peck. Gaisai, position yourself behind it. Lu Ye's command resonated first. After concentrating its energy, Nidalee Nual lunged forward, but Gaisai had already vanished from sight. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Hiyu's forehead as a resounding explosion echoed, the familiar sound reverberating once again. The ghostly fire struck directly. The commentator roared, declaring it a fatal blow to Nidalee Nual, which was already suffering from burns. In the audience, a cacophony of discussions erupted. Why did Gaisai directly evade Nidalee Nual's attack? Indeed, it seems Lu Yi had anticipated the opponent's strategy all along. In the stands, Shen Tingji was momentarily taken aback. The familiar premonition transported her back to that moment when she felt the overwhelming dread orchestrated by Lu Yi. It was as if she were completely seen through. Every intention laid bare. As the white smoke dissipated, Nidalee Nual trembled on all fours, yet it stubbornly held its ground. Running again was certainly out of the question. Hiyu gritted his teeth. Nidalee Nual, use Toxic Needle. A gleam of cold light flashed from Nidalee Nual's horn. The sharp toxic needle aimed straight for Gaisai's eyes. Lu Yi was slightly startled, only to see Gaisai open its mouth wide, gulping down the toxic needle. What? Gaisai actually swallowed the toxic needle. Amidst the gasps of astonishment throughout the arena, Gaisai burped, revealing a sinister grin. Lu Yi was at a loss. You weren't like this morning. How did you become so formidable once on the field? Gaisai, Nightshade Phantom. With a flicker, Gaisai charged at Nidalee Nual, a haunting shadow of the night rising behind it. The ghostly hands extending from the phantom swiftly lifted Nidalee Nual into the air. With a thud, Nidalee Nual crashed heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle sounded. Nidalee Nual has lost its fighting capability. The victor is Lu Yi from Magic City University. Chapter 034, Gem of Poison. Wow, Brother Lu is amazing, Liang Dayo shouted. Tian Yue swallowed hard, somewhat incredulous. Could it be that Brother Lu Zi truly advanced to the top 8? Although the Pokémon Cup is a novice tournament, it is nonetheless an officially recognized municipal-level event by the association. Since its inception, no non-professional participant has ever reached the top 8. And now, it was accomplished by Lu Yi. Contemplating this, Tian Yue, who aspired to be a trainer, felt a pang of envy. However, upon seeing the close bond between Lu Yi and his ghost-type Pokémon, he shook his head. Surely, Brother Lu Zi must have invested tremendous efforts unseen by others. Rather than harboring jealousy, it is better to focus on one's own path. Brother Lu Zi is truly remarkable, Tian Yue exclaimed alongside Dayo, their voices rising amidst the clamor of the venue. A non-professional like Lu Yi actually made it to the top 8 of the Pokémon Cup? Who exactly is Lu Yi? Feng Shu, who also advanced to the top 8, reflected on the entire match from the audience. The growth of this ghost-type Pokémon since the preliminary rounds has been astonishingly rapid. Feng Shu murmured, as expected of Teacher Lu. He has such profound insights into training Pokémon. On the sidelines, eager reporters rushed forward. As a student of finance, what are your feelings about making it to the top 8? Lu Yi, could you share your experience in nurturing your ghost-type Pokémon? Upon hearing their questions, Lu Yi paused thoughtfully before responding earnestly. It requires love. The reporters were momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly scribbled notes. Meanwhile, Lu Yi waved to his 2 roommates in the audience and made his way towards the player's passage. Remarkable, Brother Lu Zi, you truly won, Liang Dayo exclaimed, somewhat astonished. It's all right. I'll have to wake up early again next weekend, Lu Yi replied with a hint of exasperation. It was all thanks to its extraordinary performance today. Hikek, the ghost-type Pokémon floated above Lu Yi's head, nodding proudly. You are the first non-specialist to reach the top 8 of the Pokémon Cup. Tian Yue swallowed hard. Our grade group chat has exploded with excitement. Lu Yi opened his phone, the screen filled with messages. Even the counselor and teachers had reached out. Counselor, wow, you did well. Teacher Xiao, remember to bring a copy of the honor certificate next week. It will be needed for the scholarship evaluation. Professor Chun of Economics, congratulations, Lu Yi. Smiling emoji. Lu Yi, who usually maintained a good relationship with his professors, responded to each message before opening the class group chat. Brother Luzi has entered the top 8 of the Pokemon Cup. No way, is it true? Brother Luzi is incredible. I knew Lu Shuawei would win. Luyi found it perplexing. Is making it to the top 8 of a novice tournament truly deserving of such excitement? Yet, upon further reflection, this situation may bear resemblance to the phenomenon where amateur players outshine professional athletes. A weary Lu Yi sighed silently. You might find it hard to believe, but it was Gaisai who covertly registered me for the competition. Thanks to you, Brother Luzi. Liang Daio nudged Lu Yi. We managed to secure the contact information of numerous lovely ladies. Lu Yi responded in disbelief. While I am here engaged in battle. You two are over there flirting with girls? Tian Yue exclaimed in astonishment. The moment you greeted us, a girl immediately approached. Lu Yi, astonished, asked, is it truly that straightforward? There is a contestant named Han Xiao, who also reached the top 8, and she claims to be a fan of Teacher Lu. Tian Yue's expression turned peculiar. Brother Luzi, could she be one of your female fans from the livestream? Lu Yi glanced skyward. Given his current influence, it would be unusual for anyone in this competition not to recognize him. However, it made little difference. Lu Yi was no superstar, and he had no need to evade his admirers. I'll pass her along to you. Tian Yue fiddled with his phone. She seems to be from our affiliated school, but she has already secured admission here. The youth of today are truly remarkable. They hardly appear to be in high school. Lu Yi chuckled. I shall refrain from adding her, but do remember to inquire about tactics on my behalf. Tian Yue's eyes lit up. Understood. Upon returning home, Lu Yi checked the system. Remaining 2050. This battle provided Lu Yi with 200 points. Although not as substantial as uploading a video, it was still a modest gain. Reflecting on the battle, what astonished Lu Yi the most was that Gaisai had ingested Nidaleeno's toxic needle. However, given Gaisai's quadruple resistance to toxins, perhaps Nidaleeno's needle could be considered a supplement for him. Moreover, with Gaisai's current strength, he was indeed ready to explore the realm of highly toxic techniques. Rubbing his chin, Lu Yi gazed at the vibrant Gaisai with a hint of concern. The last training session had ended with a fire igniting the house. If this time he were to train with potent toxins, despite the considerable risks involved, Gaisai's prowess must not stagnate. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yi resolved to open the system shop. Would you like to spend 2,000 to exchange for the poison gem? Although a tenfold draw might directly yield the poison gem, Lu Yi, with a mindset akin to that of a non-lucky player, chose to exchange directly. Exchange successful. Remaining 50. The poison gem, much like the fire gem, is imbued with abundant energy, which Gaisai can directly absorb. As the gem possesses a sturdy exterior and is devoid of radioactivity, Lu Yi need not worry about toxin leakage. Poison gem, a dark purple gem, containing highly toxic metallic elements, suitable for consumption by poison-type Pokémon. Just do it. Go for it. Extracting the gem, which resembled a translucent amethyst, Lu Yi marveled at its beauty. No wonder Dao scoured the world for stones. Its appearance is indeed quite captivating. Guys gazed hungrily at the poisonous gem in Lu Yi's hand, drooling in anticipation. Lu Yi extended the gem towards Guys, urging him. Make sure to call for me during your training. Do not take risks on your own. Guys' eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly took the gem into his mouth, beaming with determination. Leave it to me. With the gem clutched in his mouth, Guys floated unsteadily to the desk. Using his tongue, he deftly pulled open the drawer, carefully retrieving the toxic insights and placing it on the desk, flashing a silly grin at Lu Yi. Lu Yi couldn't help but smile back. The quarterfinals of the Pokémon Cup would commence next Wednesday. Prior to that, there would be a period of warm-up matches. Lu Yi calculated the time, realizing that the finals would coincide with the end of his semester. It's time to buckle down and study, Lu Yi mused. Since we've made it to the Pokémon Cup, we must put in some effort. If we are to do it, we should strive for excellence. This was Lu Yi's life philosophy. Just as he was about to take out his books and study earnestly with Guys, his phone buzzed with a message from a concerned friend. Cabbage ice cream. Online, let's play some games. Chapter 035. I no longer wish to strive in a luxurious hotel in Watervane City. A certain champion from the Sinnoh region had not stepped outside for 2 days. The exquisite hand-woven carpet was strewn with hefty tomes and materials, all borrowed from the Watervane City Library by Cynthia. Myths, history, relics. Cynthia held a deep fascination for these, even during her break. As evening approached, Cynthia, dressed in a white shirt, lifted her slightly weary face and languidly stretched. Leaning over her desk, her impressive figure was on full display. She accepted a cup of water handed to her with a grateful smile. Thank you. Lucario nodded silently and continued his vigilant watch on the balcony. Roserade meticulously arranged the scattered books around Cynthia, dispersing calming scents to alleviate her fatigue. Glacian nimbly leaped onto the desk, gently licking Cynthia's cheek with its cool tongue. With squinted eyes, Cynthia smiled. All right, I understand. I'll take you all out tomorrow. Days of leisure were always delightful, yet fleeting. The thought of the formalities within the league caused her some distress. However, maintaining stability in the Sinnoh region was a champion's duty, and even Cynthia could not act entirely at her whim. Nonetheless, she believed in living in the moment. That was her life philosophy. All right. To celebrate my return to the league tomorrow, I shall reward myself with a night of gaming. Cynthia nodded to herself, her previous fatigue dissipating as she skillfully connected to the display. Cabbage ice cream was Cynthia's alternate account, with only Karuna and did teacher Louis yet today? On her friend list. Kalu does not frequently indulge in gaming, only succumbing to it upon the fervent insistence of Sharona. Recalling that trainer adept in the use of the parish song tactic, Sharona tossed her golden locks, a smile gracing her lips. Heavens! There is no way I shall be defeated again. Louis felt somewhat bewildered. Why is it that each time I endeavor to study earnestly, someone appears to coax me into gaming? Refusal is simply not an option. It is inconceivable to decline an opportunity to play with a wealthy patron. With a charmingly naive disposition and a delightful manner of speech, I am utterly enamored with the lady. As Louis prepared for his inaugural gaming session as a companion, he connected to the game, nervously inquiring, "Shall I be gentle or forthright?" "What do you mean by connecting?" came the response. "Connecting incurs an additional fee, after all. Commentary is an extra service," he clarified. "No, I comprehend," she replied, though Louis remained skeptical of the wealthy lady's assertion. Nevertheless, the customer is always right. Feeling the weight of his inexperience, Louis asked, "Which style should I adopt?" "Employ what you excel at," she suggested. With a sigh of relief, Louis thought to himself that should the client desire a more aggressive approach, he might not be quite adept at that. Tactics such as the Dragon Dance push or the Life Orb construction were not well suited for someone like him, who preferred a more cautious strategy. With a cheerful demeanor, he included Jengar in the lineup. "Ultimately, my forte lies in defensive poison," he declared. "Pay close attention, for this will be your strategy moving forward." As he called out to Jengar, the ghostly Pokémon nodded eagerly. Upon the commencement of the match, Louis was taken aback by the Pokémon his opponent sent forth. A spout of water erupted, revealing a resplendent, creamy white Milotic adorned with two cherry-pink tendrils, which let out an ethereal call. Upon seeing this Milotic, Louis immediately discerned the opponent's strategy. The move coil would elevate Milotic's attack, defense, and accuracy to a higher echelon. Milotic could utilize coil repeatedly, ultimately making hypnosis nearly infallible. However, having recognized the tactic, rendering it ineffective became a simple task. With a slight smile, Louis remarked, "You wish to compare strategies with me? You are still rather inexperienced." Meanwhile, Sharona, upon spotting the familiar Jengar, felt a smile tug at her lips. What surprised her, however, was Jengar's choice not to initiate with Toxic or Parish Song, but rather to hover ominously, its eyes glowing with a spectral light and a sinister grin adorning its face. "A ruse?" Sharona murmured. Why has he suddenly altered his approach? The tactic would significantly enhance Jengar's special attack, yet it also exposed the little ghost to the opponent's onslaught. However, against a Milotic employing coil with subpar offensive capabilities, seizing the initiative was the optimal choice. Jengar, Thunderbolt. In the scene, a thunderous surge of 100,000 volts suddenly struck down, leaving Minas with but a sliver of health. Gung Ghost curiously glanced at Lu Yi, questioning, "Is this not the strategy one was taught to counter the poisonous defense?" Lu Yi, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "This does not suit you. The next tactic will be more appropriate." For the second Pokémon, Sharona dispatched a Togekiss. Lu Yi had assumed that Gung Ghost would outpace Togekiss by a significant margin. However, to his surprise, this Togekiss was equipped with a scarf, dramatically enhancing its speed. Left with no choice, Lu Yi commanded Gung Ghost to unleash a self-destruct move to diminish Togekiss's health. A deafening blast ensued, leaving a colorful array of Gung Ghost fragments scattered across the screen. Gung Ghost lamented, "Is this the strategy you wanted me to learn?" Lu Yi cleared his throat awkwardly. While it was not entirely incorrect, it certainly was not the intended approach. The succession of tactics from his opponent had caught Lu Yi off guard, yet he managed to maintain his composure. Ultimately, he emerged victorious with a narrow 5-6 score. As the battle concluded, Lu Yi leaned wearily against the back of his chair, murmuring, "This is exhausting. Earning a wealthy patron's money is no easy task." His phone buzzed with notifications. "Buy Kai ice cream. Again? Lou Lauscher, are you back for more? Buy Kai ice cream. 5,000 for a match, 3,000 for a loss." Lu Laoshi, I'm in. As dusk fell, the achy Lu Yi reclined in his seat, laboriously typing a message. Lu Laoshi, I truly cannot continue. Throughout the night, he engaged in 5 matches of 6 versus 6, miraculously winning 2 and losing 3 despite exerting his utmost effort. At least I lost. Lu Yi murmured to himself. Otherwise, it could have escalated to a best-of-7 format. Meanwhile, the fiercely competitive Sharona smirked, stretching languidly. Buy Kai ice cream. Your skills are commendable. Buy Kai ice cream. That totals 21,000. I will transfer it shortly. Lu Yi swallowed hard. 20,000 was nearly equivalent to over half a month's salary. All those claims of rich benefactors were mere illusions. This was the true source of support. Buy Kai ice cream. Are you playing any other games? Lu Laoshi, absolutely. Buy Kai ice cream. I thought you were done for. Lu Laoshi, you'll find out soon enough. Though this world lacked gaming giants like Nintendo, there were still plenty of online games available. The two opted for a title reminiscent of Resident Evil. As a console gamer, Lu Yi navigated the game with ease. The clock struck 1 in the morning. With each level conquered, cutscenes played, and soon a message from his opponent arrived. Buy Kai ice cream. You actually cleared this level? Lu Laoshi, don't tell me you couldn't team manage it, even with its simplicity? The rapid conclusion of the broadcast caught Lu Yi off guard. Goodness. I've never signed off so swiftly. However, one must never offend this wealthy patron. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yi composed a message and sent it. Teacher Lu, rest early. After waiting for 2 minutes, he sent another message. Teacher Lu, if you can't sleep in the middle of the night, remember to call me for a game. Noticing the lack of response, Lu Yi tossed his phone aside. The night had deepened, and the sounds of wild spirits echoed outside. Glancing up, he saw Gengsi sprawled on the ceiling, already in the realm of dreams. Lu Yi yawned, his eyelids growing heavy. Half an hour later, the phone screen suddenly illuminated the darkroom. On the bed, Sharona rested, her slender fingers tapping the screen. Bok choy ice cream. Good. Chapter 036. Training with poison early on a weekend morning, Gengsi affectionately awakened the slumbering Lu Yi with a lick of its tongue. The paralysis effect was triggered. Lu Yi shivered, trembling hands reaching for the antidote, a cherry fruit, from the bedside. He popped it into his mouth, chewing expressionlessly while nodding toward Gengsi. Thank you for your efforts. With a playful sound, Gengsi, having previously discussed the necessity of training with poison only in Lu Yi's company, eagerly flitted about the room, waking Lu Yi with enthusiasm. As Lu Yi prepared for the day, he yawned again. After staying up late playing games with his affluent patron, he was now tasked with accompanying Gengsi for training. Is this the daily life of a Pokémon trainer? Quite amusing indeed. Yet, having promised Gengsi, Lu Yi felt a rare spark of motivation for training. He opened the System S Pokédex, revealing the moves currently mastered by Gengsi. Gengsi, Ghost Poison type, Ability, Levitate, Moves, Odd Light, Lick, Hypnosis, Curse, Nightshade. Will-O-Wisp, Mean Look, Protect, Substitute. Having nearly mastered all the moves available before evolution, mastering Toxic would complete Gengsi's defensive Toxic strategy. Given Gengsi's limited offensive options early on, Toxic was a crucial move. Let us go, take the Toxic Gem, we are headed to the specialized training ground. Lu Yi yawned once more. The earnings from his previous streams had been dispersed, and combined with yesterday's extra income, Lu Yi now had over 60,000 yuan. This afforded him the confidence to train at a professional venue, although the fee for an hour was a staggering 1,000 yuan. The professional facility offered expert personnel and safety assurances. With a medical team present, Lu Yi felt a bit more at ease while training with Toxic. He chose a battle club named the Bullhorn Coliseum. Trainers have the option to either pay directly or enter the training grounds through a membership card. However, Lu Yi, with a keen sense of self-awareness, realized that he might only visit a few times throughout the year. Thus, he paid 3,000 yuan for exclusive access to a small training area. According to Lu Yi's specifications, the club introduced him to an elite poison-type trainer for consultation and assistance. This trainer, named Xia Quan, was a tall, slender woman with sharply arched eyebrows and a piercing gaze. Are you training poison-type Pokémon? Xia Quan remarked, casting a rare glance at Lu Yi, intrigued that a trainer would choose Ghastly as their initial Pokémon. Given that both poison and ghost types are relatively obscure, coupled with Ghastly's lengthy breeding cycle, few would opt for Ghastly as their starting Pokémon. Nevertheless, Jengar, being a formidable member of the poison type, earned Xia Quan's admiration for Ghastly. Lu Yi nodded, expressing, I wish to train its Toxic moves. How may I assist you? Xia Quan crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, shall we battle or focus on move feeding? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yi recalled the insights from Aju's toxic insights regarding poison-type Pokémon. Unlike other types, poison Pokémon theoretically possess the ability to absorb toxins from other Pokémon, continually enhancing their own potency due to their immunity to poisoning effects. This concept is akin to consuming ethereal flames. The more one absorbs, the more potent and difficult to eradicate the toxicity becomes. This notion was initially posited by Aju in Toxic Insights, which documented numerous methods of toxin amalgamation. Without the knowledge recorded by Aju, others who recklessly allowed their poison-type Pokémon to experiment would only subject them to unnecessary suffering. Thus, this Toxic Insights is indeed a considerable boon. This is no mere toxicity. It is akin to infernal annihilation, Lu Yi murmured. The toxic gem could amplify Ghastly's inherent toxins. And should these toxins merge with those of other Pokémon, the potency of the poison would escalate relentlessly. This was precisely why Lu Yi sought out the training grounds and a poison-type trainer. With a smile, Lu Yi stated, "You may proceed with feeding the moves, ideally, using poison-type moves directly." Xiaoquan nodded, raising her hand to release a Pokeball, revealing a fearsome serpent, Arbok. Prior to evolving, Ekans was non-toxic. But upon transforming into Arbok, it could incapacitate a Tauros within mere seconds. Gazing at the formidable cobra-like creature, Lu Yi furrowed his brow, suggesting, "Please attempt Poison Sting first." He then turned to Ghastly, advising, "Remember to utilize the method imparted by Aju. Do not overexert yourself." Ghastly, being 4 times resistant to poison, grinned widely and confidently nodded. Xiaoquan, still with her arms crossed, commanded, "Arbok, use Poison Sting." With a hiss, Arbok flicked its tongue, rising its intricately patterned upper body, unleashing a beam of cold light from its sharp fangs. As an elite trainer, Xiaoquan's Arbok executed Poison Sting with remarkable speed, yet Ghastly's response was equally impressive. Utilizing the techniques mastered, a faint misty shield materialized before Gui's, instantly decelerating the speed of the poisonous needles. Subsequently, Gui's opened its maw wide, consuming the poisonous thorns as if relishing a chocolate bar, the sound of crunching echoing in the air. Xiaoquan's expression was peculiar. Is there truly such a training method? Even with quadruple resistance to toxins, I have never witnessed anyone swallowing poisonous needles whole. As Gui's ingested the thorns from the Arbok, it seemed that dark toxins flowed through the black mist, deepening its enigmatic aura. Gui smirked, revealing a proud grin. Seeing Gui's unscathed, Lu Yi let out a sigh of relief and urged Xiaoquan to continue. Xiaoquan hesitated for a moment, then commanded, "Arbok, use acid spray." A potent, acid-like solution shot toward Gui's, a highly corrosive liquid capable of weakening a Pokémon's special defense, which even Gui's might struggle to withstand. Furrowing his brow, Xiaoquan watched as Gui's picked up the toxic gem and then charged directly into the swirling acid. In horror, Xiaoquan beheld Gui's joyfully shaking its head amidst the corrosive liquid, as if indulging in a warm bath. The toxic gem's outer shell was being eroded by the acid. Gui's licked the interior toxic substance as if savoring marrow, even extending its crimson tongue to explore every corner. This shocking scene left Xiaoquan momentarily speechless. Even as an elite poison-type trainer, she had never encountered such a spectacle. What training method is this? Xiaoquan swallowed hard. This is utterly terrifying. Lu Yi also appeared bewildered. Is Arju's training method truly this formidable? Yet, upon reflection, Arju is indeed the poison-type champion. And Toxic Insights is the culmination of his lifelong efforts. Coupled with Gui's quadruple resistance to toxins, in battles of equal caliber among poison types, Gui's would forever hold the upper hand. Lu Yi's expression was peculiar. How is it that this is my first training session, and suddenly Gui's seems invincible? Chapter 037. Gui's wish. Throughout the afternoon, Gui's extended its long tongue, thoroughly licking every inch of Arbok. While it was indeed a licking technique, Lu Yi couldn't shake the suspicion that Gui's was simply craving the creature's venom. The paralysis effect triggered, causing Arbok to collapse rigidly to the ground, its venom glands visibly shrinking. Lu Yi's expression was strange, and he contemplated calling a halt to Gui's actions, yet hesitated. Perhaps it was inappropriate to interrupt someone else midway. Meanwhile, Xiaoquan, an elite poison-type trainer, wore an expression of utter confusion. Although Gui's had quadruple resistance to toxins, there was no justification for Arbok to be so severely suppressed. Who truly is the elite trainer here? Hey, you brat. Xiaoquan gritted her teeth. What does your family do? To nurture a Ghastly of such caliber, is it truly necessary to visit the battle club? Lu Yi sighed, pondering how he had managed to cultivate such a creature. It shouldn't be possible. How could Ghastly possibly overpower Jengar? Was there a flaw in the process? Noticing Lu Yi's sincere expression, Xiaoquan refrained from reprimanding him and reluctantly withdrew Jengar. You should refrain from returning to this club, Xiaoquan sighed. Lu Yi, taken aback, inquired why. Did you not see my Jengar nearly drained of vitality? Jengar was gravely weakened, and its toxins would not recover swiftly. Guilt-laden, Lu Yi departed the training grounds, murmuring, who would have thought that besides employing underhanded tactics, Aju's training methods were equally unscrupulous? It seems this poison-type champion is not someone to be closely allied with. Throughout the afternoon, while Ghastly had yet to master toxic abilities, its adaptability to poison had significantly improved. Furthermore, Jengar's venom would enhance Ghastly's future potency and toxicity. Although Lu Yi had merely observed, he believed he had played an indispensable role. Could it be that I am a prodigy in training? He mused. A glance at Ghastly revealed something amiss. Due to the absorption of Jengar's venom, Ghastly's mist had transformed into an inky green hue, occasionally bubbling ominously. As Ghastly levitated, the sound of liquid sloshing within its form echoed. Several droplets of venom dripped onto the ground, hissing as they corroded the stone tiles, creating small pits. Ghastly grinned sheepishly, exposing a somewhat embarrassed smile. Lu Yi's expression shifted. Let us go to the Pokémon Center. Before Ghastly could respond, it was enveloped in a crimson light and returned to its Pokeball. The Pokémon Center was not far from the training grounds. Lu Yi hurried into the hall, entrusted Ghastly's Pokeball to the nurse, and bowed deeply. Thank you for your help. The nurse smiled and nodded. Rest assured. The examination will conclude in about half an hour. Please take a seat. Lu Yi nodded, settling onto a bench, feeling an unsettling chill down his spine. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he nervously gnawed at his fingers. Half an hour later, the emergency room's red light turned green. The doctor, with a serious demeanor, removed his mask and addressed the approaching Lu Yi, speaking in a low tone. In this situation, doctor, is it serious? Lu Yi interjected anxiously. Please, tell me, doctor. The doctor shot Lu Yi an irritated glare. Ghastly merely overindulged. I will prescribe some digestive tablets for it. Huh. A glossy Ghastly floated out of the emergency room, swaying its head amidst the cheerful smiles of the nurses. Ghastly. It cast a displeased glance at Lu Yi. Why did you bring me to the emergency room for no reason? Lu Yi sighed in relief, defiantly glaring back. You nearly scared me to death. The ghost-type Pokémon had lain there for over half an hour, its dark green hue improving slightly, yet it still bore a faint pallor. The doctor explained. The ghost merely absorbed toxins from other spirits, resulting in a temporary rejection reaction, which will not have significant consequences. Besides, this ghost has quite the appetite. The doctor chuckled as he poked the ghost, only to suddenly stiffen and collapse. Goodness, doctor, are you all right? Lu Yi exclaimed. Ah, just a little joke. In my youth, I was also a trainer, the doctor replied, laughing heartily despite the ghost's drooling condition. These are trivial matters, nothing to fret over. In the end, the doctor, trembling, completed Lu Yi's medical report, deepening Lu Yi's respect for the medical personnel in the Dongwang region. The ghost's rejection reaction would not last long, at most a day. This phenomenon was also documented in the toxic heart of Aju, along with corresponding explanations. However, Lu Yi was anxious about any unexpected developments with the ghost, causing him to fret. As the sun set, Lu Yi trudged along the street, his weary figure accompanied by a bewildered ghost. Let's not push ourselves in the future, Lu Yi said, unusually serious. To me, whether it's mastering techniques or becoming a trainer, nothing is more important than you. The ghost's mood also dipped, silently floating beside Lu Yi. Initially, Lu Yi had no desire to become a trainer, driven by personal concerns. He worried about his safety and the potential waste of his resources. Yet, after spending time with the ghost, he found himself more concerned about the ghost's well-being. Since the alteration of the world line, Lu Yi had been contemplating this dilemma. Are Pokémon truly willing to accept training and engage in battles? Or are they compelled by their trainers to risk their lives? Lu Yi did not dismiss the profession of a trainer, but for him personally, the allure of being a champion or a trainer was minimal. He simply wished to quietly enjoy a world shared with Pokémon. All right, Lu Yi smiled. Don't wear that sorrowful face. He reached into the ghost's dark mist, gently tugging the corners of its mouth upward. A tingling sensation ran through his fingertips as he smiled at the ghost. Give me a smile. The ghost's tears splattered, yet it struggled to stretch its mouth into a grin. What does the ghost yearn for most? To repay Lu Yi. To witness the highest vistas of this world alongside him. Even if it were to suffer greatly, the ghost would fulfill Lu Yi's wishes, despite its owner's constant lack of time. However, Guiz knew that Lu Yi's greatest aspiration was to become a trainer. Otherwise, why would his master continuously engage in games related to tactics? This must surely be his master's relentless effort to achieve his dream of becoming a trainer. I too must strive harder. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the silhouette of Gui's elongated on the path. Lu Yi murmured softly, I never really wanted to be a trainer. Gui's eyes sparkled with determination as he floated majestically in the center of the road. I must ensure my master becomes a trainer. Chapter 038. The invitation to the school team. With the weekend concluding, Lu Yi returned to Moda University for classes. The quarterfinal match of the Pokémon Cup was scheduled for Wednesday afternoon. Yet, Lu Yi remained unfazed, while Tian Yue anxiously paced around him. Lu Zijie, do you really have confidence? This quarterfinal is filled with hidden talents. You must not be careless. Lu Yi chuckled, don't worry, I won't be careless. Beside them, Liang Daiyou nudged Tian Yue, teasing, why are you in such a hurry? It's not you competing, and besides, Lu Zijie has probably been training secretly. TSK. During the last exam, you claimed you wouldn't study, yet you were the one frequenting the library the most. Daiyou adjusted his non-existent glasses, adopting a look of profound truth. Lu Yi's expression became complicated. Damn, I did train yesterday. How infuriating. I cannot refute that. Lu Yi's advancement to the quarterfinals was announced last Saturday, and many classmates were only just hearing the news today. They cast curious glances at Lu Yi. Excelling academically, handsome, and now proficient in Pokémon battles. Could it be that he was cheating? Lu Xiaowei is truly impressive. Has he not shattered records? Indeed, among the quarterfinalists, he is the only one not specializing in battle. The morning class was economics, taught by Professor Chen, who had previously sent a smile Lu Yi's way. The stern Professor Chen ascended the podium, and the large lecture hall fell into a profound silence. Clearing his throat, Professor Chen called out, Lu Yi, there is someone outside looking for you. I won't mark you absent for this class. A murmur of speculation arose. At the entrance stood a middle-aged man, dressed in a white shirt, exuding an air of elegance, who nodded apologetically. Oh, is that Coach Zhai Wenyo from the school team? Which team, basketball or football? Are you foolish? It's obviously for Pokémon battles. As attention focused on him, Lu Yi stepped out of the classroom, somewhat bewildered. I haven't done anything recently. Why is someone looking for me during class? Upon exiting, the middle-aged man nodded. You must be Lu Yi. Let us have a seat in the adjacent classroom. Upon entering the empty classroom, the man got straight to the point. I am Zhai Wenyo, the coach of the Pokémon Battle School team, and I am here to invite you to join the team. If one were to consider Lu Yi's private victory over Shen Tingji as a mere stroke of luck, then his ascension into the quarterfinals of the Pokémon Cup is a testament to his undeniable prowess. Although the Pokémon Cup is a municipal-level competition, its significance rivals that of provincial events due to geographical peculiarities. To emerge from such a tournament is ample proof of Lu Yi's potential. Zhai Wenyo had meticulously prepared an array of justifications, including a recommendation letter for obtaining a trainer's license and prospects for future academic endorsements. However, Lu Yi's initial display of skill left Zhai momentarily taken aback. I apologize, Coach Zhai. Lu Yi scratched his head. I have no intention of becoming a trainer. I may have inadvertently signed up for this competition. Perhaps luck was on my side, for I never anticipated reaching the quarterfinals. Zhai opened his mouth, hesitating for a moment before responding. You do not intend to be a trainer? Lu Yi nodded sincerely. Yet you have advanced to the quarterfinals? Zhai pressed on. It was an unexpected occurrence, purely coincidental. What of the rumors that you defeated Shen Tingji? Lu Yi chuckled awkwardly. Her brutal was not in its prime. I merely capitalized on a fortunate opportunity. Zhai fell silent, contemplating. His visit to Lu Yi was prompted not only by the latter's quarterfinal status, but also by a video he had received, showcasing Lu Yi's extraordinary ability to dominate Shen Tingji with an unconventional strategy. How could someone with such tactical awareness not aspire to be a trainer? Is it he who is lacking, or am I? Since you have no desire to join the school team, I shall not pressure you, Zhai remarked, shaking his head with a resigned smile. Just remember to come up with a better excuse next time. After all, Director Zhao from the combat department has his eye on you. Does he wish for me to join the team? Lu Yi inquired, astonished. No, he wants you to transfer departments. That is of no concern. Lu Yi smiled. I have grown accustomed to it, ranking in the top 3 of my major. The economics department is eager to recruit talent. Furthermore, the recommendation letter from Dr. Shanli is still tucked away in my drawer at home. Lu Yi does not dismiss the idea of changing majors. He simply has yet to encounter a suitable and desirable opportunity. After a day's classes, Lu Yi strolled along the street outside the campus, where he chanced upon promotional posters for the Pokémon Cup, final showdown for the top 4. The quarterfinals of the Pokémon Cup will commence this Wednesday evening. He had specifically inquired with Tian Yue about this group of quarterfinalists. 3 from Moda University, 3 from Jiangxi University, 1 from Modu Jiaodong University, and 1 from Modu Affiliated High School, each an esteemed institution. However, due to the entrenched barriers within the trainer hierarchy, the likelihood of a non-prestigious school breaching the quarterfinals is slim. This cohort is likely to pursue formal training careers, challenging gyms, and ultimately vying for a position in the Alliance Conference. It is not worth it. Lu Yi shook his head, acknowledging the extraordinary talents of his competitors. Qi Hong, having debuted just a year ago, has already claimed the Kanto Alliance Championship. Qinglu, having debuted for a year, claimed the Kanto League Championship, but was subsequently defeated by Qi Hong half an hour later. In the group chat, Akin, who had been ridiculed continuously, was indeed a prodigy in his own right, at least at the level of a master. However, being in the company of these esteemed figures, Lui felt no psychological burden. As long as I am perceived as a mere novice, no one can undermine my spirit. Upon returning home, Gaisai was engrossed in watching television. The program was titled National League Master Level Tour. Gaisai was fully absorbed, occasionally nodding and diligently taking notes with a pencil. I understand. I completely understand. Lui smiled gently, capturing a video of Gaisai and sharing it in the chat group. At the Tokiwa dojo, having just dispatched a challenger, Qinglu wiped the sweat from his brow and opened the video. Gaisai has been cultivated quite well, Qinglu murmured. Only a master-level energy cube could yield such results. However, judging by the color, has he been training in toxic techniques recently? Has something happened to Gaisai? No, my Gaisai is simply adorable. I wanted to share it with you all. He indeed. Based on the cultivation status, Gaisai is not far from evolution. Qinglu's remark reminded Lui. Although it had only been 2 months since capturing Gaisai, he was not a fledgling Pokémon. With the accumulation of energy from toxic techniques, it was indeed time to consider evolution. However, as this was Lui's first experience in capturing Pokémon, he understood that evolution required substantial preparation. With a spirit of inquiry, Lui sincerely asked, "How can I facilitate Gaisai's evolution?" Chapter 39. The circle is truly chaotic. Lui's question left Qinglu bewildered. Is this truly a question that a master-level trainer should be asking? Shouldn't evolution occur naturally? Yet, as Qinglu pondered, he furrowed his brow, realizing something. Indeed, while evolution is a fundamental aspect of training, it encompasses profound complexities. Despite the advancements in Pokémon studies, the realm of evolution remains riddled with enigmas. For instance, the principles of communication evolution and the symbiosis between Slowpoke and Shelder are still subjects of study for many scholars worldwide, akin to Dr. Yamanashi. Among the known methods of evolution, such as evolving through accumulated battle experience, gathering elemental energy, or even evolving through emotional bonds, each method can profoundly impact a Pokémon's development. It was precisely this contemplation that prompted Lui to seek counsel from the group. Almost succumbing to arrogance once more, Qinglu pressed his fingers to his forehead, and a figure wearing a sun hat emerged in his thoughts. However, speaking of evolution, I am reminded of an individual who shares a striking resemblance in thought with Kingolf, and Qihong has also mentioned the same evolution expert. Qihong, that is indeed a pertinent question, but we are not professionals in this field. Qihong, Kingolf, do you have Xiaolan's contact information? Among the 3 Pokémon Pokédex holders who departed from Jinshin Town, Professor Okido has characterized Qihong as a warrior and Kingolf as a nurturer. As for the domain of evolution, it is Xiaolan who is revered as the evolutionist. Even Qihong himself seeks Xiaolan's counsel when his Pokémon are on the verge of evolution. On the summit of Silver Mountain, Qihong smiled to himself while handing energy cubes to his Pikachu. Indeed, Teacher Lu has considered everything quite thoroughly. In the group chat, Kingolf appeared rather averse to trouble. Kingolf, I can't find it. Qihong, weren't you two rather close? Kingolf, I haven't contacted her in ages. Throughout, Kinna, who had been eavesdropping, wore an amused expression. He had heard whispers of the entanglements among the trio from Kanto, which were merely a triangular romance, complicated further by the infatuation of Tokiwa Daisuke with Qihong. Youth is indeed wonderful, Kinna remarked cheerfully, resting his chin on his hands. Let me take the initiative. I will ask Xiaoyan for her contact information, Akin suddenly interjected. Group member Akin invites Umbrella Jigglypuff to join the chat group. Akin, Sister Xiaolan, please update your contact note. Xiaolan. Oh, how come you are all here? At that moment, Lui, the group owner, gazed silently at the sky. Is this truly my fan group, or is it Qihong's harem? The entire world knows about Xiao Huang's secret affection for Qihong, while both of them remain oblivious. Adding to the mix is the complicated Xiaolan, along with Kasumi, who has gracefully withdrawn from the competition, and Kingolf being Xiao Huang's mentor, while Xiaolan is the sister of Xiaoyin, the communicator. What a convoluted circle. Lui sighed. In the group, Xiaolan, familiar with everyone, was engaging in a lively conversation with Kina. It was only after Kingle's reminder that Bylan noticed the historical record of the video featuring Gaisu. After careful observation, Bylan nodded in agreement. Gaisu is indeed on the brink of evolution. If possible, I would like to observe more closely. Might the group owner initiate a video call? Lui responded, certainly, I appreciate your assistance. Although unaware of Lui's true capabilities, even Qihong and the others are admirers of Lui. Initially under the impression of him being a senior, Bylan spoke with considerable respect. Group member Bylan has sent you a video call request through the chat group. Lui activated the camera, allowing Gaisu to float over for Xiaolan to have a glance. The screen revealed a young girl with a round hat, shoulder-length reddish-brown hair, and a charming visage. Greetings, senior. Xiaolan smiled, revealing her pearly whites. Lui pondered for a moment. Though it seems somewhat absurd to be addressed as a senior, explaining it would be rather cumbersome. Lui nodded. I would like to seek your guidance on what exactly I need to do. Xiaolan merely assumed Lu Yi was being polite, and thus responded cheerfully. Senior, you can simply continue training as usual. Lu Yi appeared somewhat perplexed. Training as usual? Would that imply I could simply lie back and relax? Judging by its nurturing condition, this Gungxi has likely consumed a considerable amount of high-quality energy cubes. Observing the Gungxi closely, Xiaolan rested her chin on her hand and smiled. I can tell, senior, that you are quite dedicated to the training of this Gungxi. Based on the color of the mist, it seems this Gungxi has been recently training in toxic moves, employing the rather rigorous method of toxin absorption. Although the training method may seem harsh, this Gungxi appears to have a deep bond with its trainer. It seems that your training skills are exceptionally refined. Indeed, Lu Yi nodded. I have indeed been quite attentive to my training lately. Kia. Gungxi also nodded earnestly. Xiaolan chuckled. In any case, maintaining a close relationship with your Pokémon will facilitate their evolution. However, it is best not to evolve them during battles, as the variables can be overwhelming. Using an Everstone during combat would be more advisable. Furthermore, an Everstone allows Pokémon to learn many moves in advance without affecting their inherent abilities. The Everstone can restrict a Pokémon's evolution. Should Gungxi evolve unexpectedly in the next battle, it might struggle to adapt and could even sustain injuries. Lu Yi nodded. Thank you, Senior Xiaolan. You are too kind, Lu Yi. Xiaolan replied with a smile. I will also send you the evolution information regarding Gungxi shortly, so you can refer to it. All right. With the guidance and strategies provided by Xiaolan, Lu Yi felt more confident about Gungxi's evolution. However, the Everstone in the system required 1,000, and Lu Yi had barely 100 left. In exasperation, Lu Yi had no choice but to visit the official website of the Pokémon shop to check the price of the Everstone. One measly stone? Lu Yi gasped. Are they trying to rob us? A stone the size of a fist, devoid of any markings, merely lay quietly in the cabinet. Nevertheless, it was still priced at 1 yuan. The official explanation stated that recent research indicates Everstones also have a significant impact on Pokémon hatching, thus driving prices skyward. Lu Yi specifically searched online and discovered that this was indeed the market price. In places like mines, miners typically nurture Pokémon such as Sandshrew and Dugtrio to assist in mineral excavation. If luck is on their side, Pokémon with the pickup ability might chance upon an Everstone in the mines. Although the odds are akin to gold or jade prospecting, the Everstone is considered a valuable commodity within the mining realm. In a state of helplessness, Lu Yi ultimately spent 12 to acquire the immutable stone, including the handling fee. The seller promised its arrival by tomorrow. Meanwhile, the quarterfinals of the Bogeman competition are set to commence this week, specifically tomorrow. Chapter 040, with sunglasses on. None are loved on Wednesday morning. The courier delivered the exquisitely packaged immutable stone to Lu Yi's home. This time, the delivery was made by a largemouth seagull, which carried a parcel box in its beak, enveloped in a layer of waterproof film. Upon unwrapping the multiple layers, Lu Yi was left with the rather unremarkable stone, leading him to feel a sense of being swindled. Quijia? Guac instinctively extended its tongue to lick the immutable stone, regardless of its nature. It was best to taste it first. Due to the Bogeman Cup, the school had generously granted Lu Yi a day off, although he cherished learning more than spectating. His advisor insisted, assertively stating, All right, observing the competition is indeed a vital part of a trainer's education. I fully understand that. But there shall be no buts. If you aspire to be a trainer, I wholeheartedly support you. The advisor cleared his throat emphatically, declaring, I have already approved your leave. Rest assured and enjoy the competition. With a deep sigh, Lu Yi had no choice but to take Guac to the competition center. Lu Yi's match was scheduled for the evening, while the other quarterfinalists competed in the afternoon. As a participant, he was afforded the privilege of sitting close to the action, almost as if receiving special treatment. Under the scorching summer sun, Lu Yi, adorned with sunglasses, sat in the audience, one arm resting on the chair's back, while the other held a refreshing drink. Guac claimed a seat as well, its forehead secured with a string tied around the immutable stone. As for why it wasn't he worn around Guac's neck, it was simply because Guac had no neck. Sizzle. Guac leaned forward, sipping a generous amount of iced cola through a straw, emitting a contented groan. Subsequently, it nodded vigorously, causing the sunglasses on its forehead to slip down over its eyes. Quidja. Before Guac floated the evolution data provided by Xiaolon, which it was manipulating with its dark mist. With its sunglasses on, Guac exuded an air of superiority as it meticulously reviewed the information, occasionally nodding in understanding. Sizzle. So that is how it is. Lu Yi cast a glance at Guac, thinking to himself, "You little rascal are quite the genius." Quidja. At that moment, someone from behind cautiously prodded Lu Yi, their tone betraying excitement. "Are you Teacher Lu?" "You must be Teacher Lu." Lu Yi turned around, slightly wary. "First, tell me what you want. I'm a fan of yours. I'd like to ask for your autograph." Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, hand me the pen." For safety reasons, Lu Yi typically refrained from acknowledging his identity, as his strategies were somewhat underhanded, and he occasionally feared being recognized in public. Upon seeing Lu Yi's signature, the young girl was so exhilarated that her words tumbled over one another. "I am your junior, a student from the affiliated school of Magic University. I will be competing shortly. Could you please cheer for me?" Lu Yi lowered his sunglasses, giving her a scrutinizing glance. Suddenly, he recalled what Tian Yue had mentioned to him earlier about the well-developed junior from the affiliated school. Han Xiaoxiao, right? Lu Yi smiled and encouraged. "Good luck in the competition." Han Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, and she promptly stood up, bowing deeply. "I will strive to advance to the top 4. At that moment, gasps of astonishment erupted around them. The commentator announced, "Both sides have demonstrated remarkable prowess." In the arena, a match was underway between Shun Tingji from Magic University and Liu from Jiangxi University. Faced with the assault of Bru Wang, the 3-in-1 Magnezone disintegrated instantaneously, dodging the fiery fangs while 3 magnetic pulses shot forth. The astonishing power of the mirror shot left Bru Wang momentarily paralyzed, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Bru Wang is unable to continue fighting. The referee blew the whistle, declaring Liu from Jiangxi University the victor. "That was indeed an impressive performance," Lu Yi remarked. Liu, a successor of the electric-type gym, was said to have acquired the strength of a formal trainer. He became the first contestant to advance to the top 4 in this competition. The next match featured Han Xiaoxiao, pitted against a Rumble Rock. From the outset, her Shroomish unleashed a barrage of seed bombs that shattered the Rumble Rock. "It seems she truly has potential," Lu Yi mused, surprised that she had indeed raised a Shroomish. In the judges' area, Tang Hui, the head of the Magic University Psychic-type gym, was engaged in hushed conversation with the chairman of the City Pokémon Association. "This year's competition has seen an influx of new grass-type trainers," Tang remarked. Chairman Song Pingqing pondered. Perhaps it is related to the popularity of the substitute toxic strategy. Tang was taken aback. "Isn't that strategy rather difficult to master? Clearly, you are out of touch with the trends." Song chuckled. "My granddaughter says it's currently the hottest strategy." Tang shook his head. "I am not familiar with it. However, the next competitor is Jiang Yun from Magic University. His Swellow holds a significant advantage in this competition." "Oh, he is up against Lu Yi?" Song Pingqing exclaimed, astonished as he glanced at the list in his hand. "The disadvantage is rather overwhelming. Swellow is immune to ghost-type moves. And with its Guts ability, Jengar's Pride, its Will-O-Wisp, will have minimal effect on Swellow. This is destined to be a rather brutal confrontation." Song sighed. "What a pity. I had hoped he could create a miracle." "A non-professional advancing to the quarterfinals has already set a new record," Tang chuckled. "I believe that trainer with the Bulbasaur, Feng Shu, is worth more attention." As the sun gradually tilted, dusk began to settle. Shin Tingji had yet to leave the arena, standing hesitantly beside the contestant seats. "Did you not lose? Why are you still here?" Lu Yi asked, surprised. "I am here to cheer for you," Shin Tingji murmured softly. Excluding Han Xiaoxiao, Lu Yi stands as the last representative of Modu University in this fiercely contested Pokémon Cup. This fact alone underscores the intensity of the competition. Although Lu Yi remains somewhat indifferent, given that the preliminary and group stages were dominated by Gaisai's prowess, he rises and tucks his sunglasses into his jacket pocket, declaring, "Let us go. It's our turn to take the stage." With a flourish, Gaisai, still wearing his sunglasses, slurps down the contents of his cup of cola in one go and hastily shoves a hamburger into his mouth. nodding in a muffled manner. This spectacle leaves Shen Tingji utterly astonished. Did you bring cola and hamburgers? Are you here to compete or to picnic? The next contenders to face off are Jiang Yun from Modu Jiaotong University and Lu Yi from Moda University. The commentator announces with enthusiasm. It is noteworthy that Lu Yi is the only participant in this competition who is not from a battle-oriented background, and he has already set a record for the best performance in the tournament's history. Will he stop here, or will he ascend to greater heights? Let us wait and see. Jiang Yun, a lean and sturdy figure, nods silently at Lu Yi, exuding a serious demeanor. In the face of such a focused competitor, Lu Yi refrains from resorting to trash talk. After all, the Pokémon at stake is the formidable Yan Wanyan, a creature renowned for its prowess. A slip could prove disastrous. With determination, Gaisai floats onto the battlefield, dramatically tossing his head back and letting his sunglasses fall. Jiang Yun retrieves his Pokeball, muttering, "Go!" Yan Wanyan. Chapter 041. Advancing to the final four upon witnessing the majestic Yan Wanyan, adorned with dark blue wings and crimson patterns. Lu Yi mentally prepares words of encouragement for Gaisai, such as "Thank you. Gaisai, it's not that we are weak, but rather that our opponents are cunning." This Yan Wanyan boasts an impressive move set, living up to its title. Yan Wanyan, typically a flying type, ability, stamina, moves, Screech, Charge Beam, Quick Attack, Aerial Ace. Wing Attack, Agility. Clearly, this Pokémon excels in mobility and physical offense. With its wings unfurled, Yan Wanyan soars through the air, descending like an arrow released from a bow. The battle commences. The commentator exclaims, Yan Wanyan launches the Aerial Ace first. As Yan Wanyan unleashes its signature move, a powerful aura radiates from its wings and elongated beak, emitting a sharp, blinding light. The sound of a balloon bursting echoes as Gaisai's substitute is swiftly torn apart by Yan Wanyan's razor-sharp claws. On the judging panel, the chairman of the Municipal Association, Song Pengqing, lets out a soft exclamation. I anticipated a swift conclusion, yet Gaisai has demonstrated such remarkable reflexes. The psychic-type gym leader, Tang Hui, nods in agreement. The instant decision to create a substitute illustrates this Gaisai's seasoned battle awareness. As the initial strike misses its mark, Gaisai has already maneuvered to Yan Wanyan's midsection, prompting Jiang Yun to command, continue with Aerial Ace. The majestic King Yan swiftly altered its course, targeting the grounded ghost. Its elongated beak resembling a vicious spiral drill aimed with lethal intent. Hold your ground. Lu Yi narrowed his eyes, cautioning against the flapping wings. As the King Yan dove downwards, the ghost conjured a tangible mist-like shield that instantaneously solidified, repelling the razor-sharp claws and igniting a shower of sparks. Although the Yin return failed to land a hit, the King Yin relentlessly flapped its wings, slicing through the air with a fan-like motion directed at the ghost. The commentator bellowed, the finishing move is unleashed. This is the wing assault of the King Yin. Yet, this seemingly certain strike suddenly missed its mark. Thanks to Lu Ye's prior warning, the ghost evaded with astonishing speed, swiftly creating a distance of over 3 meters. Did I misjudge? Song Pengqing murmured, astonished by the ghost's momentary speed, which had surpassed that of the King Yin. Tang Hui pondered, this young man, Lu Yi, must have rigorously trained the ghost for speed. In terms of potential distribution, the ghost's explosive maximum velocity now matches that of the King Yin. Every creature has its limits. Thus, how to judiciously allocate a creature's potential is a crucial lesson in Pokémon breeding. In gaming terminology, Lu Ye's ghost has maximized its effort values for speed. Although the speed-based stats of the King Yin surpass those of the ghost, Lu Ye's training clearly outshines. Jiang Yun seemed to grasp this realization, his expression shifting. King Yin, accelerate. The ghost lacked moves to threaten the King Yin. Despite the inherent risks, if it could outpace the ghost, the outcome of the match would be devoid of suspense. The high-speed maneuver is underway. Lu Yi sighed. I see you are greedily ambitious. Without needing Lu Ye's command, the ghost instinctively recognized this as a prime opportunity. Gasps erupted from the audience. Why had the King Yin suddenly plummeted? This ghost could even use hypnosis? As the King Yin circled in midair, a nebulous beam of light emanated from the ghost's eyes, striking directly with hypnosis. With a shriek, the King Yin fell to the ground, its eyelids growing heavy and gradually closing. This unexpected turn of events left everyone present in stunned silence. Just moments ago, the King Yin had seemingly dominated the ghost. Why had the tide suddenly turned? This young man had concealed the tactic of hypnosis. Song Pengqing's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never seen it displayed before in the top 8. Tang Hui remarked, today's youth truly revel in tactical gameplay. Despite the successful hypnosis, time was fleeting for the ghost. Glancing back at Lu Yi, the ghost tilted its head inquisitively, a glimmer of anticipation in its gaze. If you wish to use it, then do so, Lu Yi replied helplessly. After all, you have no other moves at your disposal. The ghost's eyes sparkled with excitement. This marks the first occasion since Gaisai's training that it has unleashed its potent venom. With a deep inhale, Gaisai puffed out its cheeks, and a ghastly green mist billowed forth from its mouth. Is this truly poison? Murmured Song Pengsheng from the judge's table, appearing somewhat unsettled. A hint of awkwardness flickered in Tang Hui's smile. Perhaps Lu Yi genuinely stands a chance at victory. Enveloped by the toxic fog, the King Yin displayed a pallid hue. Yet, in the next moment, the King Yin abruptly opened its eyes, as if a fervent resolve ignited within its gaze. The trait of perseverance was triggered. Yes, that's it, King Yin. Jiang Yin clenched his fists tightly and shouted, "Use Yin Fan." The atmosphere in the arena seemed to ignite. As the King Yin charged fearlessly towards Gaisai, its wings shimmering with a sharp, cold light. Lu Yi was utterly bewildered. Am I not the one at a disadvantage here? Gaisai, hold your ground. The King Yin collided with the impenetrable mist shield with a resounding thud. A collective gasp echoed as everyone seemed to hear the sound of the King Yin's wings fracturing. Continue with hypnosis. In a state of astonishment, the King Yin awoke only to be subjected to hypnosis once more. If hypnosis fails, maintain defense to buy time, and then resume using hypnosis. The now purplish King Yin glared with its bleached eyes, white foam dribbling from its mouth. Beside it, a cackling Gaisai squatted, seemingly poised to deliver a blow the moment the King Yin regained consciousness. Even the referee could no longer bear to watch and blew the whistle. The victor is Lu Yi. A profound silence enveloped the venue, with the spectators wearing expressions of complex emotions. Did we not pay to witness an exhilarating Pokémon battle? Although the King Yan's performance was undeniably thrilling, what in the world was happening with this Gaisai? How can one so ruthlessly torment their opponent? This is utterly disgraceful. Refund. I demand a refund. Teacher Lu is incredible. Amidst the chorus of doubt, Han Xiao, who also advanced to the semifinals, fervently cheered for Lu Yi. Observing the entire match, Shen Tingji appeared to be adorned with a multitude of question marks. Is this even a legitimate tactic? Even the president of the association, Song Pengsheng, and dojo master, Tang Hui, exchanged glances. Although this strategy is indeed rather unsportsmanlike, one cannot deny its effectiveness. Is he truly from the finance department? Song Pengsheng mused, his expression peculiar. It feels as though he has the experience of a professional trainer who has competed for 5 or 6 years. I don't know. Tang Hui shook his head. All I know is that he has once again set a new historical record. With Gaisai, Lu Yi, despite being at a disadvantage, turned the tide to triumph over Jiang Yun from the prestigious Magic City University, becoming the first non-battling type contestant to reach the semifinals in the history of the Pokémon Cup, once again breaking records. Chapter 042. Inadequate Hospitality. A battle unexpectedly yielded an increase of over 400 points, much to Lu Yi's astonishment. He had anticipated that Gaisai would surely lose. Yet the performance of this King Yin was disappointingly lackluster. Could it truly be that my training was exceptionally effective? Lu Yi mused, stroking his chin. Jiang Yun, the trainer of King Yin, found himself engulfed in a profound existential doubt. How could one maintain such a steadfast defense? He pondered. The teacher never instructed such a strategy. A swarm of reporters surged forth, their camera flashes illuminating the scene as microphones were thrust into Lu Yi's face. Could you share your current sentiments? It is said that you are a prominent Pokémon battle streamer. What insights might you impart? Teacher Lu, my daughter is also a fan of yours. As the quarterfinals had yet to conclude, Lu Yi managed to extricate himself, escorting Gaisai back to the players' corridor. Is this really the Final Four? Lu Yi scratched his head. It seems I have scarcely trained at all. Next to take the stage was Feng Shu, who had previously crossed paths with Lu Yi. Having observed Lu Yi throughout the entire match, Feng Shu gained a deeper comprehension of Lu Yi's tactical substitutions. Truly, he is an exceptional teacher, Feng Shu murmured. To engage in such matches against young competitors, deliberately suppressing Gaisai from evolving. It is so characteristic of him. Most trainers eagerly anticipate their Pokémon's early evolution to enhance their combat prowess in subsequent battles. Yet, Teacher Lu deliberately equipped Gaisai with an Everstone. Aside from Lu Yi's unwavering confidence in himself, Feng Shu could conceive no other explanation. I recall that Teacher Lu had just recently captured Gaisai. Feng Shu reflected, perplexed. Achieving such prowess in less than 2 months. Could it be that Teacher Lu is also a breeder? Shaking his head, Feng Shu gradually redirected his focus. If I could advance to the semifinals and engage in a match with Teacher Lu, that would undoubtedly be a tremendous opportunity. The final match of the evening featured Fengshu's Bulbasaur facing a notably fierce Zubat, whose breeding was remarkably exceptional, having mastered a powerful leeching move with an impressive power rating of 80. However, as a disciple of Lu Yi, Fengshu adeptly executed the combination of Leech Seed and Sleep Powder. The two Pokémon battled fiercely, nearly exchanging their vitality, with Bulbasaur ultimately securing a narrow victory. The conclusion of the quarterfinals sent shockwaves throughout the entire grade. Lu Ye's phone vibrated incessantly, even drawing the attention of Coach Zhai Wenyo, who extended another invitation to join the school team. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was preoccupied with declining yet another contract. The contract was provided by the organizers of the Pokémon Cup, which, upon signing the player, would furnish an annual training budget of 10 units, along with complimentary training equipment and energy blocks. However, this contract held little allure for Lu Yi. Moreover, the intricacies within the contract were numerous. The agreements for champions differed significantly from those for the top 4 contenders. Lu Yi had no intention of pursuing the path of a trainer, and thus had no plans to sign. The other 3 players who advanced to the top 4 were Fengshu, Han Xiaoxiao, and Liu Yu from Jiangsu Zhejiang University. Among these 3, 2 were indeed fans of Lu Yi. This hardly resembled a top 4 competition. Lu Yi mused with a hint of peculiarity. It was clearly a casual match. What if I were to lose to casual players? That would be quite embarrassing. Lu Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully, resolving that he must allow Gaisai to continue training. After defeating the formidable Wang Yan, Gaisai had begun to emanate a faint white light of evolution, albeit stifled by the Everstone. With the evolution materials provided by Xiao Lan and the energy blocks at Lu Ye's disposal, evolution seemed a mere formality. Upon returning home, Gaisai removed the Everstone from its forehead, exhaling in relaxation. Lu Yi also opened his computer, contemplating the next video he wished to produce. Currently, Lu Ye's fan count stood at 97. Achieving such popularity with merely 3 videos was quite rare. He had numerous ideas for the Teacher Lu Teaches You to Battle series, including concepts like the Angry Hole Team, the Spiky Team, and the Weakness Policy Sandcastle. However, lacking material meant that the quality of the resulting videos would not be optimal. Another task issued by the system prompted Lu Yi to consider a change in direction. Task: I am not a jack of all trades. Main task: reach the top of any video leaderboard, excluding game categories. Task reward: 2,000 points, 3 random skills. 1 random purple item note. This task can be completed repeatedly. This was ostensibly a trainer development system, yet this task seemed rather out of place. Lu Yi smirked slightly, yet nodded in agreement. It suited my intentions quite well. He pondered which category to pivot toward. The battle zone was the domain of numerous prominent figures, while the music and dance categories posed significant challenges. After much contemplation, Lu Yi resolved to dabble in the lifestyle category, which would also allow him to improve his culinary skills. After several attempts, Lu Ye's Cooking 1 had successfully leveled up. Cooking 2 significantly enhances your culinary prowess. This enhancement also applies to knife skills, fire control, and more. With your talent, running a restaurant would be more than feasible, although a level of 3 was required to attain the status of a star chef. Being a food blogger was still quite manageable. Gaisai, come help me. Lu Yi called out from the kitchen. Gaisai obediently floated to Lu Ye's side, curiously observing his actions. Please turn off the heat after the potatoes have steamed for 20 minutes. I will prepare the oven. Lu Yi was about to create the first dish from Shokyuchi no Soma, a replica of crispy roasted meat. He combined sauteed mushrooms and onions with golden, fluffy mashed potatoes, wrapped it all in bacon, and secured it tightly with twine, garnishing it with rosemary and other spices. Guiz. Please place this in the oven for half an hour. Guiz, with a slurp, utilized his dark mist to maneuver the dish into the oven. The rich aroma of red wine and butter wafted from the pan as it simmered, transforming into a thick, deep crimson sauce upon the addition of seasonings. Guiz inhaled the fragrant air, eagerly watching Lu Ye's every move. Ding! The roasting was complete, and Guiz eagerly opened the oven door. A wave of savory meat scent enveloping him. He arranged the bacon-wrapped potato roast on a pristine white plate, drizzling it with the aromatic deep red sauce. Lu Yi had even taken care to garnish the presentation with sprigs of rosemary. Observing the dish, which was a feast for both the eyes and the palate, Lu Yi nodded to himself. It looks quite appealing. Would you like to give it a taste? Guiz nodded fervently. Be careful, it's hot. Lu Yi set up a tripod. From now on, you shall be the first culinary blogger among the spirits. Guiz grinned widely, gracefully presenting the plate to the camera, cautiously blowing away the steam. Guiz extended his tongue to tentatively taste the sauce, instantly squinting in delight. Despite the presence of cutlery, Gooey's had no intention of using it. Instead, he opened his mouth wide and took a generous bite of the roast. The rich flavor filled the room, causing Lu Yi to swallow hard. How does it taste? Gooey's remained silent, his cheeks stuffed full, chewing enthusiastically while juice dribbled down his chin, his face radiating sheer bliss. Curious, Lu Yi cut a small piece of the bacon. Instantly, a vision unfolded before him, as if a multitude of Kintaroi were galloping toward the setting sun, and the red wine in the wooden cellar continued to ferment. He and Gooey's, wearing straw hats, were seated in the open fields, lost in thought as a gentle breeze caressed them. Apologies for the inadequate hospitality. Gooey's looked up from the plate, his face smeared with sauce, and beamed. At that moment, a dazzling white light erupted from Gooey's. Chapter 043, System. You have schemed against me. Lu Yi stared, bewildered, at the radiant light before him. In the first second, he glanced at the unchanged stone on the table. In the second, he turned back to observe Gooey's, who was gradually sprouting claws. In the third second, he began to ponder where he might press a button to cancel the evolution. The answer was none. The white light enveloped Gooey's as the mist expanded, gradually forming an uneven purple ghost face, with rows of spiky protrusions on either side of its head. Those once round eyes elongated, and the black pupils ignited with a ghostly blue flame, while its sharp fangs transformed into purple teeth. On either side of Ghost Stone's body, there were jagged spectral claws, floating in midair with remarkable agility. Ghost Stone squinted, cradling a plate smeared with sauce in both hands, savoring every lick with great delight. It seems you've evolved solely to lick plates. With the development of hands, Ghost Stone undoubtedly surpassed guys in terms of convenience. Lu Yi felt a slight headache, pressing his hand against his forehead. I just spent over 10,000 on that Everstone, and now you've evolved? Yet, upon reflection, the Everstone was intended to prevent guys from evolving during battles, avoiding unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, Ghost Stone's evolution appeared to be a natural progression. No longer guys. He was now Ghost Stone. After licking the plate clean, Ghost Stone contentedly burped, squinting with a mischievous grin. You're still the same, Lu Yi remarked with a smile. Don't forget to wash the plate later. Ever since guys got hands, even chores have become effortless. With sauce smeared across his face, Ghost Stone playfully extended his long tongue, joyfully lunging towards Lu Yi. Skillfully bending at the waist, Lu Yi dodged the tongue while casually examining Ghost Stone's list of moves. Besides the various transformation techniques and the ability to guard against poison, Ghost Stone had learned 2 new moves after evolving. The first was Misfortune Never Comes Alone. Ghost Stone enveloped his opponent in a shroud of dark mist. Theoretically, the more abnormal statuses the opponent had, the greater the move's power. In the real world, these statuses could stack continuously, allowing Misfortune Never Comes Alone to maximize damage. Just imagining the devastation if Ghost Stone executed Misfortune Never Comes Alone on an opponent with 5 stacked abnormal statuses sent a shiver down Lu Yi's spine. Disgusting, utterly vile. This move was derived from the Everstone, learned after defeating the King Swallow, making the hefty price of the Everstone seem somewhat justified. Nonetheless, Lu Yi still felt a pang of regret. He could have waited to evolve until after mastering Shadow Ball, a grave loss indeed. Oh, it turns out I'm not a trainer. Then it's no problem. The other move was Shadow Punch, which Ghost Stone automatically mastered upon evolving, although it still required training for proficient execution. Witnessing Ghost Stone eagerly throwing punches at the wall, Lu Yi believed the day of mastery was not far off. Hee. Ghost Stone appeared exuberant, its fists floating as it unleashed a flurry of strikes against the wall. The fists melded into the wall, only to emerge from the opposite side and return to Ghost Stone's sides. Ghost Stone cackled with glee, thoroughly enjoying itself. Lu Yi looked up at the sky. This scene seemed strangely familiar. It reminded him of a certain creature that would summon a bizarre array of things before wildly throwing punches. Ghost Stone, Lu Yi called out. You first drift into the shadow behind me. With a swift nod, Ghost Stone adeptly melds into the shadows beneath Lu Yi's feet, leaving only a pair of glistening eyes to survey the surroundings. Lu Yi places one hand on his hip, snaps his fingers, and commands, Ghost Stone, Shadow Punch. Responding promptly, Ghost Stone springs forth, hovering behind Lu Yi and unleashing a multitude of shadowy punches into the void. How marvelous! Lu Yi's eyes gleam with excitement. He no longer fears ambushes. In this world of elves, ensuring the safety of trainers is a formidable challenge. Even the strongest can stumble in the most unexpected ways during indiscriminate battles in the wild. In a particular episode of Wilderness Combat, the Dragon-type champion Adu suffered an unexpected defeat at the hands of the seemingly trivial Rattata and Caterpie. A true disgrace for a champion. With Ghost Stone's ability to merge into shadows, Lu Yi gains an additional layer of security. Although not a trainer by profession, it is prudent to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Having dispatched Ghost Stone to acclimate to its new form and tidy up the kitchen, Lu Yi retrieves his camera and begins to review the footage he just recorded. Within minutes, his expression transforms into one of delight. The material is nothing short of explosive. Lu Yi's striking appearance is undeniable. Even as a food vlogger, his charm cannot be overshadowed. In the video, the handsome young man skillfully prepares his dishes, a sight that is inherently pleasing to the eye. The dark circles from sleepless nights and the stubble do not detract from Lu Yi's allure. Rather, they add a unique charm to his persona. As he drizzles sauce over the bacon and meat, even the steam is captured with stunning clarity, including Ghost Stone's comical gulping motion. With a touch of editing and some filters, this could easily become the ultimate culinary video. The final segment features Ghost Stone's evolution. After indulging in the grilled meat, Ghost Stone begins its transformation, an effect that seems to suggest that Lu Yi's cooking has spurred its evolution. This brings a smile to Lu Yi's face. Truly, I am remarkable. He pats himself on the shoulder, marveling at the fact that his cooking could lead to an elf's evolution. However, the next moment, his actions freeze in place. Evolving into Ghost Stone means that Lu Yi will need to invest significantly more in its sustenance. Compared to Ghost Stone's appetite undoubtedly multiplies geometrically. A bead of cold sweat trickles down Lu Yi's forehead. Moreover, Ghost Stone's refined palate demands that he work even harder to earn enough to exchange for berries from the system. Coupled with the tasks that the system seems to orchestrate, it all feels like an elaborate trap designed to unconsciously steer Lu Yi down the path of a trainer. System, you have plotted against me. Lu Yi took a deep breath, and the excitement of Guiz's evolution dissipated, leaving only a profound emptiness. He opened the calculator and began to tally the expenses. Guiz's monthly expenditure amounted to 2,000 yuan, while the nurturing manual indicated that Guiztong's dietary needs were at least 3 times that of Guiz. Calculating at around 6,000 yuan per month, he realized that in 6 months, he would face bankruptcy, not to mention the rent and utility bills. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yi calmly reassured himself. Fortunately, as long as it does not evolve into Gungue, it is still manageable. With renewed determination, Lu Yi retrieved the storage card and commenced editing a new program video. Thanks to multi-camera shooting, no new recordings were necessary, and he completed the editing in just 2 hours. By then, it was already 1:30 in the morning. The video showcased golden, tantalizing bacon roast drizzled with rich gravy, evoking the sensation of biting into it, filled with satisfaction. The aroma of the bacon tantalized the taste buds, and the image of Guiz devouring it was simply irresistible. No one could resist indulging in late-night temptations. No one. Lu Yi swallowed hard and clicked the upload button. While waiting for the video review, he called out to Guiztong, who was tidying up the kitchen. Guiztong, please help me prepare a bowl of instant noodles with 2 sausages. Your video has been reviewed and uploaded successfully. Click to view. Teacher Lu's Late Night Kitchen 01. Imitation Crispy Roast Meat. Chapter 044. Teacher Lu's Late Night Kitchen. Just 10 minutes after the release of Teacher Lu's video, the comments section exploded. Grandpa, the main account you follow has been updated. Is this a series on unorthodox endeavors? Holy cow, late night poison. Releasing a food video at this hour? Please, have some decency. What? This dish even sparkles. Fans who were busy purchasing homes immediately discovered Teacher Lu's new video, initially suspecting it to be another dirty trick. They clicked the video with sincere hope that Teacher Lu was safe. However, they were utterly astounded to learn that Teacher Lu had unexpectedly transitioned into a food blogger. Not only did he change careers, but he also chose to release it at 1 in the morning. More importantly, the dish looked quite appealing. The golden roast meat paired with thick gravy, combined with filters and a cozy ambience. Oh no, I can't resist this anymore. Why on earth did I click on this video at such a late hour? Teacher Lu, you're out of coins. In addition to the enticing appearance of the roast meat, Guiz's eating broadcast was a major highlight. His voracious consumption made it impossible not to swallow in response. The fragrant steam seemed to waft out of the video. Guiz was nearly finished with the roast meat, and the 5 minutes of torment was coming to an end when Teacher Lu presented another portion for himself. I have never seen such shamelessness. I suggest renaming it Encore Presentation. Not to mention, Teacher Lu's culinary skills seem quite impressive, even from a professional perspective. One cannot find fault with Teacher Lu's culinary techniques. It is truly astonishing that a gaming streamer possesses such remarkable culinary skills, far exceeding the expectations of his fans. Moreover, this marks Teacher Lu's debut appearance in his own videos. The elegant fingers, the profile captured during cooking, coupled with a warm and serene ambience. Why does it evoke such a sense of nostalgia? Is this truly Teacher Lu? Handsome stranger, who are you? Please return to your role as a streamer. From culinary instruction to filming and editing techniques, this gastronomic video is impeccable. Teacher Lu emulates the style of the parallel world's Midnight Diner, devoid of flashy gimmicks, only a subtly captivating narration resonating. It is foreseeable that this editing style will spark a wave of imitation among food vloggers in the lifestyle sector. What astonishes the audience even more is the final segment. During the process of licking the plate, Gaisai appears unsatisfied, ultimately evolving. Can culinary arts actually lead to the evolution of Pokémon? Is this a new topic of evolution? I am utterly baffled. Such an evolution method exists. Could it be that Teacher Lu is also a breeder? Among breeders, there indeed exists a category of chefs who cultivate Pokémon through cuisine, akin to the culinary delights of the Sinnoh region's Bofin and the Galar region's Gigantamax soup and curry. It is an undeniable fact that cuisine can have a nurturing effect on Pokémon. However, how can Teacher Lu, a tactical master, suddenly transition into a breeder? Is this the realm of the strong? Being handsome is one thing, but to also possess culinary prowess? Lu Bao, I am utterly smitten. In Nibi City, at the dark gray gym, after soothing his younger siblings to sleep, it was already late at night. The resolute man stretched lazily, squinting towards his younger brother with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, Jiro. You should rest early too. Jiro, who bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Gang, nodded and returned to the doorway, earnestly saying, Brother, you've worked hard too. What silly things you say, Xiao Gang chuckled as he ruffled Jiro's hair. This is all part of my duty. Although the strength of the dark gray gym is recognized within the Kanto Alliance, the salary of a gym leader is barely sufficient to support the lives of 9 younger siblings. Thus, aside from being a gym leader, Xiao Gang also serves as a guard at the Dark Gray City Museum, where he acquired his scythe helmet. Besides being a trainer, Xiao Gang is also an outstanding breeder. Approaching his computer, he maintained his daily habit of studying breeding methods, yet his attention was drawn to a rapidly rising video titled Midnight Diner. Squinting, Xiao Gang murmured, Is this a cooking video? His own culinary skills are quite commendable, but the breeder label on this video piqued his curiosity. Cultivating Pokémon through culinary methods? Breeders, also known as nurturers, possess a diverse array of functions and categories. Egg hatching, grooming, and cooking all fall under the purview of a breeder. Strictly speaking, Akin and Aoyuki can also be classified as Pokémon breeders. This includes the junior mentioned by Akahi, Diamond from the Sinnoh region, who excels in nurturing Pokémon through culinary arts. As the video commences, Brock's face is set in a serious expression as he meticulously observes the cooking process. Although his technique appears somewhat inexperienced, no faults can be found otherwise. At the video's conclusion, the scene of Jengar's evolution causes Brock to widen his eyes slightly. Is this merely for show? No, Jengar truly evolved due to the meal it consumed. Brock contemplates, stroking his chin, pondering whether it is the emotions embedded in the cuisine or other nurturing techniques at play. In this world of Pokémon, emotional energy is an enigmatic force, yet it undeniably exists. The power of Tokiwa can temporarily push Pokémon beyond their limits. And then there is the legendary bond power. Both harness the energy of emotions. This particular Jengar shares a profound connection with its trainer. The meal crafted by the trainer, infused with emotion, is a pivotal factor in Jengar's evolution. A subtle smile graces Brock's lips. What an exceptional breeder. The most vital trait of a breeder is an ardent love for Pokémon. Merely watching this video instills in Brock a sense of kinship with Teacher Lu. Brock clenches his fist tightly, his face turning solemn. This is a mutual admiration between two men, two breeders, with the intent of exchanging insights. Brock takes a moment to compose himself and sends a private message to Teacher Lu, solid as a rock. Hello. A half-hour silence ensues. Upon finishing his instant noodles, Lu Yi returns to find he has lost over 30,000 followers. Wow, that is quite real. Lu Yi raises an eyebrow, reflecting on the quality of his video. Fortunately, his follower count is steadily increasing, leaving Lu Yi unfazed. With a hint of obsessive compulsiveness, he opens his private message interface. After dismissing the numerous red notifications, one message titled Solid as a Rock captures Lu Yi's attention. The profile picture displays a badge design, a gray regular octagon, representing the dark gray rock-type gem. Lu Yi smirks and clicks on the user's profile, revealing a robust man with slanted eyes. One more doesn't make a difference. Lu Yi sighs and replies. Teacher Lu, are you there? Join the group. Chapter 045. Is Teacher Lu a master breeder? By the time Brock joins the group, it is already late at night. A mere glance at the group list sends a shiver down his spine. Have I joined a master breeder's team? Brock muses solemnly, realizing the impressive roster before him. In the breeding house, Akin was engrossed in his game, while a rather irritable Porygon floated nearby. Porygon, it exclaimed, are you really that inept at playing? Ah, Porygon, you're distracting me. A sudden body slam from Porygon sent Akin tumbling aside, and it called out to the window. At once, a Dusclops emerged from the trees, lifting the dazed Akin onto the bed. Rubbing his head, Akin noticed Porygon was instructing Piku on how to conquer the level, prompting him to smile helplessly. His phone buzzed, and upon glancing at it, Akin let out a startled cry. That squinty-eyed uncle. Little Gang's eyelids twitched, and veins pulsed at his temples. What are you still doing awake at this hour? Akin inquired. I came to seek Mr. Lu's insights on breeding, Little Gang replied earnestly. Ah, you mean Teacher Lu? That fellow is probably already asleep. You should try again tomorrow. Little Gang nodded silently, gazing at the extensive list of master trainers with a newfound reverence. What an incredibly powerful breeder he must be, he murmured. After adding Little Gang to the group, Lu Yi went to bed. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that the buzzing of his phone roused him. The group chat was abuzz with discussions regarding Lu Yi's recent post. Midnight Diner. I'm so hungry. Chongkong Dingxiang typed. I made breakfast. You can come over later. Chi-Hong chimed in. Chongkong Dingxiang responded with astonishment. What? That guy is also a breeder. Infusing emotion into cooking to facilitate evolution is quite an advanced breeding technique, Little Gang remarked. Kaneda added, the water-type champion from Kalos, Jimmy, likely employs a similar method. Kingle frowned, as he had always adhered to the principle of survival of the fittest in evolution and held little interest in such notions of emotion. Emotion can cloud a trainer's vision and judgment. However, it cannot be denied that Teacher Lu's approach seems viable. S has evolved, Xiaolon exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. It hasn't even been 2 months yet. Little Gang, stroking his chin, stated seriously, Mr. Lu could very well be a master-level breeder. Lu Yi looked utterly bewildered. What breeder? What are you all talking about? Isn't Jengar evolving just to lick plates? I didn't do it. Don't say such things. Observing the fervent discussion in the group, Lu Yi hesitated to interrupt. Well, as long as you're happy, he sighed. Closing the chat, Lu Yi accessed the management backend to check his follower count. After just one night, his numbers had surged to 100, surpassing the million-follower milestone. Simultaneously, a notification from the system chimed. Achievement of 1 million followers accomplished. Achievement reward, Commemorative Ball X1, Skill Upgrade Voucher X1. The meager rewards left Lu Yi feeling cold and frustrated. An achievement of such grandeur, boasting 1 million followers, only merited a single commemorative ball? He wondered why a master ball was not bestowed upon him instead. Did you pocket my reward? Ding. As a token for the significant achievement attained by the host, the system will dispense a precious commemorative ball as a reward. In reality, a commemorative ball is not as easily acquired as in a game, where purchasing 10 grants an extra one. Rather, it is a special Pokeball released in limited quantities during specific events by the Pokeball factory. From a collector's perspective, the commemorative ball undoubtedly holds value, yet is seldom found in the market. However, Lu Yi would not be foolish enough to trade a system item. This item would merely gather dust. The other reward, the skill upgrade voucher, was a first for him. Curious, he touched the small card, which instantly shattered into fragments. Skill upgrade voucher used successfully. Please select a skill to upgrade. Cooking 2, Clairvoyance 1, Energy Block Crafting 4, Japanese 3. In terms of cost effectiveness, upgrading Energy Block Crafting was certainly more advantageous. Yet, as Lu Yi was not a trainer, level 4 sufficed. After a fierce internal struggle, Lu Yi sighed and ultimately chose Energy Block Crafting. Why do I feel like this is yet another trap? He murmured. Ding. Skill upgrade successful. With Energy Block Crafting 5, your profound knowledge of berries grants you a certain probability of creating energy blocks of perfect quality, comparable to that of a coordination master. Even at level 5, it does not guarantee the production of perfect quality. Instead, it enhances the probability from a lower chance to a certain likelihood. Moreover, extensive practice is required to fully realize the skill's potential. Although Lu Yi's current abilities may not match those of the coordination champion, Macaulay, he could easily overpower coordinators like Melissa. Given that it was early in the morning, Lu Yi refrained from using the noisy berry machine for fear of disturbing the neighbors. However, he could distinctly perceive the benefits brought forth by the skill upgrade. Little rascal, you are in for a treat. Lu Yi entered the adjacent room, ready to tease Jengar, but his eyes widened in astonishment. Jengar was currently practicing punches against the wall. Whoosh. Those 2 ghostly claws, free to detach from the body, flitted around the living room, merging into the wall only to re-emerge from the ceiling, leaving no clue as to where they would appear next. Jengar was honing the move. Shadow Punch. You are a special attacker, Lu Yi thought, feeling exasperated. With your meager physical attack, what good is practicing punches? Gung? Jengar cast a glance at Lu Yi. Are you instructing me? Never mind, I'll pretend I didn't say anything. Your happiness is what matters most. Lu Yi crossed his arms, observing Guaystone practice boxing for an extended period, and arrived at the following conclusion. Guystone's ghostly claws must remain within 5 meters of him, which translates to a mere range on his stand panel. Although precision may be somewhat commendable, Guystone's lackluster physical attacks are undeniably feeble. If you wish to train, then train away. Lu Yi sighed, contemplating purchasing a set of dumbbells for him in the future. Okay. Guystone's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he nodded vigorously. Lu Yi rubbed his temples in exasperation. No matter how hard one strives, there are inherent limits to a Pokémon's abilities. You're practicing so vigorously. Do you expect to evolve into a dual-wielding Guaystone? Although Lu Yi found Guystone's boxing practice to be of little utility, he had no intention of discouraging the creature's enthusiasm. It was better to let this little fellow indulge in his own whimsical explorations. I'm off to class now. Would you like to join me? Lu Yi called out. Okay. Guaystone shook his head, striking a pose reminiscent of a boxer, energetically swinging his fists. Just don't demolish the house. Chapter 046. Do you really think I live off others? The semi-finals of the Pokémon Cup will take place next Wednesday, preceded by a week of promotional activities. Coincidentally, Lu Yi's final exams are scheduled during this time, and once completed, he will be free for summer vacation. Lu Yi does not intend to return to his hometown for the summer, so he plans to visit his parents during the review week. Classmates, this is our final lesson of the semester. Once I take attendance, we shall conclude. Professor Chun, meticulous as ever, adjusted his glasses while standing beside the podium. As the class came to an end, the room erupted in cheers. Although the review week spans an entire week and exam preparations are indeed arduous, it still feels like a brief holiday. Tian Yue turned around in the front row, eagerly asking, "Brothers, shall we team up for some games later?" "Do you?" Appearing considerably older, replied, "I must study for computer science, criminal law, and advanced mathematics." "I understand." Tian Yue swallowed hard, then turned to Lu Yi. "What about you? Shouldn't you be training?" "Ah, I do have some free time." Lu Yi shrugged. "I've already earned enough credits. Failing these 2 courses wouldn't matter much." The news that a freshman from MOOB, particularly a student from the finance department, had reached the semifinals had spread throughout the entire School of Economics. Even many from the Pokémon Academy in the southern campus had come specifically to catch a glimpse of this prominent figure. At least 3 students from the battle department had extended invitations for combat to Lu Yi. However, since they were not formidable opponents, and winning would not yield any rewards, Lu Yi declined their offers. As the day's classes concluded, Lu Yi opened his phone to assess his gains from the Midnight Diner series. Teacher Lu was known for employing underhanded tactics, a fact widely acknowledged in the gaming community. While such tactics could indeed be applied in real life, without Teacher Lu's exceptional command skills, the outcomes would certainly be disastrous. This has resulted in a polarized reputation for Teacher Lu. Dirty. Teacher Lu is indeed quite filthy. How can such a handsome tactical master exist? However, this time, Teacher Lu has released a culinary video, which has genuinely taken everyone by surprise. Aside from the late-night indulgence, Teacher Lu's culinary skills have garnered unanimous approval from his fans. Coupled with the understated narrative and editing style, this series, Midnight Diner, unexpectedly evokes a sense of emotion. Particularly, the smile that emerged during the final evolution of the ghostly beast evokes a profound realization that humans and spirits can coexist harmoniously. In the comments section, one highly praised remark caught Lu Yi's attention. The onyx used hardened. Teacher Lu's Midnight Diner sheds the superficial glamour and clamor of the world, featuring only simple narration that resonates deeply. I believe he primarily wishes to convey the following points. I want to raise a Garchomp. Wow, buddy, your analysis is spot on. Art is mischievous. You have a lot to say. I'm sticking with you. Lu Yi's expression was quite splendid. So that's how it is? I never thought of it that way. Lu Yi's eyes widened. Amidst the overwhelming praise from numerous fans, the video's popularity continued to soar. Although there was still a distance to cover before achieving the top position in the living area, it was merely a matter of time. Lu Yi nodded in satisfaction. During the semifinals of the Pokémon tournament, Ghoststone seemed more invested than Lu Yi himself, who had grown apathetic towards training. At present, his primary focus remained on preparing for the final exams. All right, time to study. In the library, Lu Yi took out his notebook, murmuring to himself. His phone buzzed. A message from the one person who cared uniquely, with a firm attitude and succinct words. Play games. Lu Yi twitched his lips. You again. Why do you always appear when I want to study properly? Do you really think I, Teacher Lu, am an easy target? Lu Ye's demeanor was equally assertive. I'm on my way. Give me 10 minutes. I'll be home soon. Cynthia slightly raised an amused smile, her expression quickly turning focused. On the game screen before her was an enormous Tyrantrum. Cynthia had attempted this challenge over 10 times, each time falling short. Thus she thought of this professional gaming companion. This level is so difficult, Cynthia murmured, brushing aside her golden hair from her forehead. Is it too much to ask someone so skilled to accompany me in gaming? But soon, Cynthia pressed the controller firmly, exclaiming, "It's fine. We can negotiate later." Running through the streets, Lu Yi was consumed by a singular notion. Time is money. If this wealthy lady finds another gaming companion, I would have wasted my time. Breathless, he finally returned home. Ghostin was gripping a bucket of paint, trembling as he painted the wall, when suddenly he froze. With a quivering turn of his head, he floated before the pockmarked wall, adorned with fist marks, and grinned at Lu Yi. "It's fine. I am mentally prepared," he said. Lu Yi sighed. "Go ahead and continue painting. We will go eat later." Ghostin was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a smile and nodded. The Host of This World is published by Fengyuan Douyin Company. It is said that the concept of a host was first proposed by Zivki Dahu. This wealthy heir, although not engaged in conventional work, is a commercial genius. If he cannot mine stones, he will have to return home to inherit a vast fortune. Besides Douyin Company, the Fladali Research Institute in the Carlos region is still continuing its research on technology. Lu Yi murmured, "I wonder if in the future, we could use virtual imaging technology to play a card game or something." Despite his complaints, Lu Yi swiftly logged into the game. "What shall we play today?" "Monster Hunter," he replied, clicking on the game and using a borrowed account to rush to the mission location, where a fierce land shark awaited in the mission hall. "Are you still using Gungue?" A slightly husky, yet captivating female voice emanated from the team chat. "Aren't you using land shark as well?" Lu Yi retorted with effort. "That's true," Sharona nodded. "So, how much do you think it will cost to defeat a monster like the Gecko Dragon? What do you consider to be appropriate?" "Well, I am not familiar with the prices in Dongwang. Just send me next week's bill." Lu Yi couldn't help but feel tears welling up. Is she a wealthy lady? No. She is nothing short of an angel. Even if we can't clear it, it's all right, Sharona pondered. After all, this is a 5-person level. I can find another person to join. The teammate she considered was Karuna, who was far away in Carlos. He was a versatile genius, excelling in both games and performances. But Lu Yi, being an experienced player, coolly replied, "You underestimate me." As Gungue flexed its wrist, it approached the roaring Gecko Dragon with a menacing grin. Gazing at the complex combo skills in the list, Lu Yi smiled broadly. "Let us finish this." Sharona looked on in bewilderment at the Gungue tangled with the Gecko Dragon. Even in this game, Lu Yi still employed the strategy of a toxic guard. "It truly is as consistent as ever," Sharona remarked after a moment's reflection. In the end, both sides fell to their injuries, and the combo skill was successfully unleashed, resulting in the Gecko Dragon crashing down with a thunderous roar. Boom. On the timer panel, it showed less than 5 minutes. And a hint of astonishment crossed Sharona's delicate face. That was too fast. Chapter 047. Sharona, this is quite interesting. A level that took immense effort to conquer was cleared so effortlessly? Sharona was somewhat taken aback. Are we playing the same game? A voice from the team chat called out, "Boss, hurry here. I found some rare materials." Sharona paused for a moment, and a glimmer of excitement sparkled in her beautiful eyes. "Don't move, I'm on my way." The dusk outside was bathed in warm light, and the returning Bobo filled the air with their calls. The voice in her headphones carried a hint of fatigue, tinged with a sense of languor, reminiscent of a soft sigh during a stretch. "I'm logging off." "All right." Lu Yi yawned. "Next time, remember to make an appointment in advance. My schedule is quite full." Sharona pondered for a moment. A master trainer truly cannot always be available. She must not indulge her own whims. "All right." Sharona nodded obediently, brushing aside her golden hair, and said earnestly, "I will make sure to schedule ahead next time." Lu Yi chuckled. "By the way, why do you always use the Mega Garchomp?" Sharona was slightly startled, about to respond when Lu Yi teased, "Could it be that you are also a fan of Sharona?" After a brief hesitation, Sharona thought, what does it mean for a renowned champion of Sinnoh to constantly cling to others for gaming? Setting aside whether he would believe her, it was foolish to reveal her identity online. Sharona smiled faintly and countered, "Are you a fan of Sharona?" "Indeed, I admire her greatly." Lu Yi replied with a hint of nostalgia, recalling how he fell in love with her from the first time he watched the Diamond and Pearl series. "What is Diamond and Pearl?" "Oh, it's just an alternate name for a Master League tournament." Sharona's tone was calm and unperturbed. "You could challenge her in the Master League as well." "No, I have no desire to become a trainer. Lu Yi glanced at the Jengars beside him, which was tearfully rubbing its belly in discontent. Hurry up and serve dinner. Look at how starving the Jengar is. Lu Yi laughed. I'm logging off now. Let us connect again next time. Sharona was about to say something, but ultimately just responded with a gentle There's one more thing. What is it? Have you ever heard the song of the West Sea Lion? I think it resembles your voice a bit. A faint smile crept onto Sharona's lips. Thank you. Your Japanese is quite impressive as well. Lu Yi chuckled. See you. The other party had already logged off. In the room, an elegant Glacian leaped onto Sharona's lap, comfortably curling up against her chest. Sharona tucked her golden hair behind her ear and gently stroked the Glacian, murmuring to herself. A tactical master who doesn't he wish to be a trainer? How intriguing. A subtle arch graced Sharona's exquisite face, ultimately blossoming into a breathtaking smile. How interesting indeed. Lu Yi removed his headphones and sighed deeply. I told you it couldn't possibly be Sharona. Doubts arose in Lu Yi once more due to the Mega Garchomp. Therefore, just now, Lu Yi tentatively inquired about the other party's identity and deliberately mentioned Shalona. To his surprise, the other person's tone remained unchanged, and they appeared to be delighted to encounter a fellow enthusiast. Indeed, I was overthinking it. Lu Yi shook his head. Even the champion of the league would hardly have the leisure to play games every day. Regardless of who this affluent individual truly is, their generosity is undeniable. Even if their appearance were ordinary, their voice alone would stir one's imagination. Suddenly, Lu Yi gave his cheek a firm slap. You are destined for great endeavors. Although it may seem effortless, how can you rely solely on your looks for sustenance? His phone vibrated with a message. Bok choy ice cream. Remember to send me the bill. I fear I might forget. Teacher Lu got it. Nearby, Goei Stone, who had witnessed the entire exchange, cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yi. What? Is that all? The matter of companionship cannot be deemed as such. Can the technical aspect be considered as living off someone's generosity? Lu Yi retorted. Following this were a series of perplexing statements about the considerable expenses of Pokémon and his lack of desire to become a trainer. Goei Stone burst into hearty laughter, filling the room with an atmosphere of joy. Time swiftly passed, and Lu Ye's review week arrived as scheduled. The inaugural episode of Teacher Lu's Midnight Diner was currently ranked third in the living area, with Professor Oak's Backyard Chronicles at the top. Speaking of which, although Professor Oak himself does not manage the account, he has employed a dedicated team to oversee it. Their daily routine involves using high-definition cameras to document the lives of Pokémon in the backyard. The playful panda is so adorable. Oh my, a herd of toros. Tens of thousands of acres. And you call this a backyard? Lu Yi spent half an hour watching the playful panda, satisfied enough to give the video a thumbs up. Lunch consisted of bacon and poached eggs. Goei Stone elegantly placed a napkin on his lap and deftly cut the bacon with a knife and fork. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Don't forget to grab your luggage. We are heading back home. Due to not planning to return home during the summer vacation, Lu Yi intended to visit his parents during the review week. His hometown is a small village nestled between mountains and rivers, approximately 2 hours' journey from the bustling metropolis. After packing his belongings and preparing gifts for relatives and neighbors, Lu Yi boarded the high-speed train. After transferring to a bus, he traveled for another half hour. The earthy scent of the outskirts greeted him. The sky suddenly became clear, and the gentle sound of flowing water filled his ears. Be careful not to frighten anyone. Goei Stone, confidently carrying a large bag of luggage, nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the village entrance, a little girl with pigtails was riding a scooter. Upon seeing Lu Yi, she immediately dropped her scooter and ran toward him with delight. Brother Lu. The little girl revealed her innocent smile, with a loose tooth, and dove straight into Lu Ye's embrace. Lu Yi chuckled as he ruffled the girl's hair. Little Xian, have you missed your brother? My mother remarked. I'm certain you will return with gifts. Lu Xiaoxin shyly responded. What a clever little sprite. Here, take this. Lu Yi pulled out a shrunken Pokeball from his pocket and placed it into the little girl's hands. Your gift. A Pokeball. Lu Xiaoxin stammered. Brother, is this too extravagant? The market price for a Pokeball is 500 yuan, which explains her reluctance to accept it. I heard from your mother that you've always wanted to catch a Pidgey. This afternoon, I'll accompany you up the mountain. Lu Yi chuckled. Lu Xiaoxin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leapt into Lu Ye's embrace, planting a big kiss on him. Thank you, brother. Meanwhile, Jinghost floated out from behind Lu Yi, cheerfully poking its own cheek. Lu Xiaoxin was initially taken aback, then her body stiffened as she suddenly burst into tears. Mom, there's a ghost. Jinghost, caught off guard, fumbled through the luggage for a tissue, but the little girl had already run away in tears. Jinghost hung its head in disappointment, its face turning a shade of gray. How about I give you a kiss? Lu Yi suggested to console it. Jing Host shot a disdainful glance at Lu Yi, carrying its luggage and drifting ahead in defeat. Lu Yi felt a pang of sadness. You've changed. You weren't like this before your evolution. Just as Lu Yi was lost in his thoughts, Jing Host had floated further away. Almost reaching the village entrance, Lu Yi shouted, "Wait for me. Don't scare the children again." Chapter 048. The monotonous life of a village chief upon returning home. Lu Yi found his mother stoking the fire to cook. When she saw him, her expression turned incredulous. "Mom, what as for dinner?" Lu Yi casually took a seat, grabbing a bayberry from the bowl and offering one to Jing Host. "Oh, just some simple dishes." Liang Fong brushed off her apron and sat beside Lu Yi. "How is school?" "Pretty good. Where's Dad?" "He went to your uncle's back mountain to pick some fruits. He'll be back soon." Liang Fong had already noticed Jing Host eagerly munching on the bayberry, but chose not to inquire further, instead watching Jing Host with a tender gaze. "Is this your Pokémon?" "Yes. I just caught it. Make sure it eats well. It's so thin." As they chatted, Lu Ye's father entered, carrying a large sack over his shoulder. His eyes lighting up upon seeing Lu Yi. "Ah, little Lu is back. Dad, how many fruits did you pick?" Lu Yong, with graying hair at the temples, chuckled. "Not too many, just a few from your uncle." Lu Ye's father was once a teacher but returned to the village to become a village official, unable to adapt to the fast-paced city life. They kept a pet snake in the yard, while a potted plant, a walking grass, was tended to. Occasionally, he would play with the neighbor's little Yorkie or go fishing for carp by the river, finding joy in this unique way of life. Upon encountering the grinning Giston, the serpent-patterned bear widened its glistening black eyes and timidly retreated behind Lu Yong. Lu Yong playfully kicked the serpent-patterned bear and chuckled. "Fear not. Go greet him." Giston, mimicking a boxer, playfully waved its fists at the serpent-patterned bear. Yet, the shadow punch posed no threat to the ordinary type, prompting Lu Yi to allow the two creatures to frolic aside. "How long will you be staying this time?" "Just a couple of days. I must return soon for exams at school. Your uncle mentioned you appeared on television, something called the Pokémon Cup. What kind of competition is that?" "Just a friendly match among water friends. No need for your concern." After chatting with his father for a considerable time, Lu Yi grasped that the forest on the back mountain primarily focused on cultivating fruit-bearing trees. After all, the profit from these fruits was substantial and their sales promising. However, this would inevitably attract some wild Pokémon, which posed a considerable headache for Lu Yong, a village official. "You've arrived just in time. We'll head up the mountain with your uncle tonight." Lu Yong took a drag from his smoking pipe, glancing at the newly planted saplings to ensure they weren't devoured by wild Pokémon. "Are the Pokémon on the mountain really that fierce?" "Indeed. Many saplings have been bitten to death," Lu Yong lamented. "I always advise your uncle against setting traps. At this rate, we truly cannot avoid it." Lu Yi nodded. "I'll take a look tonight." With Giston's strength, dealing with a group of wild Pokémon should pose no challenge. After all, this area was not far from the county town, and if there were truly formidable wild creatures, the association would have intervened long ago. As the sun descended, smoke spiraled into the air. Lu Ye's mother persistently served Giston more dishes, making Lu Yi feel somewhat neglected. After dinner, he took the serpent-patterned bear out for a stroll to aid digestion and brought Giston along to tease some children. However, the children, being lively by nature, soon engaged in a playful scuffle with Giston. "Brother Lu, don't take my swing." "Ah, I want to play on the seesaw too. You come down first." Lu Yi led the serpent-patterned bear from house to house, collecting an abundance of fruits and snacks. By evening, he was munching on sunflower seeds, his mouth never ceasing. The life of a village tyrant was indeed simple and unadorned, albeit monotonous. As the darkness deepened, a raven perched atop a utility pole, emitting a hoarse call. With nightfall approaching, his uncle found Lu Yi and accompanied him up the mountain. "Your father has informed you, hasn't he?" His uncle chuckled. "It's indeed a burden. It's rare for you to return home, yet you must guard the forest tonight." "That's no bother. I'm accustomed to staying up late." Lu Yi replied with a smile. Trailing behind his uncle was a snarling dingo, nervously barking at Giston. Unfazed, Giston tugged at its mouth, playfully making faces. The sky darkened further, enveloping the dense forest in an impenetrable veil of darkness, devoid of any light. The elder uncle switched on the flashlight and instructed the coyote dog to lead the way. "Xiao Lu, stay close," he murmured. "I've set numerous traps nearby." He continued to mutter, "I understand that you scholars might find this cruel, but what choice do I have? If I can't catch the thief, I too shall go hungry." The orchard provided sustenance for many families in the village, yet it suffered greatly from the menace of wild spirits. Lu Yi, having never investigated the matter, felt he lacked the authority to speak and merely followed silently behind. The forest echoed with the calls of partridges and deep growls. Suddenly, the view opened up, revealing a sparse orchard where several saplings had already fallen victim. Damn it, not again. The elder uncle stomped his feet in frustration, only to suddenly catch a glimpse of a shadow darting through the underbrush. Coyote dog, chase after it. Arg. With the darkness enveloping them, Lu Yi could barely discern the shape of the shadow, which appeared as an indistinct mass, making it impossible to identify the spirit. The coyote dog plunged into the thicket, prompting Lu Yi to call out, Gizatong, follow closely, use dazzling light. Though it risked harming the coyote dog, in such dire circumstances, dazzling light was the most prudent choice. Gizatong grinned menacingly as it soared toward the grass, its enchanting radiance illuminating the entire orchard as if it were daylight. Lu Yi squinted against the brightness, only to hear a piercing wail emanating from the bushes. The elder uncle abruptly swung his fist, exclaiming, That rascal has fallen into a trap. The two hurried forward, noticing a trail of dripping blood extending from a gnawed cage. The elder's expression turned peculiar. It managed to bite through this. Just how strong must its teeth be? This creature cannot be too large. Lu Yi furrowed his brow. Uncle, you stay here. Gizatong and I will pursue. If they failed to catch this thief tonight, Lu Yi would surely find no peace in the countryside. Xiao Lu, be careful. Surrounded by the rustling sounds of cicadas, several plump green caterpillars tumbled from the trees, hissing as they spun thick silk threads. Lu Yi cautiously advanced along the narrow path, snapping twigs beneath his feet with a crackle. Under the effect of his eagle vision, the trail of green blood began to fade. The final trace of blood was found upon the trunk of a sturdy camphor tree. Lu Yi lifted his gaze as a sharp cry pierced the air, and a shadow leaped down from the treetops. Gizatong, guard. A dense black mist enveloped Lu Yi, a barrier rising to spark azure embers. Dazzling light. As Lu Yi squinted, he exclaimed, Trouble seldom comes alone. A voluminous black mist emanated from Gizatong, radiating a captivating glow while the mist seemed to consciously extend toward the shadowy figure. Yet, the spirit effortlessly broke through the mist, lunging toward Gizatong with an aggressive bite. Ineffective? This is merely a normal type. Lu Yi cursed under his breath. Gizatong, hold your ground. This is the biting technique of the evil type. And with the frail physique of Ghastly, it could very well meet its end. A puff of gas directed at it. In an instant, Ghastly unleashed a thick mist towards the shadow that loomed so close, causing the opponent to choke violently. Don't burn the surroundings. Use Will-O-Wisp. The temperature of Will-O-Wisp is not high enough to ignite the nearby ancient trees, yet it is sufficient to ignite the dense poisonous gas. With a woeful cry, a blue flame of ghostly fire burst forth in the darkness, only to vanish moments later. Thud! The shadow fell heavily to the ground, emitting a hoarse groan. Lu Yi picked up a branch and cautiously approached. With a crack, he used the branch to part its fur, but in the next moment, it bit down and snapped it in two. It was at this moment that the system's POC Dex finally recognized it. Lu Yi stared blankly at the POC Dex, then glanced again at the thick-furred, charred black ball before him. Unbelievably, he thought, EV. Chapter 049. You awoke. The surgery was successful. Gazing at this dark mass, Lu Yi found it challenging to reconcile it with the gentle and adorable EV he remembered. Who has ever seen an EV that bites humans? His expression was peculiar as he watched the little creature frantically dig at the sand, attempting to escape while Ghastly was distracted. But alas, before it could take more than a few steps, the little one collapsed in pain, emitting a hoarse cry of frustration. Moonlight cascaded through the trees. Blood trickled from Evie's hind legs, staining the ground. Really, I'm not a bad person, Lu Yi said as he approached Evie. The filthy little creature trembled all over, and realizing there was no retreat, it bared its teeth, throat rumbling with low warnings. Ghastly, with a curious expression, observed Evie and reached out to poke it, only to be met with a fierce bite. It quickly withdrew its paw, its face paling as it cradled its cheek, unable to utter a sound. At that moment, Uncle arrived, leaning on his knees, panting, Did you catch it? He gazed uncertainly at the battered Evie. Its dirty fur was matted. The soft fluff around its neck singed black, while its hind leg bore a gruesome wound, and its sharp claws were uneven. Only its pair of coal-black eyes shone with a striking alertness in the night, evoking a deep sense of sympathy. Uncle swallowed hard, stammering, It shouldn't be this one, right? This little one. Evie, seemingly offended, struggled violently, its eyes ablaze with fury. Uncle took a half-step back. At that moment, Ghastly floated in front of Evie, its eyes radiating the blue light of hypnosis. Evie struggled vigorously, shaking its head repeatedly, but ultimately succumbed to drowsiness and collapsed onto the ground. Observing this highly vigilant Evie, Lu Yi let out a sigh. Leaving it here did not seem appropriate. I should take it back with me. Uncle breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Thank you. Lu. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask your uncle. I must return first to tend to this little creature. Louis grasped the soft fur at the back of the small creature's neck, surprised by how unexpectedly light it felt. Gazing upon Evie, whose breathing was steady and whose face bore a serene expression in slumber, Louis murmured with a hint of sentimentality, "You must have endured much hardship on this mountain." Evie, being a species well suited for domestication, unfortunately also faced numerous instances of abandonment. Firstly, there is a distinction in their appearance. Secondly, many tempestuous EVs are regarded as inferior, having been forsaken at birth. While it is a cruel reality, it is nonetheless the fate of many ornamental Pokémon. Golbat? Golbat pointed at the Pokeball hanging from Luya's waist, looking at him with confusion. Did you not see how fiercely it resisted just now? Luya replied with a hint of resignation. If I capture it now, will it not despise me for life? Golbat. Golbat scratched its head, then poked Evie's sleeping face, breaking into a satisfied chuckle. It was nearly 4 o'clock, and a hazy dawn light was rising in the east, with a few doves lazily perched atop the treetops. As Luya returned home with Evie, he felt a bit of a headache. Should I give it a wash? He tentatively asked Golbat. Golbat? Never mind. Asking you is pointless. Luya instinctively reached for his phone, hoping to seek assistance from an expert, but at this hour, they probably had yet to awaken. He scratched his head and muttered, "She has a son Pokémon named Abu, but its temperament is nowhere near as irritable. Who else has an EV? Never mind. I'll just take action." Rolling up his sleeves, Luya boiled a kettle of water and retrieved some alcohol and cotton cloth for dressing the wounds. System. Do you have any medical skills to recommend? Would you like to spend 500 to purchase emergency medical, one-time use? One-time use. This system is quite mercenary. Luya gritted his teeth and declared, "Fine, I'll buy it." Ding. Purchase successful. Remaining points, 570, directly utilizing the skill. Luya felt a sense of urgency as he tore open the bandage. You hold it down for me. If it wakes up, we'll have to use hypnosis again. Understood? Golbat. Golbat gestured affirmatively. Carefully parting the tangled fur, Luya noticed that the sleeping EV let out a soft whimper, revealing a gory wound on its little leg. Even in such a condition, it could still run? Luya murmured, recognizing the little one's resilience. He could only perform temporary disinfection. Proper stitches would need to be done at a professional Pokémon center. Gazing at the gaping, sanguine wound, even Luya could not suppress a gasp of trepidation. Boo-ee, the EV, softly whimpered, eyes closed, its filthy little face awash with panic and helplessness. Luya tenderly patted its head, trimming away the bloodied fur, and meticulously tended to the injury with a cotton swab dipped in iodine. Suddenly, Boo-ee's eyes shot wide open, struggling in agony to rise. Ghastly. With its elongated tongue, slurped up EV, its hypnotic blue light igniting. The little creature immediately stiffened, collapsing once more into a state of unconsciousness. This was not a viable solution. Luya wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Apply pressure, numbness, hypnosis, utilize everything at your disposal. Ghastly eagerly nodded in affirmation. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, both Luya and Ghastly were drenched in cold sweat, exhaling a collective sigh of relief. During the procedure, Evie had regained consciousness 3 times, only to be sedated anew, attempting to bite at any opportunity. Had Luya not evaded in the nick of time, it would likely have been rushed to the hospital. What a close call, Luya murmured. Is this what constitutes a medical dispute? It is indeed perilous. At long last, the wound was properly treated. Luya laid down a blanket on the ground, placing Evie upon it, and thoughtfully fashioned a butterfly knot with a bandage. While it slept, Luya turned it over to inspect. Indeed, it was a female, without a doubt. The butterfly knot was certainly appropriate. As the sun reached its zenith, the scruffy EV remained in slumber. During this time, his uncle paid a visit. Marveling at EV's remarkable dentition, I never would have imagined this little creature possessed such strong teeth. That must be the bite move, Luya responded, noting the small wounds scattered across its body, likely remnants of skirmishes with mountain spirits. This wild EV was of a high level, having mastered the bite move, and its combat experience was quite extensive. Luya was intrigued to ponder what kind of environment could forge such a fierce disposition in this EV. To err on the side of caution, he refrained from allowing his parents to approach, instead caring for EV alongside Ghastly. It was not until after lunch that the famished EV, weakly opening its eyes, beheld 2 tilted heads before it, one belonging to a man and the other to a Ghastly. "Ah, you're awake," Luya said, resting his head against Ghastly. Ghastly did its utmost to display a friendly smile. Evie recoiled slightly, huddling into the blanket, then bared its teeth in warning. Suddenly, in an adorably plaintive tone, Evie called out, It gingerly lifted its injured hind leg and retreated over half a meter. Before it lay an entire basin brimming with energy cubes, freshly crafted by Lu Yi from tree fruits. The village chief possessed a fruit mixer of superior quality compared to Lu Ye's own. This was Lu Ye's first successful creation of perfectly crafted orange fruit cubes. Why not give it a try? Lu Yi urged eagerly. As the ghostly figure of Ghastly nodded while wiping away drool, it continued to drool incessantly. Eevee, baring its teeth, crouched low to the ground, preparing to pounce. All right, we won't watch you. Lu Yi raised his hands. We're leaving now, but do not indulge yourself. Boy. Eevee turned its head away, dismissing the offered treat with disdain. Ghastly gazed longingly at a bowl brimming with energy cubes, tears streaming down its face. If you won't eat, then let me have it. Ghastly attempted to voice more, but Lu Yi had already pulled him away. The two stood outside the wall made of green bricks, peering through the cracks to observe Eevee. Is it really not eating? Lu Yi asked, bewildered. This is a master-level delicacy. Ghastly, with tears still flowing, wished fervently to be in Eevee's place. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from the courtyard, a crunching noise reminiscent of something being chewed. Lu Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. After waiting a moment longer, he kicked open the courtyard door. Boy! Eevee suddenly lifted its head from the bowl, its expression a mix of shock and innocence. With its mouth stained by the vibrant juice of berries. As if intending to protest, Eevee opened its mouth, then burrowed directly beneath the blanket, concealing its head. Chapter 50. Perfectly captured. Eevee had already settled in Lu Ye's home. The bandage tied with a bow contrasted sharply with Eevee's grimy appearance. Lu Yi contemplated giving it a bath several times, but considering the risk of infection to the wound, he ultimately refrained. Eevee had constructed a nest in the other courtyard. While none of the potted plants remained unscathed, Lu Yong found it amusing. It's just a child after all, haha. Another crash signaled the shattering of a potted plant. Lu Yong raised an eyebrow, his hands trembling as he picked up his meal, ultimately slamming the utensils down. I need to go outside for some fresh air. Lu Yi chuckled awkwardly. Mom, I will compensate Dad for the potted plants later. What do you plan to replace them with? Liang Fong inquired, astonished. Those trees from the south, called nonsense trees, can survive without water. Entering the disheveled courtyard, he found the dirty Eevee sharpening its claws against a stone. Upon hearing footsteps, Eevee's ears perked up defensively, staring at the newcomer. However, upon recognizing Lu Yi, its tail gave a slight wag before drooping again. Boy, Eevee called out lethargically, lazily lying down and licking the bandage. The itchiness of the wound signifies that it is healing. Lu Yi smiled. Hold still, let me change your bandage. This marked the third day that Eevee had stayed at Lu Ye's home. Its recovery was swift, with the wound already beginning to heal. This was also attributed to the efficacy of the healing potions in this world. Though it was merely a spray, its efficacy was astonishing, albeit only effective for sprites. Eevee's diet was entirely managed by Lui. With Lui's adept skill in crafting energy cubes, even if Hoopa were to arrive, it would surely be delightful. Eevee, displaying reluctance, lay flat on the ground while Lui cradled it on his knee. It might sting a little, but bear with it. Eevee disdainfully turned its head away. During the dressing change, tears welled in Eevee's eyes, yet the little creature remained silent. Lui couldn't help but smile as he gently ruffled its fur. Eevee tensed, momentarily baring its teeth, but ultimately emitted a low, rumbling purr from its throat. How about I give you a bath in a couple of days? Bub. Eevee protested, wriggling free from Lui's grasp. That's not acceptable. Girls love to look pretty, and this is merely a rescue operation. Suddenly, Eevee struggled out of Lui's embrace, glaring at him with fury. Bub. Lui was momentarily taken aback, responding with resignation. All right, I understand. But would you be willing to be captured by me? Bub. Eevee cast a cold glance at Lui before turning away and retreating to its little nest. Cast out, Lui felt a wave of disappointment. His uncle was waiting at the door, anxiously inquiring, still unwilling to be captured? Lui nodded, sighing, I fear I may have misspoken. What shall we do then? It can only be sent to the rescue station. His uncle scratched his head. Alternatively, I could ask the neighbors if they wish to adopt. Lui glanced back at the neighboring yard. Never mind, let us just return it to the mountains. Lui had never envisioned himself as a trainer. Yet this Eevee possessed an innate fighting spirit. Capturing it would be unjust to the creature. Sensing his master's emotions, Jengar also felt disheartened. It had hoped for a new companion, having even practiced greeting gestures with Pangoro. As for Pangoro being sent to the Pokémon Center, it clearly had immunity to Shadow Punch. Let us not spread rumors. As the review week drew to a close, Eevee's demeanor grew increasingly aloof. Upon entering the neighboring yard and discovering the energy cube untouched, Lui felt a wave of helplessness. After administering the final dose of medicine, he tied a bow on it. You may leave now, Lee addressed Evie at the gate of the yard. Bub? Evie appeared perplexed, but in the next moment, it rose coldly, trembling as it made its way toward the door. Without a hint of nostalgia, Evie pushed past Louis and ventured into the rural fields. It was already dusk. Louis followed Evie until the skies flanking the furrows grew dim. If you know the way, you can always return, Louis called out. Yet Evie had already ventured far, its silhouette fading against the setting sun. Ultimately, unable to resist, Louis retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket. If it turns back, I will simply throw it, Louis said to Giratina. Giratina nodded solemnly. Louis sincerely wished for it to look back. If it were to glance back even once, he would feel no hesitation in capturing it. Yet, Evie had already vanished at the end of the path. A sense of emptiness and an indescribable melancholy weighed on Louis's heart. It's gone, Giratina, he murmured. Giratina floated dejectedly, its head hanging low. In the reeds by the field, Evie quietly gazed at Louis until its silhouette faded away. Then it gracefully turned and disappeared in an instant. That night, Uncle approached Louis as if to announce something of great significance. I consulted an expert, and those saplings were not damaged by Evie. Is that so? Louis responded. Unfazed. Why are you not pleased? Capturing Evie would then be quite reasonable. It just left today, Louis sighed, and it still hasn't agreed to let me capture it. Uncle's eyes widened. Just throw the ball at its head. That would settle it. I wish it were that simple, but it offers no opportunity, not even a glance back. If Evie held no attachment, Louis had no intention of forcing the matter. Respecting a Pokemon's own was also a core principle for him. Uncle stroked his chin, clicking his tongue. However, you must accompany me up the mountain later. I know what those little rascals are. What? They're Rattata, Uncle lamented. They have a gnawing habit, and with the large trees being impractical, they resorted to those newly planted saplings. Louis felt a surge of irritation and gritted his teeth. Can we burn them? Better not. Just teach them a lesson, he replied to Giratina. Let's head up the mountain tonight. The moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, and after a light rain, the night sky appeared exceptionally clear. Louis led the way confidently, with a trembling uncle trailing behind him. Should I hold him back? Uncle muttered. Before reaching their destination, piercing screams echoed through the woods. Rattata! Rattata! It sounded like a fierce battle. Louis dashed into the forest, his eyes widening in surprise. Under the brilliant moonlight, Evie was encircled by a group of Rattata and their young, yet it bore a look of utter disdain. Upon seeing the familiar bow tie, Louis's breath caught in his throat. Rattata! With a flash of electricity, Evie deftly evaded the lethal fangs, forcefully knocking a young Rattata aside. Breaking free from the encirclement, Evie kicked up a cloud of dust, striking the leading Rattata squarely in the face. The stout Rattata shrieked in alarm, its paws flailing wildly, but Evie skillfully dodged. With its sharp teeth bared, Evie seized the Rattata, pinning it firmly beneath its feet. Uncle was somewhat bewildered. Is this Evie truly that formidable? Just then, two small Rattatas came rushing from the side, and before Evie could react, a familiar voice echoed in its ears. With a flash of electricity, it evaded. Evie. It hesitated. Yet its body instinctively responded. Unable to resist, it glanced back, tears beginning to well in its eyes. Don't dawdle, Louis admonished. Watch out on the left, use swift. Evie. It sniffled, sidestepping the Rattata's charge, and the swirling star-shaped beam knocked the Rattata to the ground. As the leader fell, the little Rattatas scattered in panic, shrieking as they fled in all directions. Evie intended to pursue further, but was called back by Louis. Evie. It froze, quickly wiping its face with its dirty little paws, continuing on without looking back. Suddenly, Evie recoiled. A Pokeball landed precisely atop its head, with tears in its eyes. Evie shot a fierce glare at Louis, only to be enveloped in a beam of red light. Are you certain it won't spring back out? Uncle gulped. That gaze certainly did not suggest a willingness to be captured. Louis sighed with a hint of resignation. I should have anticipated this. It turns out it's at Sundara. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, suddenly disrupted by a soft thud. Thump. There was not the slightest tremor. Perfect capture. Chapter 051. The outlaw Jengar. The forest lay in tranquil silence, the white moonlight cascading down. Louis picked up the Pokeball that lay quietly on the ground, feeling a touch of helplessness. If only that Sundara had turned around sooner, I would have known. I had been engaging in a battle of wits with thin air all along. Inside the Pokeball, the dirty Evie anxiously surveyed its surroundings. It sniffed the air, catching a familiar and comforting scent. Through the Pokeball, it could see the outside world. It lifted its head and stared blankly at Louis before disdainfully lying down, squinting its eyes. I just happened to be a bit tired. I might as well take a nap and pretend I know nothing. With that thought, an overwhelming fatigue washed over it, and its eyelids grew heavy. Lu Yi exchanged glances with Jengar, both scratching their heads in unison. What was I supposed to say again? EV. Uncle stepped forward, kicking the fainting Rattata, scratching his head. I unjustly accused EV last time. But how did it end up here again? Lu Yi smiled and said, perhaps it wishes to prove itself. EV1T argue. Driving away those Rattatas is its way of repaying Lu Yi. Unexpectedly, Lu Yi encountered the little creature once more. The young one could hardly contain itself, managing only to bare its teeth. Fortunately, its tears went unnoticed by Lu Yi. Let me take this Rattata to the Pokémon Center, the elder remarked, smirking. This is far more enjoyable than being up in the mountains. A beam of crimson light enveloped the Rattata, and the Pokeball shook 3 times before settling into silence. Thus, the matter reached a conclusion. Lu Yi's most significant gain was this somewhat proud little EV. As dusk approached, EV, having just endured a fierce battle, was to be allowed some additional rest. Seizing the moment, Lu Yi utilized the Pokédex to scan EV's moves. EV, normal type, ability, anticipation, moves, growl, sand attack, tackle, tail whip, quick attack, swift, bite. This solitary EV appeared to lack any association with the group, and the list revealed no supportive moves. Nevertheless, apart from the fairy-type move, its skills were impressively honed. This EV boasted considerable battle experience, having nearly bested a Ghastly during their initial encounter, indicating that the little creature had likely faced its fair share of hardships on the back mountain. You've worked hard, Lu Yi murmured with a smile. I will take care of you from now on. The Pokeball gave a slight shake. As the review week drew to a close, Lu Yi prepared to return to school for his final examinations. Before the exams commenced, a friendly competition awaited him, leaving his schedule quite packed. After finishing breakfast at home, Lu Yi bid farewell to his father and boarded the high-speed train back to Magic City. On the train, Lu Yi scrolled through his phone, exclaiming in surprise, wow, I've topped the Lifestyle District chart. Teacher Lu's late-night diner had successfully triumphed over Professor Oak's backyard, claiming the #1 spot in the lifestyle sector. Drawing significant attention. Could it be? Teacher Lu is truly a jack of all trades. What a delightful video. I thought Lu Yi's skills were already impressive, but I never imagined he was an actual chef. Whoa, handsome, who are you? Bring Teacher Lu back. In less than a week, this new program surpassed 1 million views, and the system notified him of a task completion. Task. I am not a jack of all trades. Task objective. Reach the top of any video chart, excluding the gaming sector. Task reward. 2,000 points. Programming level 3. 1 silk scarf note. This task can be repeated. Programming level 3 allows for proficient use of various common algorithms and programming languages. See that elderly gentleman jogging? He is, in fact, a 25-year-old programmer with a passion for fitness. A flicker of concern crossed Lu Yi's eyes. Are you certain this skill doesn't come with a risk of balding? Ding. Skills produced by this system bear no side effects. The host may use them with peace of mind. Lu Yi sighed with relief, though a hint of caution lingered. This skill cannot be employed frequently, for if it results in failure, what lies ahead could very well be hell. Another task reward is this silk scarf. Silk scarf, a scarf crafted from smooth silk, which slightly enhances the power of normal type moves. A limited edition luxury collaboration, truly a treasure worth possessing. Lu Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. I often suspect that your flawed system possesses a hidden inspection feature. Just after capturing EV, the random reward conveniently provided an item suitable for it. Although it is pseudo-random. In this era governed by big data, it is indeed quite reasonable. Upon returning home, before Lu Yi could retrieve his keys, Jengar reached through the door. With a click, it deftly turned the doorknob and flashed a triumphant smile at Lu Yi. Jengar, Lu Yi quirked a corner of his mouth. Are you a lawless rogue? This door unlocking trick is rather convenient. Once inside, he opened the Pokeball, and a flash of red light erupted. The drowsy Eevee yawned and rubbed its eyes with its tiny, dirty paws. Eevee. Suddenly, Eevee's ears perked up, and upon seeing Lu Yi, its stiff tail finally drooped. It gently shook itself twice, then remained still. Lu Yi smiled warmly. This will be your new home from now on. Eevee. Half opening its eyes, Eevee reluctantly surveyed its surroundings. Yawning without restraint, Jengar chuckled and approached with a boxing pose, only to be promptly bitten by Eevee. Eevee. Jengar's eyes widened in shock, staring at its bitten hand, tears welling up in its eyes from the pain. This scene felt oddly familiar, Lu Yi murmured while stroking his chin. The little one appeared somewhat wary, pacing nervously around the living room as if plotting an escape route. Lu Yi produced the silk scarf and presented it to Eevee. Here. A welcome gift for you. Eevee. The little creature raised its shiny black eyes, gazing blankly at Lu Yi, adorably tilting its head. "This is your gift," Lu Yi smiled. Eevee paused in surprise, quickly turning its head to the side, disdainfully leaping onto the windowsill. Undeterred, Lu Yi approached and gently grasped the fur on the back of Eevee's neck. Eevee. The little one struggled mightily, but it was merely a formality. Lu Yi smiled softly as he wrapped the delicate silk scarf around its neck, tying it into a charming bow. Seeing that its resistance proved futile, Eevee pouted and reluctantly accepted the scarf. Eevee. 3. Lu Yi released his grip, and Eevee nimbly leaped down, shaking its head. Noticing the pristine scarf sullied with dirt, a flicker of sorrow crossed its eyes. Biting down on the scarf around its neck, Eevee set the silk accessory aside and distanced itself. "Do you not like it?" It whimpered. Eevee shook its head and licked its messy fur, defiantly lifting its chin. Lu Yi pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. "How about a bath?" Eevee held back for a long time, its face turning crimson, ultimately emitting only a low, rumbling sound from its throat. Chapter 052. Teacher Lu. I'm struggling. Eevee had just emerged from its bath. Its once muddied fur was now sleek, revealing a soft yellow coat and a pale white undercoat around its neck. Beads of water clung to its forehead fur. Upon shaking its head, Eevee caught a glimpse of its reflection in the mirror and was startled, retreating several steps. "Silly creature," Lu Yi laughed heartily. "Booey." Eevee shot a fierce glare at Lu Yi, yet its adorable appearance lacked any real threat, only serving to endear it further. Lu Yi playfully grasped its soft paw, intending to trim its nails, but after a vigorous struggle on Eevee's part, he relented. "I just don't want you to get snagged in the flesh," he remarked, smacking his lips. At this moment, Eevee had returned to the charming image Lu Yi cherished, its gaze now sharper, to prevent any mishaps during the nurturing process. Lu Yi stroked his chin and opened the chat group. "How does one nurture it?" The first reply came from Xiaogang. "Mr. Lu, have you caught an Eevee?" "Yes, but I'm unsure how to nurture it, so I'm a bit troubled." Xiaogang nodded in understanding. Eevee currently has 8 evolutionary forms, each requiring different nurturing methods. Quite the headache indeed. "Little Eevee." Eevee rolled around cutely. "Ah, Teacher Lu, which evolutionary form do you intend for your Eevee?" Xiaolon chuckled. "If you need evolution stones, I can sell them to you at a discounted price." Lu Yi looked up at the sky, contemplating his fierce little Eevee. Evolving it into a Flareon seemed like a splendid choice. In winter, he could cuddle with its fiery fur for warmth, drape it around his neck, or even use it as a foot warmer. Just the thought was enticing. How much are the evolution stones? Well, the ordinary ones are about 60, while the more expensive ones can reach into the millions. "Which one do you want, Teacher Lu?" Lu Yi opened his mouth. "I can't afford either." Kona interjected. "A high friendship evolution works too. Isn't that red Eevee quite adorable?" A flicker of annoyance crossed Lu Yi's face. "You call an Eevee that can blast a small mountain with a shadow ball adorable?" Noticing the conversation veering off course, Lu Yi cleared his throat. "I believe we should respect Eevee's own wishes." Xiaogang nodded seriously, his face stern. "Respecting a Pokémon's own desires. Could that be your nurturing philosophy, Teacher Lu?" "Indeed, compared to methods that solely focus on enhancing combat prowess, this represents a remarkably advanced and profound insight." "While seemingly trivial, I can share some examples of Eevee cultivation," Xiaogang remarked, being naturally a person who dedicates himself quietly. Since Lu Yi has already earned his approval, he would not expect any return. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. "Thank you for your assistance. File on Eevee cultivation cases has been received." Within the examples provided by Xiaogang, there are records of universal methods for cultivating Eevee, encompassing aspects such as diet and lifestyle. However, the training content was not mentioned, as each Eevee has a distinct evolutionary direction, and thus, the focus varies. Lu Yi leafed through the document with a serious expression, nodding occasionally. I completely cannot comprehend this. The content is rather profound, and it is quite challenging for Lu Yi's reading comprehension to fully grasp it. Nonetheless, Lu Yi did gain some insights. Eevee is an omnivorous creature, with a diet that includes berries, raw meat, grains, and more. Breeders typically devise a meticulous diet for Eevee, with the more extravagant ones opting to use energy cubes for nourishment. Is it sufficient to use energy cubes? Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Then I can rest easy. In this regard, Lu Yi may be entirely unremarkable. However, when it comes to energy cubes, even Xiaogang may not be as proficient as Lu Yi. The cultivation method was settled, yet the training approach still remained elusive. However, Lu Yi had never intended to become a trainer. Surely, Eevee could not train itself like Jengar, could it? That would be absurd. Just having one Pokémon is already outrageous, let alone a second one. Stepping confidently out of the room, Lu Yi was momentarily stunned in place. Jengar was conducting a lesson for EV. Jengar had somehow produced a blackboard, upon which were scrawled hasty drawings that were barely recognizable. Yet, EV was attentively nodding its head, occasionally posing questions in return. Jengar nodded, displaying an expression of a teachable spirit. Lu Yi, seated nearby with a cup of tea, wore a rather complex expression. Was there some misunderstanding? EV indeed was not training itself, but how was Jengar instructing EV? It was one thing for Jengar to train itself, but now it was dragging EV into training. A dull pain began to throb in Lu Yi's chest. He supported his forehead and let out a deep sigh. It's nothing. These are minor issues. What use is Jengar's teaching? Could it be that EV might learn new moves? Just then, EV suddenly raised its head. A shimmering aura detached from its form, gradually manifesting into another identical EV. Lu Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. No way. Could this truly be the move substitute? Although it lasted for less than 2 seconds, it undeniably was the substitute move. Ibrahim was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Ghost Stone nodded appreciatively, wearing a look of wistful nostalgia, even wiping away a tear of emotion from the corner of his eye. This was the most proficient technique of substitution I had mastered. Now, I have imparted it to you. Little Ibrahim, however, was overwhelmed with myriad flaws, leaving Lu Yi momentarily at a loss for words. It was quite a struggle for me. Although it is indeed possible for Pokémon to share techniques, mastering a substitution in a mere afternoon seems implausible. Is it due to the excellent teaching of the master? Or is the disciple's talent simply extraordinary? One backstabber is already enough, and now another has appeared. Bub, upon seeing Lu Yi, Ibrahim, unusually excited, rushed over to showcase the newly learned technique. Lu Yi managed a faint smile, patting Ibrahim's head and saying, "You did wonderfully, Bub." Suddenly, as if realizing something, Ibrahim froze in place, disdainfully turning away, yet its wagging tail betrayed its true feelings. Lu Yi sighed deeply. I clearly did not wish to be a trainer. Yet why are my Pokémon so much more enthusiastic than I am? While Lu Yi was lost in thought, Ibrahim discreetly cast a glance at him. The significance of battle varies among different Pokémon. In the back mountains, Ibrahim fought relentlessly for survival. However, now, it was Lu Yi who had ushered Ibrahim into a new life, helping it discover its purpose. The continuous battles would not only make it stronger, but also transform it into the sharpest blade in Lu Yi's arsenal. It not only aimed to surpass Ghost Stone, but also to outshine all other Pokémon. Ibrahim gazed steadily at Lu Yi, its eyes growing resolute. I will ensure he becomes the strongest trainer. Chapter 053. The semifinals of the Pokémon Cup on Saturday. The long-anticipated semifinals of the Pokémon Cup commenced. According to the draw, Lu Yi was set to face Han Xiaoxiao from the Magic University, the very one who had been a fan in the livestream with a Pokémon resembling a mushroom. The other group featured an internal match from Jiangxi University, with Feng Shu facing Lu. Upon seeing the draw list, Feng Shu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling relieved. Thankfully, I did not have to face Teacher Lu in the semifinals. Han Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, shone with excitement, bombarding Lu Yi with messages under the pretext of seeking professional advice. Teacher Lu, I'm in the same group for the semifinals. Can we take a photo together after the match? I'd love an autograph too. As the influence of the video continued to grow, Lu Yi had garnered a certain fan base among these young trainers. It looked less like a competition and more like a gathering of fans. Indeed, they were quite the enthusiastic supporters. Lu Yi wore a peculiar expression as he clicked into Han Xiaoxiao's social media profile, his eyelids twitching as he beheld the large cover photo, a fan art that bore a striking resemblance to him. Beside them floated a grinning Jengar. Captioned, guarding the world's finest alternative to guarding poison. Lu Yi paused slightly, pondering if this was the fabled fan circle. Scrolling down, he encountered Han Xiaoxiao's daily updates on Weibo. How amusing. Teacher Lu is at least a master trainer. After all, one should refrain from speaking without understanding. Oh my goodness. Teacher Lu can even cook. I'm utterly enamored. Lu Yi's expression was complex as he glanced at the scratching Jengar. Jengar, be a bit tougher later. So she understands the harshness of the world. Jengar rubbed its fists together, grinning with a sinister smile. The competition was set to commence in the afternoon. For lunch, Lu Yi prepared moo moo milk for Eevee, but after calling for a while without a response, he personally retrieved Eevee from the room. Eevee, it reluctantly called out, initially resisting, but ultimately lowered its head and extended its tiny tongue to quietly lap up the milk. Lu Yi stealthily reached his hand into Eevee's fluffy fur, instantly revealing a satisfied smile. The sensation was unparalleled. Eevee. Suddenly, Eevee raised its head sharply, glaring fiercely at Lu Yi before letting out a burp. Eep, EV. Despite Eevee's bared teeth, its burping demeanor lacked any semblance of intimidation. Lactose intolerant? Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback, chuckling. Wait for me a moment. I'll get you a different lunch. Eep, EV. Another burp escaped Eevee, who wagged its tail and shyly turned away. Meanwhile, Jengar grabbed a handful of energy cubes and stuffed them into its mouth, akin to consuming jelly beans, even desiring a fizzy drink to calm its nerves. With a pop, it cracked open a soda bottle and took a sip, instantly releasing a contented groan. Just before heading out, Lu Yi patted Eevee's head. Will you join us? Jengar's eyes sparkled as it extended an invitation as well. Eevee took a step back, then shook its head. This little fellow was still somewhat timid. But remaining in the Pokeball wasn't ideal either. Then you stay here to guard the house, Lu Yi said with a smile. When we return, I'll bring you something tasty. Eep, Eevee. Eevee nodded gently, only to burp again before dashing away. Watching Eevee's retreating figure, Lu Yi stroked his chin and murmured, Eevee can't use ghost fire. It shouldn't set the house ablaze again. It should be fine. Lu Yi nodded confidently. Jengar had left to participate in a friendly match. The Mercedes venue was already surrounded by spectators, with various media outlets in attendance. This marked the first major event of the summer in the Magic City, soon approaching its grand finale. The semifinals of the Pokémon Cup are about to commence. Among the esteemed competitors, Lu Yi from the Magical City University is hailed as the greatest dark horse. Will he once again create a miracle? The guests for the semifinals have been announced, with the champion of the South China Division, Guoming, offering his staunch support. As a distinguished guest of the competition, these seasoned trainers will provide their evaluations of the contestants. The Pokémon Cup is closely linked to the Junior Trainer Qualification Certificate, which will be awarded in a month's time. The so-called evaluations are, in essence, a form of indirect assessment. The president of the City Association, Song Pengqing, remarked with a chuckle, Master Gua. It has been a while since we last met. Guoming clasped his hands in greeting. Old sir, you still exude such vitality. With the emergence of talented youth. I can rest easy, Song Pengqing replied with a smile. Oh, Guoming expressed surprise, wondering if he was referring to Lu Yu or Feng Shu. Song Pengqing stroked his beard, smiling without a word. The first match will soon reveal the strengths and weaknesses of the two competitors. The sound of cannon fire rang out, and the announcer's voice heralded the beginning of the match. Both contestants have taken their positions. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. In the audience, Tian Yue stammered. Lu Zige, are you really okay being this relaxed? I'm already quite nervous. Lu Yi sighed. Just look into my eyes. You do seem rather tense, came the response. Do you? Munching on a hamburger, shot a sidelong glance. He not tense at all. Lu Yi cleared his throat. Even if he wanted to be nervous, the thought of facing his own friend across the arena made it impossible. Just enjoy the match. The ticket price is exorbitant, several hundred for one. The match featured Bulbasaur and Magneton. Aside from the fact that Poison-type moves are ineffective against Steel-type Pokémon, neither side possesses any significant advantages. Ultimately, it will depend on the strategies and training results of the respective trainers. Lu Yu made the first move, Thunder Wave, given Bulbasaur's sluggish speed. Evading Magneton's Thunder Wave was akin to an insurmountable challenge. However, the shield activated just in time, and a powerful current crackled against it. Simultaneously, Bulbasaur curled its limbs, and the vines on its back thrust into the ground. Feng Shu opted for a more stationary strategy, choosing to let Bulbasaur root itself in place. The announcer declared loudly. Indeed, Bulbasaur's speed was somewhat lacking. Song Pengqing nodded, acknowledging this as a commendable tactic. Guoming smiled. It appears they are opting for a war of attrition. Seed Bomb. Feng Shu commanded. Spiral Ball, use Thunderbolt up close. The thorny vines shot swiftly toward Magneton, but the latter had already begun spinning at high speed, deflecting the vines effortlessly. Rooted in place, Bulbasaur could not move, and Magneton was now mere inches away, dazzling sparks erupting forth. As the electric flashes flickered, Bulbasaur curled up in agony. Feng Shu intoned, awakening power. At the critical moment, the bud behind the Bulbasaur suddenly emitted a radiant beam of light, and a scorching wave of heat enveloped the arena. The awakening of fire attributes? Song Pengqing exclaimed in astonishment. What a remarkable move. Yet, still too impulsive, Guoming remarked with a furrowed brow. In the audience, Tian Yue gasped. Wow, Bulbasaur is making a comeback. Meanwhile, Lu Yi lamented. It seems Lu Yu is poised to win. The flames of awakened power surged forth, and the 3-in-1 Magneton endured the blaze, emitting a piercing, high-frequency sound. Simultaneously, 100,000 volts were unleashed once more. The referee waved the flag. Bulbasaur has lost its combat ability. The victor is Lu Yu from Jiangsu Zhujiang University. Chapter 054. I will try to be gentle. Tian Yue was momentarily stunned. Hadn't Bulbasaur's awakening flame struck true just moments ago? If a war of attrition was the chosen strategy, engaging directly was hardly a wise choice. Lu Yi explained, the trait of the Magneton is its sturdiness, and Bulbasaur's strength was insufficient, leaving it vulnerable. On the judging panel, the comments from Guoming, the champion of the South China region, echoed Lu Ye's sentiments. Still too reckless, Guoming frowned. It would have been better to reveal the ace of awakened flames a bit later. But youth, one can understand. Chairman Song Pingqing smiled. Who was the next group? Guoming perused the list and raised an eyebrow. Students from the finance department? They've actually made it to the semifinals? This is truly the biggest dark horse of this competition. Song Pingqing chuckled. To unexpectedly reach the semifinals from an unconventional background. Guoming's tone was somewhat cold. I find the credibility of the POC Cup diminishing. These non-professional trainers often adopt amateurish and overly stringent training methods in pursuit of battle prowess. Having witnessed too many such examples, Guoming had developed a stereotype against amateur competitors. Yet, Song Pingqing cheerfully replied, but these are not ordinary amateur trainers. Their commanding skills are even more impressive than some elite trainers I have encountered. Guoming frowned, remaining noncommittal. You will see for yourself soon. In the contestant passage, Lu Yi gritted his teeth and said, be quick. I have an ominous premonition. Normally, leaving Eevee alone at home should not pose a problem. However, the key issue was that my Pokémon defied all norms. Sitting in the contestant room, Lu Yi grew increasingly uneasy, his hands and feet growing colder with each passing moment. He needed to finish the match quickly and return home to check on things. Kuka. Sensing Lu Yi's anxiety, Gengar solemnly nodded. Out of nowhere, it produced a dragon fruit cube, grasping it in its hand before suddenly tossing it into the air. Awu. Gengar opened its wide mouth and swallowed the dragon fruit cube whole. In an instant, its eyes widened, seemingly filled with blood vessels. Kuka. Lu Yi's expression turned peculiar. Having been thoroughly examined, no traces of doping were found in his urine. Lu Yi calmly stepped out of the player tunnel, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Go. Teacher Lu. Look, Lu Yi is making his entrance. Despite having only appeared a few times, a supportive faction had emerged in the stands, even unfurling a banner in his honor. Lu Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment. Glancing back, he noticed even his online supporters wore expressions of excitement. Teacher Lu. Han Xiaoxiao blinked. Be gentle during the match. Lu Yi nodded solemnly. He produced a Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, Gung Ghost floated onto the field with a sinister grin. A cacophony of discussions erupted among the audience. Gung Ghost has evolved. Did he deliberately wait until the semifinals to evolve? Such depth of strategy. Could this be part of Teacher Lu's plan? Guoming observed Gung Ghost closely, a soft gasp escaping his lips. This Gung Ghost appears to be exceptionally cultivated. Song Pingqing nodded in agreement. It's only been less than a week since the evolution. I wonder how well it has adapted. Han Xiaoxiao released her Shroomish, which resembled a kangaroo with its mushroom-shaped cap, its body predominantly green and beige. As it spread its arms, revealing its red claws, Shroomish emitted a sharp cry. Simultaneously, the System S-POC Dex displayed data on Shroomish. Shroomish, Grass Fighting Type, Ability, Spore, Moves, Sonic Punch, Mega Drain, Sleep Powder, Seed Bomb, Spore, Bullet Seed, Substitute, Headbutt. The Spore ability was somewhat troublesome, with a chance to randomly inflict adverse effects on opponents. Judging by its moves and abilities, it seemed to embody the true essence of Teacher Lu's cunning tactics. Lu Yi pondered for a moment as the referee's whistle pierced the air. The match commenced. Let us go, Shroomish. Han Xiaoxiao felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of battling Teacher Lu, yet her gaze remained sharp. Spore. A cloud of fluffy spores wafted from Shroomish's neck, capable of inducing drowsiness upon contact. Enhanced by Shroomish's Spore ability, this move was exceedingly hard to evade. Han Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a confident smile. But suddenly her eyes widened in shock. Ethereal blue flames erupted across the field, transforming the swirling spores into clusters of blue butterflies. This dazzling spectacle instantly ignited a wave of cheers from the audience. Guoming wore a look of astonishment. Is Lu Yi also a coordination trainer? Song Pingqing opened his mouth, casting an appreciative glance at Lu Yi. This kid always manages to come up with something novel. A multitude of phosphorescent flames danced across the arena, radiating an enchanting glow, unmistakably the extraordinary light of Gung Ghost. The Dolian mushroom felt a sudden wave of dizziness, causing its steps to falter. Lu Yi spoke in a low voice. Gawaystone, calamity does not come alone. A vast expanse of black mist emanated from Gistone's being. The peculiar light gradually dimmed, and the black fog swelled, instantly engulfing the Dolian mushroom. Gaston's sinister laughter echoed, accompanied by the mournful cries of the Dolian mushroom within the shroud of darkness. The venue fell into an eerie silence. Tian Yue and Liang Dayo exchanged bewildered glances. Is this still the Lu Zige we know? How has he grown so formidable in just a month? As the black mist receded, the battered Dolian mushroom trembled yet remained standing. Han Xiaoxiao urged urgently, Dolian mushroom, super absorption. However, just as the Dolian mushroom struggled to rise, a ghostly blue flame erupted once more upon it. Boom. On the judging panel, Guoming wore a look of disbelief. Although Han Xiaoxiao was merely a senior high school contestant, the disparity in strength throughout the match was astonishing. More critically, this contestant named Lu Yi had left Han Xiaoxiao no opportunity for counterattack. There was no need for contemplation. His tempestuous assault style seemed to stem from instinctive command. I retract my previous statement, Guoming remarked with admiration. He is a trainer of exquisite technique, possessing a commendable offensive prowess. Song Pengcheng was momentarily taken aback. Are we speaking of the same contestant? Wasn't Lu Yi in the top 8 relying on a defensive and overly cautious strategy to survive? A mere novice trainer could effortlessly switch between two tactical styles. Truly, the youth of today are remarkable, Song Pengcheng murmured. The Dolian mushroom collapsed in a disheveled heap, prompting the referee to blow the whistle. The victor is Lu Yi from Moda University. Chapter 55. The Evolutionary Journey of Eevee. All eyes fixated on the dashing young trainer. A finance student from Moda University had decisively triumphed over a multitude of competitors, advancing to the finals of the Pokémon Cup. The audience fell silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous cheers. Lu Yi is incredible. Guistone, unleash your power. On the judging panel, Song Pengcheng couldn't help but nod in approval. Advancing to the finals without arrogance, this young man truly possesses the demeanor of a distinguished figure. Yet, in truth, Lu Yi bore an expression of perplexity. This is illogical. How could they be so weak? His initial purpose for entering the competition was merely to prevent Guistone from feeling regret. Although most of the items exchanged had gone into Gistone's belly, and the guidance from the esteemed members of the group had been invaluable, I hardly trained at all. Yet here I am, advancing to the finals. This generation of newcomers is lackluster, Lu Yi murmured. Having lost in the semi-finals, Han Xiaoxiao exhibited no signs of dismay. Rather, she appeared entirely at ease. Simply engaging in a match against the tactical maestro, Teacher Lu, left her thoroughly satisfied. Teacher Lu, let us capture a photograph together, Han Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I would also like to inquire about your training methods. Lu Yi's expression turned peculiar. What exactly are my training methods? Wait, do I even have any training methods? How come I am unaware of this? I shall share them during my upcoming live stream. All right then. I shall return and shower you with gifts. Han Xiaoxiao replied with a sweet smile. Following the conclusion of the semifinals, the news of Lu Yi advancing to the finals sent shockwaves through the trainer community of Magic City. The online buzz surrounding the tactical master, combined with the rapid growth of his Jengar, inevitably raised questions regarding Lu Yi's true prowess. Could a novice trainer genuinely possess the extraordinary abilities spoken of online? Yet, the deeper one delved into Teacher Lu's background, the more elusive the truth became. Numerous gym leaders extolled his tactics, and even the poison-type champion, a Jew, had shared his videos. According to rumors, he had even established a personal rapport with the world champion, Qi Hong, within the confines of the Magic City Pokémon Association. Chairman Song Pengcheng set aside his documents, his expression laden with complexity. Could he possibly be the illegitimate child of some influential figure? The intent behind the ongoing Pokémon training at the Gamma Cup was becoming increasingly apparent. However, Lu Yi's profile was astonishingly mundane, devoid of any signs of concealment, resembling that of an ordinary freshman in the finance department at Magic City University. The more his background seemed to be disguised as unremarkable, the more alarmed Song Pengcheng felt. How could a freshman with no connections be linked to a world champion? It must be due to some unspeakable reason that Lu Yi's history appeared so impeccably seamless. There could be no further investigation. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Song Pengcheng resolved to treat him as an ordinary contestant. Meanwhile, Lu Yi remained oblivious to the fact that he had been regarded as a hidden powerhouse. Having declined a barrage of media interview requests, he hurried home, feeling a sense of trepidation. Eevee seems to have learned to bite, he murmured, his hands and feet icy. It shouldn't be too bad. Its behavior has been quite normal in recent days. Despite his efforts to reassure himself, Lu Yi had mentally prepared for the worst. As long as the house remained intact, all would be manageable. According to the theory that all things can be SCHR dingers, The state of destruction would only be revealed at the moment the door was opened. Until then, the EV was in a quantum-entangled state of both destruction and preservation. Cautiously, he pushed the door open, surveying his surroundings. Lu Yi let out a long sigh of relief. The room remained pristine, its walls a spotless white, and the air was suffused with the delicate fragrance of lavender. Seemingly unchanged since Lu Ye's last visit. Indeed, I must have overthought things. Lu Yi chuckled, remarking how could such an adorable EV possibly wreak havoc? Quack. Stone scratched his head, unable to find any trace of EV, yet noticing a trail of footprints leading across the floor and out the door. The footprints vanished at the small cat flap beneath the door. Stone, resembling a detective, rubbed his chin thoughtfully and nodded. Where's EV? Lu Yi asked, momentarily taken aback. Quack. Stone pointed toward the cat flap. Lu Yi's expression shifted. Could it be that this creature had run away from home? The previous tenant's cat would often venture out for a stroll, returning at mealtimes, hence the small cat door was installed. However, Evie was not necessarily familiar with the surrounding area. Let us go, Stone. We should search nearby, Lu Yi sighed. Preparing to step outside, when suddenly his phone buzzed with a vibration. It was a message from the landlord, Sister Lu, her tone somewhat curt. Lu Yi, do you have a moment? Please come to the Pokémon Center on line 3. The landlord typically avoided using Lu Ye's full name, causing him to sense something amiss. Just as he was about to respond, another message arrived, accompanied by an image. The content depicted a bandaged, tearful herdier. According to the security guard, it seemed Evie had given the herdier a good thrashing. Lu Yi was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the doorway. A battered Evie, grinning despite its injuries, squeezed back into the room, perked its ears, and smiled at Lu Yi. Evie. The incident transpired while Lu Yi was engaged in a friendly match. Evie had been curled up on the bed, rolling about, when it suddenly flipped over, its eyes glinting with alertness, and darted out through the cat flap. Evie made its way down the corridor and began surveying the surroundings. This was a habit it had maintained since their time in the mountains. Utilizing its innate ability to sense danger, Evie would patrol its territory to identify potential threats. However, unlike other EVs, Lu Yi seemed to possess a unique perspective on its abilities. Suddenly, Evie's ears perked up, and it swiftly darted into the bushes as two young boys approached from the flower bed. My Nidoran won't lose to you, one exclaimed. Come and try. My Caterpie just evolved into a Metapod. As Nidoran and Metapod collided, a flash of electricity surged from the underbrush. Evie emerged, claiming two fainted opponents, its tail swaying with nonchalance as it made its exit. If Lu Yi's system were present, it would undoubtedly emit a sarcastic proclamation. Evie's experience points are increasing. Two little boys remained in place, locking eyes, and, without coordination, burst into tears. Mom, there's an Evie. The neighborhood was troubled by numerous stray cats, and the residents found themselves at a loss as to how to deal with them. Evie was leisurely wandering when suddenly its limbs curled up, and its ears twitched in alertness. The ability to sense danger had activated. Evie bared its teeth, not retreating but instead dashing towards the cluster of cats. In its eyes, there seemed to be a blazing conviction. I must hone my battle skills further. I need to grow even stronger. The anguished cries of the cats erupted, scattering in panic. Evie licked the drops of blood trickling from its brow, revealing a disdainful smile. Evie's experience points have significantly increased. Just as Evie was catching its breath, a passing Houndour stood nearby, curiously wagging its tail. Houndour tilted its head, suddenly feeling like prey locked onto by a predator, its body stiffening. A wave of crisis surged within, causing Houndour to sweat nervously, awkwardly letting out a sound. Yep, I was just passing by. Evie turned its head, licking its lips and offering Houndour a warm and friendly smile. Chapter 056. The Home Wrecking Squad having triumphed over Houndour, Evie returned home, battered and bruised, just in time to encounter Lu Yi. Upon seeing Lu Yi, Evie appeared somewhat excited, though a hint of fatigue crossed its little face. Lu Yi picked up Evie, stroking its fuzzy head with a complex expression. Did you beat up the landlord's Houndour? Evie tilted its head, initially avoiding Lu Yi's grasp, deep in thought until its eyes lit up. Evie, I did. You certainly seem quite proud of yourself. Lu Yi chuckled wryly. It seems we may be kicked out by the landlady tonight. Although Evie had not actually wrecked the house, the situation appeared graver than mere household destruction. Having offended the landlord, Lu Yi feared he might have to spend the night on the streets. Evie, I wasn't even praising you. Why are you getting shy? Lu Yi sighed softly. This was indeed a lapse in his responsibilities as a trainer. Besides educating Evie, he must reflect on his own actions. I understand now. I can never leave you two home alone again. Jengar cackled mischievously. What are you laughing at? You're not in any better position. Lu Yi rubbed his forehead, weary and exasperated. One of these Pokémon was training at home and nearly set the place ablaze, while the other sneaked out to battle and ended up beating the landlord's Houndour. Did they think leveling up was a solo endeavor? What use was he as a trainer? Suddenly, a moment of enlightenment struck Lu Yi. It was not that he lacked the desire to become a trainer. Rather, it was the realization that his efforts would be in vain. This logic was remarkably coherent, prompting Lu Yi to nod in agreement. He glanced down at his EV, whose small body bore numerous tiny scratches, some of which still oozed beads of blood. Gently stroking EV's head, Lu Yi smiled wryly and said, "We'll visit the Pokémon Center shortly to tend to your wounds." EV hung its head, letting out a weak whimper. Lu Yi felt akin to a parent tending to a child after a mishap. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, he sincerely apologized to the landlady and willingly covered the medical expenses. Eventually, feeling rather embarrassed, he said, "Lu Jia, I am truly sorry for the inconvenience I've caused you. If you are considering finding a new tenant, please give me a day to pack my things." Having set the house ablaze and sent his beloved pet to the hospital, Lu Yi could hardly fathom why the landlady wouldn't evict him. However, Lu Jia merely shook her head, stating, "Regardless, the properties available for rent nearby are all mine, so you might as well stay." Lu Yi felt a surge of gratitude. But the more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Do you hear how that sounds? I may have erred by not tethering my EV, but I will not accept the medical fees. With a smile, Lu Jia replied, "I have soup simmering at home. You and your little one are welcome to come over for dinner." "Rest assured, Lu Jia, I shall certainly be there," Lu Yi affirmed. The injuries sustained by EV were primarily superficial. Notably, the very doctor who had nearly been overwhelmed by a stunky previously was the one examining EV. The doctor, startled, exclaimed, "It's you again." Lu Yi chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "I apologize, doctor, but I must trouble you once more." During the examination, EV inflicted 3 scratches upon the doctor, who, with trembling hands wrapped in bandages, scribbled the diagnosis. "No serious issues, just apply some ointment. And please, do not book an appointment with me again, my skills are still lacking." "I promise, I will not," Lu Yi assured him. Upon returning home with EV in his arms, the latter promptly wriggled free and gracefully leaped to the ground, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yi. "I'm only showing you a little courtesy outside. Do you think you can continue holding me at home?" Lu Yi, undeterred, grasped EV by the scruff of its neck and placed it atop the newly purchased cat bed. After administering the ointment, he finally sighed in relief. While others captured Pokémon as friends or comrades, Lu Yi found himself feeling as though he had taken in an ancestral spirit. Complaints aside, he prepared high-quality orange-flavored cubes for the dinner of his 2 Pokémon. While EV and Ghastly frolicked and dined, Lu Yi finally found a moment to glance at his social media updates. In the class group chat, his entry into the finals elicited astonishment from his peers. In the group chat, members expressed their frustration at the host for not starting the stream, lamenting that the cafeteria was running low on food. Meanwhile, in the master group, the long-dormant Crimson had finally made an appearance. Recently, he had been training at Silver Mountain. Crimson inquired, "Has Teacher Lu recently captured an EV?" Lu Yi was eager to consult Crimson. "Crimson, my EV has quite a volatile temperament. Do you have any advice?" Reflecting on EV's pre-evolution demeanor, Crimson smiled and replied, "My previous EV was rather reclusive, but after evolving into a Sylveon, it became quite affectionate." Crimson's EV had undergone live experimentation by Team Rocket, allowing it to switch between fire, water, and electric forms at will, albeit at great personal cost, resulting in an aggressive disposition. Eventually, this EV evolved into a Sylveon, solidifying its form and tempering its personality. Lu Yi pondered, is evolution influenced by intimacy? It seems the only options available are the sun, moon, and fairy forms. Regardless, it won't incur any costs. We can print images of the 3 forms and see which one EV prefers. For specific evolution methods, he suggested consulting Dr. Yamashita from the Sinnoh region, who specializes in evolution research. Crimson responded, "As for contact information, let me check with Professor Oak." "Oh, that's unnecessary. I already have his contact details," Crimson replied thoughtfully, nodding. It was indeed normal for a master-level trainer like Lu Yi to know other regional Pokémon professors. After closing the chat interface, Lu Yi rummaged through his drawer for Dr. Yamashita's business card. "I wonder if he will answer," Lu Yi mused to himself. To his surprise, when he called, Dr. Yamashita's serious voice answered promptly. "This is the Yamashita Research Institute. Who is speaking?" "Doctor, this is Lu Yi from the Dongwang region. I have some questions regarding the business card you left during your last visit." After a moment of thought, Dr. Yamashita recalled the knowledgeable young man and responded with a hint of amusement. "Lu Yi, I remember you. Have you considered joining my team as a researcher? No. It's about a different matter, Lu explained, detailing Eevee's temperament and characteristics. I would like to know if this could affect Eevee's evolution. Despite having a danger prediction ability, Eevee is even more reckless than a Jengar. Out of caution, Lu decided it was best to consult experts on the matter. A volatile Eevee? That is indeed quite rare. Dr. Yamashita pondered. Would you be able to transmit Eevee for observation? Lu glanced back at the napping Eevee and coughed lightly. I just caught it, and it's rather shy. So transmission might be problematic. I understand, Dr. Yamashita nodded. If possible, let's set up a video call so I can observe this little fellow. As the video opened, an elderly gentleman with graying hair and a distinguished mustache nodded and said, It has been a long time, Lu Yi. My invitation remains unchanged. I hope you will give it serious consideration. I will, Lu Yi replied, nodding as he cradled the half-asleep, bandaged Eevee, bringing it into view. The creature bore the scars of its recent battle, which it had instigated. Dr. Yamashita observed Eevee's occasionally twitching ears for a while before softly exclaiming. This Eevee should possess the ability to foresee danger, yet it actively challenges other Pokémon. Unable to suppress a nod, Dr. Yamashita remarked, It has a strong competitive spirit. Doctor, will this situation have any negative effects on it? Lu Yi inquired. Stroking his beard, Dr. Yamashita smiled and replied, Not only will it not, but you should consider yourself fortunate to have captured such an exceptional Pokémon. Perhaps your emotions have inspired it, prompting it to strive for greater strength. Lu Yi's expression became peculiar. Nanny, is this even possible? Doctor, I never intended to become a trainer. I know. Dr. Yamashita chuckled heartily. But this might be what you refer to as a serendipitous twist of fate. Gazing at the slumbering Eevee, Lu Yi couldn't help but gently pat its head. It rarely displayed affection towards him, choosing instead to express gratitude through its unwavering determination to grow stronger. Jengar floated by, mimicking Lu Yi's actions by poking Eevee's sleeping face, eliciting a quiet chuckle. You share a profound bond, Dr. Yamashita remarked thoughtfully, clearing his throat. Lu Yi was about to speak when a brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated the screen. Doctor, the deciphering of the inscription is complete. A slightly hoarse voice resonated, evoking a sense of familiarity in Lu Yi, although he could not immediately place it. A tall woman with cascading golden hair approached the camera, giving Lu Yi an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. Suddenly, it clicked, and his eyes widened in realization. The Sinnoh champion, Cynthia. Chapter 057. The affluent Cynthia. This is Cynthia, whom I previously mentioned to you. Lu Yi from the Dongwang region, Dr. Yamashita introduced. Cynthia gradually drew closer to the camera, her figure becoming clearer. She had exchanged her usual black trench coat for a researcher's white lab coat, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched upon her elegantly shaped nose. With no makeup, her cherry blossom lips and fair, flawless complexion complemented her striking gray eyes, which appeared remarkably profound. Her radiant golden hair cascaded down to her waist, leaving Lu Yi momentarily speechless. She is extraordinarily beautiful. Hello, Cynthia nodded, offering a gentle smile. The doctor holds you in high regard. Lu Yi felt a flush of embarrassment at Dr. Yamashita's praise, knowing he is not one to offer compliments lightly. Furthermore, Cynthia continued, your research aligns closely with my own. Cynthia, a renowned scholar of mythology from the Sinnoh region, has invested considerable effort into the legends surrounding time and space. Encountering a fellow academic, especially one praised by Dr. Yamazaki, piqued her curiosity. You all carry on. I shall fetch a cup of coffee, Dr. Yamazaki remarked as he rose, leaving Cynthia and Lu Yi on opposite ends of the screen. A momentary silence enveloped the conversation. While gently stroking the slumbering Eevee, Lu Yi became lost in thought. The voice resonated with a strange familiarity. Where had he heard it before? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Yi's mind. The Cynthia before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the blonde, petite character from the game, her slightly magnetic voice aligning perfectly with the one from the Team-S audio. In an instant, it was as if a thunderclap had jolted him into realization. Could it truly be Cynthia? The affluent companion he had been playing with was, astonishingly, the Sinnoh champion. Lu Yi's expression was nothing short of spectacular. Cynthia, noticing his bewilderment, inquired, Is there something on my face? Is it somewhat appealing? Lu Yi wiped his face, needing a moment to compose himself. Cynthia paused, a hint of intrigue gracing her features as her lips curled into a subtle smile, which, like ripples left by a swan gliding across water, quickly settled into tranquility. Have we met before? She queried softly. Lu Yi shook his head. No. Cynthia supported her chin with one hand, pondering. Then why does your voice sound so familiar? It genuinely eluded her where she might have heard it. After all, The champion's schedule was incredibly demanding, compounded by her research into mythology. To find time for gaming was a rare luxury. Lu Ye's expression turned peculiar. How on earth was he to respond? I am the one who played games with you. In such a serious academic setting, was it truly appropriate to discuss this? Furrowing his brow, he thought it unwise. If someone were to inquire about Professor Lu, it would be quite awkward. This was not the right moment for a confession. Lu Ye replied vaguely, perhaps you are mistaken. Cynthia, slightly irritated, scratched her head. Just then, Dr. Yamazaki returned with his coffee. Cynthia nodded and offered Lu Ye a faint smile, her graceful silhouette vanishing from the screen. Taking a sip of his coffee, Dr. Yamazaki stated, in any case, if convenient, you may transmit EV over in due time. Beyond that, are there any other concerns? Lu Ye pondered for a moment. Is your research institute in need of personnel? Dr. Yamazaki's eyes widened in surprise. Are you considering joining us? No, I was merely inquiring, Lu Ye admitted. He had to concede that upon seeing Cynthia, his resolve had been somewhat shaken. As a qualified representative of the new generation, remaining true to one's original aspirations is the foundation upon which Lu Ye stands. With unwavering resolve, he dismisses any notion of not becoming a researcher. After expressing his gratitude to Dr. Yamanashi, Lu Ye closes the video and brings his beloved EV to the soft cat bed. Gazing at the sleeping EV, curled up and occasionally shifting, Lu Ye becomes lost in thought. To his astonishment, the wealthy woman is none other than Cynthia, which explains her affluence. Wait, does this mean I am being supported by Cynthia? Lu Ye suddenly coughs, swallowing hard, and declares, I'll stick to my principles. Just because she is rich does not imply that I, Teacher Lu, will resort to living off her wealth. In the brief span of 2 months amidst the shifting timelines, Lu Ye has captured both Jengar and Eevee. With numerous prominent figures joining the group, and now a connection with Cynthia, he cannot help but feel an otherworldly sensation. Yet, being a trained professional, Lu Ye quickly comes to terms with the reality that the affluent woman is indeed Cynthia. No wonder she mentioned her services were reasonably priced. It is utterly disheartening, Lu Ye laments, as the champion of Sinnoh, charging her a few tens of thousands per hour would hardly be excessive. After a vigorous self-reflection, Lu Ye exhales deeply, allowing his emotions to gradually settle. Calm down, even Charizard is my fan now. There is no reason to be surprised about playing games with Cynthia. Fees must be charged regardless. Beauty should not warrant preferential treatment. Lu Ye's reasoning is quite straightforward. Business is business. One cannot offer a discounted rate simply because one is the champion of Sinnoh, or else Teacher Lu would lose face. This logic is self-consistent, and Lu Ye cannot help but commend his own cleverness. Think you can get it for free? Not a chance. As night deepens, after a long day and a profound mental impact, Lu Ye lies exhausted on his bed, drifting into sleep at once. In the pitch darkness, a subtle rustling sound emerges. Fully recovered, Eevee opens its bright eyes, alertly scanning the surroundings. Eevee, are we on a mission tonight? A sinister ghostly visage slowly emerges from the wall. As Jengar grins and nods. Go, Eevee. What are we training for tonight? Go. You'll find out when you get there. At the Yamanashi Research Institute, Cynthia remains troubled by the vague impression she just encountered. Where have I seen him before? She murmurs. Why does he seem so familiar? The distortion of the voice over the internet complicates matters, and with Cynthia's recent lack of time for gaming, she struggles to recall. Dr. Yamanashi is diligently documenting the case that Lu Ye provided. Eevee, known for its danger prediction traits, possesses a rather fiery temperament, he remarks with a smile. What an intriguing pair they are. Was that Eevee from earlier? Cynthia inquires, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, Dr. Yamari nodded, reiterating Eevee's symptoms. I suspect this might be related to the stress response to a new environment, but the fact that it refuses to accept the transfer is rather troublesome. Shalona smiled gently, saying, I shall pay a visit to this little creature, as I also need to travel to the East Huang region. Oh, is it for the Master League in the latter half of the year? Dr. Yamari stroked his beard thoughtfully. Which opponent will you face? It will be held in Magic City, and I should be up against the Dragon Master from the Kanto region, replied Shalona, covering her mouth with her delicate hand as she yawned, fatigue evident in her voice. This is precisely why I mentioned that after this holiday, I will have no free time at all. Dr. Yamari nodded in understanding. Do you have acquaintances in the East Huang region? Would you like me to introduce you to a few friends? That won't be necessary, Shalona replied, recalling a tactical master known for employing the Miegu team with rather underhanded strategies. I recently met a friend who seems to be from Magic City as well. What was his name? Teacher Lu, I believe. Chapter 058. Full of betrayal on Sunday morning, driven by poverty, Lu Yi awoke early. He intended to prepare earnestly for the Pokémon Cup finals. It was only upon reaching the finals that Lu Yi comprehended the champion's rewards. 5. A prize of 20 promotional resources and a sooth bell. The so-called 20 promotional resources could be dismissed as a jest. The primary reward was the sooth bell. Although it could be exchanged within the system, it was classified as an orange item, refreshable at the mysterious shop intermittently. Currently, Lu Yi had less than 2,000 points remaining. The majority had been exchanged for rare berries, crafted into energy blocks, along with precious metals like firestones and poison stones, occasionally used to enhance the diet of Gistone. Lu Yi had always treated all Pokémon equally. Up to now, the only gift he had prepared for Eevee was a silk scarf. Furthermore, the Sooth Bell could enhance Eevee's intimacy, potentially tempering its fiery temperament. More importantly, winning the finals would grant it for free. Was this not a delightful opportunity? The desire for a freebie surged within Lu Yi, making him more eager to train than ever before. However, a conundrum arose. Lu Yi pondered aloud, stroking his chin. How should I train? To be honest, even after reaching the finals, he remained utterly perplexed regarding training. Although his command skills rivaled those of tactical masters, and his ability to craft energy blocks was akin to that of coordination champions, his training prowess was decidedly lacking. To date, Lu Yi's training history consisted solely of training Gistone in toxicity, aided by Aju's toxic insights. To undertake the training personally would indeed be a challenge for Teacher Lu. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, but that is all right. Teacher Lu and Gistone. The barbell set ordered online has arrived. Gistone can now effortlessly lift a 30-pound dumbbell, exhibiting strength that surpasses even that of the assault front. However, Lu Yi could hardly contain himself and exclaimed, "Stop using the black mist to aid your lift." Gistone was momentarily taken aback, and the surrounding black mist dissipated instantly, causing the dumbbell to crash heavily onto the floor, creating a deafening noise that sent vibrations through the ground and left cracks in the floor. Lu Yi felt as if he could hear the sound of money dwindling. Gistone, with tears streaming down, pulled out its reddened hand from beneath the dumbbell and began to shake it vigorously. The scene resembled a moment from Tom and Jerry. Due to Gistone's physical manifestation, it could still feel pain at that moment. Lu Yi, with an odd expression, coughed lightly and urged, "Continue training. The soothing bell of Eevee is wrapped around you." On another note, Eevee's training equipment was rather endearing. Lu Yi had ordered a large hamster wheel from a vendor. Theoretically, it would allow Eevee to run incessantly without pause. Lu Yi believed this training method was sound, as it would not only enhance Eevee's speed, but also bolster its endurance. Truly a method with multiple benefits. "I truly am a genius at training," Lu Yi mused, stroking his chin. Eevee stared at Lu Yi with a look of utter disbelief. Surely, it couldn't be that he thought I would engage with such a foolish contraption. You don't want to play? Lu Yi expressed a hint of disappointment. Why not give it a try? I think it could be quite delightful. Eevee puffed up its cheeks, hesitatingly hopping onto the wheel, nervously glancing around. Lu Yi chuckled and suddenly gave the wheel a push. Eevee! It flailed its limbs in a panic, running frantically, but then perked up its ears, eyes sparkling as it gazed at the wheel. This contraption seemed genuinely entertaining. Eevee! Lu Yi was delighted to see such a joyful expression on Eevee's face, prompting him to smile softly. What was meant to be a day of rigorous training had transformed into a routine of nurturing spirits and pampering Eevee. Tomorrow marks the end of the first semester's final exams, after which summer vacation officially begins. Lu Yi plans to earn some extra money during the break, aiming to cover the food expenses for his 2 Pokémon in the coming years. While engrossed in a book, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Upon opening it, he found a kindly lady from the neighborhood committee with a warm smile. "Little Lu, we've brought you a banner." Lu Yi was taken aback. What banner? Just then, the 2 Pokémon behind him froze, their movements stilled. Eevee and Gistone exchanged tense glances. What? Did we forget something? Oh no. I completely forgot. Last night, Jangstone stealthily took Eevee out for training. The nearby construction site, with its vast expanse, had attracted numerous wild Pokémon, making it an ideal training ground. Pokémon such as Meowth, Rattata, and Houndoom often engaged in fierce battles over territorial disputes. However, on the whole, these creatures coexisted relatively harmoniously, until 2 unexpected guests disrupted this fragile equilibrium. According to a witness, an elderly security guard, damn it, Eevee went berserk. As the hazy dawn broke, the construction site revealed a scene of carnage. Most of the combatants were of the normal type. Jangstone remained unfazed, while Eevee bared its teeth, its wounds appearing rather ghastly. Jangstone pursed its lips and rummaged through the shadow beneath its feet, suddenly producing a bottle of healing ointment. Clink, clink, clink. Eevee's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming its approval. In front of them was a banner inscribed with a line of small letters. Thanks to Comrade Lu Yi for his outstanding contribution to the stray cat control efforts in the community. The slogan read, Master of Gynecology, Reviver of Life. What s with this slogan? Lu Yi exclaimed. Ah, it's a printing error. Just make do with it. Seeing the enthusiasm, Lu Yi felt he could not refuse and awkwardly accepted the banner. The community committee lady bustled away. Lu Yi glanced at the two trembling Pokémon. Care to explain? Bubby, I can't understand you. Why should I ask them to explain? Lu Yi scratched his head and interrogated. Did you two go out last night? Both Eevee and Jingstone nodded in unison. Training by yourselves? Kia, I took them. Jingstone grinned. Those wild meowths. Bubby, I took them down. Eevee raised its head proudly. Lu Yi suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Trembling slightly, he sat on the sofa and examined the banner from various angles. It finally dawned on him that the wording on the banner was rife with sarcasm. Oh well, it was free after all. Lu Yi sighed and hung the banner prominently in his home. Master of Gynecology, Reviver of Life, he mused, stroking his chin. You know, it actually looks quite nice. Chapter 59. The Milk Can of Team Sailing July 6th, Monday. With the conclusion of the final exam, Lu Yi officially embarked on his summer vacation. The bus halted at the campus, with parents flocking to the dormitory buildings, and even a few seasoned trainers could be spotted. Dad, please don't send Charizard to pick me up next time. It's too conspicuous. Tian Yue complained over the phone while waving at Lu Yi. See you next semester. Brother Lu. Lu Yi waved back, watching as Charizard flapped its wings, carrying Tian Yue and his luggage out of sight. It's great to have money, Lu Yi reflected. Despite coming from a well-off family, Tian Yue's high school performance was far from satisfactory, preventing him from gaining admission to the prestigious Magic University's Battle Department. Fairness does not equate to equality. In a certain sense, the college entrance examination serves as the sole pathway for many commoners aspiring to become trainers. In other regions, lacking a robust family background, affiliations with organizations such as Team Rocket or Team Plasma become the most viable options for those wishing to pursue a career as a trainer. Lu Yi yawned while strolling along a tree-lined path adorned with falling blossoms, when a light footfall approached from behind. How are your preparations for the finals coming along? Inquired Shen Tingji, who was trailing beside him with her hair tied in a single ponytail. Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had promised to train diligently yesterday, yet ended up napping with his Eevee for the entire afternoon. I should be fine, he replied, clearing his throat. Anyway, it doesn't matter if I lose. Jengars have already done their utmost. Shen Tingji nodded, and after a brief silence, she added, My father wishes to meet you. Oh, he queried. He watched your battle video and would like to invite you to be my private tutor, particularly in strategy, she said, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. The Shen family, known for their lineage in fairy-type Pokémon, also held considerable influence in the business sector, primarily dealing with luxury items and beauty products related to Pokémon. Lu Yi had seen Shen Tingji's social media posts, and her second Pokémon was a newly hatched Togepi, a testament to her family's esteemed background. Perhaps it's best to decline. My skills are still rather limited. Lu Yi responded. I can barely manage to surpass a Jean, he internally lamented. Shen Tingji nodded, coming to a halt as she remarked, See you next semester. The morning exam lasts only 2 hours. Lu Yi had initially thought it would be fine to leave 2 Pokémon alone at home. He had even specifically returned Eevee to its Pokeball and instructed Gengar to take good care of it. Little did he know, Gengar had slipped away on its own. The room was devoid of Gengar's presence, and the thought of its overly carefree demeanor made Lu Yi rub his forehead in exasperation. I never seemed to learn my lesson. Releasing Eevee from its Pokeball, the drowsy little creature rubbed its eyes and let out an adorable cry. Eevee, have you seen Gengar? Lu Yi asked. The little one shook its head vigorously. Oh well, it will probably return by mealtime. The unease in Lu Yi's heart intensified. Yet he sighed and carried Eevee to his bedroom. As he opened his computer, the long-dormant live streaming software chimed back to life. The room's title flashed, Pokémon Battles. Your teacher Lu is back. Instantly, a flood of fans streamed into the live room, and the comments section erupted with excitement. Finally, Teacher Lu has started the stream. Time to eat, my friends. My youth has returned. The familiar teasing tone of Teacher Lu echoed once more. I apologize for the delay. I was caught up in exam week and couldn't update my strategies. Taking advantage of the summer vacation, I strive to clearly arrange everything for everyone. Bui. Eevee tilted its head curiously at the camera. Host, please don't block the camera. Show Eevee's face. This teacher, Mr. Lu, is quite bothersome, always obstructing my view of Eevee. Mr. Lu sheepishly glanced at the comments. Thanks for the airplane sent by Mr. Lu. I just had some egg fried rice. Thank you for the large rocket sent to little Eevee. Come on, Evie. Thank you, Uncle. Bwee. Evie, with its chubby paws, playfully poked the camera, still appearing adorably dazed as if just awoken from a slumber. You're the uncle. Mr. Liu, your whole family is filled with uncles. I am done for. Please don't switch screens, I beg you. I want to see Evie just one more time. Liu Yi placed Evie on his lap, gently stroking its soft fur. Evie, with a reluctant expression, lay down, its fluffy tail brushing against Liu Ye's elbow, while its ears occasionally perked up. Is this the live broadcast room for Evie? Mr. Liu, please leave. Opening the game interface, during the matchmaking period, Mr. Liu decided to play a round of Do Di Zhu. Are you the charity gambling god? The host is not focused on their duties. I suggest letting Evie take over the broadcast. Mr. Liu remained unfazed, glancing at the 17 cards in his hand. Raising an eyebrow. These cards? Can you beat me in a second? Goodness, has spring arrived? I'm off. The live room was filled with laughter and joy. Mr. Liu's program effects remained as explosive as ever. When it came to the battle segment, the attentive audience had already taken out their notebooks. This episode featured the sailing team. Mr. Liu remarked, those familiar with me know I typically play with the receiving team. It is well known that the receiving team is also a part of Pokémon battles. Though it may be a bit shady, just don't challenge the gym leaders with it. Already, no less than 3 viewers had approached Mr. Liu for reimbursement of medical bills. Enough of the chit-chat, let us take a look at today's match. Mr. Liu's team consisted of Skarmory, Shuckle, Kofagrigus, Amoonguss, Blissey, and Tentacruel. Meanwhile, the player from Goldenrod City had a team comprising Blissey, Pixie, Wigglytuff, Chansey, Lickitung, and Clefairy. Wow. It seems the opponent also has a shrink team. Is this an enchanting strategy? Another gym leader? Liu Ye's eyes flickered. The Blissey reminded Liu Yi of some rather unpleasant memories. Back in the day, the infinitely rolling Blissey from Goldenrod City left a profound psychological impact on him. Looking at the players certified as Goldenrod City gym leader Xiao Qian, Liu Yi coldly smiled. In this world, one must eventually pay their dues. Let us go, Skarmory. Use sailing. The sharp-steeled Skarmory soared into the sky first. The cold gleam of sharp spikes filled the arena, making it exceedingly difficult for the bulky milk tank to maneuver. Yet, the pink-haired girl swiftly realized her strategy. The milk tank should roll in place to gather strength. Still rolling? Armor Bird, blow it away. In battles, if a Pokémon is forced to leave the field, it results in a loss. Thus, the combination of spikes and the blowing away tactic could effectively compel the opponent to continuously switch Pokémon, resulting in repeated damage. Coupled with 2 additional types of spikes, Stealth Rock and Toxic Spikes, the strategy of spikes and damage over time could truly torment the opponent. The force of Armor Bird's blow was insufficient to expel the milk tank from the field. Just then, a piercing roar echoed, startling the milk tank into retreat. Fortunately caught by Xiaoqian in time. Teacher Liu, are you even human? Unable to blow the milk tank out, you resort to another roar? This is the Spikes team. Simply marvelous. The battlefield was littered with protruding rocky spikes and shimmering toxic spikes, where any Pokémon entering could find themselves in dire straits. After tormenting a large tongue licker, the milk tank returned to the fray, immediately besieged by the dual strikes of the spikes and rocky spikes, letting out a mournful cry. Gritting her teeth, Xiaoqian withdrew her battered milk tank. Go, Pippi, use Shrink. Armor Bird, continue to blow it away. You're quite bothersome. Xiaoqian shouted, Pippi charm. The shrunken Pippi hid behind the protruding Stealth Rock, dodging the blow while sending a beam shaped like a heart towards Armor Bird. Almost simultaneously, Liu Yi recalled Armor Bird and brought forth the genderless casket of death. This is called prediction, indeed. Teacher Liu dominated the gym leader from start to finish. It's that milk tank. I remember it now. It was the one that swept through my team. Is this the mutual destruction between 2 masters of dirty tactics? The battle concluded. Teacher Liu's Spikes team triumphantly defeated the milk tank with a remarkable record of 62. Meanwhile, due to the explosive effect of the show, the system also added nearly 1,000 points. A flood of comments overwhelmed the screen. Today, Teacher Liu didn't even eat. This nutty dumbbell is utterly filthy. It withstood 3 rolls, and even turned the milk tank's attack against it. Oh, I've learned something new. Teacher Liu, please, do be a decent person. Chapter 060, Xiaoqian of Manjin City. In the Johto region, Manjin City. Bang! The youthful girl with pink short hair, tied into 2 braids, slammed her fist on the table in indignation, exclaiming, "This is too dirty. How could there be such a filthy Pokémon as Armor Bird?" Xiaoqian remained oblivious to how terrifying her charming rolling milk tank was in the eyes of novice trainers. Gritting her teeth, Xiaoqian pulled out her phone and called Prosecutor ASU, who was far away in Jika City. ASU, was that account just now yours? Why do the tactics seem so familiar? As the foundational strategy in Master League, the use of spikes is certainly not uncommon among skilled trainers. For instance, the poison-type champion, Aju, is known for his adept use of toxic spikes. Similarly, Xiao Gang from Deep Gray City has previously showcased a strategy involving Stealth Rock combined with Rock Tomb. However, the spikes blowing Skarmory evokes an unmistakable sense of DJVU in Xiao Qian. Isn't that Azu's Skarmory? Sneaking in-game during work hours. I shall report you to the Pokémon Association. On the other end of the line, the ever-kind Azu chuckled. Calm down, Xiao Qian, I believe you might be mistaken. Who else, besides you, is proficient in using Skarmory and the spike strategy? Perhaps other Steel-type gym leaders from different regions could also fit the bill. Or it could be a master of spikes tactics that you should ponder upon. Hey, I'm busy hunting Team Rocket. When would I have time to play games? Xiao Qian paused, as though suddenly realizing something, muttering, that player earlier seemed to be from the Dongwang region. Darn it, this strategy is too familiar. Executed even more adeptly than Azu. You encountered a spikes team? Haha, given your intellect, it's only natural that you would lose. Azu laughed heartily. Xiao Qian suddenly tightened her grip on her phone, a sense of urgency striking her. The signal isn't great, let's talk later. Sensing danger, Azu swiftly hung up. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qian opened the battle recording from earlier, meticulously replaying it. My command was flawless. It seems his team composition was simply superior. Frustrated, Xiao Qian scratched her head, exclaiming, how infuriating. We all came to train. Why must some choose such ranking-oriented compositions? Given the same lineup, Xiao Qian was confident she would not necessarily lose to Teacher Lu. Yet, it appeared her opponent had grasped the essence of the Spikes team, aligning their composition remarkably with the strategy's characteristics. This is just irritating. Xiao Qian gritted her teeth. What kind of master spends every day contemplating how to rank up? In Pokémon Battle, players typically select Pokémon with similar team compositions to train their commonly used strategies. It is indeed rare for someone like Teacher Lu to switch tactics and alter their entire lineup mid-battle, unless one possesses an exceptionally strong understanding of team construction. Such a diverse array of strategies is nearly impossible to maintain. Could this individual truly be a gym leader from the Dongwang region? Xiao Qian furrowed her brow and opened Teacher Lu's battle records, all showcasing victories. In several matches against Sunny Day teams, he even achieved an extraordinary performance rating of 60. The user of that Sunny Day team was none other than the billiard prodigy, Ajin. Xiao Qian's eyes widened in realization. The image of that cheeky youth flashed through her mind, and she nodded thoughtfully. If it were Ajin, it wouldn't be surprising for him to be shut out entirely. Meanwhile, far away in the suburban breeding house of Manjin City, Ajin suddenly sneezed. What the? It is quite perplexing that I have been sneezing incessantly these past few days. Akin scratched his head, answered the phone, and lazily said, Moshi Moshi? Who is this? Your great aunt. You've dialed the wrong number, goodbye. It's me, Qian from Mijin City. Come out and play with me. Give me Miss Hu Tao's number, and I might seriously consider it. Stop joking. Are you quite familiar with Teacher Lu from the Dongwang region? What is his true prowess? Teacher Lu? Akin rested his chin on his hand, envisioning a ruthless figure as the group leader. This fellow must possess considerable strength, for even I am no match for him. Oh, Teacher Lu is truly remarkable, Akin declared earnestly. Even Senior Qihong is his fan, and Uncle Xiaojiang says he is a top-tier cultivator. Is that really true? Qian's tone faltered slightly. If that's the case, the sailing strategy surpassing speed becomes understandable, doesn't it? You don't believe me? You can come to the group and see for yourself. They are all top-tier master players. Akin clicked his tongue in amazement. Had it not been for Teacher Lu pleading with me to join, I would have been reluctant to accept. Qian's eyes sparkled. The Great Masters group? Senior Qihong is also there. Indeed, it is quite impressive, isn't it? I think so too. Akin nodded to himself. After a prolonged silence, Qian whispered in a voice barely above a murmur. Could you possibly help me get in? What did you say? Speak up. I said. Can you let me into the group? Akin rubbed his somewhat dazed ears and replied lazily. With your current strength, it seems you may still be lacking. Do you believe I could come to the training house right now and challenge you to a real match? Never mind. Akin waved his hand. I'll let you in for 100 signed photos of Miss Hu Tao. Really? Of course. All right. I will go find Hu Tao right away. Just as Lu Yi finished his live stream, he glanced at his phone. A newcomer has joined the group? Qian, it's Senior Qihong. It's the real person. Qian, may I add you, Senior? I have admired you for so long. Tokawadai. How interesting. Lu Yi scratched his head. Well, it seems the Qihong harem group is indeed a reality. The livestream of the sailing team was receiving a fairly enthusiastic response, and Qian, as the gym leader's material, was barely competent. If that isn't sufficient, I can simply ask Akin to play a few matches during the video editing process. In the span of an afternoon, the system's points had increased by over 1,000. If exchanged for berries, the food expenses for these two fellows next week would be secure. Remaining points, 2,400. EV lounged, watching Lu Yi play games all afternoon. After yawning, EV lazily jumped down from his lap and went off to play on the running wheel. As the sun dipped below the horizon, dusk deepened. Lu Yi donned an apron and personally prepared a lavish spread, eagerly awaiting the return of Ghost Stone. However, it was only when the dishes began to cool that Ghost Stone excitedly slipped through the door. With a resounding thud, he tossed a card onto the table. Ghost Stone glided effortlessly to the refrigerator, his hand diving into its depths to retrieve a can of fizzy drink. With a contented expression, he savored the beverage. Lu Yi, with a bemused expression, removed his apron and cast a glance at Ghost Stone before picking up the card from the table. In that instant, Lu Ye's eyelid twitched. Bull Training Club, annual premium membership card. Lu Ye's instincts began to stir. It was one thing for you to train on your own, but you even secretly obtained a membership card? Chapter 61. Ghost Stone's part-time job. The tale begins during the examination period of Teacher Lu. Ghost Stone was at home, clutching a copy of Toxic Heart. He extended his crimson tongue, meticulously licking each line of fine print. Pondering thoughtfully, Ghost Stone nodded, intending to share his insights with Evie, only to discover that Evie was still inside its Pokeball. Ghost Stone floated over to the Pokeball, scratching his head, and in an instant, he became despondent, transforming into a blank sheet of paper that slowly drifted downwards. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and with a resounding puff, his spirit rekindled as he joyfully floated outside. Take care of the house, he called to Evie within the Pokeball. Evie, indignant, scratched at the interior of the Pokeball. Training in secret without me. Compared to Lu Yi, Ghost Stone was far more familiar with the training facilities nearby. The construction site next to the neighborhood resembled a low-level dungeon, one where he could easily take Evie through unscathed. When it came to formidable opponents, Ghost Stone's mind immediately recalled that elite poison-type trainer. The mere thought of that menacing Arbok sent a shiver down his spine. Ghost Stone exclaimed, "That Arbok is truly terrifying." Eagerly, he made his way to the Bull Training Club. As he entered through the glass door, the receptionist was momentarily taken aback. "Hello, are you here for a battle or training?" "Training." Ghost Stone pointed at the 2888 training package on the counter, recalling that it was the same package his master had chosen during their last visit. That should be fine. With no money to his name, Ghost Stone flashed a confident smile. This was the first time the receptionist had attended to a ghost, and with a curious smile, she asked, "Little fellow, which Pokémon do you plan to train?" Ghost Stone pointed to himself and chuckled. The receptionist then retrieved a tablet, swiping through options as she cheerfully explained. "Here are the trainers available for booking. Once you select one, you can settle the payment online later." Stone nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin, appearing quite earnest in his selection process. Summer Spring, clad in form-fitting leggings and possessing a striking figure, casually passed by, carrying a water bottle. Upon casting a fleeting glance at the front desk, her expression shifted slightly. That laughter sounds remarkably familiar. It dawned on her. It was that Geist who almost sent Uncle Monster to the hospital last time. Has it really evolved? Anxiously, Summer scanned the surroundings. Once she confirmed that the handsome young man was not present, she let out a sigh of relief. As long as he is not here to train, he likely won't pick on me again. "Coach Summer, you arrived just in time. A student specifically requested you to guide them." Stone grinned widely, a hint of bashfulness evident as he scratched his head. Following Summer, Stone made his way to the training area. "This was the first time I have witnessed such an enthusiastic Pokémon during training. But you probably do not have any money, do you?" Summer frowned, admonishing, "If you fail to keep your promises, you will find yourself on the blacklist." Stone's face turned pale, resembling a ghost, as he dejectedly floated towards the exit, seemingly burdened by a heavy sense of grievance. Summer paused, biting her lip, then declared, "Forget it. I have a plan. Come back." Stone's expression transformed instantly, casting a disdainful glance at Summer. "If you had a plan, why didn't you mention it sooner? Why make me waste my expressions here? With your capabilities, you are more than qualified to be a part-time coach here," Summer suggested, raising an eyebrow. "Besides the free training, would you consider taking on a part-time job?" Stone laughed heartily, patting Summer on the shoulder. "If you had said so earlier, we would be colleagues now." Summer's expression grew peculiar. It is often said that a Pokémon's personality increasingly mirrors that of its trainer. The extent of this trainer's shamelessness was becoming evident. Geistone struck a pose. Eager to begin, fists pumping in the air. Summer, with a complex expression, called over the front desk attendant, instructing her to add a coaching profile on the tablet. Is that really okay? The front desk girl exclaimed in surprise. What is wrong with that? It's just another card registration, Summer replied nonchalantly. Geistone calculated the time. It should still be an hour until Lu Yi's exam concluded. This meant he had an hour to work part-time. The thought of contributing to the household brought a gleam to Geistone's eyes. Summer stood at the sidelines, observing Geistone's inaugural lesson. Frankly, even as an elite trainer, Summer could not discern the depths of Geistone's abilities at this moment. Judging by its upbringing, it likely indulged in luxuries during its meals that Summer could scarcely imagine. In terms of training techniques, it was evident that Geistone's expertise far surpassed her own, prompting a frown to crease Summer's brow. What kind of circumstances did that young man come from? How could one elevate Ghost Stone to such a level in merely a month? Nevertheless, that fellow is indeed quite handsome. Perhaps I should take the initiative next time? Oh, Xia Quan, blushing furiously, spat softly, and when he looked up again, the inaugural teaching session of Ghost Stone had already concluded with a clear victor. This was a genuine teaching scenario. Even Nidora, the client, had not managed to withstand a single attack from Ghost Stone. Yet, the more this was the case, the more it attested to the coach's formidable battling prowess. A new coach had recently joined the club, rumored to be a Pokémon. Could it be that previous Miss Magius? No, it was a Ghost Stone. Its strength far surpassed that of an ordinary elite-level trainer. An hour slipped by in a flash. Ghost Stone floated over to the vending machine at the sidelines, casually inserting its hand without even using a coin, and withdrew a bottle of soda, drinking it with gusto. How delightful! Not only could it dominate in battles, but it could also train and earn money. Is there a more blissful occupation than this? Here you go, little one. This is your membership card. Keep it safe. Ghost Stone happily accepted the card. It waved cheerfully at Xia Quan, who leaned against the wall with arms crossed, and then floated away with a grin. Xia Quan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively raising a hand to wave back, and then awkwardly tugging at the bangs on his forehead, his face slightly flushed. Quite adorable indeed. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Comparing it to the card, Ghost Stone grinned, striking a ghostly pose for the identification photo. Lu Yi curiously inquired, "Did you truly not spend any money? How did you manage that?" There was a hint of astonishment in Lu Yi's tone. Ghost Stone chuckled, proudly raising its head. "You truly are remarkable." Lu Yi mused, "But remember, if you're short on funds, do let me know. I can still cover the training expenses." Despite the playful jabs, Lu Yi would never dampen Ghost Stone's enthusiasm. Even if these two little ones were on the verge of dismantling the house, he couldn't bring himself to blame them. The relationship between a trainer and their Pokémon is one of equality. Lu Yi respected Ghost Stone's wishes, and Ghost Stone endeavored to contribute to the household as much as it could. With a cheerful chuckle, Ghost Stone scratched its head. "All right, you've worked hard." Lu Yi smiled and patted Ghost Stone's head. "Let's eat. I've prepared your favorite meal." Chapter 062, The Influence of the Spiky Shield Strategy, A Tranquil Dinner Time. Eevee buried its head in the bowl, munching away. Suddenly, it perked up its ears, glanced at Lu Yi, and carried the bowl off to the next room to eat. Lu Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly, returning to his computer to edit the tactical video regarding the Spiky Shield team. Perhaps due to scheduling conflicts, Cynthia had not been online for quite some time, which made Lu Yi feel a twinge of regret. The footage was still lacking in some areas. While it was easy to ask a Gene for more material, one could not always take advantage of such opportunities. There were still quite a few people online in the group. For instance, the grass-type gym leader of Shin, Kai Zhong, embraced a learning attitude and sought guidance from Lu Yi regarding several battles involving the Spiky Shield strategy. With genuine admiration, she remarked, "Teacher Lu, your tactical understanding remains as exceptional as ever." Lu Yi nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "It's satisfactory." "Teacher Lu, will you participate in the Attribute Expert competition in the latter half of the year?" Kai Zhong hesitated. She was uncertain about Lu Yi's true proficiency in attributes. His mastery of grass, poison, ghost, and steel types left her feeling increasingly hopeless. A master adept in so many attributes would surely not confine himself to the Attribute Expert category, would he? "No," Lu Yi replied candidly. "It's a joke. With my strength, participating in the Attribute Expert competition is not a priority. Winning the Water Friends competition is what truly matters." Kai Zhong sighed in respect. Given Teacher Lu's prowess, it was clear he would not consider such competitions. After recording the material, Lu Yi began editing the video on this new strategy. Titled Teacher Lu Teaches You to Battle 06, Spiky Shield. The video retained Lu Yi's characteristic wit and cunning tactics, quickly ascending to the top of the rankings upon release. Front row seats. Surely no one has actually bought a house here? At the venue, the opponents were nearly brought to tears by the cunning tactics. The challenge of the spiky shield strategy lies in mastering the battlefield environment and timing the use of moves such as Whirlwind and Roar. In actual battles, effectively planning the spiky shield zones is crucial. If one's Pokémon carelessly steps into the spiky shield area, it will incur damage as well. Thus, flying-type Pokémon are the most suitable users of the spiky shield, as utilizing it to limit mobility is the crux of this tactic. Wow, this strategy is incredibly difficult. Despite its cunning nature, this is undoubtedly a high-level tactic, right? Is he really willing to share this? As a fundamental strategy in the Master League, the spiky shield is seldom disseminated among the general populace. However, Teacher Lou's video provides access to the essence of the spiky shield strategy, offering a fresh perspective on a Master's tactical understanding. Is this the realm of the strong? I am in awe. Could Teacher Lou truly be one of the Elite Four? What is selflessness if not this? It brings tears to my eyes. Many of Teacher Lou's viewers, having followed him, have gradually begun to emphasize command techniques and team composition. Prior to this, many novice trainers may have believed that a Pokémon's strength was the sole determinant of victory. Little did they know, levels are not the only factor influencing outcomes. The ability to turn the tide through command and tactics is equally a captivating aspect of Pokémon battles. Unlike previous cunning tactics, this installment on the Spiky Shield team is the most aligned with the standards of the master-level competition. The strategy of using spikes can be violently countered by certain moves. While a team utilizing Shrink may be crushed by Earthquake, the tactic of annihilation is seldom employed even by skilled trainers, yet spikes are widely utilized in the Master League, forming the core of various strategies. It is fair to assert that Teacher Lou's video has once again elevated the quality of guides within the gaming community, serving as a benchmark for Pokémon battles. Teacher Lou is indeed a master of unconventional tactics. Do not hinder me. I must present gifts to Teacher Lou. What? The streamer in the live broadcast is not Little Eevee? In the Johto region, in the city of Azalea, Officer ASU took a moment to glance at the so-called Spikes team video presented by Xiaoqian. Seated in his office, ASU intertwined his fingers and rested them against his nose, gradually sinking into contemplation. The master from the Dongwon region, renowned for his adept use of Spike's tactics, had previously released 3 instructional videos, each showcasing strategies worthy of the Master League. Truly impressive. ASU had heard tales of Confucius from the Dongwon region, who imparted knowledge to all, regardless of their nature, even to Pokémon. Presently, Teacher Lou embodies a similar spirit of inclusivity. Even remnants of Team Rocket have recently begun organizing a special task force to utilize spikes and shrink strategies. One wonders what changes this spikes tactic might bring forth. It is indeed a vexing thought, leaving ASU feeling somewhat embarrassed. Is this what is referred to as the peculiar temperament of a master? As an Interpol officer, ASU initially intended to contact the Magic City to investigate Teacher Lou, but he soon placed the phone down, realizing he could not disturb him recklessly. Wiping away a bead of cold sweat, ASU murmured to himself, if he truly aligns with Team Rocket, it could spell significant trouble. The response to this Spikes team seems even more fervent than in previous episodes. Lu Yi gazed perplexedly at the back-end data. Before the new video was uploaded, Teacher Lou had 120 fans, but within a mere day, his follower count surged by 20, reaching 140. The video titled Teacher Lou Teaches You to Battle 06. Spike's team has ascended to the top 3 on the daily rankings, with its popularity continually rising. Judging by the comments, it appears that the Spikes tactic is relatively common in the Master League, and Teacher Lou's thorough analysis has garnered widespread acclaim. Most of Teacher Lou's followers are amateur enthusiasts and ordinary trainers. To catch a glimpse of master-level tactics, coupled with Teacher Lou's engaging commentary, naturally results in immense popularity. Such a phenomenon is surprising to Lu Yi. Oh, so that is how it is. It makes sense now. Lu Yi nodded thoughtfully. It seems that the Spikes tactic is particularly in vogue in this world. Although Teacher Lou is not its originator, his video strikes a harmonious balance between entertainment and professionalism, receiving unanimous praise as his 4th tactical instruction. The persona of Master Lou, known for his dubious tactics, has long been ingrained in the hearts of many. The system's points have swiftly accumulated to over 5,000, and Lu Yi, undeterred, promptly exchanged 5,000 for a long-desired item, Dark Stone, a mystical stone capable of evolving certain specific Pokémon, as dark as the night itself. It can enhance the ghost-type energy of Pokémon to a certain extent. The chilling dark purple stone, polished to a deep hue, emanates a breathtakingly enchanting beauty. As a fossil, the dark stone can facilitate the evolution of Pokémon such as Drifloon and Litwick. For ghost-type Pokémon, The energy-rich dark stone serves as an excellent supplement. This small piece, obtained for 5,000, is worth at least over 100,000 in the market, yet remains a rarity. However, for Lu Yi, as it is a product of the system, it is akin to receiving it for free, thus he generously tossed it to Jengar. Here, your midnight snack. Lu Yi chuckled. Good luck in tomorrow's Water Friends competition. The comfort bell for EV is all yours. Jengar extended its crimson tongue, deftly catching the dark stone and performing a little spin, casting a sly glance back at Lu Yi. Chapter 063. The victory of the Pokémon Cup on July 8th, Wednesday. The eagerly anticipated Pokémon Cup finals are set to commence today. This edition of the tournament has garnered the highest level of discourse in its history. The competitors are a prodigious talent from the battle department of Jiangsu and Zhejiang University, who has garnered the admiration of numerous gym leaders at a young age. And an obscure newcomer, surprisingly a non-professional from the finance department. The stark contrast between them has only heightened the attention surrounding the match. Remarkably, online platforms show that Lu Yi's support rate is overwhelmingly dominant. Is Master Lu really this young? Participating in a novice tournament to level up, he's truly cunning. Beating up on children? Clearly, you possess talent devoid of virtue. Although there are suspicions of him lowering his status, given Master Lu's audacity. Engaging in a novice tournament for monetary gain seems entirely within his character. A strong recommendation to disqualify Master Lu from the competition has arisen. Isn't Master Lu of a masterful caliber? How can the organizers allow him to compete? You overthink it. Master Lu's age is perfectly compliant. Besides, what is wrong with snagging a prize, even if it's petty cash? Let him take it. In response to the online rumors, the guest commentator, Tang Hui, the master of the Magic City Gym, smiled and remarked, although his commanding skill is indeed commendable, to label him as a master is rather absurd. The chairman of the Magic City Association, Song Pengcheng, with graying temples, pondered for a moment in silence. Masters under 20 are not uncommon. The current world champion claimed the league title at the age of 11. However, if Lu Yi were truly a master, would he deign to participate in such a novice tournament? Is this something an individual of his caliber would do? Perhaps he has some opportunities, who knows? Song Pengcheng spoke ambiguously. Beside them sat a muscular man with a scruffy beard who nodded slightly. I have seen his videos. He is indeed remarkable. But it is merely a game. Even with exceptional command, the disparity in raw strength cannot be compensated by the use of a subpar spirit. The burly man squinted. To rely on Lu Yi to hone his spirit, he is overly optimistic. Tang Hui gazed at the gym leader from Lijiao, pondering for a moment. Lu Jianghai, the father of Lu Yi, is simultaneously the electric-type gym leader in Lijiao. His presence as a guest serves not only to support his son, but also to witness his child's potential victory firsthand, which holds significant meaning for a father. Hopefully, that will be the case, Song Pengcheng chuckled dryly. At the finals, the Mercedes-Benz Sports Center was already packed to capacity. Surrounding the battlefield were giant banners from the Pokémon Company, and a hovering Magnemite, serving as an aerial camera, floated in midair. Compared to traditional aerial photography, this resilient Magnemite could withstand the aftershocks of attacks, proving to be a remarkably competent tool. Go, Teacher Lu. The top 4 contestants had enthusiastic supporters, with Han Xiaoxiao, a fervent fan, organizing a professional cheering team. Another finalist, Feng Shu, was also energetically drumming and shouting in support. This scene made Lu Yi, waiting in the contestant's passage, feel embarrassed. In this day and age, even a bit of easy money requires recognition, which is truly a challenge. Gaiku. Genghis Khan appeared eager to try his luck. The small dark stone had already been licked clean by Genghis Khan the night before. Though it was a stone, it was nearly indistinguishable from candy when licked. After consuming the dark stone, Genghis Khan gazed at Lu Yi with a shy and affectionate expression. It's really gone. Lu Yi shrugged his shoulders. Genghis Khan replied, do well tomorrow, and perhaps you can exchange for another one in a couple of days. Gaiku. Lu Yi walked onto the battlefield with an air of restraint. Facing the handsome young man before him, Lu Yi stated seriously, do not speak to me. I will not listen. Lu Yi paused slightly, surprised that even a greeting was off limits. No, you only wish to disrupt my judgment. Haven't you eaten yet? Not yet. I plan to eat after the competition. The commentator, astonished, remarked, are the competitors exchanging trash talk? The tension seems quite palpable. I know a good restaurant. I can recommend it to you later. Really? I am not fond of Shanghai cuisine. I do not particularly enjoy sweet dishes. The commentator shouted, the match has begun. This will be a historic final. With a flash of red light, the 3-in-1 Magnemite and the grinning Genghis Khan simultaneously appeared on the field. Lu Yi's heart, which had been tense, relaxed slightly. The trainer appeared to be quite amiable, All I needed to do was to direct with earnestness. Lu Yu's eyes were sharp. And just as he opened his mouth, the 3-in-1 magnetic monster had already crashed heavily onto the arena floor. It emerged, an astonishing speed. This was the shadow punch of Jengar. In the audience, Fengshu couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. Even as a master, resorting to a sneak attack? Truly, this was the mark of Teacher Lu, Fengshu murmured. At that moment, the tactics inscribed within the battle made Lu Ye's face flush with embarrassment as he finally comprehended. An unexpected turn of events. It was entirely unforeseen. Jengar had charged in on its own, a truly underhanded move. With a sinister grin, it withdrew its fist. And almost instantaneously, Jengar flickered to the front of the 3-in-1 magnetic monster, its eyes igniting with the mesmerizing blue light of hypnosis. Electric terrain, Liu exclaimed. As the heritage of the dojo, his reflexes were displayed to perfection at that moment. Crackling currents flickered from the 3-in-1 magnetic monster, swiftly forming an intricate electromagnetic field that enveloped it. Within the confines of the electric terrain, Pokémon would be unable to slumber, and the power of electric-type moves would receive a significant boost. In the guest seats, Tang Hui couldn't help but cast a glance at El Jianghai. It was unexpected that the electric-type dojo of Thunder City had such a training method. Jengar's hypnosis proved ineffective. Thunderbolt. In the next moment, blinding currents surged from the sides of the 3-in-1 magnetic monster's magnets, a total of 6 bolts of electricity converging into an immensely powerful thunderbolt. Boom. Just as the situation appeared poised for reversal, a sudden gasp arose from the audience. Behind the 3-in-1 magnetic monster, another grinning Jengar emerged. Jengar's substitute was torn apart by the thunderbolt, yet the original had already circled behind the 3-in-1 magnetic monster, igniting a cluster of will-o-wisp at its fingertips, which began to sear along the screws of the 3-in-1 magnetic monster. Jengar had cleverly evaded the thunderbolt. The commentator shouted. The ghostly flames struck true from close range, leaving the 3-in-1 magnetic monster in a state of burn. It was quite predictable to evade hypnosis using the electric terrain. The primary objective of inflicting burn had been successfully achieved. Lu Yu stroked his chin. Jengar held the advantage of speed. Lu Yu's foremost aim should be to ensure the accuracy of his moves. The 3-in-1 magnetic monster had to choose between the moves Electromagnetic Wave and Supersonic. With the enhancement of electric terrain, Electromagnetic Wave would indeed be his optimal choice. Jengar, misfortune seldom comes alone. 3-in-1 magnetic monster, Electromagnetic Wave. The burn was eroding the 3-in-1 magnetic monster's stamina. At this moment, the misfortune was enough to inflict double the damage. A mass of black mist enveloped the 3-in-1 magnetic monster, which let out a mournful cry as it plummeted from the sky, leaving only a sliver of remaining stamina. The dojo master of Thunder City, El Jianghai, slammed his fist upon the table, his expression betraying a struggle to contain his emotions. What kind of judgment was this that could instantaneously predict Lu Yu's moves? What, pray tell, is the true prowess of this individual named Lu Yi? There remains a glimmer of hope. Tang Hui narrowed his eyes. Should the paralysis tactic succeed, Lu Yi would abandon his strategy of attrition and instead launch a ferocious assault. Yet, the Tri-Union Magneton was not swiftly dispatched. If the electromagnetic wave were to strike true, and fortune were to frown upon him, Lu Yi might just be laying the groundwork for a cunning maneuver. In a flash of brilliance, a robust electromagnetic wave crackled and struck Jengar, momentarily rendering it immobile. Jengar succumbed to the state of paralysis. Lu Yu suddenly widened his eyes. There is still an opportunity. Jengar, let us conclude this calamity, Lu Yu declared. Jengar, with a sinister grin, extended its tongue, which conspicuously rolled a citrus berry, a remedy for paralysis. Before the gaze of thousands, Jengar audaciously chewed, emitting a laugh that echoed with cunning delight. The item Jengar bore was indeed the citrus berry. The paralysis was lifted. With a pointed finger, he gestured towards the Tri-Union Magneton, unleashing a torrent of dark mist once more. The sound of metallic corrosion pierced the air. As the referee waved the flag, the victor is Lu Yi from Magic City University. In stark contrast to the jubilant crowd, the guest seating area fell into a profound silence. Applauding the defeat of another son in public was decidedly inappropriate. Tang Hui and Song Pengqing exchanged awkward glances, sharing a reluctant smile. What a closely matched duel it was. Their offspring had performed admirably. It was merely that the opponent was rather shrewd. Lu Jianghai's expression was complex. Do you truly consider this match evenly matched? Throughout the contest, the Tri-Union Magneton scarcely laid a finger on Jengar. The sole damage inflicted was from Jengar's substitute ability. It is difficult to fathom such a one-sided affair occurring in the finals. especially against an opponent designated as the heir of the electric-type dojo in Lijiao. Observing Lu Jianghai's darkening demeanor, Tang Hui sighed inwardly. In this confrontation, Lu Yi had thoroughly outmaneuvered Lu Yu. Truly, a tactician with a devious heart. Lu Jianghai could not help but rub his temples. He had prepared his speech for awarding his son, only to be met with the harsh realities of defeat. I am beginning to believe the rumors circulating online. Lu Jianghai chuckled dryly. Lu Yu's loss to him is hardly a disgrace. Ha ha ha. Song Pengcheng gazed at Lu Yi in the arena, his expression laden with meaning. From the ghostly Pokémon in the preliminary rounds to the formidable Gengar now, the pace of growth in merely 2 months could be described as meteoric. Although the true extent of Lu Ye's abilities remained unknown, the development alone suggested a significant pedigree. Would someone of such caliber truly compete for prize money? Song Pengcheng shook his head. Perhaps he truly is a descendant of some esteemed figure from a hidden family, Tang Hui jested. However, upon seeing Song Pengcheng's serious expression, he awkwardly scratched his head. It is not entirely impossible, Tang Hui pondered. The cheers within the venue surged like waves. They were witnessing the birth of a new champion of the Pokémon Cup. This instructional battle featuring Ghost Stone was certainly worth the ticket price. Although the fans of Teacher Lu were not particularly surprised by his victory, they still gained invaluable insights. Why doesn't Teacher Lu use substitute for Ghost Stone? Steel type could wield poison with a hammer. Suffering burns is enough misfortune. My goodness, Teacher Lu is indeed ruthless. The victory seemed rather effortless. Lu Yi's expression was complex. Is this it? I had intended to train Ghost Stone earnestly, but I did not expect such a level of competition. It would be more challenging to play a couple of games with a gene. It's pointless to win against the weak, and the strong cannot be defeated. Lu Yi nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps being a trainer is just a way to make easy money. Cheers filled the air as media reporters surrounded Lu Yi. Hello. Could you share your current feelings? Lu Yi smiled warmly. Not bad. The female reporter in the front row blushed slightly, while a male reporter quickly interjected. Could you share some insights on training Ghost Stone? Lu Yi's expression suddenly became peculiar. Now that's a pertinent question. I trained it myself, he gritted his teeth. Trained it yourself? Lu Yi enunciated. Indeed, I trained myself. The male reporter appeared contemplative, rapidly jotting down notes. Cultivating a Pokémon's self-awareness, adhering to the philosophy of non-action from Laozi, embodying the spirit of a Dongwang trainer. Truly, Teacher Lu is remarkable. The male reporter's eyes sparkled. Just his awareness as a trainer surpasses that of other participants by a significant margin. Lu Yi had already received the champion's prize for the Pokémon Cup. The prize of 50,000 had been deposited into his account, bringing his savings to nearly 100,000. Moreover, the soothing bell, which Lu Yi valued greatly, lay quietly in an exquisitely packaged wooden box. He opened the box and took out the small, delicate bell, gently shaking it. A crisp and melodious sound resonated. It was not necessarily beautiful, yet it evoked a refreshing sense of tranquility. Lu Yi couldn't help but smile. This should delight Eevee. Ghost Stone appeared dazed, unable to resist extending its crimson tongue towards the soothing bell. Lu Yi quickly lifted the bell high. If you dare to lick that, Eevee will surely bite you. Ghost Stone chuckled sheepishly, awkwardly scratching its head. It wasn't he that it feared Eevee's bite. As the elder brother, it is imperative to advocate for the welfare of my younger siblings. Upon returning home, I discovered Eevee wagging its tail, perched before the computer, engrossed in watching short videos. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Instead of learning something useful, it was mimicking Gengar. Stealthily approaching Eevee from behind, Lu Yi suddenly shouted, "Boo! Eep!" Eevee exclaimed adorably, swiftly leaping from the computer, and in a flash, collided directly into Lu Yi's embrace. Whoa! Gengar appeared just in time, using its palm to gently restrain Eevee's little head, grinning mischievously at Lu Yi. Impressive, right? Suddenly, Gengar's expression shifted dramatically, its body trembling violently. Glancing down, Lu Yi noticed Eevee had bitten onto Gengar's ghostly hand, refusing to let go. Chomp, chomp. Lu Yi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That was a close call. It could have been me. Thank you, Gengar. Lu Yi sincerely nodded in appreciation. Holding on to Eevee by the scruff of its neck, the little creature squirmed and struggled, clearly reluctant. Eep. Lu Yi took the opportunity to glance at the video files on the computer. What a surprise. I caught you training in secret. It's better to prevent than to remedy, he murmured. It appears I must impose a strict training duration from now on, otherwise, these two will overexert themselves and risk injury, which would be counterproductive. Lu Yi's expression turned peculiar. What kind of situation is this? While other trainers push their Pokémon to train, who actively limits their training time? Setting Eevee down, the little one still bore an indignant expression. I refuse to speak with him. At least until after dinner. I shall ignore this fellow. Here, a gift for you. Lu Yi produced a soothing bell, gently placing it around Eevee's neck, smiling as he ruffled its little head. Even Jengar doesn't he have one? This is uniquely yours. Eep. Eevee called softly, somewhat puzzled, as it curiously pawed at the bell hanging from its neck. Jingle, jingle. Instantly, the earlier resentment evaporated. Eevee resembled a deflated balloon, collapsing onto the floor and rolling about joyfully. Eep, eep. The little creature beamed with satisfaction, examining the bell on its neck with newfound curiosity. Once the bell ceased its movement, Eevee playfully pawed at it, erupting into a fit of giggles. Eep. Jengar scratched its head, somewhat bewildered. It sounds delightful, but I wonder how it tastes? Gazing at the rolling Eevee, Lu Yi's face flushed crimson as he clutched his chest. System, do you have any emergency heart-saving pills? How utterly adorable. Chapter 065, the upcoming Master Tournament. An hour later, Eevee lay dazed on the sofa. The soothing bell rested quietly within its wooden box. Eevee tilted its head cutely, still appearing somewhat lost in thought. How dull. Lu Yi brought over a basin of freshly washed applin, cut into the shape of little bunnies, placed them in a ceramic bowl, and asked, "Would you like to eat?" Eevee obediently nodded. Yet, in the next moment, it jolted, its face flushed, and it swiftly darted into the bedroom. Jengar opened its wide mouth, devouring the adorable little bunnies in an instant, the sound of crunching echoing through the air. Lu Yi scratched his head. It seemed that this soothing bell was indeed quite effective. Perhaps I should hang it back on Eevee after it rests for a while. Although participating in the competition was unplanned, it was Jengar itself that had registered. Yet the ultimate prize was undeniably enticing. Now that summer vacation had officially begun, Lu Yi intended to grant himself a brief respite. After all, having trained so rigorously, he deserved a proper reward. Let us take the little ones out for dinner, he murmured. It would also provide an excellent opportunity to enhance his culinary skills. A gentle evening breeze caressed the air. At the riverside outdoor restaurant, the shimmering waves reflected on the water's surface, while neon lights wove together to create the enchanting nightscape of the metropolis. A kingler leaped out of the water, while several lapras glided gracefully through the resplendent night, their calls echoing in the air. Jengar, covered in sauce, sprawled across the dining table, one hand clutching a baguette and the other a sandwich. The little creature wore a look of disdain, casting a furtive glance at Lu Yi, who was gazing towards the heart of the river. It seemed that this fellow's cooking was indeed superior. Eevee felt a twinge of discontent. Lu Yi appeared conflicted, clutching a newspaper provided by the restaurant, the headline glaringly prominent. Exclusive. Genius trainer claims victory in the Pokédex Cup, training methods revealed. The news of Lu Yi's triumph had sent shockwaves through the trainer community in the metropolis. He was the first non-professional contestant to achieve such a feat. Students from various Pokémon academies were utterly bewildered. Has the world truly changed? Not only is he handsome, but as a student of finance, he actually won the championship? That day, the Metropolis Evening News also timely published this story. Note from the author. In recent years, numerous training methods have emerged, yet most fail to gain acceptance. The newly crowned champion of the Pokédex Cup, Lu Yi, embodies a humanistic approach to training, aligning perfectly with the philosophy of mutual trust between humans and Pokémon. Lu Yi's eyelids twitched. Is there really such a thing? I clearly am not a trainer, so please do not misrepresent me. Nevertheless, the influence of the Metropolis Evening News was evidently significant. During dinner time, several students specializing in Pokémon training had already approached Lu Yi for insights and guidance. The deeper one delved into the conversation, the more captivating Lu Yi's expressions became. Due to the champion's limited schedule, we interviewed the president of the Magical City Pokémon Association, Song Pengcheng. Song remarked, "This is an exceptionally advanced training philosophy. In regions like the United States, there are methods that emphasize the bond between humans and Pokémon." He continued, starting from the heart, not aiming for victory as the training's objective, but instead experiencing the emotions shared between trainer and Pokémon is, I believe, the very reason for his championship. Upon reading the full report, even Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback. So that was the case. His eyes widened in realization. How had he not thought of this earlier? It seemed that the so-called 20 yuan promotional resources referred to this series of articles. Although he was not a trainer, being labeled a training genius left Lu Yi with a rather peculiar feeling. Nevertheless, he was not concerned about being recognized in public. They were interviewing Lu Yi. What connection did that have with him, Teacher Lu? As night fell, with an Eevee cradled in one arm and a Jengar floating behind him, he returned home with his two Pokémon. He hung a soothing bell around Eevee's neck, and the little creature paused for a moment before proudly lifting its head. Lu Yi gently grasped Eevee by the scruff and tossed it onto the running wheel, giving it a firm push. The little one's eyes instantly sparkled with joy. A dark mist separated from Jengar's body, forming another avatar. Jengar wielded a broom while the avatar diligently cleaned the room with a dustpan. Luyi was momentarily taken aback. What a clever trick. Even while doing chores, one could train moves. Remember to mop the floor later. After recently finishing a match, Luyi planned to take a day off and did not start a live stream. Instead, he lay in bed, playing on his phone while listening to the cheerful jingling of the bell as Evie ran on the wheel. The topic of discussion in the Master Group was the upcoming Master League. Xiaolon asked, Qihong, are you participating in the Master Tournament in July? Qihong replied, no, I do not intend to participate. Such exhibition-style competitions held little challenge for Qihong. Qinglu remarked, if it were an indiscriminate format, you would have participated, right? Haha, you're no different. Qihong chuckled. The so-called indiscriminate battles refer to a mode where trainers and their Pokémon appear together on stage and can directly attack the trainers. This mode closely resembles wild battles, allowing trainers to switch Pokémon at will and achieving victory by subduing or defeating any one of the opponent's Pokémon. Most battles and special episodes utilize this format, with the primary goal of knocking out the trainer, until the moment when Qihong claimed victory at the 9th Quartz Conference. This indiscriminate battle format gradually began to be abolished in formal competitions. The exchange between the two titans rendered the chat room momentarily silent. Kina interjected with a smile, stating that last year's Master League champion was Danny, who might have a chance to defend his title this year. Akin scoffed, claiming that if Qihong had not participated, Danny would stand no chance against him should he dare to enter the Quartz Plateau. Currently, Dante, hailing from the Galar region and partnered with an indomitable Charizard, holds the top rank in the Master League. However, a widely recognized notion among masters is that if that man from Kanto were to compete, the dynamics could shift dramatically. The rankings in the Master League fluctuate annually, and this year's finals are to be held at the Gongmin Arena in the Galar region, where the presence of Dynamax makes Dante's chances of defending his title exceedingly high. Xiaoqian remarked, you challenge Dante? You should defeat me first. Women, all you do is talk. Xiaoqian retorted, well, I'll be waiting for you in Mankin City. With a fist emoji, member Akin has been muted by the administrator for 5 minutes. Member Xiaoqian has been muted by the administrator for 5 minutes, after skillfully silencing the two. Lui scratched his head, recalling the montage of various Master League highlights. Besides Dante's invincible Dynamax Charizard, there were also implications of future forms yet to be revealed. Lui paused, realizing that in this world, all forms are unlocked. Chapter 066. Serving as an assistant teacher in this world, numerous Pokémon professors exist, including Professor Oak from Kanto, Professor Bratano from Kalos, and Professor Kukui from Alola. Under the guidance of these scholars, concepts such as evolution, moves, and even Dynamax have been made public. While the shock factor of researchers unveiling groundbreaking discoveries may be lacking, Lui never intended to become a researcher. Moreover, it is better to discover these phenomena sooner rather than later, as Lui has longed to witness the scenes of evolution and Dynamax. However, given the current circumstances, due to the energy limitations of Wigitai, Dynamax remains restricted to the Galar region. Yet, who can predict the future? Years ago, Professor Oak claimed there were only 151 species of Pokémon, and Professor Bratano asserted that evolution could only occur in the Kalos region. Did they not later apologize to the nation? Perhaps in the future, an energy transmitter could be established, enabling Dynamax to be utilized in other regions as well. It seems that this Master League is quite captivating, Lui mused, although he does not aspire to be a trainer. The opportunity to witness the battles of esteemed masters excites him. Observing the discussions in the chat room, it appears that the next Master League will take place in the bustling metropolis. He might as well join the festivities. Night had deepened. The diligent Jing host wiped his brow, gazing contentedly at the gleaming room, nodding in satisfaction. Ibrahim let out a yawn, unsteadily leaping off the running wheel, rubbing his eyes before curling up in his cozy cat bed to drift off to sleep. Lu Yi nestled into his blankets, reaching toward the cat bed and playfully tugging at Ibrahim. By the time Ibrahim regained his senses, Lu Yi had already expertly succumbed to slumber, his soft snoring filling the room. Gue Si-tong neatly folded the corner of Lu Ye's blanket, stifled a yawn, and with half-closed eyes, floated up to the ceiling like a balloon, gradually succumbing to sleep. At the stroke of midnight, the mournful howl of the black Lu Jia from the construction site added an air of foreboding. Gue Si-tong and Ibrahim exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. It was time to move under the cover of darkness. According to the account of the small Lada at the scene, Lada? The essence of the message was that the sound of the bell was so terrifying that it extinguished any desire to flee. Originally, The meows and the la das had developed the ability to discern Ibrahim's footsteps, but the soothing bell had numbed their senses, leaving them utterly complacent. With his new gear, Ibrahim surged forth like a war deity. His danger prediction ability significantly enhanced his perceptive prowess, transforming him into a self-propelled radar. As dawn broke, Gui Sitong proudly carried Ibrahim away from the desolate construction site, drifting slowly back to the 6th floor. On Thursday, July 9th, Lui yawned and glanced at the two still sleeping sprites, a smile creeping onto his face. They were quite well behaved while asleep. He made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the two sprites. As the sizzling sound of the oil pan filled the air, Lui cast a glance at the progress bar on his interface. Cooking 267100. The proficiency was increasing at a steady pace, averaging a point a day. Far more convenient than training his culinary skills on his own. He prepared a fresh fruit salad, enticingly fragrant butter-seared fish, and tender onsen eggs. Since Ibrahim was not fond of milk, Lui prepared orange juice for him. The two sprites, rubbing their sleepy eyes and yawning, made their way to the dining table and began to nibble at their meal. Ibrahim and Gui Sitong, chew. Don't grab with your hands, Gui Sitong. Okay. Oh well, as long as you're happy. Early in the morning, Lui received a call from his father in the countryside. Having heard about Liu Ye's victory in the Pokémon Cup, even Liu Yong was aware and had specifically called to inquire. Xiaoyi, if you want to become a trainer, I'll be the first to support you. Dad, there's really no need. How can that be? A father knows his son best. I've already cleared things up with your mother, so don't worry. After hanging up, Liu Yi silently lifted the milk and gulped down half a bottle. Old Liu, forget about your potted plants. Give up on that idea. Just as he ended the call, his phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, Liu Yi pondered for a moment before answering cautiously. Coach Zhai? Liu Yi, first and foremost, congratulations on your victory. Zhai Wenyo interjected with a smile, as the saying goes. Freeze a charm. Since you are not inclined to join the school team, I shall not press you. Rather, I extend a different invitation. What? I would like to offer you the position of assistant coach for the university's esteemed Elven team, which has consistently ranked high in the National League. Gaining entry to the team is undoubtedly a coveted honor for many students in the combat department. Typically, the role of assistant coach is filled by third-year members, making this invitation to you, a rising sophomore, quite a rare occurrence. Let us first discuss the remuneration. Initially, there is a stipend of 1 yuan per month. While modest, if we can maintain our league standing, it may increase over time. Additionally, the team offers a bonus for next semester, which I believe is 30,000 yuan. The assistant coach is also eligible to apply for this. Zhai Wenyo smiled. With your credentials and insights, as long as you are willing to join us, the bonus will certainly not be an issue. Having observed the finals of the Pokémon Cup, Zhai Wenyo, with a coach's discerning eye, recognized Liu Ye's exceptional command skills. Although the Elven team's prowess was still a notch below that of the third-year students, Liu Ye's on-the-spot adaptability and tactical acumen made him the ideal candidate for the assistant coach role. I hear they even call you Teacher Liu, right? Zhai Wenyo chuckled. Please consider the assistant coach position carefully. Liu Yi scratched his head. Is that all? What about the compensation? Zhai Wenyo coughed lightly. Of course not. At the beginning of next semester, the university's breeding house will bring in a new batch of elves, and I will certainly reserve a spot for you. Even Liu Yi, known for his audacity, felt a twinge of emotion. The elves cultivated by the university's breeding house would undoubtedly fetch a price in the six-figure range on the market. Zhai Wenyo's offer was evidently a considerable investment, reflecting his sincere intentions. I really don't need the elves, Liu Yi laughed. Just give me the money. Zhai Wenyo was momentarily taken aback. He didn't want the elves? Even as the school team coach, the spots he had were extremely limited, even if offered cash. Those with exceptional qualities were priceless. Was he genuinely considering my interests? Contemplating this, Zhai Wenyo felt a warmth in his heart and responded with a hearty laugh. You needn't be so polite. I will take care of the elves. Initially, Zhai Wenyo was somewhat reluctant, but the young man's character was indeed to his liking. Making a connection through an elf would not be a bad idea at all. Really, it's unnecessary, Liu Yi said, half amused. I can barely manage two, let alone a third. Zhai Wenyo laughed heartily. Rest assured, once summer break is over, I will guarantee you the most exceptional elf available. A large question mark floated above Liu Ye's head. Is there some misunderstanding between us? Wouldn't it be simpler to transfer the funds directly rather than complicating matters with a Pokémon? And to think it would be one of the most exceptional quality. Liu Yi couldn't help but glance back at the dumbbell-lifting Jengar and the rolling EV. The mere thought of acquiring another Pokémon capable of backstabbing sent a shiver down his spine. Thank you. Zhai Wenyo chuckled heartily. Why the formalities? According to Coach Zhai, The primary duties of a teaching assistant revolve around the selection and training of new students. During the summer break, the assistant's workload is rather light, requiring only occasional appearances at the school. Such a paid leave position is indeed well suited for a seasoned slacker like Lu Yi. However, the prospect of gaining yet another Pokémon left him feeling somewhat resigned. With a sigh, he ended the call. After spending some time petting Eevee, time flew swiftly. Lunch consisted of energy cubes. Eevee and Gengar exchanged wide-eyed glances, tilting their heads in unison. What are you staring at? Lu Yi chewed on the pale pink peach-flavored cube. Am I not allowed to enjoy this delicacy? Lu Yi had always been curious about the taste of energy cubes. In the animated series, Ash, as a super rookie, had on record eating energy cubes raw. If Ash could indulge, why couldn't Lu Yi? Logically, certain berry varieties are fit for human consumption, and it stands to reason that they could be condensed into energy cubes as well. Naturally, he wouldn't dare try the dragon fruit, but the sweet peach flavor was worth a shot. To his surprise, the taste was delightful, even sweeter than freshly squeezed peach juice. Chilled, it would likely be even more exquisite. Lu Yi's expression turned peculiar, surprisingly tasty. The two Pokémon remained in stunned silence. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck. Gengar couldn't help but lower its head, wiping away a tear. To think our master has economized to this extent to save on our meals. I must work even harder to earn some extra money, Gengar declared, while Eevee nodded solemnly, determined. Tonight, we shall venture further to train. In the afternoon, with unwavering resolve, Gengar floated silently towards the door, solemnly waving goodbye to Lu Yi. While waving back, Lu Yi inquired curiously, where do you plan to go now? Kek, Gengar replied, drifting through the doorway. Remember to come back for dinner. Lu Yi called out. Kek, came Gengar's response from outside. Knowing Gengar wouldn't get lost, Lu Yi felt reassured. Although he understood the purpose of their outing, it was best to allow them some freedom for training. The day they grew weary of training would mark the culmination of Lu Yi's careful planning. I truly put in a lot of effort, Lu Yi mused. If I can earn a bit more, perhaps I shall treat myself to a dark stone. Gengar had long coveted the dark stone, yet its price of 5,000 was undeniably steep. Having promised Gengar, Lu Yi was eager to fulfill its wish promptly. Beyond the prospect of earning, Teacher Lu also intended to elevate his entrepreneurial endeavors during this summer. He had already accumulated a modest startup capital of 10, though insufficient, it was still a reasonable beginning. This time, Lu Yi aimed to draw inspiration not from videos or dubious tactics, but from the programming skill he had acquired previously. Based on his own experiences, crafting an independent game was far from a daunting task. Moreover, being situated in a parallel world meant that numerous popular games remained undeveloped, making it an ideal entry point into the gaming industry. With Eevee in his grasp, Lu Yi approached his computer. After several encounters, the little creature now exhibited an air of indifference and fatigue. Whatever it seemed to imply, having ceased its resistance. Eevee tilted its fluffy head curiously at Lu Yi, who was now beginning to draft a game design document. This time, it's not a live stream. I'm creating a game, Lu Yi explained. Eevee, perplexed, scratched its small head in confusion. Losing interest, it leapt down from Lu Yi's lap and headed off to train with its substitute. Gengar's substitute and original shared a harmonious relationship, often collaborating on household chores. However, Eevee's substitute possessed an even more fiery temperament than its original. It was said that a Paras cat could scratch its own face bloody while playing with a ball of yarn, a situation akin to that of Eevee. Eevee, the little creature growled as it engaged in a playful tussle with its substitute. Meanwhile, in his bedroom, Lu Yi, oblivious to the commotion outside, was wholly engrossed in the planning of his new game, Plants vs. Zombies. The widespread popularity of this tower defense game across the globe is well known and requires no elaboration. The key aspect was that the game's production difficulty and costs were relatively low, with creativity and gameplay being the driving forces behind its immense success. Although funds were limited, Lu Yi was confident that he could establish a basic game framework using his programming skills. Furthermore, Plants vs. Zombies resonated remarkably well with the Pokémon universe. Needing only minor adjustments to artistic materials and the background story, Lu Yi diligently typed in the document. As the apocalypse descends, with wandering spirits, swarming insects, and voracious beasts, only your trusted grass-type Pokémon can safeguard your life and backyard. Dave, your neighbor, a legendary grass-type master, will become your reliable ally and partner in the battle against the onslaught of Pokémon. Lu Yi paused momentarily. This background story had a certain flair. Although it was possible to utilize the original materials, he felt a sense of satisfaction with his own creative twist. However, within the forum for independent game developers, The majority of sprite art materials are freely accessible. For Lu Yi, who has merely a modest startup capital of 10, this is a significant saving. By borrowing the iconic imagery of Pokémon, the integration becomes seamless, allowing for a rapid expansion of the game's reach. Lu Yi murmured to himself, substituting sunflower seeds with sunflower seeds should pose no issue. An evolved sunflower creature. Huh? Isn't that simply a twin sunflower? In the initial draft of the planning document, Lu Yi was astonished to discover that this concept indeed appeared to be perfectly compatible. For instance, the classic pea shooter could be replaced with a trumpet bud. The diligent walnut wall transformed into a resolute acorn. Whether it be the nocturnal maps or the aquatic landscapes, there exist sprites like the revealing ball mushroom and the lotus leaf child that can adapt flawlessly. The types of zombies are even more straightforward. Various phantoms, death's coffins, and soul-catching eyes abound, and the adversaries are not confined solely to ghostly types. Long-standing villains such as Beedrill and Mook can also serve as enemy assets. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yi had typed nearly 10,000 words in the planning document, feeling fatigued as he stretched languidly. Completing this alone over a summer would undoubtedly be impossible. Assessing the workload, Lu Yi muttered to himself that establishing a studio and enlisting a few assistants was essential. The first name that sprang to his mind was the somewhat receding-haired Liang Dayo. Yes, Dayo should be a formidable ally. He is the one. Chapter 068. Lu Ye's true intentions crash. At that moment, the sound of shattering glass echoed. Lu Ye's brow furrowed, and he hastily saved his planning document before cautiously stepping out of the room. Evie was energetically chasing its substitute, bounding up and down the sofa, toppling all the glass cups on the coffee table. Can one truly have such fun playing with oneself? Lu Yi swallowed hard. Ultimately, Evie successfully tackled the substitute, which then dissipated into white light. Evie proudly raised its head, and upon seeing Lu Ye's complex expression, it began to scan the room nervously. Shattered glass littered the floor. The sofa was torn apart, and a fallen banner reading Master of Gynecology lay on the ground. Evie lifted its paw, somewhat bashfully scratching its head. Cleaning up the room wouldn't be too troublesome. It could wait until Genghis returned. However, when it comes time to vacate the premises, the damage to furniture like the sofa and coffee table would still need to be compensated to the landlord. Lu Yi sighed, as if he could hear the sound of his wallet diminishing. It was imperative to expedite his plans to earn money, although the income from streaming was quite considerable. After merely 2 months, Lu Yi had earned less than 100,000. As for the other side, due to Lu Ye's decision to abstain from monetization and not signing contracts, the rewards were also limited. Nevertheless, once Plants vs. Zombies is launched, sustaining himself and his 2 little companions should not be a problem. Lu Yi carefully lifted Evie, who was attempting to feign innocence, from the pile of glass shards. Are you uninjured? The little creature blinked its dark eyes. Fortunately, it was unharmed. Lu Yi let out a sigh of relief, gently ruffling the little Evie's head. You know, there are those who worry about you, right? Evie, initially bracing itself for scolding, had curled up in preparation for reprimand. However, Lu Yi merely patted its head and said no more, prompting Evie to open its eyes in curiosity. But once Gung Gue returns and tidies things up, that fellow is unlikely to get hurt anyway. Reasonably convinced, Lu Yi nodded in agreement. The little one paused for a moment, wagging its tail, a faint smile blossoming on its face, revealing its tiny sharp teeth. Bui. Lu Yi sent the project proposal to Liang Dayo, simultaneously making a phone call to briefly outline his thoughts. Dayo's voice brimmed with astonishment. What? You want me to make a game? Don't you think my hair is thinning enough? Lu Yi chuckled. We're a team, after all. It's not like I'm withholding payment. 20,000 for a summer is quite a deal, wouldn't you say? Where will you be working tomorrow? Even for a student from the Magic University, Dayo's internship salary barely exceeded 5,000. Following Lu Yi would mean an equivalent of 10,000 a month, which is still quite a bargain. Remote work will suffice. I'll send you a rough framework. It's a tower defense game. A tower defense game? Dayo was utterly confused. Can this really become popular? In fact, using a commercial game editor from forums, even a novice who self-studied programming for 3 months could create a tower defense game. Was Lu Yi merely indulging in a whim, planning to burn money for amusement? Despite his skepticism regarding Lu Yi's programming skills, Dayo still opened the project file. The dense array of code made Dayo's scalp tingle. Damn, did Lu Yi really write this himself? This level of skill is nearly on par with mine. As he delved deeper, Dayo's hands grew colder. Being handsome and having more hair than him was one thing. Now he was encroaching on his last bastion of programming prowess. Dayo felt like crying. Lu Yi, you are truly impressive. It's just okay, Lu Yi replied with a smile. Let us work hard and aim to complete this project over the summer. Dio couldn't help but touch his receding hairline with trembling hands. Yet, realizing he had fallen behind, he steeled himself. So what if it means overexerting myself? I'm all in. First, they needed to establish a game title. After much discussion, they decided to simply use Plants vs. Zombies. There were plenty of games on the market with similar themes, like the one Lu Yi had previously played with Xylona, which also revolved around a biochemical theme. The game title was straightforward and to the point. Building upon the original game, Dio also proposed numerous innovative ideas. Although it was a tower defense game, I believe the elements of capturing should still be included. Liang Dio remarked that, for instance, the Pokeballs obtained after clearing levels could be utilized to capture enemy Pokémon as a one-time item. Upon acquiring various medals, players could also unlock grass-type Pokémon for free, complete with transition animations and similar enhancements. Lu Yi nodded in agreement, expressing that while capturing was feasible, nurturing was unnecessary. As the primary focus remained on tower defense, Liang Dio chuckled, suggesting that once the mobile game was developed, nurturing could indeed be incorporated. With 100 yuan, one could evolve a Sprout, while 1,000 yuan would grant access to the Nutmeg Dumbbell for free, and with 10,000 yuan. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, exclaiming that it was truly a loss for the Pokémon company not to recruit him. Were they planning to release it? Yes. They intended to finalize the desktop version first, with a simpler map, while additional content could be offered as paid features later. The maps in Plants vs. Zombies were, in fact, quite straightforward. Garden, night, rooftop, and pool. Only 4 types in the original game. However, the selection and combination of plants could be exceptionally diverse. In this modified version of Pokémon vs. Zombies, each Pokémon would possess a unique move system beyond mere numerical adjustments. For example, Sprout would have the move Leaf Blade, and Shiny Fong would possess Swallow, while Walking Grass would offer Sweet Aroma on the night map, with Sleepy Mushroom serving as a primary source of sunlight. Spores from the Spores Mushroom and the charming effect of the Shy Bud could induce sleep and enchantment. Regarding enemy types, Beedrill would fly over the front row of Pokémon, but could be intercepted by the Coconut Tree. Beedrill's attack method, Random Stabs, would strike randomly between 2 to 5 times, testing the player's luck significantly. In a certain sense, playing this tower defense game could even aid in memorizing Pokémon moves. When the second version of the planning document was released, Liang Dio was momentarily taken aback, as a singular thought crossed his mind: edutainment. Beyond merely memorizing moves, players could also grasp the interrelationships of various attributes. Through this game, not only could more individuals experience the joy and allure of Pokémon, but it might also inspire many to embark on the path of a trainer. Could this, indeed, be the true intention of Brother Lu? Liang Dio could not help but widen his eyes, realizing that Brother Lu's level of insight was indeed profound. With this thought, Liang Dio felt a renewed vigor for the game's development. Regarding artistic resources, Liang Dio suggested directly reaching out to the Art Academy's talented artists, which could further reduce costs. Lu Yi was slightly taken aback. In this era, even Pokémon were beginning to compete for business? Yet, upon reflection, many major companies had already started employing multifaceted beasts instead of programmers. If he were to establish a company in the future, not only could he utilize multifaceted beasts for programming, but also keep an electric beast to save on commercial electricity costs. Liang Dio responded with a playful demeanor. No need for formality. Rest assured, even at the peril of my receding hairline, I shall undoubtedly toil tirelessly to deliver this to you. Chapter 069, The Yawn of Eevee. It is often said that the hairline symbolizes an individual's prowess. Just a step away from becoming a master, Yu, the elder brother, arrived at Lu Ye's residence the following day, clutching his laptop. What do you think of this interface design? Is it acceptable? Lu Yi was slightly taken aback. Not at all. I spent the entire night without sleep. Liang Dio pointed to his dark circles under his eyes. As the two engaged in discussion, Eevee curiously examined the pink creature before it. With its plump body, curled ears, vacant gaze, and a long, pink tail, it gaped with a large mouth, as if a gigantic question mark floated above its head. Daze. Dazed beast appeared dazed. Bub? Eevee tilted its head, extending its paw to wave in front of it. The dazed beast remained unmoved, letting out a prolonged yawn, squinting its eyes, and comfortably drifting into slumber. In the cool room, Eevee rubbed its sleepy eyes and nimbly leaped onto Lu Ye's lap. What's the matter? Lu Yi, momentarily startled while writing code, smiled and patted Eevee's fluffy fur. If you're sleepy, go ahead and rest. I'll wake you up when it's time to eat. Bub, Eevee obediently nodded, gently swaying its tail, adorably dozing off. Liang Dio chuckled. Your Eevee is quite well behaved. As Lu Yi stroked Eevee's furry tail, His gaze drifted towards the ferocious claw marks on the sofa. It is indeed adorable, Lu Yi nodded affirmatively. The artistic materials were outsourced to the prestigious Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts, where the students, known as tutu dogs, had received professional training and could adeptly handle drawing tablets, making the creation of sprite images a trivial task. It was rumored that these students had developed a heightened sense of urgency. If they did not study diligently, they might find themselves outmatched even by the sprites. Of course, some students sought alternative paths. If they couldn't compete, they might as well adopt a tutu dog. As dusk fell, Eevee's gentle snoring abruptly ceased as it opened its eyes to survey its surroundings. The sunset streamed through the window, casting a soft glow upon Lu Ye's concentrated profile, as if adorned with a delicate halo. Bub. Eevee nudged a bell, indicating its hunger. However, Lu Yi merely patted its head, just a little longer. It will be ready soon. With agility, Eevee leaped down from his lap. In the living room, the dazed beast lay languidly beneath the air conditioning unit, drooling in its slumber. The little creature circled the dazed beast 3 times, sniffing the air, and gradually approached its pink tail. With eyes gleaming, Eevee opened its mouth wide and took a playful nibble. In the silent room, after 3 seconds, the dazed beast blinked in bewilderment. Daze? Before him stood an Eevee, gazing innocently, its mouth busy gnawing on its own tail. Just as he thought he had caught a fish, the DUI show yawned, preparing to fall back into slumber when a sudden jolt of pain startled him awake. Duh. Lu Yi had intended to invite DUGU for dinner. Yet DUGU suggested that should he stay, the evening meal might consist of braised DUI show's tail. Fortunately, the creature's regenerative ability soon healed the bite marks on its tail. Oblivious, the forgetful DUI show waved cheerfully at Eevee, indicating it had enjoyed a delightful day. Guy's tongue wiped away the water, gazing longingly at the retreating figure of the DUI show. Lu Yi wore a strange expression, cautioning, next time, you two should be more discreet with guests. One might mistakenly think a delivery has arrived. Eevee responded first, wagging its tail and adorably yawning. I intended for you to learn a lesson, not to act cute. Just as he spoke, Lu Yi rubbed his eyes, feeling a sudden wave of drowsiness wash over him. Before he could finish his thought, he toppled backward. Guy's tongue swiftly caught him by the shoulder, looking perplexed at Eevee. Eevee extended its tongue, gently licking Lu Ye's pronounced dark circles, then turned away with an expression of indifference. Lu Yi had been burning the midnight oil coating for a new game, tirelessly working from dawn till dusk. Eevee pondered that this effort was perhaps to earn their living expenses, yet adequate rest was still essential. This young should ensure that its master gets some well-deserved sleep, it mused. Guy's tongue also signaled that it had unlocked a new skill. Understood. Next time, I'll use hypnosis to send him off to dreamland. With that, Guy's tongue supported Lu Yi to his bed and tucked him in snugly. Exchanging a glance with Eevee, the 2 Pokémon shared a conspiratorial smile, satisfied with their plan's success. Training. I'm so hungry, Eevee lamented, while Guy's tongue appeared pale and listless. Floating above Lu Ye's head, they would have to wait until this fellow awoke to address their hunger. In that slumber, Lu Yi felt rejuvenated, albeit slightly chilled. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sorrowful visage of Guy's tongue. Goo. Heh. Lu Yi chuckled helplessly. All right, I understand. I will prepare a meal for you both. Rising, he scratched his head and cast a suspicious glance at Guy's tongue. He felt as if he had been sedated, akin to a scene from a detective story. The true culprit could not be Guy's tongue, as its hypnosis would have left a trace of blue light. Thus, Lu Yi turned his gaze toward Eevee, curled up in its cat bed. Though it appeared to be asleep, it unmistakably sensed Lu Ye's scrutiny. Stiffening, yet keeping its eyes shut, Lu Yi adjusted his non-existent glasses. There is but one truth. In the span of a single afternoon, it stealthily learned the move Yawn from Slowpoke. Yawn induces drowsiness, causing the target to fall asleep, resulting in slumber in the next turn. Gazing at the newly added move in the system list, Lu Yi could not help but sigh. Learning so swiftly in just one afternoon was remarkable. Yet the immediate application of such knowledge was truly astonishing. What if I cannot awaken? Wouldn't that spell doom for me? It is already concerning to be wary of wild Pokémon. Now I must also be cautious of my own. Is it not perilous for a trainer to be in such a predicament? Wait a moment, isn't Yawn a hereditary move? How could it appear directly in the list? Lu Yi stroked his chin and scrutinized the list again, his expression suddenly brightening. Within Eevee's move repertoire, a new move called Copycat had emerged, allowing it to mimic its opponent. It was precisely because of Copycat that Eevee could so swiftly emulate Slowpoke's Yawn. Coupled with Eevee's inherent ability to master Yawn, the mimicry would naturally be faster than traditional learning methods. To grasp Slowpoke's move so quickly was indeed remarkable, Lu Yi lamented. As for Uchiha Gengar, That was one thing. Could it be that you, the Flagstone EV, have also acquired ninjutsu for free? Chapter 70. Have you learned again? The production of Plants vs. Zombies was progressing smoothly. With the assistance of Brother Dio, Liu Ye's pace had significantly accelerated. However, balancing work and rest was equally important, aside from frequently overexerting himself. Indulging in leisure was quite necessary. Jengar's hypnosis had its side effects, leaving one feeling dizzy. Yet, since Eevee had mastered Yawn, Liu Ye's sleep quality had soared, even diminishing his dark circles considerably. Meanwhile, Brother Dio's hairline was suffering, propelling him further along the path of strength. July 11th, Saturday. Liu Yi yawned, turned off the alarm, and noticed that the cat bed by his bedside was devoid of Eevee's presence. He was momentarily taken aback. Looking down, he discovered Eevee curled up in the blanket, breathing evenly. I know that in winter, the blanket can harbor cats, Liu Yi mused, scratching his head. But can it also nurture EVs in summer? However, seeing the little one looking fatigued, Liu Yi could not bring himself to wake it. With a smile, he gently poked the sleeping face of the small creature, only to have it swat his hand away with a paw. Liu Yi graciously relinquished the blanket. He spent the morning streaming a game, enjoying a casual lineup, and amidst laughter, indulged his appetite. Subsequently, he logged onto the platform and scrolled through updates for a while. The most popular topic of discussion was the upcoming Master League set to take place in the Magical City next week. Although the participants had yet to be announced, there were whispers that the Kanto Dragon Master would attend the battle. A Dragon-type champion? It should rightly be the Flying-type champion. Liu Yi scoffed. He found himself involuntarily watching the fashion show of Zyjul's Mia, meandering into midday. Liu Yi continued his programming amidst the game, when a phone call from Coach Zhai of the school team abruptly disrupted the rare tranquility of the weekend. If you have time this afternoon, you can come to our school, Coach Zhai said. We have several freshmen here for team tryouts, waiting for you to train them. Although the results of the college entrance examination had yet to be announced, the early batch of freshmen from the battle department had already arrived at Magic University. The coach also wished to seize this opportunity to scout for promising talent for the team. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Yi replied, no problem. After all, he had already accepted the role of assistant coach. Moreover, he could easily combine training with programming while carrying his tablet. On a scorching summer day, Liu Yi, with a drowsy EV resting on his shoulder and a drifting Ghastly by his side, took a bus to the campus. At the Magic University Athletic Center, Coach Zhai stood at the edge of the bleachers holding a clipboard and wearing a sun hat, waving at Liu Yi. There were 5 newcomers in total. Coach Zhai pointed to the Pokémon and freshmen warming up in the field. Please keep an eye on them. The school team is training on the adjacent field. Liu Yi was taken aback. What should I do? Choose 2 from these 5 to advance. Coach Zhai chuckled, patting Liu Yi on the shoulder. The school team spots are limited. It wouldn't hurt to temper their spirits a bit. These freshmen hailed from prestigious high schools and were inevitably somewhat arrogant. Ultimately, Liu Yi's role here was to play the part of the stern figure. Perhaps it was for the best. A bit of toughening up for the youngsters would do them good. Rubbing his chin, Liu Yi walked onto the field, instantly eliciting a chorus of gasps. Teacher Liu, the one who won the Bogwaman Cup, is he here for our tryouts? The exuberant Han Xiao, who had been admitted to Magic University, waved her hands excitedly. Teacher Liu, it's you who is serving as our assistant coach. Liu Yi glanced at this enthusiastic student and cleared his throat. Han Xiao stepped forward. Han Xiao immediately complied, looking at Liu Yi with a mix of curiosity and excitement. Liu Yi took out his tablet and spoke earnestly. You will lead everyone in warm-ups, and then we will begin the team assessment. All right. Han Xiao beamed, then blinked her eyes inquisitively. So, Teacher Liu, what will the assessment entail? You 5 will engage in a free-for-all battle, with the last 2 remaining Pokémon advancing. The students momentarily paused, then their eyes ignited with competitive spirit. The selection for Magic University's school team was to be conducted in such a chaotic manner, which undoubtedly tested their tactical skills and the battle awareness of their Pokémon. Don't worry, Teacher Liu, I will not let you down. Han Xiao exclaimed passionately. Observing the spirited newcomers, Liu Yi nodded and discreetly opened the project file. This way, I should be able to slack off without issue. The 5 freshmen stood at the edge of the field, directing their Pokémon in preparation for the battle. From a distance, Coach Zhai Wenyao nodded in approval. Though somewhat brutal, this chaotic battle truly reflects the comprehensive prowess of a trainer. It encompasses adaptability, Pokémon cultivation, and tactical command. Naturally, such tumultuous skirmishes are not without their oversights. Now, it will test the perceptiveness of this assistant. Gazing intently at the tablet, Liu Yi, with a smile, whispered to himself. With such concentration on note-taking, it seems I have struck gold with this assistant. Luyi was currently constructing the framework for Plants vs. Zombies. The programming assessment had failed numerous times. He felt a slight tingling in his hair, likely a side effect of the failed evaluations. Is there truly no side effect to this skill? Why do I always feel something is amiss? Rubbing his head, Luyi glanced up to see that the chaotic battle had concluded. The remaining two Pokémon were Han Xiaoxiao Shroomish and Gu Zhong's Colossal. The defeated trio wore expressions of dejection, yet still looked to Luyi, hoping for a chance to redeem themselves. After a moment's contemplation, Luyi scanned the three trainers' Pokémon with the system's Pokédex. From their moves, it was evident that their strength was indeed inferior to the other two Pokémon, and the outcome of the battle reflected that. Granting them another opportunity would be unfair to the remaining two. Please step back, Luyi smiled. Of course, if you can defeat me, you may still secure a spot on the school team. Han Xiaoxiao's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Is this even reasonable? Defeating you would equate to having the strength of a champion in the Pokémon Cup. Indeed, such was Luyi's style, Han Xiaoxiao murmured. The trio exchanged glances, and ultimately, the trainer from Shanyuan, Duzhua, stepped forward resolutely. I'll take on the challenge. As Luyi pondered whether to grant a concession for his bravery, Eevee had already leapt onto the battlefield. Eevee, it exclaimed, casting a disdainful glance at the Shuckle. Duzhua was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing slightly. Though you are a champion, there's no need to send Eevee into battle. Moreover, Eevee hasn't even evolved yet. Duzhua commanded, Shuckle, Iron Tail. Suddenly, Luyi's expression shifted as he realized something. He couldn't help but look at Eevee on the field. The little creature had already taken matters into its own paws. Judging by its excited demeanor, it clearly intended to steal another move. Luyi's heart sank, but Eevee had already surged toward Shuckle in a flash. Imitate. With an identical iron tail, Eevee's radiant tail glowed even more brilliantly. Boom. Without mercy, Shuckle was struck with tremendous force, swiftly collapsing and creating a deep crater upon impact. Duzhua stood speechless, his mouth agape. After a moment, he trembled as he recalled Shuckle. I was presumptuous, Duzhua admitted. Meanwhile, the trainer of Colossal, Gu Zhong, quietly swallowed hard. The teaching assistant exuded an air of strictness that was unmistakable. One must tread carefully around him. The arena lay in utter silence as the freshman gazed at Luyi with a sense of reverence. Why are you all looking at me like that? Luyi, who had come today to take it easy, found himself in a perplexing situation. I am quite amiable. A profound stillness enveloped the room. Well, never mind, Luyi said with a resigned wave of his hand. Is it truly so difficult to relax nowadays? With trepidation, he opened the list of Eevee's moves. A move called Iron Tail flickered into view, seemingly one that could be unlocked after some training. Luyi couldn't help but sigh. Although he had mentally prepared himself, it seemed his Pokémon talent was a tad lacking. Chapter 071. The school team strikes gold in the Sinnoh region, in the city of Jubilife. Music flowed from the gramophone, the blues of the saxophone taking on a tender quality through the unique timbre of the vinyl record. The room was adorned with mahogany furniture, where Cynthia reclined languidly on the sofa. Beside her was a poised and elegant woman with chestnut hair and azure eyes. The woman's demeanor was regal, her posture akin to that of a graceful doe. Even as she sat, her back remained impeccably straight. Karuna extinguished her slender cigarette in a crystal ashtray, a glimmer of resignation flashing in her cerulean gaze. If we are to battle, one ought to rest properly. Cynthia shifted to a more comfortable position, resting her cheek against Karuna's lap, murmuring softly, I just finished my work at the Research Institute and need to catch the next flight for a quick nap. Karuna ran her fingers through Cynthia's flowing golden hair, asking, Magic City? Cynthia, resembling a ginger cat, nodded slightly, her delicate eyelashes fluttering. Moments later, her breathing became steady and rhythmic. Karuna tenderly caressed the silky strands of golden hair. I have work too. Did you summon me solely for this knee pillow? Yet, the schedule for the Master League was quite demanding. Since Cynthia was participating, it might be a while before they could meet again. Playfully, Karuna plunged her hand into Cynthia's silky hair, ruffling it until it became a tousled mess, before stifling a yawn behind her hand. On that tranquil afternoon, two women of contrasting styles nestled together to pass the time. As dusk descended, Karuna sleepily opened her eyes. The setting sun streamed through the window, revealing that Cynthia had donned her familiar black trench coat. Her smooth golden hair cascaded down, each strand seemingly imbued with a halo of light. Cynthia smiled and said, Wait for my return, and then we shall go shopping. All right, safe travels. Karuna replied with a resigned smile. Cynthia stepped onto the marble terrace outside. A crimson light emerged from the Pokeball, and Togekiss affectionately nuzzled Cynthia. Suddenly, Karuna felt a twinge of concern and cautioned, Is everything ready at the hotel? including your luggage? My luggage has already been checked into the hotel, but I must first visit a little one, Hirona remarked, a charming EV. On July 15th, Wednesday, the production of Plants vs. Zombies had been underway for a week. Liang Dayo and Lu Yi were tirelessly working, and with the aid of templates from parallel worlds, their progress could be described as astonishingly swift. However, what troubled Lu Yi was the equally impressive enhancement of strength in both Jengar and EV. Through relentless practice of mimicking moves, EV had mastered Yawn and Iron Tail to an extraordinary degree. Meanwhile, Jengar was recognized as the monthly outstanding coach at the Battle Club, with an overwhelming schedule of classes. While this was a positive development, Lu Yi found little joy in it. It is well known that the strength of Pokémon is directly proportional to their expenses. The greater the strength, the more energy is consumed during battles. The fees for Jengar's part-time work at the club barely compared to Lu Yi's expenses for purchasing berries and crafting energy cubes. On the other hand, although EV did not consume much, Lu Yi exchanged for and purchased rare berries, unwilling to deprive the little creature of anything. Overall, for Lu Yi, who was not training properly, the enhancement of Pokémon's strength was undoubtedly a sweet burden. Nevertheless, he would not complain about EV and Jengar, nor would he force them to refrain from evolving. Humans and Pokémon are inherently equals. Lu Yi possessed a profound love for Pokémon, yet the risks and rewards of being a trainer seemed disproportionate to him. Was he being overly optimistic? Lu Yi could not help but rub his temples. What if another Pokémon with a large appetite were to come along? Would I not face bankruptcy? The thought of the exceptional Pokémon promised by Coach Zhai sent a shiver down Lu Yi's spine. If an outstanding Snorlax were to appear, would I not be on the verge of explosion? No, I cannot let outsiders take over. Lu Yi gritted his teeth, proclaiming, I will choose myself. I refuse to believe that in such a vast breeding house, I cannot find a single mediocre one. In the afternoon, Lu Yi, serving as an assistant coach, arrived at the school team to idle away time and coincidentally encountered Coach Zhai. Zhai Wenyao greeted him with a beaming smile. Lu Yi, the two individuals you've recruited this time are truly remarkable. You have an exceptional eye. Huh. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. I merely idled about and selected the simplest chaotic battle rules. How has this turned into an exceptional eye for talent? When discussing the team's tactics and joint defense, Zhai Wenyao became somewhat animated. First, there is that Spore ability Shroomish, who excels in both surprise attacks and standing battles. And then there's Gu Zhong's Colossal, my heavens. It has the Sunlight ability. The trainer's skills and character are commendable as well. This could very well be a future cornerstone of the team. Zhai's excitement was understandable. With the start of the freshman year still pending, the likelihood of selecting elite individuals from the early batch was already slim, and he had approached it with a mindset of merely giving it a try. To his astonishment, Lu Yi remarkably secured the grand prize, too, in fact, during the interview. Coupled with Lu Yi's diligent demeanor while taking notes, Zhai Wenyao genuinely felt fortunate to have discovered such a capable assistant. The school team had indeed struck gold. With dedicated effort, maintaining their ranking in the league would surely yield ample rewards. Zhai Wenyao chuckled heartily as he patted Lu Yi on the shoulder. Lu Yi appeared bewildered, questioning his own keen discernment. Unable to resist, he cast a glance at the cold tortoise on the field, nodding thoughtfully. The cold tortoise, affectionately nicknamed Little Golem, was the premier powerhouse of the Clear Sky team, demonstrating remarkable prowess even within the spatial framework. The system employed by Modi University had consistently favored superpowered spatial teams. The addition of these two freshmen not only bolstered their defense, but also served to fill critical gaps. Truly, it was impressive. Lu Yi slapped his forehead, realizing he had instinctively identified the optimal candidate. University leagues typically convened in the latter half of the year, targeting first- and second-year students majoring in the Pokémon field. Third-year students were precluded from participation as they focused on challenging gym leaders for qualifications to compete in the Donghuang Alliance events. Overall, Lu Yi's age and abilities rendered him an ideal contender. However, he felt no inclination towards this so-called league. Assisting as a coach was acceptable, but competing was out of the question. Poor performance would lead to blame, and if those two little creatures were injured, it would be a considerable loss. As he hoisted the mischievous EV, who was secretly attacking the cold tortoise, onto his shoulder, Lu Yi prepared to leave when Zhai Wenyao called after him. By the way, Lu Yi, will you be attending the Master League next Saturday? The school team will reimburse each of us for one ticket, and I'll reserve one for you. Lu Yi furrowed his brow. He had seen online that tickets for the Master League, held at the Eastern Battle Tower, were priced at 3,000 yuan each. Was it really necessary for him to seek reimbursement for such a trivial sum? Sure, Lu Yi said with a smile. Could I possibly have 3? The specific seating isn't crucial. I simply wish to bring Evie and Jengar along. Chapter 072. Are you sending me to pick up Cynthia? July 16th, Thursday. Thanks to the existence of templates, progress on Plants vs. Zombies was swift. A prototype would be ready before the weekend. Big Brother Dio's hairline had receded another 2 centimeters, evoking sorrow in those who heard and tears in those who listened, but it mattered little now. As long as the nights were long enough, there was no room left for sadness. Evie carelessly trod across Lu Ye's face. The plush, soft cushion was indeed comfortable, yet being awakened in such a manner felt rather inappropriate. Lu Ye scratched his head and reassured the 2 expectant Pokémon. All right, I'll start making breakfast right away. He opened the refrigerator and, under Jengar's mournful gaze, brazenly sipped a can of Moo Moo milk. He also took a moment to scroll through his social media. On Saturday, the Master League is set to commence in the vibrant city of Shanghai, sparking lively discussions within the group. Akin inquired, has the grouping been released? Is there anyone I might stand a chance against? Xiaolon replied, regrettably, I doubt it. The red team features Yulong Du from the Kanto Alliance, a formidable opponent you have already faced. Chongpan Dingxiang added, Mr. Du hails from the Chongpan Forest. He is indeed a good person. Akin shuddered at the memory of those 2 cunningly weather-manipulating Haxorus. Gritting his teeth, he asked, what about the blue team? Surely, I must have at least a 1 in 10 chance. Xiao Qian chimed in, the blue team is headed by Miss Sharona. If you manage to win against her, it would truly be a miracle. However, Xiao Gang, with a serious demeanor, stated, in theory, you do have a 1 in 10 chance. Qi Hong remarked, Xiao Jin's skills have indeed improved. Though a bit slim, that 1 in 10 chance is still respectable. Qing Lu agreed, indeed. Akin, tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, are you truly speaking in my favor? I am grateful to you all. Closing the chat interface, Lu Yi scratched his head. Miss Sharona is coming to Shanghai for the competition? No wonder I haven't seen her online these past few days, he thought, feeling a pang of regret. The absence of an additional income stream only exacerbated his already strained financial situation. Nevertheless, the opportunity to witness the true champion's prowess firsthand was not to be missed. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello, whom may I ask is calling? Lu Yi answered. Lu Yi, I hope you don't mind my early call. I was wondering if you were free this Friday. Dr. Yamanashi? Lu Yi was taken aback. Is there something you need? I wanted to follow up on our previous conversation regarding the ominous premonition concerning Evie. Are the symptoms still present? Lu Yi paused, turning to glance at Evie. Meanwhile, Just One was so famished that he could barely muster the strength to stand, languidly slumped against the wall, while Evie was playfully tussling with its clone. With a loud clatter, a newly purchased enamel teacup shattered, causing Evie to blink and furtively glance at Lu Yi. Evie. The gaze they shared seemed to convey a sense of being caught in the act, prompting Evie to awkwardly turn away, puffing its cheeks in indignation as it angrily swatted the fallen teacup with a paw. Lu Yi's brow twitched slightly as he cleared his throat. Dr. Yamanashi, I believe those symptoms are indeed still present. However, there is no need for concern. It is likely a normal reaction. Dr. Yamanashi responded. My assistant will also be visiting Dong Huang this Friday. She will conduct the diagnosis. That's splendid. Lu Yi replied cheerfully. Would you like me to meet her? I was actually hoping you could assist with that, Dr. Yamanashi chuckled. She should arrive at Shanghai Airport on Friday morning. I worry she may struggle to find your home. So your assistance in picking her up would be invaluable. Absolutely. What is your assistant's name? I shall prepare a welcome sign. There's no need for a welcome sign. You will recognize her instantly. She is the champion from the Sinnoh region, named Sharona, Dr. Yamanashi concluded. No problem at all. Lu Yi readily agreed, but was suddenly taken aback, his mind entering a state of confusion. What is this? Are we truly speaking of the same Cynthia? The one who is breathtakingly beautiful and fit, coming to the Magic City for a competition this weekend? How troublesome. By the time he regained his composure, the resolute Dr. Yamanashi had already hung up the phone. Lu Yi was momentarily stunned, continuing to sip his unfinished Moo Moo milk, albeit forgetting to open his mouth. Ghastly floated below him with a pained expression, wide mouth, catching the flowing Moo Moo milk. This makes perfect sense. After a prolonged daze, Lu Yi nodded to himself. She is here to help diagnose Evie. I should indeed go greet her. Evie has been scratching at the walls in hunger. Ghastly looked longingly at the Moo Moo milk in Lu Yi's hand, tears streaming down its face. Why aren't you drinking it? Who drinks bottled milk without opening their mouth? Hurry, hurry. Lu Yi snapped back to reality, intending to start cooking breakfast when his phone vibrated again. For heaven's sake, is this morning never-ending? Frustrated, Lu Yi opened his phone, and his eyelids twitched. Ice cream, can we voice chat? Teacher Lu. Yes, humble, small, and helpless. Moments later, Cynthia's call invitation popped up. Lu Yi answered the call, and that familiar magnetic voice resonated once more. I will arrive in the Magic City on Friday morning, if it is convenient for you. Could you please come to the airport? I'm fine with it. Sensing Lu Ye's hesitation, Cynthia pondered for a moment. It was also my abruptness. Perhaps we can schedule a game another time. Wait. Just as Cynthia was about to hang up, Lu Ye exclaimed loudly. I'm free. Very free. Feeling that her earlier request was somewhat presumptuous, Cynthia carefully considered her words. I am not familiar with the Magic City, and currently, you are my only friend in the Dongwang region. I understand. So, will you pick me up tomorrow? Of course. Whoever doesn't come is a coward. A faint smile blossomed on Cynthia's face. Her slightly husky voice, carried across the strait by the current of the call, rendered it even more magnetic. Lu Yi could hear Cynthia's breath. At that moment, the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. Cynthia said, let us not miss each other. Lu Yi replied, see you tomorrow. After hanging up, Lu Yi let out a long sigh of relief. He covered his chest and murmured, why is my heart racing so fiercely? It's just meeting an online friend. Surely, she won't come to stay at my house. Lu Yi, having undergone rigorous professional training, quickly regained his composure in such a minor situation. However, one thing that troubled him was, what identity would he present when meeting her? Lu Ye's expression turned peculiar. Accompanying gaming? A researcher junior? An unremarkable student from the magical university? Ultimately, Lu Yi stroked his chin and resolved to adapt to the situation. There was no need for deceit. Sharona could discern Lu Ye's abilities with a mere glance. And he had never concealed anything. His sole task was to fetch Sharona and escort her to the hotel where arrangements had been made. Thus, it could be concluded that Sharona's only purpose was to assess potential risks for EV. Lu Yi paused, realizing that Sharona was merely a tool in this scenario. Geng Shun was already so famished that his complexion had turned pale. EV, with tears in its eyes, bit down on a napkin, remaining silent. Lu Yi scratched his head in resignation. I'll be there shortly. Chapter 073. Sharona's arrival in the magical city on July 17th, Friday. The weather was splendid, with a blue sky adorned with wispy clouds. The early rising green caterpillar had already been consumed by Pidgey, while the players who had stayed up late were still in slumber. Lu Yi yawned and pulled EV from its warm nest, the little one groggily calling out, "Bui, I feel there's no need to buy a cat bed, but sneaking out at night and returning covered in mud is certainly your fault." Lu Yi sighed, getting up to wash his face. He splashed water onto his face, droplets cascading down his hair. After stroking his chin, he felt a sense of reflection. Another day awakened by my own charm, he mused. Today, he was to pick up the champion from Sinnoh, which prompted even the laid-back teacher Lu to make an effort. Dressed in an oversized white shirt and with neatly styled black hair, he presented a fresh and minimalist appearance. Despite a somewhat dark mindset and a slightly unscrupulous tactical approach, Teacher Lu still exuded a sunny disposition. After all, it was essential to resonate with readers. Protagonists with unappealing appearances could be quite inconvenient for immersion. Geng Shun, I'm off to meet a client. Lu Yi called out. Kojia? Geng Shun woke with a start, scratching his head in fatigue. I thought I had already completed my classes yesterday. After preparing breakfast for the two little ones, Lu Yi sipped his orange juice and messaged Sharona. Have you arrived? 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm on my way. No rush, I can wait. Hailing a taxi, Lu Yi headed towards the airport in the magical city. Feeling a rare sense of nervousness, the driver, gripping the steering wheel with one hand, glanced at the rearview mirror and teased, "Picking up your girlfriend?" Lu Yi nodded seriously. Something like that. The driver laughed heartily. Not a case of online romance turning into reality, is it? Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback. Do all the drivers from the Donghuang Alliance possess such insight? This is my business card. If you wish to make a quick escape when you meet, just call me. The driver offered a knowing glance, hinting that if one were to be ensnared, escaping could prove difficult. Lu Yi calmly accepted the card, a cold smile gracing his lips. Who ensnares whom is yet to be determined. In the sweltering outdoors, travelers burdened with luggage are ubiquitous, and the presence of fairies is hardly remarkable. Yet, the sight of Lu Yi, with an EV perched atop his head and a Jengar drifting behind him, is indeed a rarity. EV, would you mind coming down? I seem to have twisted my neck. EV, it replied with a haughty lift of its head, its tiny paws clinging tighter. Jengar chuckled, enveloping Lu Ye's head in a veil of shadowy mist. Lu Ye's complexion paled, despite it being summer. An involuntary shiver coursed through him. Inside the first-class cabin, only one passenger occupied the space. The reflection in the glass revealed Cynthia, leaning against the window, her slender fingers propping up her temple, lost in contemplation. It had been a long time since she visited the Sinnoh League. I should seek out Teacher Lu. He should be quite familiar with the area. Suddenly, Her gaze fell upon the wings slicing through the clouds, and a rare emotion flickered within her. Was it anxiety? No. Even at the pinnacle of the Sinnoh League, she had never experienced such a sensation. Perhaps it was merely exhaustion. She rubbed her temples. Recalling the upcoming match against the Dragon's Crossing, her expression sharpening. She sensed she was on the verge of grasping that fleeting emotion. Anticipation? A subtle smile graced her lips. Indeed, it was time to relish a good battle. Lu Yi realized he had underestimated the world of the affluent. Only the less reputable stars would be subjected to media scrutiny. Otherwise, it was merely a ploy for publicity. In the VIP corridor where Lu Yi currently found himself, the polished marble floor gleamed, and the vast reception hall was empty save for him. For imposing figures in uniforms stood nearby, their watchful gazes fixed upon him. The security personnel exchanged discreet glances, pondering the identity of this remarkable individual. The news remained tightly under wraps. He was the sole one here to welcome the guest. The guards collectively cleared their throats, their eyes now tinged with a hint of respect as they regarded Lu Yi. Feeling a bit awkward, Lu Yi thought about making a welcome sign, but it seemed unnecessary. Suddenly, the security personnel, whose expressions had been tinged with curiosity, adopted a serious demeanor. The sound of sharp, steady high heels echoed from the long corridor behind them. Lu Yi felt a sudden wave of tension. Click, click, the dazzling golden hair. The black trench coat and wide-legged trousers, all accentuated by exquisitely crafted black stilettos. Her face bore a smile that was both inviting and slightly aloof. The champion from the Sinnoh League, Cynthia. Click, click, the arresting sound of high-heeled boots came to a halt. Cynthia paused, raising her deep gray eyes to meet Lu Yi, who stood in the center of the hall. Silence enveloped them. Teacher Lu? Cynthia tilted her head slightly. Even Lu Yi, despite his rigorous training, felt his heart skip a beat. Just as he prepared to speak, it was Jengar, lurking beside him, that acted first. Boo. Hyrona was momentarily taken aback. She observed Guaystone first taking the bag from her hand and handing it to the flustered Lu Yi, then extending his claws to gently grasp her shoulders. Thank you. Hyrona smiled. It has indeed become much easier. Guaystone's face flushed crimson, steam seemingly emanating from his head, flitting about the hall like a deflated balloon. Evie, on the other hand, clung tightly to Lu Ye's head, as if it were a singularly precious object, its little face betraying a hint of anxiety. Lu Yi cleared his throat and remarked, Dr. Yamanashi also sent me here. Was it you at the Research Institute last time? Hyrona blinked. She suddenly recalled why his voice had sounded so familiar. It turned out that Evie's trainer and teacher Lu were indeed the same person. Lu Yi nodded. Then why didn't you mention it last time? The champion of Sinnoh was gaming with us. It's not something an ordinary person could easily process. Lu Yi sighed. Hyrona gently nodded, her deep gray eyes scrutinizing Lu Yi from head to toe. Moments later, she smiled faintly. Others would likely never guess that teacher Lu was so youthful. Despite his age, Lu Yi exhibited a comprehension of battles that surpassed that of an average master trainer. Hyrona felt a flicker of curiosity arise within her, according to Dr. Yamanashi's evaluation. This young master seemed to have a keen interest in historical legends as well. I never anticipated that the one I was gaming with would be so strikingly beautiful. Upon hearing Lu Yi's words, Hyrona was momentarily stunned. Thank you, she replied, a gentle smile blooming on her face. But do you often say such things? This is the first time, and it shall be the last. Lu Yi contemplated for a moment before adding, if you wish to hear it, I can repeat it a few more times. That won't be necessary, Hyrona chuckled. Shall we head to your home? If the system had a narration feature, it would undoubtedly exclaim sarcastically. It is now Hyrona's turn to attack. Lu Yi was taken aback, stammering, so soon? I need to give Evie a diagnosis first. Hyrona pondered for a moment before slowly approaching Lu Yi. A remarkably gentle scent wafted from her, a perfect blend of maturity and vivacity. The distance between them was minuscule. Lu Yi was so engrossed that he barely registered her presence. Looking down in bewilderment, he found himself captivated by her delicate nose and rosy lips. Hyrona reached out and gently took Evie from atop Lu Yi's head, cradling it tenderly in her arms. Is this little fellow the one with the foresight of danger? She smiled. Curiously, although Evie had seemed quite resistant, it appeared to lose all its strength when touched by Hyrona. While Evie squirmed in her embrace, its cries were soft and utterly adorable. Lu Yi sighed in relief, nodding with difficulty. Yes, let's head to my home. Chapter 074. Teacher Lu's cohabitation life. If looks could kill, Lu Yi would have been slain by the security guard countless times. Zyrona's dazzling golden hair undoubtedly attracts a great deal of attention as she strolls down the street. Coupled with Zyrona's already tall stature, walking alongside the slightly over 1 8-meter-tall teacher Lu draws even more glances. How did you manage to go out before? Lu Yi inquired of Xyrona, who was wearing sunglasses beside him. I commandeered the entire street, Xyrona replied with a frown. Or perhaps I should purchase a street solely for leisurely strolls. Pardon the interruption. Upon her arrival at the Dongwon Alliance, Xyrona was supposed to be warmly welcomed by officials from the Elf Association, complete with full transport services. However, Xyrona was quite averse to such formalities, and since teacher Lu happened to be in Magic City, she opted to have him pick her up instead. As they approached the roadside, Xyrona curiously asked, "Did you take a flying Pokémon?" "No, I took a taxi," Lu Yi replied. Xyrona assumed Lu Yi simply lacked a transport Pokémon. "I can give you a ride," she offered. "I fear I might be shot down by an anti-aircraft gun. Taking off openly in Magic City could be perilous." Xyrona nodded thoughtfully. "I almost forgot. Magic City does have air traffic control. What about in the Sinnoh region?" "None at all. You could even fly along Tian Crown Mountain and the Silver Mountain Range straight to Kanto." "That does sound quite appealing," Lu Yi admitted, feeling somewhat tempted. "It could save quite a bit on airfare." Xyrona smiled subtly, omitting the fact that she owned a private jet. Lu Yi contacted the driver who had just handed him a business card. The driver, initially believing Lu Yi intended to make a hasty escape, hurried to the airport, only to be taken aback upon arrival. Admiration, aside from those two words, could not adequately describe the expression on the driver's face. Xyrona's grasp of Chinese was not very fluent. She quietly gazed out the window, gently stroking the drowsy EV. Her golden hair brushed lightly against Lu Ye's hand, stirring an indescribable feeling within him. "Foreigner?" the driver inquired. "Indeed," Lu Yi replied. The driver suddenly grew somewhat melancholic. Being from another country is hardly an issue. Those who cannot grasp emotions cannot even hold onto a Pokeball. Every driver has countless stories to tell. However, just as the driver was about to vent his thoughts with a firm slap on the steering wheel, they had already reached their destination. "Oh." The driver's expression was one of profound regret. "There will be another opportunity," Lu Yi reassured him, giving a firm nod. Leaning against the car window, the driver tearfully shouted, "You must find happiness." "What is he shouting about?" Xyrona asked Lu Yi. "In Dongwon, tipping is generally unnecessary. You've given too much. But it's not your money." "Is it? I'll reimburse you later." "I see." The shaded area was tranquil and serene, yet the buildings appeared somewhat dilapidated, characteristic of an older complex. "Do you live here?" Xyrona surveyed her surroundings. "The rent here is quite affordable. Great talents often hide in plain sight, as I have heard Dr. Yamaguri say. If you truly believe that, there is little I can do." Guaystone was the first to insert his hand into the door, eagerly unlocking it. Sharona officially stepped into the home of Lui. "Should I remove my shoes?" Lui instinctively glanced at Shiona's high heels, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. "No need. My apologies." To diagnose the stress response of EV, one must first eliminate the influence of the surrounding environment. Sharona had just scanned the vicinity. It did not appear to harbor any natural enemies of EV. "Do not worry, it will be fine soon." Sharona retrieved a portable stethoscope from her bag and placed it against Evie's chest. The little creature, blushing, lay on the ground with an expression of discontent. Louis felt a sudden pang of sentimentality. "You never let me touch your belly. Why is it that you behave like this when a stranger arrives?" "Louis, I must trouble you with my other Pokémon." "Oh, what Pokémon?" Louis was momentarily taken aback, and upon realizing it, his expression shifted slightly. A flash of red light illuminated the narrow living room, suddenly bustling with activity. Shiona's 6 Pokémon made their grand entrance, and Louis' situation appeared rather grim. The fierce-looking Garchomp, with blood-red eyes and an intimidating aura, and the coldly composed Lucario, flanked Louis on either side, their gazes bearing an evaluative quality. "Gah!" Guaystone looked terrified. These two formidable beings seem quite fearsome. What to do? The master is about to be devoured. I'm anxiously waiting. However, Lee was somewhat prepared. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a jar of crystalline energy cubes, resembling jewels, from the cupboard. Carefully moving aside the scythe that was perilously close, Louis wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Gentlemen, would you like a treat?" Garchomp and Lucario exchanged glances. Subsequently, the 2 champion-level Pokémon nodded in unison, their necks proudly held high. How obedient! Sharona, tucking her golden hair behind her ear, smiled as she patted the Eevee resting on her lap. Eevee wagged its tail, but then felt that was insufficient, so it nestled its little head between Shiona's knees. It is quite healthy, possessing the ability to anticipate danger, which can even enhance its reflexes, Sharona remarked softly. "Your training is remarkably impressive, Louis. Even Sharona could not discern the depths of your prowess at a glance. Tactically, your skills are on par with hers. Although the Pokémon may be weak, The methods of cultivation and training are of the highest caliber. The training method for that Goe stone bears some resemblance to that of Granny Kikuko. Meanwhile, this EV subtly resembles the Crimson Solar EV. Reflecting on Lu Ye's remarks about not wanting to be a trainer, it is indeed intriguing, thought Sharona with a gentle smile. She brushed aside her golden locks and lifted her gaze. It was only then that the usually focused Sharona noticed the peculiar behavior of her Pokémon. The typically aloof Garchomp was laughing heartily with Gengar, shattering his icy exterior. The regal Lucario, with remarkable speed, tossed energy cubes into his mouth, depleting the jar in mere moments. Sharona paused, slightly taken aback. The energy cubes I usually buy for you don't seem to please you this much. The sticky Alamamala crawled along the wall towards the ceiling, prompting Lu Yi to cry out, "No, I just painted that wall." The Alamamala disdainfully glanced at Lu Yi and continued its journey, leaving deep corrosive marks on the wall. Lu Yi felt as if he could hear the sound of his wallet shrinking. "It's fine. I'll reimburse you," Sharona reassured as she approached the dejected Lu Yi, kneeling to pick up the scattered energy cubes. The crystalline orange cubes resembled blue gems, even reflecting a subtle sheen. A flicker of surprise crossed Sharona's beautiful eyes. Perfect energy cubes? Chapter 075. Today's meal at Teacher Lu's house despite being made from the most basic orange fruit. These energy cubes were impeccably crafted. Even Sharona had only witnessed such artistry in the hands of the Grand Contest champion, Macaulay. The quality spoke for itself, with Garchomp being the finest testament. Sharona instinctively glanced at Lu Yi beside her. "Did you make these yourself?" Lu Yi glanced at the orange cube in Sharona's hand, not shying away from the question. "Yes, they've been stored for a while. Otherwise, their quality could be even higher." Lucario, who had been devouring the energy cubes, suddenly paused, slightly bewildered. "They can taste even better?" Gengar, recalling the freshly made energy cubes, couldn't help but drool. "Did you use that machine to make these?" Sharona inquired, pointing at the old fruit maker in the living room, raising an eyebrow. "Is there a problem?" Lu Yi replied. Sharona gently shook her head, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "I was just a bit startled. To think such quality energy cubes could be produced by such an outdated machine. One must admit, Sharona was somewhat astonished. Are they not suitable for your Pokémon? Lu Yi's expression changed slightly. I can't taste them myself. But Gengar said they were good. Sharona smiled. Rather, it's that they fit perfectly. Even specially customized energy cubes don't suit Garchomp's palate as well as these. Sharona thought she might understand why Teacher Lu was frugal or perhaps impoverished. Creating advanced energy cubes undoubtedly incurs astronomical expenses. Rather than indulging in pleasures, Mr. Lu has evidently invested a substantial amount of money into refining his craft. For instance, take the master of citrus fruit spheres, Mr. Steele, who possesses some of the world's foremost technology, yet resides in quite austere conditions. These individuals prefer to allocate their funds to pursuits of greater significance rather than superficial comforts. A humble meal and a simple drink do not diminish their joy. Your Pokémon has encountered an excellent trainer, Hikari remarked with a gentle smile. As for the trainer, I merely serve as a cook for them. Lu Yi sighed. Have you eaten? I can prepare a bowl of noodles for you. The flight was scheduled for 10 in the morning, so it was reasonable to assume that Hikari had yet to have lunch. If Lu Yi were alone, he would simply snatch a few peach-flavored energy cubes from Eevee to satisfy his hunger. However, with a guest present, it was essential to offer proper hospitality. Hikari glanced around, noticing her Pokémon quietly savoring the energy cubes, their expression one of profound satisfaction. Thank you for your trouble, she nodded. Will it be card or cash? Just joking, Lu Yi whispered. It wouldn't be impossible if you wished to pay. Hikari's ice Eevee stood gracefully by the window. Gengar chuckled, intending to greet her, but was met with a cold glare, prompting him to retreat in embarrassment. The reckless little fellow hesitated in the presence of ice Eevee. She was simply too beautiful, leaving Eevee feeling somewhat inferior. While within the confines of the familiar, Eevee never concerned itself with such matters. Yet since encountering Lu Yi and experiencing the broader world, Eevee had begun to feel apprehensive. It feared waking up to find Lu Yi absent, or that he might capture another Eevee. Such fears were unnecessary, yet once captured, the risk of tears loomed. Eevee bared its teeth, glaring fiercely at the ice Eevee perched on the windowsill. Boo! Ice Eevee elegantly turned, her deep ice blue eyes quietly observing the timid Eevee. Gradually, she approached, cornering the frightened Eevee against the wall. Boo boo! Ice Eevee extended her frosty tongue, gently grooming Eevee's fur, and offered a soft smile. Boo! The little one blushed, startled, and swiftly darted into the adjacent bedroom. In the living room, Hikari glanced at the banner inscribed with Gynecology's master, a term often used to praise doctors who have made significant contributions in the field of gynecology or a particular illness. She nodded in feigned understanding. All right, it's time to eat, Luigi called out, removing his apron. His Pokémon, Sharpedo, Lucario, Gengar, and many others, instantly gathered around him, their fierce gazes fixed upon Luigi. I wasn't referring to you all. Luigi chuckled awkwardly. I'll prepare the energy cubes tonight. No shortage. Upon hearing this, Sharona's Pokémon nodded in satisfaction. Gengar, how did you blend in so perfectly? What? Oh no, I wanted to indulge a bit more, and you discovered this. Sharona crossed her arms and walked curiously from the living room, asking, what does Master of Gynecology mean? Luigi nearly spat out the water he had just sipped. However, considering the image he wished to maintain in front of the goddess, he risked choking and coughed. What on earth? That banner seems quite significant to you. Oh, I have quite an expertise in massage, particularly in the intimate realm, Luigi replied candidly. Sharona raised her eyebrows in surprise. I always thought massage therapists were exclusively female. Luigi, eyes wide, continued fabricating. This is authentic Hong Kong-style acupressure, passed down to men only. Oh, Sharona nodded, though she found it somewhat peculiar. It didn't seem entirely wrong. Would you like me to give it a try? Never mind. Since you're a guest, it might be inappropriate to trouble Teacher Lu. She glanced down at the fragrant soba noodles on the dining table, blinking her eyes. Did you prepare this? Who else? You seem to be skilled at everything. Most of what I know comes from my uncle and me learning in Alola. The authentic tempura soba, seasoned with a blend of water and mirin before adding soy sauce, was adorned with cooked bonito flakes, kombu, and golden brown crispy tempura shrimp, finished with a sprinkle of chopped scallions. The rich broth exuded an enticing aroma, and the golden fried shrimp was utterly tantalizing. Even Sharona discreetly licked her lips, her delicate face displaying a hint of astonishment. It looks incredibly delicious. Luigi crossed his arms, assessing the data in his mind, nodding to himself. Well, with my culinary skills upgraded, it should be flawless. Cooking level 3 enhances your culinary prowess. This bonus also applies to knife skills, ingredient selection, and fire control. You are just a step away from becoming one of the top 10 in the Far Moon. The sharp-toothed shark and Lucario stared at the soba noodles on Luye's table, both swallowing in unison. Sharona elegantly took her seat, clasping her hands together with a touch of reverence. I shall begin. Compared to ramen, the broth of soba noodles is clearer, demanding greater skill from the chef to infuse flavor. Sharona delicately pinned back a strand of hair, cautiously bringing the spoon to her lips for a gentle sip. Instantly, her eyes narrowed, and her lips curled into an involuntary smile. The taste was strikingly familiar, even surpassing her grandmother's cooking. With a crunch, the golden brown shrimp filled her with immense joy, harmonizing perfectly with the sharpness of the broth. It is no exaggeration to say that this absolutely reached the standard of a Michelin-starred chef. Delicious, Sharona beamed with a smile. Luyi remained vigilant against the drooling Jing host beside him, fully engrossed in devouring the delectable buckwheat noodles before him. Luyi couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite taste of the dish he had prepared. Chapter 076, just a little longer ideally. Sharona should have been diligently preparing for her upcoming battle against Ryudo tomorrow. This should have been a day of fervent training. However, the reality was quite different. Sharona produced 2 game controllers, and Luyi began to feel a sense of unease. What are we playing? Aren't you supposed to head to the hotel? You can go later. The diagnosis for Eevee had concluded, and with so many unfamiliar Pokémon entering their home, Eevee appeared somewhat bashful, nestled in its cozy nook and reluctant to emerge. By the windowsill, a rather assertive Glacian licked its paw, elegantly displaying a hint of a smile. During this time, Dr. Yamanashi initiated a video call, primarily to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that Sharona was at Lui's home, he appeared noticeably unconcerned. Given Sharona's prowess, if anyone dared to harbor ill intentions towards her, they would likely be oblivious to their impending doom. Ironically, it was Lui who had reason to worry. Are you really all right? You have a match tomorrow, Sharona remarked. Seated on the sofa, gripping a controller, her expression unusually serious. Balancing work and rest is crucial. Lui nodded in agreement. Rather than succumbing to anxiety before the event, it would be far more beneficial to relax and achieve a state of perfect readiness. Sharona gathered her hair to the side and extended a finger, declaring, "This is my battle strategy." Lui's expression turned peculiar. It was undeniable that every trainer possessed their optimal state. Could it be that Sharona's ideal condition involved staying up late playing video games? What game are we playing? Lui inquired, glancing at a list of games. Do I really have to think for so long? Sharona frowned, twirling a strand of her golden hair, appearing deeply conflicted. Lui was momentarily taken aback. suddenly recalling that this Sinnoh champion was indeed a victim of choice paralysis. Never mind, I'll choose, he offered. Sharona sighed in relief, a smile gracing her face, reflecting a sense of liberation. While Lily accompanied the affluent lady in her gaming endeavors, earning a living in the process, Jinghost furrowed its brow, contemplating how to seek advice on techniques from a few seasoned trainers. The likes of Sharpedo and Lucario did not resonate well with it. Scanning the surroundings, its gaze fell upon the floral rock-type Pokémon, which was cleverly disguised as a potted plant beneath the air conditioning. Legend had it that the floral rock Pokémon was formed by the gathering of 108 souls, with traces of its existence dating back to ancient times. The combination of ghostly and dark attributes, coupled with the ominous aura emanating from it, rendered Jinghost pale with fear. Yet, thinking of Louis's contributions to their household steeled its resolve. Jinghost gritted its teeth and floated over to the floral rock Pokémon, offering a greeting. Kia? In an instant, the still visage of the flower rock monster began to flicker. On its crimson fan-shaped surface, 7 or 8 pairs of glistening green eyes suddenly emerged, sweeping over Ghost Stone from top to bottom. Subsequently, a sinister fissure abruptly split open, resembling the gaping maw of the flower rock monster. And a chilling breeze surged forth from the crevice, whispering like a haunting murmur. Keck! Ghost Stone fled in tears. The flower rock monster, caught in a moment of hesitation, dejectedly folded its fan to avoid frightening others. Remaining silent, it continued to disguise itself as a potted plant as the sun dipped below the horizon. Feeling the strain in his back, Louis discarded his controller and rubbed his temples, deciding that today's gaming session would conclude here. Engaging in video games was indeed a strenuous endeavor, especially with the ever-watchful Sharpedo lurking nearby. Louis's experience in the game could be described as minimal at best. Not coming back. It's time to cook, or you could play something else in the meantime. What else is there to play? A soft glow from the fading sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the floating dust particles with clarity. On Sharona's upturned face, it seemed as if a halo had enveloped her. Gazing into her profound gray eyes, Louis felt his heart skip a beat. Regaining his composure, he cleared his throat and asked, "Would you like to try a game I created?" Sharona's interest was piqued. Louis retrieved his computer and placed it before her, launching the initial version of Plants vs. Zombies. Although still incomplete, the fundamental gameplay was nearly established. He proceeded to explain the mechanics to Sharona, who occasionally nodded and smiled, remarking, "It seems quite enjoyable. It's rather challenging. I even added a death difficulty and an achievement system." Louis scratched his head. "You can start playing. I'll call you later." Sharona offered no response, her attention wholly absorbed by the game as the soft blue light from the screen illuminated her face. Listening to the familiar and endearing sounds of Plants vs. Zombies, Louis shook his head in resignation. While preparing dinner, he examined the points in the system. In Louis's eyes, the rare tree fruits were worth their weight in gold. Thus, the majority of points earned from video rewards were exchanged for these coveted items. Aside from the occasional 10 consecutive draws to alleviate his anxiety, Louis primarily focused on guaranteed exchanges. Once the game is launched, I should be able to gather more points, he muttered to himself. Considering a balanced diet, dinner was kept simple with sandwiches and a vegetable salad. Stepping out of the kitchen, Louis found Sharona still clicking away at the mouse. Suddenly, she looked up and said earnestly, "It's fun. If you're enjoying it, then play a bit longer," Louis replied casually. "Make sure to record that for promotional purposes." Sharona nodded in agreement. The streetlights outside had already been illuminated. The night was shrouded in darkness as Louis lounged on the sofa, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions fixed upon Sharona. "I told you to play for a while longer, but I didn't mean until midnight." "Sister, aren't you leaving yet?" "Just a little longer," Sharona replied, her gaze fixed on the game screen. Louis looked skyward. "You're so engrossed in Plants vs. Zombies. If I were to create Civilization 6, you'd probably end up pulling all-nighters every day, wouldn't you? There's a major league competition tomorrow morning. Just let me finish this level." In truth, Shalona's Pokémon was in splendid condition, having consumed Louis's energy cube and already returned to its Pokeball, sweetly drifting into slumber. Though she hadn't tea prepared for battle, perhaps, as she claimed, this was her way of adjusting her state of mind. Louis's expression turned peculiar. Could there truly be someone who relied on gaming to recalibrate their mindset? "Where will you sleep tonight?" he suddenly inquired. Shalona tilted her head, glancing at the clock on the wall, then furrowed her brow at the game interface. "Is there a spare room in your house?" The sofa will suffice." Louis, unable to refuse, stiffened his neck. Shalona tucked her golden hair behind her ear, dialed a number, and spoke in a low voice. "Yes, please send my luggage over." Right here at this location. Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback. Before 5 minutes had passed, a large-mouthed seagull appeared at Lu Yi's window, carrying a suitcase. Shalona patted the seagull, retrieved her waterproof suitcase, and nodded at Lu Yi. Pardon my intrusion. Chapter 077. The method of physical amnesia. How might one describe Lu Yi's current mood? Perhaps it resembled the first snow melting away, warm sake awaiting within. As he opened the door to behold the pure, white moonlight cascading before him, there was a hint of joy, yet it remained indescribable, prompting him to merely shake his head. With a hint of resignation, Lu Yi remarked, "If you can't get up in the morning, don't blame me for not warning you." Shalona smiled sweetly. "Don't worry, I'll sleep once I finish this level." Lu Yi lay on the sofa, gazing at Shalona's profile for a moment before rising. "I'll tidy up the room for you. I can sleep on the sofa. Are you instructing me on what to do?" Shalona asked, slightly taken aback, as Lu Yi emerged from the room cradling a pillow. Lu Yi resided in a small one-bedroom apartment. Yielding the bedroom meant he could only sleep on the sofa. The sheets had already been changed, and the duvet and pillow were freshly laundered. Lu Yi produced a calculator from an unknown source. Though the setting was somewhat modest, the pricing should be reasonable for a guest house. Shalona nodded unconsciously. "So it's a charge? That seems quite fair." Initially hesitant about spending the night, she found the allure of Plants vs. Zombies too captivating to resist. Upon hearing about the fee, Shalona felt a wave of relief wash over her. As the game's settlement screen appeared, Shalona gathered her golden hair at the side of her head and leaned closer to Lu Yi. "What are you calculating?" "The bill. Give me a piece of paper, and I shall assist you with the calculations." This time, it was Teacher Lu who was taken aback as he handed the paper and pen to Xylona, who began to write while reciting the figures aloud. Energy cubes totaled 50,000. Accommodation fees were 3,000, and meal expenses amounted to 2,000. In a mere moment, the expenses on the bill reached an astonishing sum. Lu Yi felt a twitch in his eyelids. He pondered, had he truly spent such an exorbitant amount? Accommodation fees at 3,000? Did she think this was a 5-star hotel? A bowl of buckwheat noodles costing 1,000? Oh, that seemed to be the actual price. Surely, one need not squander wealth so recklessly. Noticing the look in Lu Yi's eyes, Xylona turned her face and raised an eyebrow. "Is it insufficient?" Lu Yi was momentarily stunned. "It's about that price range. As for the price of energy cubes of this quality, I am not very familiar. I will provide you with the details once we return." Xylona furrowed her brows. Lu Yi was already in tears. Was this truly a wealthy lady? An angel, perhaps. The night had grown deep. The bathroom light was on, with the gentle sound of water echoing. Lucario, half closing his eyes, remained ever vigilant, his aura constantly honing in on Lu Yi. Lu Yi chuckled coldly. "Did they think that by denying me a view, they could thwart me, Teacher Lu?" Merely the sound of bathing was enough to stir appetites. Of course, that was merely jest. In reality, Lucario would likely deal with him on the spot. Drowsiness crept in, and Lu Yi yawned. In his hazy state, a timid Eevee darted into Lu Yi's embrace, gently stroking Eevee's little head. Lu Yi embraced the creature and leaned back on the sofa, gradually succumbing to slumber. A night passed in silence. As dawn broke, Lu Yi was awakened by a phone call. He dared not harbor any morning irritability, for the call was from the illustrious Red. "Teacher Lu, will you attend the Master League in the Magic City in person?" Lu Yi, still somewhat groggy, replied, "Of course, I even managed to score a few complimentary tickets." Red chuckled. "I introduced you to Mr. Yulong, and he has expressed interest in you. If possible, let him consult you on my behalf." "Consult? You wish to consult me?" Before he could finish his thought, Lu Yi jolted awake. All remnants of sleep vanished. What was this? If the implication was that Yulong wanted to face me in battle, I haven't even left the novice village. And now I am to contend with the Elite Four? This is utterly exhilarating. Lu Yi swallowed hard. Red, I am not a trainer." "I know." Red replied with a hearty laugh. "Breeders can be formidable too. King Gulv and Mr. Du are also seasoned rivals." A phrase lingered on Lu Yi's lips, uncertain whether to voice it. Then it settled. Red continued, chattering as he ended the call. He was eager to see what strategies Teacher Lu would employ against Mr. Du. After hanging up, Lu Yi wore a bewildered expression. What if he suddenly lost the desire to attend the match? Should a friendly match truly occur between Yu and Du, it would not be surprising if Gistone met an untimely end on the spot. 10 Gistones would scarcely suffice as a meal for a single Red Gyarados. As Lu Yi found himself in a daze, the door to his bedroom swung open. Dressed in a loose pink nightgown, Sharona, clad in rabbit slippers and sporting tousled golden locks, let out a long yawn. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, a rare blush crept across her cheeks. With a thud, the bedroom door was closed again. Lu Yi pondered. Did I just witness something extraordinary? In an instant, a beam of red light shot forth from a Pokeball. Lucario emerged autonomously, delivering a precise chop to Lu Ye's neck. Darkness enveloped him, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself not in the Pokemon Center, but rather on his own sofa. Groaning at the unfamiliar ceiling, Lu Yi murmured, "You're awake?" Sharona, now donned in her familiar black trench coat, her silky golden hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, elegantly sipped her red tea. "I took the tea bags from the cupboard. Would you care to try some?" "Oh, no thank you," Lu Yi replied, gazing toward the ceiling. "What was I about to say? It seems I was mentioning a friendly match with Adu." Rubbing his head, he wondered, did I forget something? With the power of aura, a fleeting amnesia could indeed be achieved. Lucario, with heartfelt intentions, quietly sighed while holding a cup of red tea. Even though it was well past 2 in the morning, Sharona appeared remarkably refreshed, her lips adorned with an enchanting smile. "Teacher Lu, will you be attending the match later?" Sharona inquired. Lu Ye's expression shifted at the thought of a potential battle invitation from Yulongdu, yet he reminded himself that this was ultimately Sharona's match. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Certainly. He doesn't even know me. With so many spectators, how could Adu possibly single me out?" He resolved to slip away after watching the match. If he thinks he can prey on the inexperienced, he has another thing coming. "Then let us go together," Sharona nodded. "I have a special invitation seat that offers a more direct view. Experiencing a master-level battle in person is entirely different from watching it on video." Although Lu Yi did not intend to become a trainer, he still felt a sense of excitement akin to attending a sports event. Moreover, witnessing the brutal battles up close might even dissuade his 2 little companions from pursuing their training fervently. Nodding, Lu Yi remarked, "Whether or not I receive an invitation is inconsequential. I mainly wish to sit in the family section." Sharona arched an eyebrow. "The friends and family section. Let us proceed." With a smile, she tucked the Pokeball into the pouch at her waist, her gaze sharpening with determination. Chapter 078. Yulongdu and Xiaochun. The Eastern Battle Tower serves as a prominent battling facility in the Dongwang region, equivalent in stature to the Battle Castle in Kalos and the Battle Tree in Alola. In the official introduction, this type of battle arena is designed for trainers to challenge themselves and refine their combat skills, with challengers of considerable prowess. In the animated series, the Battle Frontier showcases Shindai capturing the 3 legendary pillars, illustrating the formidable challenges that await. Naturally, the Eastern Battle Tower also serves as a venue for combat. This year, the Master League presided over by Sharona takes place at the Eastern Battle Tower. Lui, upon comparing it with the description on his phone, wore a peculiar expression. The Eastern Pearl has undergone such an extravagant transformation. It is only to be expected, after all. The Eiffel Tower in Paris must have morphed into a prism tower in this world. "What did you say?" Sharona inquired. "I said, good luck in the upcoming match. I would be quite disheartened if you were to lose." Sharona's lips curled upwards, her gaze resolute. "I shall not lose." In the Pokémon world, bonds and trust are genuinely palpable, much like the connection between Charizard and Dan Emperor, or Garchomp and Sharona. As long as one harbors a sincere love for Pokémon, they will reciprocate. Louis nodded thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, "Is this truly a bond? Why do I feel like the few I raise are merely plotting against me?" To avoid the press, Louis and Sharona opted for the event's dedicated transport. Upon arriving at the bustling Eastern Battle Tower, Sharona, adorned with sunglasses, halted in the players' corridor. After passing through security, they needed to enter from the front. Sharona frowned, saying, "Here rests the card. After the match, don't leave me behind." Louis' heart raced unexpectedly, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "Rest assured, the bill has yet to be settled." Sharona smiled gently, waved at Louis, and strode towards the players' corridor in her high heels. It was as if a different person had emerged. Sharona's aura shifted dramatically, her footsteps now sharp and purposeful. Gazing at her radiant golden hair, Louis scratched his head, thinking, "Let us just enter for now," fiddling with the golden embossed card that still bore a lingering fragrance. Louis suddenly paused. Don't I have another ticket from Coach Zhai?" Coach Zhai had brought the entire team along for this event, including Louis. It could be said without exaggeration that this might be the starting lineup for the Collegiate League. "Coach, the match is about to start. Hasn't he, the assistant, arrived yet?" Louis lamented, wishing he had handed the ticket to him sooner. Zhai Wenyue frowned, but then his eyes lit up. "Here he comes. I'm terribly sorry, Coach, for my tardiness." Louis apologized. "You're here. That's what matters. Let us head in," Zhai Wenyue said, handing Louis the ticket. Louis chuckled awkwardly. "I came to explain this matter to you, so I want to be joining everyone else inside. Aren't you going to watch the match?" Zhai Wenyue was taken aback, his gaze falling upon the golden card in Lui's hand, his eyes widening in surprise. Look at you, Lui. You can afford a VIP ticket worth over 100,000 and still want to take advantage of the school team. Shen Tingji, hailing from a family of luxury goods, raised her eyebrows slightly, pursing her lips. This is not merely a matter of wealth. It is something that cannot be purchased even with riches. Unless Lu Yi is connected with the organizers, it is utterly impossible to obtain such an invitation. Coach Zhai subtly nudged Lu Yi. Do you know the event organizers? Lu Yi shook his head. Surely, they did not invite you as a competitor. Zhai Wenyun burst into laughter. Lu Yi coughed and said, well, coach, I will reimburse you for that ticket later. You lead everyone into the venue. Gazing at Lu Yi, who dashed away, Zhai Wenyun wore a peculiar expression. Could it be that this lad truly knows the competitors? Both of them are champion-level trainers, Yulong Du from Kanto and the renowned Sharona. How impressive must this boy be to befriend such illustrious figures? Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Zhai Wenyun murmured, the new assistant I selected seems to be quite extraordinary. In the VIP passage, after presenting the card given by Sharona, a hostess guided Lu Yi to the guest seating. The private room was tranquil and circular, offering a panoramic view of the venue. With a table adorned with dew-kissed fruits, Lu Yi took out his Pokeballs, releasing Eevee and Jengar, both curious and surveying their surroundings. The thunderous cheers echoed from both sides of the circular arena, creating a vibrant atmosphere. This was a battle of the master class, a clash of top-tier skills. The crowd was exuberantly shouting, and as the host called out, the excitement reached its peak. Next, let us welcome the champion from Kanto, Yulong Du. Lu Yi, intrigued, gazed towards the player's passage. In the special episodes, Adu's character was rather arrogant, but time has matured the man. Dressed in a red cape and blue champion attire, the serious-looking red-haired man emerged from the passage, waving to the audience on either side. Suddenly, Lu Yi recalled the game's description of Adu, a man with a strong sense of justice. While lost in thought, a sharp, aggressive voice resonated from the adjacent room. Were you also invited by him? In the VIP area, separated by a railing, communication was still possible. Lu Yi glanced at the woman in the neighboring room, surprised. Xiaochun? With her light blue hair and form-fitting attire accentuating her perfect figure, Xiaochun, the dragon-type gym leader from the Johto region, was also Adu's cousin. Wearing light blue gloves, and with matching boots and a cloak, a dragon-taming whip rested beside her seat, prompting Lu Yi to raise an eyebrow. Do you know me? Xiaochun frowned. I have heard of you, the dragon emissary of the Yulong family, Lu Yi mused internally. Unfortunately, it seems her brilliance has always been overshadowed by Adu, and she appears to harbor an unbreakable bond with her cousin. Lu Yi could not help but rub his temples. I must admit, the relationships among individuals in your Pokémon world are truly intricate. Xiao Chun furrowed his brow and inquired, have you yet to answer my question? Were you invited by Adu? No, I have come to support my family and friends, Lu Yi replied, lifting his chin to reveal a hint of a gentle smile as he gazed towards the arena, his tone tinged with pride. She has made her entrance. The host's exuberant voice resounded throughout the venue. Next, let us welcome the champion of the Xin region, Sharona. The cheers erupted, even more fervent than those for Adu moments earlier. As the graceful, golden-haired beauty took the stage, the audience erupted into a chorus of applause. Sharona's presence was so commanding, akin to that of a queen surveying her domain. Clad in a black trench coat, she strode elegantly and aloofly onto the battlefield. I have waited long for this moment, Sharona nodded. I have anticipated this duel for quite some time, Adu replied solemnly. I hope I shall not disappoint you, Sharona said with a slight smile. The referee's flag was suddenly waved, and a piercing whistle sounded. The match begins. Although Lu Yi often teased Adu, calling him a dodo, the champion, with years of experience under his belt, was a force to be reckoned with. Last year at the Masters League, Adu secured second place, narrowly losing to Dan D's colossal Charizard. While Sharona ranked third, the gap between them was minimal. The outcome would hinge largely on their performance in the moment. Cheers surged like a tidal wave from all directions. Witnessing this pinnacle of competition in person stirred a tempest of emotions within Lu Yi. Go! Genghis-Khan proclaimed, using its claws as a makeshift trumpet to cheer for Sharona. Eevee gazed out over the arena, its dark eyes gradually sparkling with excitement. Pay close attention. This match is bound to be brutal, Lu Yi remarked playfully. If it can make these two realize the difficulty of the challenge and deter them from participating, it would be worth every effort. Go! Boy! Eevee and Genghis-Khan nodded earnestly. The competitors had taken their positions. The commentator shouted, whose prowess will prevail? Let us await the outcome. Dressed in a light blue bodysuit with her blue ponytail tied high, Xiao Chun furrowed her brow and discreetly glanced sideways. Was he invited by Sharona? She pondered. I have never heard that Miss Sharona would invite a man to watch the match. Traditionally, the invitation seats were reserved solely for her closest companion, Karuna. How could she possibly invite anyone else? Puzzled, Xiao Chun shook her head, casting a complex gaze towards the Dragon Guardian, Edu. As the heir of the Dragon Guardian family, both Xiao Chun and Edu were exceptionally gifted descendants. Yet, Xiao Chun's brilliance had always been overshadowed by the talent of her kin, Edu. Observing the man, who perpetually walked ahead, leaving only his silhouette behind, yet brimming with a sense of justice and fervor, Xiao Chun sighed quietly. I hope he truly can win this match. The cheers from the audience crescendoed, and with the referee's whistle, 2 Pokeballs were simultaneously tossed onto the field. A brilliant red light flickered as the ground trembled. The crimson Gyarados, adorned with scarlet scales, erupted into a fierce pose, unleashing a deafening roar. The red Gyarados of contestant Edu has made its grand entrance, stretching nearly 65 meters in length. Edu's specimen certainly surpasses 8 meters, exuding an overwhelming presence. The intimidation from this colossal beast silenced the arena, only to be followed by an eruption of cheers moments later. In the shadow of this leviathan, the figure of the golden-haired beauty seemed diminutive. Yet, a knowing smile appeared at the corner of Cynthia's lips. The commentator bellowed, Contestant Cynthia has sent forth the blessed Pokémon, Togekiss. With a grace akin to a bird, Togekiss soared into the advantageous aerial position with its glider-like triangular wings. In the VIP section, Luyi activated the System Pokédex, teasing the 2 Pokémon. Are you scared? Ghastly and EV remained silent, merely gazing blankly at the 2 Pokémon on the field. Luyi nodded with satisfaction. Look at that. They are too frightened to speak. The Pokédex displayed an overwhelming array of moves from both Pokémon, sending shivers down Luyi's spine. Yet it also served as testament to their formidable power. The red Gyarados, likely equipped with Dragon Dance, Luyi murmured. Togekiss, largely unfazed by the intimidation, possesses the capability to counter the Dark-type Gyarados. Truly, Cynthia is remarkable. Indeed, she is at the 5th tier. It all hinges on whether Edu will opt for a forceful Dragon Dance. Xiao Chun's brows furrowed as she could not help but retort in Chinese. Edu's trump card should be Dragonite. Luyi cast a surprised glance at Xiao Chun and nodded. Dragonite is indeed powerful, but its speed is a significant flaw, especially when compared to the boosted efficiency of a Dragon Dance-enhanced Gyarados. Edu's strategy in this match is undoubtedly to enhance through Dragon Dance, Luyi asserted. Xiao Chun opened her mouth to counter, but found herself at a loss for words, sullenly picking up her whip and snapping it in the air. Luyi's brows twitched, and he cleared his throat, refocusing his attention on the battlefield. Togekiss versus Gyarados. Luyi began to speculate, running through various possibilities in his mind. Though most of his experience stemmed from virtual games, in this scenario, Cynthia had but one choice. Thunderwave. Luyi and Cynthia spoke almost in unison. First, paralyze the Gyarados. Xiao Chun glanced at Luyi with a perplexed expression. However, what rattled her was that when she looked back to the field, Cynthia's command was astonishingly identical. Did this guy predict Cynthia's instructions? Meanwhile, Edu commanded sternly, Gyarados, use Dragon Dance. Roar. The mighty Gyarados roared towards the heavens, its momentum reaching unprecedented heights, its speed astonishingly swift, as it effortlessly shattered the stone pillars embedded in the ground. Such a colossal target was impervious to electromagnetic waves. Yet, with a powerful strike of its tail against the earth, the fragments of rock that had just been broken were sent soaring, deflecting the feeble electromagnetic waves entirely. The subtlety of these waves was intended to render them nearly undetectable to the opponent. Xiao Chun smirked, a hint of pride in her voice as she explained this to Luyi, inadvertently providing Edu with a tactical advantage through the terrain. Although Luyi had successfully deciphered Edu's strategy, Xiao Chun's timely commentary allowed Edu to regain some ground. Luyi, with a furrowed brow, noted the competitiveness between the 2 companions. Could it be that this fellow was truly reliant on his brother? Yet, casting a sidelong glance at Palkia, Luyi murmured, I think I have an inkling of her intended strategy. With the electromagnetic waves rendered ineffective, the crimson Gyarados, enhanced by Dragon Dance, bore eyes as red as blood, a visage as fearsome as the harbinger of death. At that moment, a brilliant light erupted from the triangular crown atop Gyarados' head. Edu closed his eyes, swiftly sweeping aside his cloak, and extended his hand into the air. A torrent of rainbows burst forth from the keystone on his wrist as he opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. Gyarados evolve. The audience gasped in astonishment. This Gyarados, adorned with razor-sharp scales and fins reminiscent of wings, elicited gasps of awe from all present. Observing this gigantic creature, Cynthia couldn't help but smile. As she brushed aside her golden locks, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Her eyes, as keen as a soldier's blade, commanded, Palkia, evade Ice Fong, and use Kiss of the Angel. Palkia seized the advantage in the aerial domain. However, Gyarados equally possessed the ability to glide. A powerful jet of water erupted from its side, propelling the red Gyarados into the air, its massive jaws agape as it lunged with frosty Ice Fong towards Palkia. Crack! Palkia gracefully dodged, delivering a sweet kiss in return. Gyarados was momentarily dazed, plummeting downwards and colliding violently with the sharp stone pillars on the field. Boom! Gyarados crashed to the ground. A gruesome gash opening on its body from the impact. Gyarados was thrown into disarray, inflicting considerable damage upon itself. The commentator bellowed, "Magic shines!" Cynthia exclaimed. A dazzling light surged forth, enveloping the entire arena. Under the dual strike of the fairy type, Gyarados let out a furious roar. A misty aura of blood enveloped its body, awakening it from its confusion. Gyarados, Ice Fong. Leaping into the air, the red Gyarados' Ice Fong sank fiercely into Palkia's form, sending Palkia tumbling from the sky. Thud! Palkia landed clumsily, but the enormous red Gyarados paused momentarily, its eyelids growing heavy. It was Palkia's yawn. The commentator exclaimed in surprise. Adu frowned, climbed the waterfall. The powerful torrent thrust Bakis violently against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. Bakis has lost its combat capability. Simultaneously, the Crimson Gyarados swayed slightly and succumbed to slumber. Chapter 080. The Invitation to the Friendly Match. In the VIP section, Xiao Chun gazed at this scene with a complex expression, murmuring, "Not at an advantage, indeed." Lu Yi chuckled softly, remarking that Bakis, as a defensive player, performed remarkably well under the circumstances. Xiao Chun furrowed her brow, remaining silent. Although Adu had secured an early lead, the strategic roles of the two Pokémon were distinctly different. As this fellow noted, Adu evidently centered his strategy around the Crimson Gyarados, enhancing it through Dragon Dance. However, the Gyarados was now soundly asleep, undoubtedly a troublesome predicament for Adu. Xiao Chun could not help but raise her head, scrutinizing Lu Yi intently. He seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of the unfolding dynamics, including the tactical duel between the players. "Who exactly are you?" Xiao Chun asked, frowning. "Just a passing member of the audience," Lu Yi replied, absent-mindedly petting Eevee's small head, oblivious to its excited gaze. Compared to this, Adu's situation appeared rather grim. Lu Yi struggled to suppress a smirk. After all, everyone was part of the audience. The more one's friend triumphed, the more impressive one appeared, right? Look at your cousin. He's almost been defeated by you. The slumbering Crimson Gyarados was recalled by Adu, who sent forth his second Pokémon, Aerodactyl. Lu Yi could not help but scoff. A prestigious Dragon-type champion deploying two Pokémon in succession that were not Dragon types. Was this even reasonable? Aerodactyl boasted remarkable speed, yet its battlefield capabilities were rather average. Serving as a swift striker, after a few rounds of back and forth, Sharona deployed Garchomp, ultimately using Lucario's Meteor Mash to vanquish Aerodactyl. The Pokémon on both sides continued to rotate, resulting in victories and defeats amid a tense and fervent battle atmosphere. As the match progressed, Xiao Chun, the gym leader of Smoke Ink City, grew increasingly alarmed. Perhaps it was due to her own explanations that spurred him on, as he consistently murmured in her ear, "Look at this Dragonite. It's about to be knocked out, believe it or not. Wow, that has quite the blow. A 4x weakness to Ice-type moves taken down by Ice EV. Oh no, the Sea Bunny can't possibly match up to Dragonite. This could go all 6 rounds." Though Xiao Chun wished to ignore him, to her dismay, everything he said was proving accurate. Even she had to concede that in terms of battle command comprehension, he was arguably superior to herself. Frustrated, Xiao Chun bit her lip and interjected, "Enough. I know where I went wrong." "Where did you go wrong?" Lu Yi asked. Taken aback. "I shouldn't have offered unsolicited advice," Xiao Chun sighed. "I was truly foolish indeed. How could one invited by Cynthia possess such diminished strength? Based on this combat comprehension, one would certainly begin at a masterful level. However, unbeknownst to Xiao Chun, Teacher Lu is, in fact, a formidable verbal warrior. If I were to command Cynthia's team against Adu, I fear I would falter spectacularly." Lu Yi's expression turned peculiar as he cleared his throat, stating, "Only one match remains, Garchomp versus Dragonite." As Garchomp entered the fray, Lu Yi distinctly sensed a shift in Cynthia's aura. It emanated from an unparalleled confidence forged through countless battles. A profound love for Pokémon, a deep bond with them, and their resonant response within this realm. Even Adu and his Dragonite could not rival Cynthia and her Garchomp. In this 11th domain, Cynthia's trust in her Garchomp rendered defeat inconceivable. With a resounding roar, Garchomp unveiled its crimson blades, its blood-red eyes fixated on Dragonite, charging forth like a cannonball. Dragonite, face solemn, flapped its wings, launching a frosty ice punch towards the oncoming Garchomp. The biting cold enveloped Garchomp's head, forming a layer of frost. Yet, as Garchomp executed its sword's dance, it spun during its descent, accelerating rather than decelerating. With a crack, the Dragon God swooped down first. Garchomp sidestepped the ice punch, delivering a powerful headbutt that sent Dragonite crashing to the ground. Boom! The commentator exclaimed in disbelief, a critical hit. Dragonite is unable to continue the battle. In the suddenly silent arena, cheers erupted. The victor, from the Sinnoh region, is Cynthia. Louis exhaled in relief, the tension in his heart finally easing. Casting a glance at the somewhat despondent Xiao Chun beside him, Louis smiled. Why does witnessing another's defeat bring such comfort? Clearing his throat, Louis patted Ghastly and Eevee, cheerfully asking, how do you feel? Does it seem rather harsh? Fear not, I can still afford to care for both of you. Before he could finish, Eevee leapt onto Liu Ye's lap, tugging fiercely at his sleeve. Ghastly, with an expression of longing, envisioned a scenario where it would help Liu Yi clinch victory, breaking into a silly grin. Suddenly, Ghastly's eyes sparkled. The purpose of the Master's attendance at the match was to inspire us. He surely intends to convey that with diligent training, we too shall have our day to battle. Time to work even harder. Eevee seemed eager to commence training. Xiao Chun smiled, remarking on the diligent little creature. Liu Ye's expression shifted. No way. Are you certain this is the objective for which I brought you both? Yet, judging by Eevee's fervent demeanor, Xiao Chun's guess was likely not far from the truth. Liu Yi let out a long sigh, suddenly pausing as he caught a glimpse of Ghastly beside him. Gistone gently patted Louis's shoulder and nodded earnestly. Louis felt a surge of emotion. You truly understand me, Gistone. The battle between Xena and Adu had come to a close, lasting nearly an hour. However, there was no need to leave, as other seasoned trainers were set to showcase their skills. Louis had promised Sharona that he would wait for her. So he leaned back on the sofa, savoring the complimentary fresh fruit platter. It must be said that free items are indeed delightful. Suddenly, Louis glanced at the wall where Xiao Chuan stood, questioning, why are you still here? I'm waiting for someone. Who? Who else could it be? Xiao Chuan replied curtly. It was likely her cousin. Yulong-Du. Louis nodded thoughtfully, but then his expression shifted. This morning, the esteemed Qi Hong had unexpectedly sought him out. What was that about? Louis slapped the door, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Damn it, I remember now. Yulong-Du wants to challenge me to a friendly match. The ordinary seats were manageable. But this was an invitation-only affair. Was he not simply waiting for Adu to arrive? The familiar sound of high heels echoed, signaling that Sharona was likely nearby. There was no escaping now, especially since he still had to escort Sharona home. Louis suddenly fixed a deep gaze on Gistone. Tong, I'll be relying on you soon. Louis thought inwardly. He had no choice but to let Gistone step up for the performance. After all, it was merely a friendly match. Adu would not go all out. Even in defeat, Gistone might still gain considerable experience. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Louis sighed deeply. It's all a ruse. Gistone's level will rise, and the energy cube expenses will inevitably fall upon me, won't they? At that moment, a waft of fragrance approached. Sharona entered the private room, gracefully taking a seat beside Louis, resting her chin on her hand. I won. I know, he replied. I even mentioned you to do just then, in the adjacent room. A red-haired man clad in a cloak nodded at Xiao Chuan before turning around. Adu pulled out his phone, comparing it to a photo, and smiled faintly at Louis. You must be Teacher Liu? Yulong-Du revealed his champion attire of red and blue as he extended a hand toward Louis. On behalf of Qi Hong, I have been entrusted to request a friendly match with you. Chapter 081. The rental battle. Louis's eyebrows lifted in surprise as he shook hands with Adu, still pondering his earlier words. Requesting a friendly match on behalf of Qi Hong? So, not only was he facing an elite 4-level opponent, but he might also encounter a world champion in the future? How could this be? He had only been capturing Pokémon for less than 2 months. Louis cleared his throat. Mr. Du, I must clarify that I am not yet a trainer. The red-haired man crossed his arms and nodded, saying, I have heard of the master specializing in cultivation and tactics. Indeed, such individuals are rare. The term trainer is merely a collective designation for this profession. Under this umbrella, there are various fields, including training, cultivation, tactics, command, and coordination. Qi Hong holds this Teacher Liu in high regard. It appears he can effortlessly utilize numerous tactics, such as sailing, Miago, and shrunken. Unlike traditional trainers who pursue the power of Pokémon, this type of trainer explores the limits of battle by cultivating diverse Pokémon and continuously developing new strategies. To be honest, I have great admiration for such daring tactical masters. Is this your newly cultivated Pokémon? Dewey's gaze fell upon the Gengar and Eevee beside Lu Yi, and his eyes suddenly brightened. You seem to share a profound bond. Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback. You can see that? Xiao Chun explained. Dewey has been blessed by the Evergrande Forest, enabling him to perceive the emotions of Pokémon. This ability is known as the power of Evergrande. You actually know about it? Lu Yi was taken aback. He had thought that this world merely fused with the realm of Pokémon. He never expected that someone could possess supernatural abilities. The so-called power of Evergrande, blessed by the Evergrande Forest, allows one to heal, sense, and enhance Pokémon. The existence of such an unscientific ability implies that some trainers might indeed engage in hand-to-hand combat with Pokémon. Being a trainer is truly a perilous profession. Lu Yi sighed inwardly, wondering if this flawed system could grant him something similar. Ding. The power of Evergrande and the wave guiding power are restricted abilities. The host cannot unlock or purchase them. Oh, then it's nothing. The red-haired man paused for a moment. May I perceive the emotions of these two Pokémon? Upon focusing on Lu Yi's Pokémon, Dewey felt an exceptionally strong emotional connection. This was enough to prove that Teacher Lu was a trustworthy trainer. The sensation of finding a kindred spirit made Dewey feel a sense of closeness toward Lu Yi. Of course, Dewey nimbly leaped over the railing. Accustomed to the work of apprehending Team Rocket, he placed his hand on Gengar's forehead, and Gengar tilted its head in confusion. Who are you? A gentle light radiated, and Gengar shivered, comfortably squinting its eyes. Dewey nodded to himself. Indeed, as I suspected, the lack of strength is because this Gengar was just recently captured, likely intending to build a new team. Yet, within such a short time, Gengar had completed its evolution and exhibited an insatiable drive to grow stronger. The charisma and cultivation methods of a trainer are evident. As for this Eevee, when Adu reached out towards it, the little creature promptly opened its mouth and bit down on Adu's hand. All present were momentarily taken aback. Having spent years in the company of dragon-type Pokémon, Adu naturally exuded an aura of formidable presence. Did it truly dare to bite me? Even Adu was somewhat surprised, yet he could still sense Eevee's intentions. Ah, I see, he thought, nodding gently. Is it afraid that I might harm its trainer? Such a sincere bond between a human and Pokémon is indeed a rarity. The serious-looking red-haired man displayed a rare smile, further solidifying his resolve to engage in battle with Lu Yi. Are you battling now? Sharona inquired, her brow slightly furrowed, her tone tinged with displeasure. I'm still waiting for him to prepare a meal. It shouldn't take too long, right? If Teacher Lu agrees, we can commence the battle now, Adu replied with a smile. Lu Yi rubbed his temples. There was no escaping this. And he would still need to cook for Sharona later, treating it as a casual game. Of course, we can start at any time. Little Chuan couldn't help but cast a glance at the seemingly unremarkable Lu Yi. It turned out he was capable of battling against his cousin. No wonder he had taken so long. Sighing, Little Chuan pondered the embarrassment should her cousin truly lose. Your Pokémon have all lost their fighting capability. Little Chuan reminded him with a frown. Even if they recover, it will take at least an hour. But you still have your Pokémon. Adu laughed. Rental battles are also a crucial test for trainers. The term rental battle refers to trainers borrowing other Pokémon to challenge their opponents. This format is employed within battle factories and tents. Due to the difficulty in commanding borrowed Pokémon, whose traits and moves are often unclear, it significantly tests a trainer's command skills. In the special edition Greenstone, the calming figure, Myret, excelled in rental battles, even achieving an impressive streak of 100 consecutive victories against Lubi in the battle expansion area. Upon hearing Adu's suggestion, Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback, then sighed in relief for Gengar. Adu, you finally won't have to go up and be a mere sacrifice. Kuji, although unsure of what you were thinking, it likely isn't anything positive. Little Chuan interjected, you want to borrow my Pokémon? Then let him use mine. Sharona, gathering her golden hair to one side, offered Lu Yi a slight smile. You may choose freely from the Pokémon in my team. Your Pokémon are also out of stamina, aren't they? Lu Yi replied, taken aback. Without uttering a word, Sharona retrieved a canister of energy cubes from her exquisite handbag, giving it a gentle shake. I brought these from your home. I specifically fed them a cube that works quite well before my turn. This was another type of energy cube created for Lu Yi, the Wanyue fruit cube, specially designed for Sharona prior to the competition. Its effects surpassed those of the orange fruit cube. The essence is concentrated, The recovery efficiency of the large fruit tree is indeed remarkable. Datu's gaze was drawn, and he was slightly startled. Such a quality energy cube. Sharona, I won't give it to you. Datu, we are all borrowing Pokémon. This way, it's a bit fairer. Louis gazed at the sky, overwhelmed with emotion and tears streaming down his face. Look, without Gingaway, Sharona is truly an angel. Kojia? Gingaway was clutching a jar, devouring one Wenyudu fruit cube after another. Wow, save some for others. Task: Friendship match with the Elite 4 task objective. Survive at least 10 rounds in the battle against Datu's borrowed Pokémon. Task reward, 1,000. 1 commemorative ball, 1 random orange item. Task description: Facing the Elite 4, Johto champion. At the start, waiting online, quite urgent. Upon seeing the task objective, Lee couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Survive 10 rounds? Who do you look down upon? As a dignified Dragon-type elite, the Johto League champion. Can't you resolve me in 5 rounds? Lee coughed, solidifying his battle strategy. Hold on. As long as I can endure for 10 rounds, it will be my victory. Datu applied to the organizer for a venue to battle. Xiaochun lined up the Pokeballs and crossed her arms, stating, I must clarify in advance that my Pokémon may not necessarily obey your commands. That's all right. It's enough, Datu replied as he picked up a Pokeball. Sensing the Pokémon's emotions, his gaze sharpening gradually. Meanwhile, Louis stroked his chin, observing the 6 Pokémon before him. While the fierce bite shark was strong, the expression of this formidable woman suggested that if he dared to choose her, she would cleave him in 2. Lucario stood nearby, exuding an air of aloofness. Although the ICV and Togekiss were quite amiable, they did not align with Louis' tactical approach. After careful consideration, Louis cleared his throat and declared, It's decided. You will be my choice, Flower Rock Monster. Sipa? Choose me. The Flower Rock Monster paused momentarily, its fan-like face suddenly sprouting 7 or 8 pairs of bright green eyes, tears nearly spilling over. Sharona smiled, saying, It seems it is quite happy that you chose it. Louis gazed at the eerie Flower Rock Monster for a while, rubbing his chin, and mused, How should I put it? After looking at Gingaway for so long, this type of ghost Pokémon seems rather endearing. Endearing. Sipa. The fan of the Flower Rock Monster curled up, its patterns faintly turning red. Flower Rock Monster. Ghost Dark-type gender. Ability: Infiltrator moves, Hypnosis, Dream Eater, Curse, Ambush, Deceit, Shared Pain, Will-O-Wisp, Shadow Ball. Louis' expression was complex as he murmured, It truly aligns quite well with my strategy. Chapter 082. Probability is also a part of battle. Sharona, holding a reluctant Eevee, sat outside the arena to observe the match. Jistin earnestly grasped Sharona's shoulders, oblivious to the murderous glare of the Garchomp. Xiaochun, unable to suppress her insatiable curiosity, cleared her throat and inquired, Miss Sharona, how did you manage to invite Teacher Lu? I stayed at his house this morning and then came over with him. Huh. Sharona, somewhat slow on the uptake, asked in confusion, Is there a problem? Xiaochun shook her head vigorously, stammering, Let us just watch the match. Sharona nodded gently, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized the 2 trainers in the arena. Teacher Lu's prowess should be discernible in this battle. On the field, Datu, having just completed a fierce battle, squinted his eyes and focused intently. He was a trainer highly praised by Akihiko. Although it was a rental battle, it tested both parties' adaptability in real time. Datu, hailing from a lineage of dragon trainers, was naturally well acquainted with Xiaochun's dragon-type Pokémon and maneuvered it with grace. But could Teacher Lu truly command Sharona's Pokémon? After all, it was a champion trainer's Pokémon. If he failed to assert control over the Pokémon, it would signify a deficiency in the trainer's own skill, rendering the battle moot. Datu narrowed his eyes, a hint of concern creeping in. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was more worried about the possibility of his golem being injured. If you can't hold on, just play dead. It's merely a personal loss for me. Just don't get hurt. Lu Yi whispered to Golem. The intricate patterns on Golem's rocky surface subtly flushed red, gently swaying. Xiaochun assumed the role of referee, brandishing a black whip that cracked loudly against the ground. The battle begins. Datu flung aside his cloak and tossed out a Pokeball. Go, Shiny Dragon. A resounding roar erupted as the emerald-scaled Shiny Dragon, with its striking golden head, stood bipedal, flexing its powerful limbs. Gazing at this peculiar Shiny Dragon, Lu Yi's expression turned strange. Although indeed one of Xiaochun's trump cards, the Shiny Dragon was a disgrace to the Dragonkin. Even the ground-type Garchomp could fly. Yet this winged Shiny Dragon could not. How absurd. Despite his complaints, the Shiny Dragon's forced ability was undeniably formidable. Judging by the moves listed in the Pokédex, this Shiny Dragon was likely built for extreme physical offense. If Golem's deception landed successfully, victory was within reach. Observing Golem's obedient demeanor, Datu nodded. Is the ghost type intended to demonstrate future tactics to Jistin? Upon hearing Datu's words, Jistin's eyes sparkled with focus as he immersed himself in learning. I didn't. Don't make baseless claims, Lu Yi retorted. Although he had triumphed over Sharona in the game, this was a different realm, an authentic contest against a champion-level trainer. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yi gradually calmed his nerves, sharpening his gaze. At last, he seemed to be taking it seriously. With a slight curve at the corners of his mouth, Du declared in a commanding tone, Crimson-faced dragon, dragon claw. Roar. A fearsome roar erupted as the crimson-faced dragon swung its dark green claws, charging across the open field towards the rock monster. Although the rock monster lacked mobility, it was deliberately cultivated for defense. Rock monster, assume a defensive stance. The fan-like structure of the rock monster abruptly closed. Just as the crimson-faced dragon approached, Lu Ye's voice resonated, and the deceptive fan suddenly opened, its ghastly green eyes glowing with an enchanting light. Deception. Utilize the opponent's strength to attack in place of oneself. The greater the opponent's attack, the more devastating the damage. However, at the moment the radiance burst forth, the crimson-faced dragon burrowed underground right before the rock monster, rendering the deception futile. A faint smile crept across Du's lips, body slammed down. Use earthquake. Boom. The crimson-faced dragon erupted from beneath the rock monster's feet. As it sent the rock monster flying, it used it as a buffer to slam it hard against the ground. Du has already discerned the rock monster's deception, Xiao Chun murmured from the sidelines. Sharona rested her chin in contemplation. Once a flaw is revealed, Du's offensive onslaught is nearly unstoppable. Unless Sharona squinted. At the moment the crimson-faced dragon and the rock monster were about to collide with the ground, Lu Yi coldly commanded, now is the time. Ambush. If the opponent launches an attack, ambush can act before them. Evade the center of the earthquake. In the blink of an eye, as the crimson-faced dragon descended, the rock monster broke free from its restraints, flickering into existence over a meter away from the crimson-faced dragon. Du shouted, Crimson-faced dragon, continue using earthquake. Roar. Boom. The ground cracked violently as the dragon's feet hit, sending powerful tremors surging towards the rock monster, launching it into the air. Without giving Lu Yi a moment to breathe, Du extended his hand into the air. Toxic shot. A sphere of deep purple toxic energy surged forth from the claws of the crimson-faced dragon. With a power value of 120 for this poison-type physical attack, combined with the dragon's formidable ability, its power soared to an astonishing 150. Once struck, the rock monster, already reeling from earthquake and dig, would inevitably lose its fighting capability. Suddenly, Lu Yi comprehended the true strength of these trainers. In real combat, the champions never afforded their opponents a moment's respite. Every second demanded instinctual tactical choices. Lu Yi had no time to ponder. In less than 2 minutes, the rock monster's stamina dwindled like a candle flickering in the wind. Yet, Lu Yi was betting that Du would not settle for a draw. Rock monster, share the fate. Du narrowed his eyes. Crimson-faced dragon, create distance. This granted Lu Yi a rare opportunity to breathe, just as the light of shared fate illuminated. Faced with the oncoming toxic shot, Lu Yi immediately called out, dodge. Sharing the pain, the hit rate of the erratic shot was merely 80, particularly in the absence of precise targeting by the crimson-faced dragon. As the flower rock monster deftly evaded the onslaught mid-air and regained its footing upon landing, a sinister spectral hand suddenly emerged. This ghostly appendage elongated, ensnaring the neck of the crimson-faced dragon with an unyielding grip, its outstretched arm resembling an umbilical cord, continuously channeling energy to the flower rock monster. Sharing the pain, this ability allowed both parties to combine their vitality and then divide it equally. With a resounding roar, the crimson-faced dragon emitted a pained cry, causing the spectral hand to gradually fade before vanishing entirely. In what could only be described as a dire predicament, Lu Yi unexpectedly compelled Du to reveal a flaw. Xiao Chun furrowed her brow, unable to suppress a nod of acknowledgement. It must be said, judging by this on-the-spot reaction, this individual undoubtedly possessed the caliber of a master. A rather perilous gamble, mused Sharona with a frown, yet he remained at a disadvantage. Although the sharing the pain ability had taken effect, Lu Yi found no opportunity for respite. The crimson-faced dragon surged upward, unleashing a fiery fist that forcefully propelled the flower rock monster backwards by over 3 meters. Du raised his arm and bellowed, Crimson-faced dragon, earthquake. Du's assault was as relentless as a tempest, rendering it nearly impossible for the flower rock monster to retaliate. Yet Lu Yi gritted his teeth and commanded, Hypnosis. Surprisingly, amidst the turmoil of injuries, the Flower Rock monster executed its hypnosis attack with determination, compelling the crimson-faced dragon to halt its advance. Even Lu Yi couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. While others relied on luck in battle, he was wagering his very life on probabilities. Surely, the luck from my hydro pump triple hit was all expended in this confrontation? On the sidelines, Sharona smiled knowingly. The Flower Rock monster has faith in him. Du reacted instantaneously. Crimson-faced dragon, Dream Talk. Dream Talk is a skill randomly utilized by Pokémon in a sleeping state. The crimson-faced dragon's random move was Dragon Claw, still possessing formidable power. If the Flower Rock monster had attempted Dream Eater, it would have undoubtedly been obliterated in a swift strike. Yet at this moment, the crimson-faced dragon had lost its ability to evade its fate. Lu Yi furrowed his brow and commanded, Flower Rock monster, same fate. The Dragon Claw of the crimson-faced dragon easily tore through the defenses of the Flower Rock monster. A mesmerizing radiance erupted once more as both the crimson-faced dragon and the Flower Rock monster collapsed simultaneously. Lu Yi, the Dragon Master, declared a tie. Upon reviewing the duel, it had scarcely spanned 3 rounds. In no more than 5 minutes, Lu Yi was drenched in sweat. This only solidified his resolve to abandon the notion of becoming a trainer, to gamble on psychology, test probabilities, and employ tactics every single day. If one did not possess a heart of steel, the risks of a trainer's demise were simply too great. Lu Yi began to grasp the insidious nature of the system's task. Without the gamble of a single hypnosis's probability, there was no opportunity to attain that reward. Lu Yi wiped the cold sweat from his brow and murmured, that was close, but fortunately, my skills are superior. Chapter 083. A draw with Adu Ding. The friendship match with the 4 kings is complete. Task reward, 1000, commemorative ball X1, random orange item X1. Task completion, 150, additional reward, random purple item X1. The system's notification chimed. Although the objective was to endure 10 rounds, Lu Yi managed to achieve a draw within just 3 rounds, surpassing the expected completion rate. Had he defeated Adu within 10 rounds, he estimated that the task rewards would have been doubled. However, Adu was a seasoned champion trainer, and Lu Yi's practical experience was still somewhat limited. This extreme exchange had exceeded his psychological expectations. After 2 months of debuting, he had drawn with the formidable Adu. Although he utilized Cynthia's Pokémon, the state of the Garchomp was far from its peak. Lu Yi had indeed executed his maneuvers to perfection. Adu recalled his fainted shiny Charizard, replaying the recent match in his mind. He recognized his own mistakes, which Lu Yi had aptly capitalized on. Had it not been for Charizard's random move, Dragon Claw, Adu furrowed his brow, acknowledging that he had faced the risk of defeat. Xiao Chun and Cynthia had also discerned this fact. Evaluating the situation, the 2 Pokémon were on an equal footing. Although Garchomp was Cynthia's, its role was primarily that of a physical tank. Moreover, after enduring a previous 66 battle, even with Lu Yi's berry, it was challenging to return to peak condition. In contrast, the shiny Charizard was Xiao Chun's ace, designed for maximum output, akin to a warrior clashing against a support character. Despite being at a disadvantage, Lu Yi accomplished the tactical objective of a draw. Xiao Chun's eyes sparkled with admiration, an impressive display. Cynthia smiled softly. If the borrowed Pokémon hadn't been of the dragon type, Mr. Adu would have faced even greater trouble. Reflecting on Cynthia's words, Xiao Chun fell into contemplation. In a situation of clear disadvantage, achieving a draw demonstrated Lu Yi's command skills, rivaling those of Adu, the current champion of the Johto League and one of the Elite Four. Miss Cynthia, Xiao Chun couldn't help but inquire. How do you know him? I have never heard of such a formidable trainer from the Dongwang region. Cynthia pondered for a moment and replied, we met through gaming. Gaming? You mean you lost to him many times? Even Miss Cynthia had been bested by him. Xiao Chun raised an eyebrow, gazing incredulously at Lu Yi in the arena. Then his other Pokémon must be of at least a champion's caliber. Rather than taking advantage of Du's recent victory over 66, he chose a more equitable approach to rental battles. Xiao Chuan nodded, her gaze towards Lu Yi now infused with a hint of admiration. An exceptionally talented trainer. The path of a trainer is boundless. Sharona smiled gently, nodding slightly. This is likely his reason for rearing Pokémon anew. The friendly match with Du has drawn to a close. In addition to fulfilling the Crimson Commission, Du himself relished a thrilling confrontation. Although the tactics of the Flower Rock monster were somewhat conservative, perhaps overly cautious, this might also reflect Teacher Lu's personal style. Du pondered for a moment. Ultimately, rental battles merely represent a fraction of a trainer's prowess. Had he fought me with his own Pokémon, the outcome of this match might have been uncertain. Exhaling deeply, Du's sharp gaze softened gradually as he stepped forward to extend his hand to Lu Yi, offering a slight smile. I eagerly anticipate the day we can engage in a full-scale battle. Lu Yi, still reeling from the moment, coughed lightly in response to the battle invitation. I've only captured 2 Pokémon. I fear I may not have the opportunity. Only 2 Pokémon. Du was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that Teacher Lu intended to construct a new team. This is quite common among masters, as they often start anew with the cultivation of fresh Pokémon in a new region. Clad in a champion's cape, Du crossed his arms, nodding with a smile. I believe I can wait until your new roster is fully formed. Du glanced at the nearby Gengar and EV. They possess a strong desire. Should they not witness your rise to the league, I doubt they would relinquish their pursuit. Lu Yi's expression grew complex. Are you speaking in earnest? Before they lead me to victory, I fear I might go bankrupt. Yet, Du's intentions were sincere, prompting Lu Yi to sigh. I appreciate your kind words. Du and Xiao Chuan departed. Before leaving, Xiao Chuan couldn't resist casting a deep glance at the trainer who had triumphed over Sharona and drawn with the Dragon Master Du. Her gaze was sharp. Should you challenge the Yinma gym, I shall not hold back. Xiao Chuan's pride is formidable, having once challenged the Elite Four. Her strength ranks among the top in the Johto region's gym leaders. However, she has never bested the Dragon Master Du, nor even drawn against him. Thus, she regards Lu Yi as a worthy rival. Lu Yi smiled slightly. Rest assured, I have no intention of challenging you. Satisfied, Xiao Chuan nodded, suddenly realizing something amiss, letting out a soft gasp. But Du had already shifted the subject. After rummaging through his belongings, Du, somewhat apologetically, said, I came in haste this time and did not prepare a gift. This scale, imbued with a measure of dragon-type energy, is my small token of appreciation. How embarrassing. Lu Yi skillfully accepted the dragon scale, chuckling. Now that you are here, why bring gifts? This sharp-edged, beautifully patterned scale could fetch a handsome price. Upon witnessing this exchange, Sharona rested her chin on her hand, nodding thoughtfully. Speaking of which, I ought to prepare a token of gratitude for you. I have the move Tutor for Revenge, which will certainly be beneficial for you. Sharona retrieved a small gray disc from her satchel and, with her golden hair elegantly swept to the side, remarked, the move Revenge might aid in the evolution of your EV. Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the gray disc in his hand. He had not anticipated acquiring such a powerful move, theoretically the mightiest of the normal type, in this manner. With a maximum friendship level, Revenge boasted a power value of 150, even surpassing that of Hyper Beam. Although he had no particular expectations for the move Tutor, the notion that it would benefit EV made Lu Yi feel entirely justified in accepting it. Both prominent figures present had bestowed valuable gifts upon him. Clearing his throat, Lu Yi discreetly directed his gaze towards the bewildered Xiao Chun. Your cousin has already presented a gift. Do you not intend to offer something in return? Xiao Chun paused for a moment, suddenly gripping her whip tightly, a realization dawning upon her. I understand. I have a gift for you. There's truly no need. Lu Yi replied, your sentiment is enough. Xiao Chun fell silent, removing a dragon claw-like ring from her finger and placing it into Lu Yi's hand. Priority Claw, a light and sharp claw that grants the bearer a small chance to act first. Sharona furrowed her brow slightly, but remained silent. After bidding farewell to Adu, Lu Yi smacked his forehead in sudden realization. This dragon scale might actually be better suited for your Garchomp. I feel a bit guilty accepting the move Tutor, so I shall offer you this dragon scale instead. A hint of surprise flickered in Sharona's beautiful eyes. Could one truly present a gift on behalf of another? Nonetheless, the dragon scale would indeed provide a significant enhancement for Garchomp. With a touch of reverence, Sharona accepted the exquisitely patterned scale and smiled warmly. Let us return home. Chapter 084. New characters unlocked south of the border. The tranquil azure sea stretched endlessly, as a Dragonite unfurled its crimson wings, gently carrying 2 passengers aloft. Where do you place your hands? Xiao Chun inquired, her cheeks flushed. I fear you may fall. Adu replied earnestly. I am, after all, a dragon-type gym leader. The red-haired man, clad in a cloak, chuckled softly, releasing his hands from their embrace around her slender waist, lost in reminiscence. When you were 6 years old, the first time you rode on a Dragonite, you clung to me, crying loudly. Xiao Chun's face turned a deeper shade of red as she gritted her teeth. I was just a child. Please don't bring that up again. The red-haired man remained silent for a moment, gazing at the surface of the sea where the translucent jellyfish occasionally surfaced, seemingly lost in thought. Xiao Chun hesitated before speaking. What did you think of today's competition? Du sighed, remarking that it was merely a narrow miss. He could hardly believe it was the formidable Garchomp of Cynthia. Moreover, the battlefield? Having rented a dragon-type Pokémon only to be forced into a draw felt nearly tantamount to defeat for the proud Do. Experiencing 2 consecutive losses in a single day left him in a state of despondency, a sentiment easily imagined. Louis, being of a similar age to Red, was on Do's mind. He murmured, "His command is exceptionally refined, perhaps even a tad underhanded." Xiaochun interjected, "But that can only be described as a tactical approach." Do shook his head, recalling the emotional resonance sensed through the power of Tokiwa, a faint smile gracing his lips. Furthermore, it was evident from his Pokémon that he was a trainer of great reliability. Not every Pokémon could exhibit such profound emotional fluctuations. Even some gym leaders' Pokémon paled in comparison to the unwavering conviction of Jengar and Eevee, a steadfast belief in continual growth. Do raked his red hair back, sighing. "I truly wonder how he trains them. It's no surprise that Red holds him in such high regard." Xiaochun queried. "Then why didn't Louis clinch the championship at the Dongwon conference?" Du shrugged. Perhaps his initial journey did not commence in Dongwon. It was clear that his Pokémon were newly caught, indicative of his nascent adventures in the Dongwon region. Xiaochun nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, "I hope that when he arrives in the Johto region, I can battle him." Buzzing, Du pulled aside his cloak and retrieved his phone, connecting the call. "It's me." Du Red, training atop Silver Mountain, wiped the sweat from his brow, resting on the back of his Venusaur, and smiled. "Mr. Du, how did your match go?" "I lost." Du sighed. 2 consecutive defeats. "Although I tied with Louis, being the second in the Master League diminishes the distinction between that and an outright loss." Red paused, momentarily taken aback, then asked incredulously, "You encountered Teacher Lu?" Du nodded solemnly, stating, "He is an exceptional trainer with an astonishing understanding of battles and tactical acumen." "Indeed." Red smiled faintly, lowering the brim of his cap as a fierce competitive spirit surged within him once more, though somewhat unexpected. "It is reasonable that Teacher Lu triumphed over you given Mr. Du's underestimation. Thank you for your efforts." "Ah, it's a trifling matter," Du replied, falling into silence for a moment. "Do you have his contact information? I am quite intrigued by him. Perhaps a comprehensive battle in the future would be possible." Red chuckled. "Of course, I can add you to the group." "What group?" Du asked, momentarily bewildered. "The fan group for Teacher Lu," Red replied. A lively discussion was underway in the bustling Master Group regarding the Master League from that morning. Kaizhong exclaimed, "Ah, Miss Cynthia won." Ajin remarked, "Wow, that Garchomp is incredibly impressive." Brock noted, from the on-site conditions, it appears that Cynthia's Pokémon performed somewhat better. Xiaolon giggled, "Oh my, green lost. Hurry up and hand over the money." "Qinglu, I have not placed any bets." Xiaolon, "It matters not. I have already opened the betting. One must accept the outcomes." Qinglu rubbed his temples, surprised by the unfolding battle. His cultivation had always been precise, down to the very second, yet in matters of emotion, he clearly fell short compared to Qihong. In critical moments, the bonds formed in ordinary times play a pivotal role. Perhaps this is why the fierce Garchomp struck a decisive blow at the last moment. Ajin, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "What about the other match? Did Mr. Du manage to defeat Teacher Lu?" Qihong, regrettably, it seems Teacher Lu emerged victorious. "Nanny." Ajin's eyes widened in disbelief. "If I crush Teacher Lu, does that not mean I have defeated a Du as well?" Member Yulong Du has joined the chat group. Upon entering the chat, Du was immediately taken aback by Ajin's comment. "This kid." Du clenched his teeth, thinking he needed to let Xiao Yin teach him a lesson. Xiao Chun also joined the chat, chuckling. "To be honest, Ajin's strength is indeed formidable." Du scoffed, "Strong or not, his unorthodox approach will undoubtedly lead to his downfall in formal battles." Tokiwa Dilia exclaimed in delight, "Mr. Du." Xiao Huang, "It has been ages." Du smiled. "Have you been living with Qihong?" "Ah, no. The cold ice beauty," Kina remarked with a frosty smile. "At your age, still engaging in childish group antics." Du raised an eyebrow. "Old woman, you are here too? You dare call someone an old woman? If you have the guts, come to Shurchi Island right now." My phone is dying. I shall return to the chat." The weary administrator Qihong sighed, silencing both kings for 5 minutes. It felt as if Mr. Du had transformed into a different person online, the rebellious spirit of his youth seemingly resurfacing. Yet, managing this role as an administrator is quite a challenge. "I long for retirement," Qihong muttered to himself, gazing at the sky. Members Yulong Du, Yen Mo's Dragon Tamer have joined the chat group. Lu Yi looked up at the sky. "Well, another character unlocked. While others capture spirits for their Poc decks, I seem to be collecting characters instead." Lu Yi rubbed his temples. "Surely, they 1T bring Sakaki Dai into this? That would be utterly absurd. I cannot afford to be implicated." While the group chat continued, Ajin's comments still elicited a cold smile from Teacher Lu. If I can match a do evenly. That must equate to a combat prowess of at least 5A Jins, right? Worst case, I could borrow some Pokémon from Sharona. Lu Yi shook his head, glancing at Sharona who had followed him home, and asked in astonishment, "Why haven't you left yet?" Sharona extended a slender finger and replied earnestly, "I intend to stay another night. Nanny, on this rare holiday, returning too early would be a disadvantage." Sharona, brushing her dazzling golden hair, widened her eyes and gazed at Lu Yi. "You won't chase me away, will you?" "Of course not," Lu Yi replied with an unusual expression. "Just pay the rent, and everything is fine." "No problem," Sharona nodded cheerfully. In the living room, a flickering red light illuminated the space. The fierce Gyarados glared menacingly at Lu Yi. "What are you staring at? Do you believe I want to slice you in half?" Sharona gently patted Gyarados' back, offering it a beautifully patterned dragon scale with a smile. "Here." Gyarados' eyes widened. The dragon scale contained abundant dragon-type energy, but it was best consumed directly rather than carried. As Gyarados opened its massive jaws, saliva dripping, ready to crunch the scale, it suddenly froze. "This is a gift from Teacher Lu," Shalona said. Gyarados paused for a moment, maintaining its open-mouthed stance, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yi. Lu Yi promptly assumed a serious demeanor, nodding with righteous conviction. "Indeed, it is a gift from me. Teacher Lu, borrowing flowers to present to the Buddha." Shalona chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further. Gyarados remained momentarily still before silently taking the dragon scale in its mouth, producing a crunching sound. Its scarlet eyes gradually glimmered with light, and its hostility began to dissipate. Gyarados, in a rare moment, nodded at Lu Yi. "Young man, you're quite perceptive." Chapter 085. The Empty Nest Elder, Teacher Lu in the living room. Gyarados was crunching on the dragon scale. The golden-haired beauty lifted her gray eyes, quietly observing Lu Yi. "All right, I'll go prepare dinner," Lu Yi said helplessly. Shalona smiled slightly, brushing aside her bangs. "I can help too." "No. You cannot compete with Giston for household chores," Lu Yi said with a serious face. "It will get anxious." Giston, with a stern expression, nodded solemnly. Shalona stifled a laugh and countered, "Then what should I do?" "The little one has taken care of you," Lu Yi said, looking pained. "Remember, you cannot bury your head in its belly. I haven't had a turn yet." "Boo why?" Eevee suddenly dove into Lu Yi's arms, but was easily caught by the nape of its neck, its little legs flailing in the air. "Boo why, boo why?" Lu Yi smiled proudly. "You think I'm afraid of your tackle? I've dodged Giston's tongue. What is there to fear from you? Though not as robust as a super newcomer, I, Teacher Lu, am still agile." Just as he reveled in his triumph, Eevee bit Lu Yi's hand. Lu Yi, just as he was about to cry out in pain, the anticipated sensation didn't come. Instead, it felt like a playful nibble. "Boo why?" Eevee was startled, thinking it might have exerted too much force. Upon seeing Lu Yi unharmed, the little one's face turned bright red. "I shall take good care of the two sprites." Sharona smiled and assured, "You can go out without worry." Aren't you going to buy groceries?" Sharona blinked. "Or shall I accompany you?" Lu Yi coughed. "There's no need for that. I can manage on my own." Sharona's charisma attracted far too much attention. Were it not for the media restrictions imposed by the Magic City Association, the news of their cohabitation would surely grace the headlines tonight. With Sharona tending to the two sprites, shopping would be more convenient for him. "Then I shall trouble you." Lu Yi nodded. "What would you like to eat?" The crucial question was posed once more, as Sharona rested her chin on her hand, appearing contemplative. Lu Yi glanced at the clock. 5 minutes had passed before Sharona hesitantly replied, "Anything will do? Please refrain from answering a question with another question," Lu Yi said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Then I shall take the lead." Sharona nodded softly. As Lu Yi prepared to leave, a sudden sense of unease washed over him. Having learned from past experiences, he seldom left the sprites alone at home for fear they might wreak havoc. However, with Sharona watching over them today, surely they wouldn't cause any trouble, right? It should be fine. Lu Yi reassured himself, murmuring, "There are no provisions left at home. I must select the ingredients with care." Sharona remained at home alone. Though she had spent a night there already, this was her first opportunity to closely observe the dwelling of the opposite sex. The decor was immaculate and tidy. Even the blanket on the sofa was neatly folded, reflecting on the image of herself groggily wearing her pajamas while opening the door that morning. Sharona felt her cheeks warm slightly. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a verdant shade outside, accompanied by the raucous sounds of cicadas, rendering the interior increasingly tranquil. Sharona smiled faintly, her deep gray eyes softening gradually. "I shall do my best to assist him." Kiki, the diligent little household helper, had polished the home to a brilliant shine. Hastily setting aside the broom, Kiki dusted off his apron and produced a document, grinning widely at Sharona. What is this? Sharona inquired as she took the file, her eyes widening at the bold black letters. Toxicity insights? Kiki nodded, a shy smile gracing his face. This must be Teacher Lu's training notes. Sharona nodded gently, murmuring, an exceptionally insightful analysis. No wonder Teacher Lu chose to nurture Kiki. At least in the realm of poison types, this training method for toxicity undoubtedly possesses the caliber of a champion. I am not particularly adept at toxicity, so I cannot guide you in that regard. Observing Kiki's dejected expression, Sharona tucked her golden hair behind her ear and smiled gently. However, I can teach you other techniques. Kiki paused for a moment, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Kiki. As a gesture of gratitude, Sharona gathered her golden locks into a sleek ponytail, donned her sunglasses, and with a gentle smile declared, "Let us proceed. Genghis Khan, I shall take you to training." Boo! Eevee rushed out in a flurry, exhibiting a hint of anxiety as it called out. Sharona smiled and said, "Eevee can join us as well." Meanwhile, Teacher Lu was at the supermarket selecting ingredients. As he placed a green pepper wrapped in cling film into his shopping cart, Lu Yi felt a twitch in his eyelid and sighed deeply, pondering the source of his intense unease. What could this strong sense of foreboding be? Lu Yi muttered to himself. It shouldn't be. These past few days have been prosperous. I must be overthinking it. Shaking his head, he set aside his discomfort and began to tally the gains from the Master League. Aside from forcibly achieving a draw with Dewey, using Dragon Scale to garner some favor from the fierce Garchomp, Lu Yi also acquired the items of Gratitude and the Primal Claw. To be frank, these were all items of little commercial value, which genuinely disheartened Teacher Lu. He directly claimed the 2 rewards from the system, 1 legendary and 1 epic quality item. The epic quality item was a pale green fruit adorned with sharp little horns. Sand Scale Fruit. Concealing the power of the sky, it enhances the speed of Pokémon. Its prototype is the snakeskin fruit, also known as Sandra. This new variety of fruit had also been unlocked in the system shop, priced similarly to the Dragonfire fruit, at 500. According to the system's description, the Sandscale fruit was sweet and tangy, even suitable for human consumption. Lu Yi's expression turned peculiar as he thought. It feels like there's another snack to enjoy. This snack, of course, referred to the treats for Eevee and Genghis Khan. However, Teacher Lu was not desperate enough to compete with Pokémon for fruit. The other legendary item genuinely excited Lu Yi. With trembling hands, he clicked on the shimmering card within the system interface, causing the screen to tremble momentarily. Wow, a legend. Black glasses, a peculiar pair of glasses that, when worn, enhances dark-type moves to a certain extent. They appear indistinguishable from ordinary sunglasses. Lu Yi felt another twitch in his eyelid. Visually, these resembled the sunglasses worn by Ash's Squirtle in the animation, but surely, this isn't just a random pair of sunglasses meant to fool me. It's unsellable. If I were to tell others it could enhance dark-type Pokémon, they might think I'm a fool. Nevertheless, Genghis Khan should appreciate this. Handling the somewhat punkish sunglasses, Lu Yi remarked with a hint of melancholy. If all else fails, I can wear them as sunglasses myself, saving a few hundred. The shopping cart was already overflowing. Lu Yi had settled on his recipe, Japanese curry, which Sharona should find palatable. After spending over 2 hours out, Lu Yi pushed the door open with bags in hand and exclaimed, "I'm back." However, what startled Lu Yi was the utter emptiness of his home. On the table lay a pink sticky note, inscribed with a series of small characters in Japanese, still imbued with a lingering fragrance. "I took Gooth and Eevee for training, and will return shortly." But what, precisely, does shortly entail? Dinner is almost upon us. Sneaking off for training is one thing, but to do so in my absence is akin to the plight of a lonely elder. Weary, Lu Yi sank onto the sofa, casting a glance at the assortment of ingredients scattered across the table, and let out a long sigh.